0370 Hermione's class. In Paris, where the romantic ambience blended with historical grandeur, Brian became entangled in matters affecting Hogwarts. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts, Hermione had been nervous all day. She had just been assigned to help with what appeared to be a physical education class, but was, according to Fred and George, actually a military training course. As the gloomy sky darkened, her state became increasingly hysterical. After dinner, in the noisy common room, the small groups involved in this class had gradually gathered. Hermione paced back and forth by the fireplace, imagining the situations that might occur later. Her anxious appearance made the already nervous Neville appear even more helpless. No need to be so tense, Hermione. Hermione and Neville had been appointed as assistants by Professor Watson, which was absolutely a good thing for Gryffindor. Harry was also pleased about this. If anything happens, we won't just stand by. You don't understand, Harry. Hermione muttered distractedly, her mind consumed by the weight of her responsibilities. Something is bound to happen, right? I must be fully prepared so as not to betray Professor Watson's trust. If Professor Watson returns and sees that the physical education class he values so much has disbanded, I will definitely be expelled from Hogwarts. Hermione's ominous assumption made Neville even more nervous. He helplessly darted his eyes around, hoping someone could offer a reasonable suggestion. But Professor Watson has given you authority, hasn't he? Ron interjected, his voice coming with the crunch of a potato pie as he relished in Hermione's frantic appearance. If those slimy Slytherin snakes dared to cause trouble, you could have them clean all the castle's bathrooms. I think you should talk to Percy, he has a book called How Prefects Gain Power. When Percy knew that he was appointed as a prefect that summer, he always kept that book in his hands. Rumor has it that it contains 1,000 legal reasons to detain young wizards in detention. Neville's eyes lit up, looking like he wanted to say something but didn't know how. However, Hermione sternly stopped him. We can't abuse our authority, Neville. If you're really worried about classroom discipline, Hermione. Harry hesitated for a moment before offering a more sensible suggestion. I can ask Sirius. I think if he appears in the classroom, those Slytherins definitely won't dare cause you any trouble. This method was indeed not bad, and even Hermione was somewhat moved. However, after brief contemplation, Hermione still shook her head slightly. Professor Watson obviously hopes we'll get some training, so this is our own matter. What's the point of seeking Sirius's help? Malfoy, that little bastard won't care about righteousness and morality, silly girl. Fred's voice rang out in a light tone as the mischievous twins descended the rotating staircase, their footsteps echoing with a sense of unrestrained energy. Regardless, we need to rely on ourselves, Hermione said, the gleam in her eyes gradually becoming resolute. Harry and Ron exchanged a helpless glance, their shoulders shrugging in unison. They both knew Hermione very well, she was brilliant but sometimes liked to go down dead ends. Moreover, once she made up her mind about something, not even 10 dragons could pull her back. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. The Gryffindor group was ready to go, seeing that Hermione still couldn't completely shake off her tense mood. Ron tossed the remaining potato pie into his mouth and stood up as well. I can call Seamus and Dean. If that little bastard Malfoy dares to cause trouble for you, just give us a signal, and we'll rush in and give him a good beating. Oh, Hermione raised an eyebrow, looking at Ron with a slight smile flashing across her lips. However, she eventually took a deep breath and said seriously, Thank you, Ron, but I don't think that will work. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on her for you. Fred and George said, ruffling Ron's hair vigorously before leaving arm in arm. Harry didn't have a chance to say goodbye to Ron, as he was busy encouraging Neville. After all, compared to Hermione, the pressure Neville would face as an assistant was obviously a bit greater. Ron stood on the sofa by the fireplace, watching the stream of people leave the common room. For some reason, he suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Hey, Ron, want to play a round of gobstones? Dean waved at him from a few seats away. Okay, Ron shook his head, pushing aside the strange feeling, and sat down across from Dean, avoiding the obstructing sofa. Have you finished the essay Professor Sprout assigned, Dean? No, Dean bent his head, fiddling with the props. He replied casually, but there are still a few days left, right? Oh, of course. Ron shook his head, his expression gradually becoming calm. On their way to the special classroom, Hermione and the others encountered Luna, who was climbing the stairs alone. However, her face showed no sign of unease or loneliness. Good evening, Luna. Hermione glanced at the pocket behind Luna's bottom, where she had rolled up the sheaf of parchment Professor Watson had given her, supposedly allowing one to see annoying Raxpurts and Crumplehorn Snorkax, and tucked it in the back. How are you feeling? Hermione inquired tentatively, her voice laced with genuine concern. Very good, Luna said cheerfully. However, her silvery eyes revealed a strange emotion that was quite contagious. Even Hermione's furrowed brow unconsciously relaxed after meeting that gaze. I can see them more clearly now, Luna explained, her voice brimming with an infectious enthusiasm. Which means perhaps one day I can avoid their harassment. Oh, my father will definitely be surprised by the depth of Professor Watson's research on them. Today, I was considering whether to write him a letter about these methods. No one responded to Luna's words, or rather, they wanted to reply but didn't know how. Hermione glanced curiously at the rolled-up parchment tucked behind Luna's bottom and, after a moment's thought, she carefully suggested, you mean you want to show your father Professor Watson's research notes on those Raxperts? I think it's best to get Professor Watson's permission first. After a few simple conversation, Gryffindor's group had arrived at the physical education classroom. The Hufflepuff students had almost all gathered, and the remaining 3 Ravenclaw girls had also arrived. Harry wondered why they didn't invite Luna along, but when he saw the tall, thin figure of Cedric Diggory surrounded by the group of Ravenclaw girls, his mood soured inexplicably, and he forgot about standing up for Luna. Some Slytherins had also arrived. They glanced indifferently at the Gryffindor group before returning their gaze and continuing their own conversation. Professor Watson had often been absent for entire days recently, and even during mealtimes, he was nowhere to be seen at the staff table. Therefore, the students from the other 3 houses were unaware of his departure. Over the next 10 minutes, the classroom door opened and closed ceaselessly, as the remaining students trickled in, gradually filling the room. Malfoy and Parkinson also entered during this period. They were all waiting for Professor Watson, who habitually appeared at the last moment. Harry eavesdropped on Cedric's conversation with the 3 Ravenclaw girls, but as the class start time approached, his attention returned to Hermione and Neville. Neville looked hopeless, standing as stiff as a block of wood, while Hermione, noticing Harry's worried gaze as she tried to calm herself with rapid breaths, gave him a reassuring look. Ahem. At precisely 7:59 p.m., Hermione's voice rang out, a sharp cough that reverberated through the room. This was a prearranged signal. The Gryffindor students immediately began lining up, while the students from the other 3 houses, however, found themselves bewildered by this sudden display, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Neville also tried to return to his position, but Hermione grabbed him and held him back. The trembling, sweat-drenched Neville immediately made the young wizards in the room, whose observational skills had been honed, realize that something might happen. Some were curious, while others remained indifferent. Ahem. Hermione's voice rang out once more, a deliberate cough that once again caught everyone's attention. Her piercing gaze fell upon Luna, who was standing off to the side in a daze. What? Pansy Parkinson sneered. Did your throat get clogged with frog brains, Granger? Laughter immediately broke out in the classroom, mostly from the Slytherins, though some Hufflepuffs also found Parkinson's words funny. In fact, Hermione's voice rang out, clear and unwavering, her resolve steeled by the mockery that sought to challenge her. In that moment, the anxiety that had previously gripped her heart dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination that burned brightly within her heart. Her gaze did not linger upon Pansy Parkinson, nor did she try to acknowledge the insult. Instead, her eyes swept across the assembled students, her voice carrying the weight of authority as she said loudly. Professor Watson left Hogwarts this morning on business. To prevent any disruption to the progress of this class, before leaving, he appointed me, as well as Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood, as assistants for this class to supervise the daily training during his absence from school. Now. Hermione paused, drawing a deep, steadying breath, her resolution unwavering even in the face of the Slytherins' contemptuous reactions to her words. I hope you will line up quickly so we can begin today's training. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0371A Contest, Part 1. The Hufflepuff students looked at each other, unsure whether to follow Hermione's instructions. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley exchanged glances and shook their heads in secret. Hermione Granger was quite famous at school, and many professors highly appreciated her academic performance. However, she was ultimately just a third-year witch, wasn't she? Having 2 third-years and 1 second-year student become teaching assistants for this class, there were truly not many who could accept it wholeheartedly. If it had been Cedric, the Hufflepuffs would have no objections. Oh, congratulations, but there were also those in Hufflepuff who held different opinions. Hannah smiled and nodded at Hermione. I believe you all will do very well. Thank you. Hermione responded with a friendly smile. Well, if it is really Professor Watson's decision. Cedric also seemed a bit dissatisfied, but out of respect for Professor Watson, he did not raise any objections. Well, everything was different from expectations, and the biggest problem still came from Slytherin. Not a single young wizard from this house obeyed the orders. They lazily stood in place, staring at Hermione and Neville with mocking eyes. Disdain shone in Draco's pale grey eyes. He stared at Hermione for a while, and when his gaze turned to Neville, he almost burst out laughing at Neville's silent appearance. As for the loony Lovegood from Ravenclaw, Draco just glanced at her before losing interest. I believe you all heard what I said, didn't you? Hermione's breathing became slightly heavier as she glared at the Slytherin students and repeated in a heavier voice, we don't have much time to waste, we should start as soon as. Why should we follow your orders? Unexpectedly, Draco did not come out to cause trouble, but it was almost as if he did. After receiving a cue, Pansy Parkinson arrogantly raised her chin, just because of your beaver-like front teeth. Pansy's taunt instantly provoked roaring laughter from the Slytherin crowd, and even students from the other two houses who did not harbor much enmity towards Hermione secretly cracked smiles. Hermione's cheeks immediately flushed red, but her eyes did not show any retreat. She was about to refute Parkinson's words, but Harry was a step ahead of her. He swiftly drew his wand, stood in front of Hermione with a red face. Oh, how interesting! Harry pointed his wand at Pansy and shouted, you have the nerve to mock others with that pug-like face of yours, Parkinson. The atmosphere in the entire classroom erupted due to Harry's words. Before Hermione could stop Harry's sharp but accurate statement, Parkinson over there was already screaming and cursing. The moment Harry drew his wand, Draco also took out his own, shielding Pansy in front of him. Apologize, Potter. Draco's pale grey eyes flickered with rage. Or I'll make you pay for your words. Are you deaf, Malfoy? Harry said coldly, why don't you listen to what Parkinson said to Hermione? Oh, how amusing. Fred and George also stepped forward, each placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and glaring at Draco, we'd like to see how you plan to make Harry pay, little mutt. Want to fight, Weasley? Marcus Flint, the oldest Slytherin here and even a former junior of Brian, rolled up his sleeves and struck a gorilla-like posture, snarling, I hope you perform better than on the Quidditch pitch. By the way, how many times have you dimwits lost to us? Hey, this isn't looking good. Seeing chaos about to erupt, most Hufflepuffs chose to stay out of it, and a few young Ravenclaw girls had already paled under the tense atmosphere, unable to do anything. However, Cedric still stepped forward. Let's talk this out. I think Professor Watson wouldn't want to see. This is none of your business, you big oaf. Malfoy roared furiously, how dare you insult me, Weasley? The blood traitor Weasleys dare to insult the noble Malfoy family? You're all doomed, my father won't let you off. Fred and George responded very directly. With a whoosh, they dashed out, agilely dodging Cedric's attempt to grab them, and charged towards Malfoy. They leapt up, swinging their fists at Malfoy's face. However, Marcus had already prepared himself. He rushed over and blocked Fred and George's punches with his arms, and the three of them fell to the ground, and started wrestling. Ginny let out an angry cat-like shriek. She flung a curse at Malfoy, who was trying to help Flint. But their training during this period had certainly not been in vain. More than just Neville had improved. Malfoy pivoted, turned his head, and easily dodged Ginny's curse. Whether it was spells or fists, Harry would not have the slightest fear. After Fred and George fell, Harry immediately tried to rush over, but Hermione, who had foreseen it, grabbed his robe. Don't do this, Harry. Before Harry could question her, Hermione shouted. She looked at the completely out of control situation, panting heavily, and then, stop it. Hermione's shouting at the top of her lungs had no effect. Harry was struggling to break free, while on the other side, Fred and George were also brawling with Flint. Malfoy and Parkinson both wanted to curse the twins, but they kept switching positions with Flint, and because they were concerned about accidentally hitting Flint. Draco and Pansy had not yet found an opportunity. Boom! All the noises in the chaotic classroom fell silent amid a tremendous rumble, nearly causing many young wizards to stumble and fall after the shaking. Stop! Hermione raised her wand high and shouted angrily again. This time, her shout had an effect. The emotionally charged Gryffindors and Slytherins fell quiet. Even Fred, George, and Flint, who were brawling, stopped throwing punches. Everyone stared in disbelief at the suits of armor lining the classroom walls, which had brought them so much pain in the past. The recent rumbling was caused by these suits of armor marching in unison. They had already taken attacking postures. The scene of nearly 100 suits of armor aiming dung bombs was a sight the young wizards had never witnessed before. Even during Professor Watson's initial demonstration, they had never been targeted by so many suits of armor at the same time. Clank, clank, clank. Hermione's eyes were full of determination. She hurried past Cedric and approached the Slytherins. Upon seeing Hermione rush out, Neville's pale, dry lips moved, but before he could figure out what was happening, his body had already followed her. Luna did the same, though she seemed completely unaware of the situation's cause, a hint of wonder still on her young face. Under Harry's gaze, she bounced along, trailing behind Hermione and Neville. What do you want? Hermione, of course, knew where the problem was. She approached Draco, tilting her head up and staring intently into his evasive grey eyes. You should know, Malfoy, that if Professor Watson returns to find his class in shambles, he'll be furious. He won't let any student who disrupted this class off the hook. So what? Being confronted by a lowly mood blood-filled Draco with a surge of humiliated anger. He wanted to lash out, but considering Granger's words did have some truth to them, and the fire blazing in this girl's eyes seemed capable of burning away all dark thoughts. Draco avoided answering directly, "You'd better watch your words, Granger. We didn't intend to cause trouble, but..." Draco glanced at the like-minded Slytherins behind him, as well as some of the Hufflepuffs. "I think many agree that Professor Watson made a mistake in his choice of teaching assistants." Malfoy tilted his head slightly forward, giving a fierce grin. "There was a mistake." Pansy Parkinson let out a stupid snickering laugh. "All right, I understand." Hermione didn't get angry. She seemed to have expected Malfoy to say this. She simply nodded calmly, then turned to glance at Neville behind her, mustering who knows how much courage to stand here, and Luna, who didn't seem to care much about the questioning of their assistant status. Then Hermione took a deep breath. "Let's have a contest, Malfoy and anyone else who objects." After the calm tone in which Hermione spoke those words, the classroom fell utterly silent, even the hushed murmurs ceased. People stared intently at the thin frame of the girl, as if searching for the source of courage that seemed to emanate from her body. "A contest?" Malfoy's brow furrowed, he leaned back, eyeing Hermione suspiciously. "Contest in what?" "Of course, a contest of the very skills we're training in this class, Malfoy," Hermione stated matter-of-factly, her voice pausing briefly before she looked at Malfoy with a mocking gaze. "Besides that, what other class can you outperform me in?" "Oh, I'll admit your superiority at Quidditch, of course." Hermione's grades were the best in their year, but even in front of Harry and Ron, she rarely emphasized this. Apart from in classes, Hermione was rather modest in private. Harry had never seen her flaunt her grades publicly. Hermione's words were irrefutable. Draco's face darkened as he shot her a few resentful glances. The corners of his mouth curved into a sneer. He wanted to mock her, but before he could, Hermione, eager to resolve the chaos swiftly, looked at everyone and said, "In our current training, Cedric has achieved the best results. He can complete half the course 200 feet under the assault of the dung bombs. No one else has exceeded 200 feet. In truth, it was also a matter of resilience. Some young wizards were more agile than Cedric, but the physical differences due to the age gap meant they couldn't endure like him. Well, the big and strong Marcus Flint could probably take more hits, but his dodging and evading skills were inferior to Cedric's. Professor Watson has selected me, Neville, and Luna as teaching assistants." Hermione stared at Malfoy with an intense gaze. "If anyone is dissatisfied with this, they can challenge us. The marker of victory is whoever can surpass Cedric's 200 feet the fastest. Of course, if someone manages to finish the entire course, they'll also be declared the winner." Neville's forehead was sweating profusely, and his pale lips were trembling, but Hermione seemed to have anticipated Neville's reaction. She turned to look at him, her clear brown eyes reflecting the firelight. "Remember Professor Watson's assessment of you, Neville. He believes you're excellent." Hermione didn't reveal Professor Watson's evaluation of Neville because she knew it would inevitably subject him to ridicule. Moreover, she herself had some doubts about the professor's opinion of Neville, but for now, she could only believe his judgment, believe Neville. The flickering fire in Hermione's eyes seemed to hold a unique power. Gazing into those flames, Neville felt as though he too would be ignited. His heart still pounded erratically, his mind swam, but gradually, a flush crept onto Neville's pale cheeks. This rosy hue, like a spark igniting dry tinder, swiftly blazed into an inferno. "Well then, bring it on, Malfoy." Neville suddenly whipped his head around, panting heavily as he glared at Malfoy, shouting abruptly, "Longbottom, you're just humiliating yourself." Malfoy snarled through gritted teeth. Harry blinked, watching the furious Neville beside Hermione, suddenly unable to connect him with the clumsy Gryffindor boy he knew. But Neville's display undoubtedly rallied everyone's spirits, prompting applause and cheers like crashing waves. Luna fixed her protruding, misty eyes on Malfoy. "Questioning the decisions of those wiser than yourself will only bring you trouble, and it's foolish." Draco hesitated for a moment, but things had come to this point, and he was in a dilemma but couldn't back down. "Very well," he said coldly, scanning the Slytherin crowd briefly before picking out their top performers in this class. 3 on 3, Zabanai, Not, and me. If any of you loses, you'll have to resign as Professor Watson's assistant." "You're trying to cheat, Malfoy." Harry saw that this contest would be unfavorable for Hermione's group. Malfoy and his lackeys could easily target one of the three of Hermione's group, forcing that person to forfeit their assistant position. To be honest, Harry wanted to take Hermione or Neville's place, but he understood this was their issue. Even if he participated and defeated those despicable Slytherins, they wouldn't stop causing trouble. "No problem." At Hermione's questioning look, Luna readily agreed, rising onto her tiptoes. "I'll be the referee." Cedric also stepped forward. 0372 A contest, Part 2. I'll be the referee. Cedric stepped forward. The 6 of them took their usual starting positions for training, while the others made room. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were greatly invested in this contest without the supervision of professors, and they whispered together about the potential outcome. And the Gryffindor and Slytherin, who were clearly divided, were on guard against each other. They didn't trust each other and thought that the other side would play dirty when the game was going on. Harry noticed Hermione rolling up her sleeves and using a hair tie to tie up her messy locks. Then, with a calm expression, she crouched into a ready stance. Though Hermione had been tense in the common room earlier, she now seemed to have shed all her burdens. Begin. At Cedric's shout, the 6 contestants shot forward like arrows released from bows. Truth be told, if it was just over a month ago, Harry would never have believed these young wizards could move with such agility. Within the first 50 feet, each of them displayed reflexes that would astound Ron and the others who had abandoned this class long ago. The 6 contestants used their unique evasive styles to dodge the incoming dung bombs. For a while, the figures on the field were flying, and all kinds of thrilling maneuvers emerged one after another. To be fair, Malfoy was indeed diligent in this class. He was used to the dung bomb's rhythm of attack. He precisely timed the gaps between the wave of attacks to sprint forward, evading with pinpoint accuracy that forced Harry to admit in this class, Malfoy had become his rival once more. Oh, look at Longbottom and Lovegood. To Harry's regret, Hermione failed to show extraordinary skill, being the only one struck by a dung bomb before the 50-foot line. At this rate, she would undoubtedly lose the contest. Harry's focus was solely on Malfoy and Hermione until Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff gasped in astonishment. He hurriedly shifted his gaze to observe Hermione's 2 teammates and was instantly dumbstruck. Was that really Neville? And what was going on with Luna? Prior to the 50-foot mark, everyone's progress was roughly equal. But once they crossed that first stamina-draining threshold, while the speed of others visibly slowed, Neville suddenly let out a gruff roar, his accelerating figure like a young lion pouncing on its prey. Neville displayed a jaw-dropping agility once more. As everyone else decelerated, he abruptly sped up, overtaking them all. A dung bombs came hurtling at his chin from a tricky angle, but just as the afterimage neared Neville's side within 5 feet, he made an abrupt feint, sweeping his hand through the air before whipping the dung bombs in another direction. Smack! 2 dung bombs collided forcefully mid-air, foul-smelling mess splattering everywhere. Longbottom! Blaise Zabinai roared furiously. He was not expecting this and was splashed in the eyes by the smelly liquid that exploded in front of him. He staggered to a halt, clutching his face and howling in pain. Foul play! Pansy Parkinson screeched from the crowd, her face twisting. Longbottom should be disqualified for that sneak attack. It was hard to tell if it was an accident or intentional on Neville's part, but apart from the Slytherins, no one could deny being impressed by Neville's brilliant move. Beyond the 150-foot mark, most contestants were visibly struggling, with one exception Luna. When Harry turned his gaze towards Luna, he was struck by an astonishing sight. Up until that distance line, Malfoy, not Neville, and Hermione had each been hit by several dung bombs to varying degrees. Hermione in particular, whose athletic ability was not as good as that of Cho Chang, and girls' physical strength was generally lagging behind boys, in previous training sessions, Hermione would have already collapsed by the 150-foot line. But tonight, bolstered by resolve and perseverance, she performed somewhat better than usual. However, just as Professor Watson had once said, willpower can indeed ignite one's determination to pursue strength, but it cannot help you instantaneously bridge vast gaps in power. From Hermione's increasingly clumsy footsteps, it was clear she was nearing her limit. But what was going on with Luna? She actually dodged all the dung bombs. Ginny voiced Harry's bewilderment in an astonished tone. Luna had never displayed any outstanding ability before, her performance in this class was utterly unremarkable, neither at the bottom nor the top. But now, her performance had stunned everyone. Could she have been hiding her true strength all along? Parvati also muttered quietly. Just as Ginny said, among all the competitors present, Luna was the only one who hadn't been hit by a single dung bomb. Whether it was the speed of advancement or evasive maneuvers, Luna had not showed abilities far exceeding others. Yet those dung bombs flying right at her just missed her completely, not even grazing her robes. That girl is cheating. Pansy Parkinson snapped. She must have tampered with the armor using her position as a teaching assistant. If you can't provide solid proof, Parkinson, Harry said coldly, then shut your mouth. Harry's icy rebuke made Parkinson's face flush red. But the fact was, Harry himself was equally perplexed. Luna looked far too at ease. Her bouncing, skipping demeanor reminded Harry of the hopscotch craze that had swept his Muggle primary school for a time. From his own experience with this training, Harry mainly relied on 2 methods to evade the incoming dung bombs. The first was straightforward: for anything within his field of vision, simply dodge aside when physically able. As for those outside his vision, like ones coming from the sides or rear, he mainly depended on his hearing to detect their whistling approach from a certain distance. Harry was certain that Neville's surprisingly good performance today was due to using these methods. But Luna seemed completely different. Several times, Harry noticed Luna suddenly leap aside, when there were no dung bombs anywhere nearby. Only after she changed position would the dung bombs come hurtling towards her previous position. This was simply inconceivable. Could she somehow see into the future? Observation hacky. Harry gazed at the short Luna with a slightly dazed, utterly baffled expression. Draco, who was already struggling, suddenly heard a breezy, tuneless humming in his ear. Before he could react, the Ravenclaw girl he had never taken seriously nimbly skipped past him, bizarrely hopping sideways a few times before easily avoiding another barrage. Draco himself was not so lucky. A momentary lapse in concentration, coupled with his already severely depleted stamina, cost him the opportunity to evade. A series of dung bombs struck his back and stomach in rapid succession, agonizing areas to be hit. Combined with the rotten stench, Malfoy could no longer bear it. Losing his balance, the vomiting Malfoy tumbled over and over on the ground. Yet at that moment, his position was just a few steps from the 200-foot line. No matter what, Draco could not accept the shame of failing to complete the course. Using one hand to shield the back of his neck, he crawled forward in a prone position. But just as he was a few steps away from the 200-feet line, a sudden gust of wind from behind made Draco's face fall in despair. At least 3 dung bombs were incoming simultaneously. After all this training, everyone was well aware of the dung bombs' terrifying impact force. With his physical strength exhausted to this extent, Draco knew there was no way he could withstand this assault. But then, a dark blur suddenly obscured the torchlight. Next, Draco felt a gust of wind whip past over his head. Splat! 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 His pale blonde hair was now drenched in foul liquid, but Draco had no chance to worry about it. He slowly sat up, staring dumbly as Neville retracted his whipping leg and extended a hand to pull him up. For a moment, Draco was at a complete loss. You lost, Malfoy. Neville pulled Malfoy to his feet, locking eyes with Draco's widened grey orbs. For the first time, he felt that he was no longer tormented by panic. Questioning the decisions of those wiser than you is foolish. Luna, standing beside Neville, tilted her head and repeated the words from before the contest began in a light voice. To Draco's astonishment, this little girl showed barely any signs of exertion beyond a slight shine on her forehead, even her breathing was barely disordered. Nott had collapsed about 10 feet away from the 200-feet line, wailing helplessly. This was on par with his usual level. Draco opened his mouth, but ultimately he didn't bother reprimanding him. However, when his gaze fell on Hermione, still stubbornly pressing on a few paces behind Nott, the words slipped uncontrollably from his lips. At least I beat Granger. By the rules, she has to resign from her position as Professor Watson's assistant. This was indeed an indisputable fact that neither Neville nor Luna refuted. Looking at Hermione, who was almost covered in sticky and smelly liquid, but still gritted her teeth and staggered to avoid the dung bombs, a surge of anger from deep within made his eyes burn hot. This isn't worth it, Hermione. Ginny covered her mouth, and Harry could hear the sob in her murmured voice. Time seemed to be frozen, everything in front of her was blurred, and the unbearable swelling and pain all over her body made Hermione want to burst into tears. In a trance, she suddenly wondered why she had joined Professor Watson's physical education class in the first place. The initial reason was just curiosity. This was almost the only reason any young witch or wizard was willing to persist in this boring, arduous course after experiencing it. After joining the Hogwarts faculty, Professor Watson demonstrated his deep knowledge and power through a series of incidents, making every student hope to learn flashy magic from his new class. Hermione too hoped to glimpse Professor Watson's brilliance in this class. After initial confusion, she became convinced that his course was definitely not so simple, and if she gave up easily, she would surely regret it. Though pure physical training was not her forte, she excelled more at seeking truth in the vast ocean of magical knowledge. Just give up, Granger, you've already lost. Hermione heard Malfoy growling through gritted teeth, but she didn't pay any attention to it at all. Moreover, she didn't realize that she had just broken the class record previously set by Cedric, the best in this class, with her arduous, stumbling progress. Though her academic performance was consistently at the top across all subjects, even Harry and Ron could not understand the fear in her heart. This sense of dread came from her Muggle origins. Although Hogwarts did not discriminate against Muggle-born students under Dumbledore, Hermione's sensitive heart could never fully escape the prevalent pure-blood supremacist attitude of the wizarding world. This was also one reason she persisted in this class. Professor Watson was a Slytherin alumnus, but he is also a Muggle-born wizard who had achieved tremendous acclaim throughout the wizarding world. Hermione hoped to one day become as accomplished as Professor Watson, to prove that even Muggle-born witches and wizards could attain remarkable achievements through sheer hard work and perseverance. Ugh! A sudden stabbing pain shot through her struck shoulder blade, and the powerful impact made Hermione, who was staggering, unable to maintain her balance and collapse to the ground. The stinky dung bomb liquid practically replaced sweat streaming down her young face. But the lonely, disheveled figure of the struggling Hermione, and the unwavering determination emanating from her frail back, moved most of the young witches and wizards in the classroom. Gradually, Hermione felt the pain leaving her body. She had no more suffering, no more grievance, only a burning conviction in her heart driving her forward. Yes, she has always kept Professor Watson's words close to her heart. Love and hate are both powerful emotions capable of imbuing one with the determination to pursue their dreams. However, they cannot help you instantly bridge vast gaps in power. Hermione knew she could not suddenly become exceptionally talented in this class. She knew that she would not reach the record set by Cedric faster than the Slytherins participating in this contest. So from the start, her only goal was simply to reach the finish line. It was such an arduous journey, more distant than the path from the entrance hall to the Sorting Hat on her first night at Hogwarts, as if it had no end. Hermione, who was half conscious, seemed to hear Harry shouting something, and she seemed to hear Ginny crying, but now she no longer had the energy to care about these things, she just wanted to move forward. Watching the girl straining with every ounce of her effort, just to crawl a little farther, Draco did not realize that the shame and anger on his face had quietly faded, replaced by pure bewilderment. He could not understand what would drive that mudblood to go to such extremes. And yet, this did not prevent his very soul from being greatly shaken. "All right, Granger." Unexpectedly, Draco's shout filled every corner of the classroom. "You win." The struggling girl's lips finally curved into a faint smile. Then her eyes rolled back as she passed out, her head lying to the side. 0373 Unexpected. Just as Madame Maxime had said, when Brian sought out the hotel staff requesting another room, he was informed that all rooms had been booked by the wizards from various countries who came here on official business. Even the staff quarters had been rented out, forcing the hotel employees to squeeze into the laundry room for sleep during this period. Of course, Brian would never choose to share a villa with the Beauxbatons delegation. It was not a matter of room availability, but rather, the fear of rumors. If someone inadvertently discovered he had spent a night inside the Beauxbatons delegates' quarters without leaving, who knows what kind of scandalous gossip might spread. In the end, he returned to that messy room, pitching a tent on an undamaged patch of lawn and making do for the night. "Are you certain?" Barty Crouch's terrifying expression as he gazed upon the collapsed villa reminded Brian of his determined attempt to have Peter sentenced to death at the Wizengamot trial. The head of the International Magical Cooperation Department at the British Ministry of Magic turned ashen, his eyes bulging with fury and his face contorted with a ferocious glare like that of a red-eyed gambler who had risked everything and lost. "Are you sure Beauxbatons had no involvement in this?" Brian could understand why Barty was so furious. First, infiltrating their room, destroying their quarters and the security plans they had prepared was like humiliating the British Ministry in front of the world. As the Ministry's representative, Barty felt the sting of this insult deeply. Moreover, the Triwizard Tournament was Barty's crowning political achievement, the pinnacle of his ambitions. Should this event unfold successfully under his watchful guidance, with Hogwarts serving as the host, his reputation within the British wizarding world would soar to unprecedented heights, an achievement that would instantly add his name in the annals of history. If fortune truly smiled upon him, and Hogwarts emerged victorious as the champion of the Triwizard Tournament, it would be a moment of immeasurable joy for Barty, a resounding triumph that would wash away the endless humiliation inflicted by his prodigal son, whose actions had decimated Barty's lifelong dedication, and the adverse impact it had caused, could finally be swept away. Yet now, someone was once again attempting to obstruct his long-awaited path to redemption. Barty glared at the ruins with bloodshot eyes, swearing on the honor of the Crouch family that he would make the culprit pay dearly. But who was the perpetrator of this act? Barty pondered this issue as well, his thoughts even more complex than Brian's. At the very pinnacle of Barty's list of suspects stood Vipper Dreggern, whose reputation had suffered a crushing blow the previous night. This man was already at odds with Dumbledore and it was normal for him to extend his anger and resentment towards Hogwarts. Moreover, the humiliating experience he had endured at the party held the day before had provided him with the most compelling motive, the necessary connections, and the ability to orchestrate such a brazen act. The second tier of suspects encompassed the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. As their direct competitors, they might do such a thing to undermine Hogwarts' successful bid to host. Furious as he was, Barty had not entirely lost his senses. The reason he placed these two schools in the second tier of suspicion was that Maxime and Karkaroff should know that if their involvement in such a wicked plot were to be exposed, the consequences would be far more severe than just losing the right to host the tournament. The third tier of suspects, however, was shrouded in a more complex and complicated web of uncertainty. Could Cornelius have played an underhanded trick? It was certainly possible. As foolish as the Minister of Magic might appear at times, after so many years in his position, he should possess at least a measure of sense, that if he were to push Hogwarts into the position of the host, he would effectively become his greatest threat. For this reason, Amelia was also a suspect. The thought made Barty's heart skip a beat. If Amelia had indeed given the order, could this be a case of the pot calling the kettle black? After all, This incident was utterly extraordinary. A group had managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded hotel, demolish their assigned room with liberty, and slip away unnoticed, leaving not a single clue in their wake. Just how had they accomplished such a feat? Were the hotel's overhyped security measures merely a facade, a charade designed to instill a false sense of confidence, or had the hotel staff itself been collaborating with the perpetrators? If indeed this was a case of the pot calling the kettle black, Barty's breath caught in his throat, a sensation akin to the constricting grip of an invisible hand. Maintaining an external facade of composure, he moved his gaze to drift sidelong, settling upon the figure of Brian standing with arms folded. But that one look left Barty visibly shaken, as he realized Brian was scrutinizing him with the very same suspicious gaze. "You suspect me, Brian?" Barty exclaimed, his disbelief evident in the tone of his voice. "That's absurd. Why would I sabotage my own efforts? I did harbor some suspicion earlier, Barty. After all, you left the party first last night and could have justifiably entered this room." The words hung in the air, causing Barty's face to contort into an even uglier form, but before he could explode, Brian, who seemed to have shed the negative emotions that this incident had initially brought, smiled faintly and said, "However, just now, I have ruled out that possibility." Brian's words did little to improve the unsightly contortion of Barty's features, and he was about to say something when the door, isolated by the winding stone road, suddenly creaked open, allowing a sneaky head to poke through the narrowing gap. It was none other than Ludo Bagman, finally making his return after a night of unrestrained debauchery. "Aha, I knew you wouldn't miss important business, Barty. You're up awfully early." Catching sight of Barty crouched standing outside a tent with a face like a man about to commit murder, Ludo's expression froze, the artificial grin he had plastered upon his features turning into an awkward grimace. Then, his gaze shifted to Brian's subtly amused smile, and Ludo's heart skipped yet another beat. "Brian, you too? What in Merlin's name happened to the villa?" After Brian had briefly summarized the situation, offering a concise yet thorough account of the events that had transpired, Ludo's expression, though noticeably better when compared to the visage of Barty Crouch, remained grim. "What do we do now?" Ludo paced back and forth before them, as he actively racked his brain, seeking countermeasures to this situation. We of course need to find out who did this, right? Since Brian says he has no leads, the department probably has no good options either. Oh, Cornelius will absolutely have my head if he finds out this happened while I was away. He won't be the only one, Ludo Barty growled through gritted teeth, his words infused with a palpable undercurrent of menace that sent a shiver coursing down Ludo's spine. "I have no intention of letting you off either. Besides Brian, neither of us can say anything about the other. After all, oh." Ludo fumbled, grasping at straws as he concocted a series of feeble excuses, trying to shirk responsibility for the calamity that had unfolded. But, catching sight of Barty's expression that seemed to silently warn utter another word and I'll curse you into oblivion, Ludo instinctively shrank back, his neck retracting like a turtle seeking refuge within its protective shell as he hurriedly sought to divert the conversation. "I mean, the security plan." Wiping the cold beads of sweat that had formed upon his brow, Ludo hurriedly continued, his words tumbling forth in a torrent of urgency, "The investigation can wait, but our top priority is that plan, Barty. That's what's most important. Thank you for the reminder, Ludo. I almost forgot." The sarcasm that dripped from Barty's every word was palpable, his bulging eyes glaring at Ludo with an intensity that caused the latter to instinctively take 2 steps back, as if seeking to put additional distance between himself and the explosive fury that seemed to radiate from Barty's very being. "No need to worry too much about the security plan." At that moment, Brian made a startling statement. "Not worry?" But this was the most crucial issue at hand. Counting the present day, they had just 3 days remaining before the event was set to commence, and they had no time to waste in starting over from scratch. Barty and Ludo both found themselves staring at Brian, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and confusion as they tried to make sense of the utter nonsense that had just been uttered. Under their watchful, scrutinizing gazes, Brian suddenly waved the wand that had been concealed within the folds of his sleeve. From the half-open tent door, hundreds upon hundreds of blank parchment sheets burst forth with a whooshing sound akin to a volley of cold arrows unleashed from the quivers of 1,000 archers. The parchments arrayed themselves before the 3 wizards, forming an immense screen that rivaled the size of a Muggle movie theater in both scale and spectacle. Immediately after the parchment sheets had assembled themselves into this vast projection screen, a quill, seeming to possess a mind of its own, flew out from the tent, hovering before Brian with an almost ding. "Besides being eloquent, I also have an excellent memory." As if responding to his words, dozens upon dozens of quills suddenly took flight, soaring to sky in a whirl of feathers and ink, each one rapidly inscribing the hovering parchments with streaks of text that seemed to materialize like afterimages. "I can essentially recall anything I've seriously read or written down myself." Observing the subtly shifting expressions that appeared across the faces of Barty and Ludo, equal parts bewilderment and dawning understanding, Brian smiled faintly. "So, whoever did this was foolish to think they could obstruct me. Midway through his sentence, Brian abruptly paused. Disregarding Barty Crouch, whose features had begun to radiate an unmistakable sense of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster, Brian focused the full intensity of his narrowed gaze upon Ludo Bagman, whose lips had turned pale. 0374 Monitoring Lens. Having experienced the wondrous and bizarreness of the two worlds, with his own experiences being extraordinarily marvelous, Brian had natural talent in legilimency. Attempting to hide secrets from a wizard like Brian was futile, unless one was an old fossil like Dumbledore. For a wizard of Ludo Bagman's caliber, it was simply impossible. Within the fleeting span of a few minutes, the shattered security plan was meticulously rewritten by Brian. Barty clutched his career prospects with an iron grip, his face finally relaxing into a calm expression. He let out a short sigh of relief, and when his gaze fell upon Brian's face, his eyes were tinged with a subtle hint of regret and wariness. What a pity, such talent would make an excellent ally. Barty swiftly concealed his thoughts, his voice still rigid with residual tension as he spoke. We've managed to save the opportunity, otherwise, we'd have no explanation for the British wizarding community. Yes, Barty is right. Ludo's relief was palpable, his strained grin, a testament to the gravity of the situation they had narrowly escaped. Eidetic memory, truly remarkable. Without your ability, our only option would have been to return empty-handed. Barty cast a chilly glance in Ludo's direction. So now, we face another problem. Relying on an imbecile like Ludo was a fruitless endeavor, a truth that Barty had long since realized. He turned his gaze towards Brian, his eyes brimming with the unspoken hope that the young man could come up with unique perspectives. Of course, even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. Barty vowed to investigate this matter thoroughly and retaliate decisively, no matter who was involved. And that is who wants to sabotage Hogwarts's opportunity to host the Triwizard Tournament. This issue isn't actually that troublesome. Noticing Barty and Ludo's expectant gazes fixated upon him, Brian blinked and uttered those words lightly. Not troublesome. The perpetrator had managed to slip past the hotel's defenses undetected, sneak into their room, destroy the security plan, and leave before Brian returned. To be able to do all these things, there must be a powerful person or a powerful force behind them. Moreover, Brian himself had said that he found no clues about the culprit amidst the wreckage. Being able to hide from the eyes of a wizard like Brian also shows that the person who took action is experienced. Without tangible clues or evidence to guide their pursuit, identifying and convicting these scoundrels would consume a considerable amount of time and resources, even if the British Ministry of Magic devoted the entirety of its resources and leveraged every available connection at its disposal. As these sobering realizations appeared in Barty's mind, his expression cooled noticeably, the fires of determination flickering behind his steely gaze. Under the leadership of Cornelius Fudge, the once formidable British Ministry of Magic had been steadily deteriorating, its foundations eroding with each passing day. It was precisely this self-inflicted weakness that encouraged their rivals to dare to strike. The recent silencing of Peter en route to Azkaban, an unprecedented scenario that would have been unimaginable during Millicent Bagnold's tenure as minister, served as a grim reminder of the ministry's waning influence and the threats that lurked in the shadows. As Barty's face grew tense with anxiety and Ludo held his breath in anticipation, Brian's lips curved into a faint smile. He rummaged through his pocket before retrieving a battered object. What is that? Ludo leaned closer, his curiosity piqued, his gulps audible as he scrutinized the mysterious item with unease. It looks like an omnioculars. Is it something the intruder left behind? But you said there were no clues, Brian. Ludo's hand darted forth, eager to grasp the omnioculars within Brian's palm, but Brian neatly evaded his reach. No, this is mine. But, Barty maintained his composure, his eyes brimming with silent questions, patiently awaiting Brian's explanation, which Brian provided without keeping suspense. This is a modified omnioculars that I call a monitoring lens or surveillance mirror. You should have a record, Barty. Last Halloween, after I returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore must have helped me apply to the ministry to use it for monitoring the castle's safety. At the time, Minister Fudge approved it according to regulations. The minister's assistant should have filed a case record. Barty narrowed his eyes, his mind delving into the vast sea of documents that encompassed the ministry's archives. Dolores did seem to have filed a record for a permit approved by Cornelius for monitoring lenses. If I'm not mistaken, it can monitor and record. Barty's voice solidified, filled with the weight of realization. So, this thing captured the person who entered the room. If he had been 80% certain before, now Brian was 100% convinced of his guess. At some point, beads of sweat had formed on Ludo's brow. He hastily swiped the sleeve of his robes across his forehead, his protruding belly contracting more rapidly with each labored breath. He licked his dry lips. But you said. Yes, it was severely damaged by the intruder's magic. Brian's gaze bore into Ludo's, his words meaningful, though his smile remained genuinely warm and reassuring. Noting Ludo's relief, the tense expression relax, Brian added with casual nonchalance, it'll probably take me about a week to repair it. Very well, then. Barty exhaled heavily, his fists clenched tightly. We'll let those despicable scoundrels enjoy themselves for a few days. After the inquiry meeting the day after tomorrow, once Hogwarts becomes the host of the Triwizard Tournament, we'll deal with this matter. At that time, I'll have Rufus deploy all his capable men here. No matter who is behind this, I'll ensure they spend a lifetime in Azkaban. What's wrong, Ludo? Brian asked with concern, gazing at the visibly shaking, pale Ludo, who resembled someone recovering from a high fever. Brian's greeting also drew Barty's attention, and he too noticed Ludo's unusual expression. His eyes flickered momentarily, and the furrows on his brow deepened. Ahem, you both know what I was up to last night. Ludo immediately rallied his spirits, straining to maintain a plausible smile. Though I hate to admit it, perhaps my stamina isn't what it used to be. I couldn't quite handle those passionate, fans. Oh, I see. Brian's hand fell upon Ludo's arm in a reassuring gesture, yet in that fleeting instant, a shadowy tendril slipped unnoticed into Ludo's sleeve. Brian gave Ludo an understanding smile. I can imagine, Ludo, you must have been utterly exhausted last night. Indeed. Ludo nodded fervently, his movements exaggerated in their desperation to dissipate the lingering doubts that clouded the air. His gaze then turned pitifully towards Barty Crouch. I need rest, Barty, I was up all night. Get out, Ludo. Barty's suspicions evaporated like morning mist, replaced by a furious glare that he shot at Ludo Bagman, his voice a thunderous roar that reverberated through the chamber. Stop causing me trouble, Ludo. Go find somewhere to sleep where we can't see you. Ludo practically sprinted from the room, and even after his retreating figure had long since vanished from sight, Barty still wore a scowling expression. Letting someone like him become part of the ministry. If this wasn't related to the Department of Magical Games and Sports, I would never have involved him, that blundering fool. At least, I think Mr. Bagman has a decent sense of humor. A glint of something inscrutable flashed in the depths of Brian's eyes, and after a faint, enigmatic smile, he turned and headed towards the tent. Come, Barty, with your keen eye, let's review this plan and see if there's anything else worth improving, any potential vulnerabilities we might have overlooked. Wait, Brian. Barty's agitated breathing gradually subsided, the turbulent emotions that had roiled within him settling into a deceptive calm. His brow furrowed slightly as he called out to Brian's retreating back, a nagging question gnawing at his mind. About that monitoring lens of yours, it was modified from an omnioculars, correct? Yes. Brian turned around and asked in surprise, is there a problem? But you didn't get a modification permit from the ministry, nor did you pay the patent fee to the workshop that produced it, correct? Barty eyed the battered monitoring lens in Brian's hand with suspicion. Brian laughed dryly. What did this mean? At a time like this, Barty was still trying to catch him out? If you want to send me to Azkaban too, Barty. The corner of Brian's mouth twitched. I'll write to the ministry now and have them sort out the proper procedures, Barty stated, his tone matter of fact, brooking no argument. I think we can include the monitoring lens in the security plan. I believe it would be a highlight. Brian had to admit, he hadn't considered using the monitoring lens to monitor the tournament proceedings, which could not only enhance the viewing experience but also greatly ensure the participants' safety during the competition. But after thinking for a moment, Brian said seriously, let me tell you in advance, Barty, I don't have money to pay any patent fees. 0375 The intrusion. Due to Barty's reminder, Brian needed to establish a separate chapter for the security plan he had drafted. Firstly, he will have to introduce the concept of the monitoring lens, or the surveillance mirror, to the review committee. This would involve providing a comprehensive explanation of its nature, functionality, and potential applications in the tournament. Secondly, Brian will provide a detailed description of the preventive role this monitoring lens could potentially play within the Triwizard Tournament. This description would describe the device's capabilities to mitigate potential risks and enhance the overall security measures during this event. Ultimately, the implementation of the monitoring lens would give the eagerly awaiting spectators the extraordinary privilege of directly appreciating the awe-inspiring and brilliant performances of the champions. This direct observational experience would undoubtedly serve as a significant and irreplaceable bonus in Hogwarts's favor. The original security plan had been rather mundane and unremarkable, lacking the distinguishing elements that could give Hogwarts a discernible advantage in the evaluation process. However, with the strategic inclusion of the monitoring lens, Brian believed that his meticulously crafted plan would emerge as the decisive and pivotal factor, tipping the scales in their favor. As the day progressed, the passage of time seemed to hold little significance, with no noteworthy occurrences or events happening. Brian and Barty, united in their pursuit, spent the entire day holed up in their room, dedicating every moment to the painstaking refinement of their new plan. After finalizing its overall structure around 10 p.m., Barty immediately excused himself as he needed to return to the ministry to handle some urgent matters that he had not had time to deal with during the day. Moreover, Barty requested a half-day off from Brian. Before their plan went public, Barty had to ensure that there were no legal loopholes in the invention of the surveillance mirror. This was not something that could be solved by just talking. In accordance with the established protocols, the device was required to undergo a comprehensive registration process with the Ministry, navigating a labyrinth of approvals, and securing the necessary patent fees and authorizations. Furthermore, the appropriate fiscal considerations, including the determination of taxable income derived from the invention, needed judicious attention. Only upon satisfying these complex requirements could the device be formally introduced to the wizarding community at large. Barty planned to resolve everything during the day, which was already remarkably efficient. At midnight, the blue canopy transformed into a dazzling and mysterious starry sky. In the dilapidated heavenly dome, the still functioning air circulation magic continuously provided fresh air, forming a gentle breeze that wafted through the vast space. Brian leaned back on a lounge chair placed on the undamaged lawn, holding the meticulously crafted plan in one hand and a quill in the other, methodically revising and annotating the draft document. Perhaps influenced by the soothing caress of the enveloping breeze, Brian's writing pace gradually slowed, and his previously alert eyes grew increasingly unfocused, yielding to the lure of exhaustion. His hands, which had once rested upon the armrests of the lounge chair, now sloped with the weight of fatigue, abandoning their grasp upon the paper. The quill he had clutched drifted to the ground, carried by a gust of wind, its scratching against the paper now silenced. Without the rustling sound of the quill tip rubbing against the paper, the room grew increasingly tranquil, but this tranquility didn't last long as a soft snoring emerged, disrupting the silence once more. As time passed, the starry sky above the canopy deepened, and Brian, bathed in starlight, seemed to have completely succumbed to a beautiful dream. With a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth, he mumbled unconsciously in his sleep, kicking off his shoes as his feet rubbed against each other, curling up sideways on the lounge chair. Without warning, a series of rapid and thunderous explosions shattered the room's tranquility, the once soothing breeze instantly transformed into an ominous and foreboding gale. Goblins! About 30 goblins appeared in the room out of nowhere. These goblins, with their weird face and tiny statures, standing at half the height of Brian, adopted defensive postures. In stark contrast to the goblins who conducted business for wizards at the Gringotts counters, whose pupils shone with the allure of galleons, these goblins bore expressions of uncompromising ferocity, their eyes brimming with malice and their weathered forms had scars of varying severity. The most grievously injured among them had even lost an arm. The goblins maintained an unwavering vigilance, their collective gaze immediately drawn to the sleeping Brian, who remained in peace upon the lounge chair before the tent. In a flurry of nimble movements, over 30 short goblins encircled Brian's prone form, each with a finger pointed in his direction, ready to assault just at the command, their unwavering determination tangible in the air. These well-trained goblins did not lower their guard, even after determining Brian's state of slumber. Instead, their eyes grew ever more watchful, scrutinizing his every unconscious twitch and flutter of the eyelids. He must be exhausted, Ragnok. One goblin said after nearly 5 minutes had passed, suppressing the shrill tone of his voice to make a measured judgment. Ragnok, the one-armed goblin, maintained a wary vigil from a distance of 30 feet, his gaze fixed upon Brian's slumbering face, monitoring the unconscious fluttering of his eyelids with an air of mistrust. But those two wizards said this human is very powerful. Ragnok did not relax his vigilance because of the other goblin's words. He tentatively approached Brian in a series of cautious steps, his eyes showing a palpable suspicion as they studied the wizard's sleeping face. I thought he would notice us immediately. He's exhausted. The goblin who had initially spoken repeated his judgment with a renewed conviction. He crooked his slightly misshapen finger in Brian's direction, and the sheaf of parchment lying adjacent to the wizard's sleeping form on the grass immediately took flight, soaring into the goblin's grasp. After confirming that Brian still showed no reaction, the goblin exhaled a sigh of relief. His posture straightening as a hint of pride appeared his features. It stood up straight, somewhat proudly looking at Ragnok, who was dissatisfied with its unilateral action, and shook the parchment smugly. This must be the plan he's working on. All right. It seemed that Brian Watson was indeed asleep. Ragnok slowly lowered his extended finger, and the other goblins, observing his gesture, followed suit, rising from their defensive stances. I thought we'd suffer heavy casualties, but it looks like we got lucky. After briefly glancing at the plan, Ragnok's interest faded, and his gaze returned to the tranquil face of Brian. Wizards just love to boast. The previous goblin said dismissively, his tone tinged with disdain. Their true talent lies in scheming and plotting. Ragnok's expression showed his disagreement with his subordinate's assessment of wizards. If the talent of those wizards lay solely in scheming, then how had the great holy war waged by his ancestors against their kind been so decisively suppressed across the centuries? What do we do, Ragnok? Laddie circled the lounge chair twice before coming to a halt beside Ragnok, his gaze fixed upon Brian with open scorn. Suddenly, an eager tone crept into his voice as he said. Let's kill him. The wizard side will be plunged into utter chaos. If we kill him, we're done for. Ragnok's glare pierced Laddie with a sneering intensity, his words carrying a stern rebuke. Don't forget, this wizard is Albus Dumbledore's henchman. So what? Laddie's expression remained boldly defiant. Albus Dumbledore is a toothless old man. Perhaps he'll be done for tomorrow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent this clueless fool here to handle things. Humph, those greedy wizards asked us to tamper with this fool's mind. Humph, what right do those greedy, shameless wizards have to order us goblins around? Barna will be furious. Ragnok warned again. If we kill Brian Watson, perhaps the wizards won't find out, but the silly game they're playing now will be called off, and not just those two wizards, but will also suffer heavy losses. Laddie could not accept goblins' interests being compromised. He fell silent for a moment before asking in a muffled voice laced with resignation. What do you plan to do, Ragnok? Follow those two wizards' orders and remove the plan from his mind. No, we'll take him to Barna. A renewed surge of suspicion flickered in Ragnok's eyes as he considered their course of action. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a brilliant beam of light erupted from his fingertip, instantaneously piercing Brian's chest. As Brian's head slouched to the side, the quill that had lain discarded upon the ground let out a whooshing sound, taking flight and transforming into a thick rope that bound the wizard's body with uncompromising tightness. Responding to Laddie's confused and shocked gaze, Ragnok explained. Take him to Barna and let him interrogate this wizard about the monitoring lens he mentioned, to ensure there's no evidence of our presence here. We can't take any risks. Then, we'll tamper with his mind. This was indeed the safest approach. Laddie slightly nodded his ugly, pointed head, no longer questioning the plan. Several goblins immediately rushed over and lifted Brian from the lounge chair. After meticulously erasing their footprints from the grassy lawn, Ragnok and Laddie conducted a final, thorough inspection of the surroundings, confirming that Brian Watson had not placed any monitoring mirrors or other surveillance devices in the vicinity. Satisfied, the goblins who had suddenly appeared in the room swiftly departed, their exit as mystifying as their arrival, facilitated by their unique disapparition magic. 0376 Gringotts in Paris. An extraordinary and mystical barrier, woven with ancient spells, separated the ordinary Muggle realm from the wondrous wizarding world, safeguarding the cherished secrecy of the magical community. In the heart of Paris, nestled within the 7th arrondissement, stood the imposing headquarters of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. This colossal structure, a harmonious blend of diverse architectural styles, exuded an air of grandeur that personalized the immense wealth and influence of the Goblin Nation. Flanking the grand copper entrance doors, beneath the snow-white marble steps, stood two fierce-looking bull statues. These creatures, valued as symbols of wealth and prosperity, served as a marvelous representation favored by the treasure-obsessed goblins. Ascending the steps, one's gaze was drawn to the dazzling golden galleon, its diameter spanning a huge 10 feet, embedded above the door beam. This dazzling emblem, shimmering with the radiance of untold riches, announced the goblins' financial power to the wizarding world. Passing through the bronze doors, one could see what Gringotts headquarters truly looks like. Unlike the bustling Gringotts branch at Diagon Alley, this vast hall, approximately 5 or 6 times the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts, lacked the endless rows of counters and the never-ending clinking of goblins meticulously calculating wealth. Instead, the decor leaned towards that of a prestigious Muggle hotel, its lavish furnishings and elegant appointments exuding an air of refined luxury. Yet, even in the dead of night, when the world slept, the majority of the numerous guest suites across the dozens of floors remained brilliantly illuminated. Gringotts headquarters did not offer the usual personal vault services like its regular branches. This was a financial center, a nexus of power where both goblins and wizards met. Here, the goblins would receive the leaders of influential families and controllers of the magical industries from around the world, accepting their collateral before lending out shimmering piles of galleons. Of course, the goblins would also assess promising industries for potential investments. One could say, without exaggeration, that if one were to choose a few places capable of influencing the entire wizarding world, the Gringotts World Banking Center would undoubtedly rank among the top 10, a veritable epicenter of financial might and political sway. Buildings in the wizarding world were seldom excessively tall, and the goblins were no exception to this unwritten rule. However, to accommodate the immense business brought by the hundreds of prosperous wizarding societies worldwide, the goblins had built their headquarters layer upon layer, until it nearly matched 1/3 of the height of the iconic Eiffel Tower. At this moment, as the twinkling stars descended from the heavens, illuminating the night, an air of anticipation hung in the air. The top floor was the only level in the entire building without any partitioning walls, a vast, open chamber that exuded an air of grandeur and importance. The lavish velvet carpet that adorned the floor matched the reception hall of the British Ministry of Magic. The walls, crafted from the finest materials, were embedded with numerous fireplaces, each corresponding to Gringotts branches worldwide. Whenever an urgent matter arose, these branches would use the fireplaces to come here and consult with the goblin leader overseeing operations. In the deep silence of the night, the vast room was eerily quiet. Thus, when a series of crisp explosions suddenly echoed through the chamber, shattering the tranquil silence, Barna, seated behind a massive black and red ebony desk along the western wall, immediately looked up, his brow furrowed with concern. This aged goblin appeared quite old, his face bearing the weight of countless years and the burdens of leadership. When he rose, his graying beard, tinged with shades of moss green, fell past his knees. Donning a meticulously styled pair of old-fashioned spectacles and a silver-green robe tailored to his stature, his stern demeanor bore a faint resemblance to Barty Crouch Sr. in his working state. Mr. Barna Ragnok bowed respectfully to Barna, with the other goblins, including Laddie, reacting almost identically. "What's the matter?" Barna's old voice carried an air of authority as he glanced at the unconscious Brian being carried by a few goblins, his tone showing neither joy nor anger, but rather a calm detachment born of decades of experience. "Is this wizard Brian Watson?" Barna's clouded eyes swiveled as he turned his gaze toward Ragnok, his piercing stare seeming to penetrate the very soul of the goblin before him. "I instructed you to simply confuse this wizard's mind and prevent him from causing further trouble. Ragnok, why have you brought him back? Did you encounter fierce resistance? But I don't see any casualties among you." The operation proceeded smoothly. Mr. Barna Ragnok remained bent over, his respectful tone tinged with a hint of nervousness as he replied without being told to stand upright. "When we entered the room, this wizard was asleep and did not wake from our movements. However..." At this point, Ragnok swiftly glanced at his superior Barna, and seeing no sign of anger on his face, he proceeded cautiously, his words measured and deliberate. "Ludovic Bagman informed us that this wizard used a special alchemical device to record our actions, claiming the device was not completely destroyed. Forgive my bluntness, but Ludovic Bagman is not the brightest wizard. I worried he might have been deceived. Perhaps Brian Watson has obtained evidence, or perhaps this claim is merely false information, and Ludovic Bagman was duped. Therefore, I decided to bring him back for your interrogation." "You have considered this carefully," Ragnok the goblin leader, Barna, spoke in a slow, measured tone as he looked down at the pleased Ragnok. "But have you considered the risks of your actions? For instance, what if this wizard has already sensed something amiss with Bagman, and his apparent subdual is merely an act?" Ragnok's expression faltered slightly as he intended to argue that he had ensured Brian Watson was rendered unconscious through magic. However, before he could speak, Barna continued, his voice resonating with authority. "Furthermore, there is ample evidence suggesting that Albus Dumbledore holds Brian Watson in high regard. If Dumbledore has been covertly protecting him all along, and now discovers his protégé in an unreasonable circumstance, how shall we face an enraged Dumbledore's wrath?" Ragnok's wrinkled face twitched non-stop as he lowered his head, his pointed ears drooping in a gesture of submission. Laddie seemed somewhat unconvinced, his eyes showing a flicker of doubt, but he obviously did not dare to openly contradict Barna, so he could only bury his resentment in his stomach, swallowing his pride for the sake of obedience. Seeing their silence, the ever-busy Barna lost interest in further admonition, his mind already turning to the myriad of other pressing matters that demanded his attention. He calmly said, his words carrying the weight of finality, "Take Brian Watson to a secure chamber, wake him up, interrogate him thoroughly, and then erase his memory before returning him." "As you command," Mr. Barna Ragnok's forehead nearly touched the ground as he respectfully replied. "Also," Ragnok as if suddenly recalling something, Barna, who was about to return to his desk, turned his head to silently gaze at Ragnok, speaking slowly to ensure every word was clearly heard. "In the future, I expect my orders to be executed with due regard. If there is a next time, you may find yourself missing more than just an arm." A chill swept through the enclosed room the moment Barna's voice fell. The group of goblins who specialized in carrying out unsightly deeds, fell as silent as crickets in winter, their bodies rigid with fear, and even the fluff on their heads trembled with barely suppressed terror. "Go on," then Barna had completely lost interest, his mind already consumed by the innumerable matters that demanded his attention. As the overseer of wealth beyond the imagination of even ancient, affluent pure-blood families like the Malfoys, he had too many responsibilities to handle daily. His willingness to spend precious time admonishing his subordinates stemmed solely from their foolish actions potentially involving Albus Dumbledore, a wizard whose power and influence could not be underestimated or ignored. "Mr. Barna, is it?" Just as Ragnok prepared to follow orders and lead his subordinates to find a secret chamber to interrogate Brian Watson, a polite yet unfamiliar voice, suddenly resonated throughout the room, shattering the tense silence. "Would you be willing to spare some time for a private conversation with me?" In an instant, the tense atmosphere within the chamber exploded. The aged and feeble Barna whirled around in astonishment. To his utter disbelief, the young wizard who had previously lain on the floor, surrounded by Ragnok's underlings, was no longer in his original position but had instead appeared behind Ragnok and the others. With his hands naturally folded before him and a gentle, disarming smile upon his lips, he calmly looked at him with a pair of faded purple eyes. "Kill him." Without wasting a second's thought, Barna issued his command in a solemn, unwavering voice. "Mr. Barna, please leave this to us." The events unfolding before their eyes had proven Barna's earlier words prophetic. The goblin warriors, their faces twisted in rage and fury, charged towards Brian with primal howls of bloodlust. Ragnok and Laddie shrieked furiously as they led the charge. Bang! Suddenly, a silver halo manifested around Brian's body, its luminous brilliance cutting through the dim lighting of the chamber. As soon as it appeared, this halo violently expanded, possessing an unseen power that seemed to repel every attack. Ragnok, Laddie, and the goblins charging behind them were struck by the halo's wave with the force of a hurricane, their tiny forms blasted away one by one, their bodies tumbling through the air like leaves caught in a tempest. Barna glanced only once at the scene unfolding before him, his aged eyes narrowing as he processed the implications of what he had just witnessed. Without hesitation, he immediately decided to leave this place. However, just as he was about to snap his fingers, the four walls of the top floor chamber suddenly erupted in searing golden flames. These curtain-like raging fiend fire, a manifestation of pure, destructive magic, sealed the room completely shut, yet remarkably did not damage anything inside, as if held in check by an unseen force. Barna immediately realized that he might not be able to leave. Gazing at those destructive flames containing immense power, his aged face slightly paled as he suddenly became aware of something, a truth that chilled him to his very core. He turned to order Ragnok's subordinates to stop, but one goblin who had been tossed to the ceiling by the repelling aura sprang back into action the moment it landed, faithfully carrying out its duty to kill Brian Watson. However, swish! Brian raised his right hand, a wand inexplicably appearing in his palm as he gave it a slight flick. A stone spear materialized from thin air, its surface glinting with razor-sharp edges, and it pierced through the void with thunderous speed, a blur of motion that could scarcely be followed by the naked eye. The unlucky goblin had not even taken half a step before the spear, packing immense force, impaled it through the chest with a sickening crunch, sending it flying dozens of feet before pinning it to the ground in a grotesque display of violence, its life extinguished in an instant. 0377 Talks. The helpless goblin, pinned mercilessly to the ground by the cold spear, stared with wide, terror-filled eyes, its small body trembling uncontrollably as it found itself unable to believe it would meet its demise so easily, so unceremoniously. The primal, instinctual craving for life caused its frail form to twitch and spasm instinctively, but the steady trickle of fresh, crimson blood flowing relentlessly from its wound rapidly drained its vitality, its life force ebbing away with each passing second. In mere moments, the once vibrant light in its eyes, along with the palpable fear and unwillingness to surrender to death's cold embrace, faded away entirely, leaving behind a lifeless shell. For a single, brief moment, the noisy scene fell eerily silent, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Then, over 30 goblins, their faces twisted into pure rage, unleashed furious, screeching cries that pierced the air like daggers, charging at Brian from all sides with reckless abandon. The chaotic spells rained down upon him like a torrential downpour of droplets upon a still lake's surface, sending ripples across Brian's whirling magical barrier, which deflected the assault. The goblin leader, the elder Jerson Barna, whose name was even famous among the wizards, averted his aged, weary eyes from the unfolding spectacle of carnage. Instead, he gazed at the surging curtain of flames engulfing the walls, like a conjuring trick that did not hurt anything, with a slightly dazed, almost mesmerized expression upon his weathered features. The corner of Brian's eye twitched imperceptibly as he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the chaos unfolding around him with a brief, calculated glance. The next second, he raised his wand-wielding right hand, and a dull, seemingly inoffensive orb of light appeared at the wand's tip, pulsating faintly. The moment the orb was conjured, it burst forth with a blinding brilliance that scorched the eyes. From within the dazzling glow, an endless barrage of stone spears shot out with tremendous force. Blood rendered the once untouched carpet more vibrant. Amid the rise and fall of agonized wails, death itself screeched wildly, swinging its scythe in gruesome ecstasy over the extinguished lives. The once lavishly adorned room, a testament to the wealth and magnificence of the goblin nation, lay shattered in an instant. One unfortunate goblin was impaled against the wall by the sheer impact force of one of the stone spears, its body pinned like a gruesome trophy. The initially harmless flames, upon contact with the goblin's body, shed their guise of mildness like oil pouring onto a raging inferno. That goblin instantly became a human torch, its body engulfed in searing, all-consuming flames that licked at its flesh with voracious hunger. However, this goblin was rather tenacious. The Fyendir consumed the spear pinning it until, after falling from the wall, it charged at Brian with a shrill shriek, intent on taking the powerful wizard down with it. Unfortunately, its determination, its unwavering resolve, changed nothing, it could only leave behind charred footprints on the now crimson floor. In the end, this goblin collapsed 30 feet from Brian, leaving not even ash behind, its existence erased from the world as if it had never been. Barna's gaze followed the goblin, whose name he hadn't even remembered, and a subtle change, a flicker of emotion, crossed his aged face. "Can we talk now?" Brian lowered his wand, his calm expression radiating disdain and indifference, as if the slaughter that had just taken place was but a trivial matter, a mere inconvenience. In the blink of an eye, the battle-hardened goblin warriors lay nearly all dead or dying, their bodies scattered across the room like discarded ragdolls. Only Ragnok and Laddie, by virtue of their agility and swift reflexes honed through years of combat, had avoided the deadly barrage of stone spears that targeted their vitals. However, one was pinned by the shoulder, while the other had been impaled through the leg, both gasping feebly on the ground. Barna stared at the irregular, charred marks left on the carpet by the goblin consumed by the fiend fire. Hearing Brian's voice, his cloudy gaze suddenly turned fierce, and his knee-length beard trembled with rage. He glared at the young wizard standing amidst the corpses of his kin, unruffled as if he had crushed mere ants beneath his boots, and his breathing was ragged, his chest heaving with the effort of containing his emotions. Wealth and power seemed to meet and clash in this moment, with power emerging victorious as wealth suffered utter defeat, its once formidable influence rendered impotent. Half a century ago, by the window of this very office. At last, the leader of the goblins' most prosperous clan, the president of Gringotts World Bank, Jerson Barna, spoke in a raspy yet dignified tone, his voice carrying the weight of decades of experience and authority. I witnessed Paris erupting in flames like these. Even from dozens of miles away, the all-consuming, destructive force contained within those flames filled me with utter despair. The old goblin closed his eyes, his frail body trembling slightly, as if that terror had transcended time and space to continue tormenting his very soul. Were it not for Master Flamel and Mr. Scamander, perhaps all that would remain of present-day Paris is a scorched wasteland. Half a century ago. Brian's expression finally lost its coldness, revealing a slightly mocking smile. I am not Gellert Grindelwald, Mr. Barna. Brian resumed his steps, striding past Jerson Barna at a leisurely pace, as if he were taking a stroll through a peaceful garden rather than a room littered with the bodies of the fallen. As he walked, the curtain of flames lining the walls swiftly descended, their fury dwindling at his command. By the time Brian reached the floor-to-ceiling window, the air had lost its sense of impending doom. Deep into the night, Paris remained brightly lit, its streets and avenues aglow with the vibrant, pulsing neon lights that served as a beacon to the Muggle world. These radiant hues filtered through the magical barrier, reflecting upon Brian's cheeks, dispelling the bloodlust that had once burned in his eyes. There will be no massacre in Paris tonight. Paris may be spared, but who knows what would happen within this building. In the eyes of goblins, everything has a price. Barna understood Brian's implication. With a slight sigh, he calmly stated. If I wish to quell the anger in your heart, how many galleons would I need to pay? Such an interesting goblin. Unconsciously, a hint of a smile appeared on Brian's lips. That depends on the purpose behind such a foolish thing you've done, Mr. Barna. Brian turned toward the desk, a casual flick of his wand summoning a high-backed armchair behind him, into which he settled with grace. Mr. Barna, neither of us wishes to be the instigator reigniting the war between wizards and goblins. However, I can assure you, I do not fear provoking such conflict. Whether this disastrous outcome occurs will depend on your willingness to disclose, truthfully, the nature of your dealings with Ludo Bagman. You know about that. As long as one was willing to talk, reconciliation was possible. Barna exhaled slightly, his shoulders sagging with relief, as he dragged his blood-stained robes across the floor, making his way back to his seat to meet Brian's calm, unruffled gaze head-on. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that allowed him to sense the young wizard's immense self-confidence, a confidence backed by formidable power. Albus Dumbledore found a worthy successor. The word slipped from Barna's lips, laced with a mixture of resignation and begrudging respect. Regardless of the era, the wizarding world has always had extraordinary inheritors who led their kind's relentless march forward since ancient times, carrying the torch of knowledge and power through the ages. In contrast, his own kind, apart from their ever-increasing wealth, had lost many precious qualities and talents, wisdom, strength, ambition that had once defined their noble race. Pondering this, Jerson Barna's aged frame stooped further. I do not particularly like your rhetoric, Mr. Barna. Brian's voice cut through the melancholic haze that had momentarily enveloped the goblin leader. Brian intertwined his fingers, resting his chin upon them as he spoke calmly, his piercing gaze never wavering, but no matter. I'm more curious about the dealings between you and Ludo Bagman, as well as Cuthbert Mockridge, who are presently enjoying themselves at the casino several floors below. Barna handed Brian a glass containing a clear, pale green liquid. Brian took a light sniff, and a refreshing fruity aroma mingled with the rich, mellow taste, making him look momentarily intoxicated. As the liquid went through his lips, the tangy flavor lingering between his lips and teeth reminded Brian faintly white wine. One afternoon 8 months ago, while I was handling some matters related to the Egyptian branch of Gringotts in this very office, Cuthbert Mockridge suddenly appeared without any notice, insisting on an urgent meeting. We have a significant amount of business dealings in the United Kingdom, and Mockridge, within the British Ministry of Magic, is specifically responsible for liaising with us on such matters. Many transactions and financial arrangements must go through him for approval by the ministry's senior officials. While we have met numerous times in an official settings to discuss our affairs, we do not share a personal acquaintance beyond that. Barna glanced at the pale, distinctive eyes of Brian Watson, which were glinting slightly with attention, before continuing his explanation. Wizards dislike aliens. You consider befriending goblins a disgrace, especially for someone like Mockridge, who holds a high position of authority in the ministry, despite his role in overseeing our affairs. The old goblin's weathered face contorted into a self-deprecating smile. But that day, Mockridge was exceptionally cordial, and I immediately knew he wanted something from me, some favor or arrangement that would benefit him greatly. At this point, Barna hesitated. He knew that if the following events came to light, Cuthbert Mockridge and Ludo Bagman would likely be utterly ruined, their most probable fate being a lifelong sentence in that dreadful wizarding prison of Azkaban. Consequently, many goblin businesses and financial interests in Britain would also face severe disruptions and setbacks. However, if he remained silent, Barna knew that Brian Watson, who had recently become famous but whose true power and capabilities were still not fully seen by the world, would not let this matter rest. Lies and deception could not fool a wizard of such immense magical prowess. Cuthbert Mockridge introduced me to someone, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the British Ministry of Magic, the famous Ludovic Bagman. In fact, Mockridge had been roped into this entire affair by Ludo Bagman himself. 0378 Root of the matter. Ludovic Bagman, the wizard with a not-so-good reputation, was not someone I would ordinarily choose to associate with, but the circumstances left me with no viable alternative. When a high-ranking official from the British Ministry of Magic, no less the head of a prominent department, extends a meeting request through the Goblin Liaison Office, one cannot simply refuse, despite the gnawing uneasiness that such an encounter might cause us trouble, Barna said with a weary sigh. Ludovic Bagman brought me inside information that the Department of Magical Games and Sports and the Department of International Magical Cooperation intend to join forces to revive the Triwizard Tournament. Not only does this have the Ministry's support, but Albus Dumbledore is also willing to back it. Brian's gaze flickered slightly. Last year, after he returned to Hogwarts, there had been a Dementor riot when the Ministry stationed them at Hogwarts to capture Sirius. At that time, he had detained all the Dementors. When Cornelius Fudge came to negotiate with him, he had mentioned in passing that the Ministry was promoting a major event. It seemed the Triwizard Tournament was already being planned then. With the British Ministry and Dumbledore both pushing for it, the likelihood of the Triwizard Tournament happening was high. Ludovic Bagman also took the opportunity to make his own request. Wizards familiar with the tournament rules know the host school will be elected by the International Confederation of Wizards. Before that, no one knows which school will host it, but Bagman insisted he could get inside information. He wanted us to open a betting pool on the eventual host. This time, it was Brian's turn to sigh. You agreed to this? It is, without a shadow of a doubt, an unparalleled opportunity to make money, is it not, Mr. Watson? Barna responded, his lips curling into the cunning smile that goblins were known for. While it is undeniable that goblins are indeed rich, our vast wealth was not amassed overnight. Over the course of centuries, we have meticulously accumulated our fortune, seizing opportunities with keen eyes and unwavering determination, one nut at a time, steadily expanding our coffers to their current magnitude. When it came to an insatiable obsession with accumulating wealth, goblins were indeed far greedier than wizards. So that was the root of this matter, Brian thought, drumming his fingers on the table before saying after brief contemplation, which sides did Bagman and Mockridge bet on, Bose Batons or Durmstrang? And how much did they wager? Neither, Mr. Watson, Barna chuckled. Mr. Bagman staked a staggering 20,000 galleons, while Mr. Mockridge approximately the same amount. According to reports from our Gringotts branch in Britain, these wagers likely represent the entirety of their respective fortunes. Ah, their bets were placed on Hogwarts. That was most people's choice too on the surface, with the British Ministry and the Dumbledore supporting for it, Hogwarts seemed the most likely to succeed. Consequently, the odds on Hogwarts were considerably lower than those offered for Bose Batons or Durmstrang. Brian's thoughts raced as a slight chill crossed his lips. Until word spread that I would be replacing Dumbledore as Hogwarts's representative. Your perceptiveness is truly remarkable, Mr. Watson, Barna nodded approvingly, his admiration evident. Prior to your arrival in Paris, Dumbledore's decision to appoint you as Hogwarts's representative had circulated only within a highly exclusive circle. The vast majority remained oblivious to this development, and thus, their optimism regarding Hogwarts's prospects remained undiminished. However, Bagman and Mockridge harbored the belief that the fierce competition for the hosting rights had exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. Fearing that a failure would tarnish his reputation, he decided to dispatch you as a sacrificial pawn, enabling him to deflect any potential blame. Brian's cheek twitched slightly. The old saying was true, ignorance is truly bliss for the fools. Ludo Bagman and Cuthbert Mockridge have staked their entire fortunes on this wager. Not a single galleon can be found in their vaults now. One can only imagine their fate if they bet wrong. So, upon hearing this news, they immediately came to me, hoping to retrieve their invested galleons and switch their bet to Bose Batons, which seemed more likely than Hogwarts to host now. Of course, that was impossible, and I refused their request. Barna's words tumbled forth with rapid-fire intensity, in a desperate attempt to hedge their risks. Bagman and Mockridge resorted to leveraging their personal names as collateral, securing a loan of 50,000 galleons from us, which they then proceeded to wager this entire sum on Beauxbaton's hat. Wizards' greed is no less than that of us goblins, Mr. Watson. Humph, Brian grunted coldly, his face turning frosty. Don't confuse the issue, Mr. Barna. Given your status, you wouldn't risk stealing Hogwarts' security plans just for a few thousand galleons or because of requests from Bagman and Mockridge. And you certainly wouldn't act twice in a row. You were willing to do this because you believed Bagman's judgment and feared losses to your own interests. Barna twitched his mustache, his mouth opening as if to utter a retort, but ultimately, he remained silent, his words left unspoken. Cunningly, he had hoped to redirect Brian Watson's anger toward Bagman and Mockridge with his words, but he clearly underestimated how seasoned Brian was to see through his ploy so easily. Jerson Barna was not confident that Brian Watson wouldn't kill him. If this matter were to come to light, the British Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow to its reputation, a humiliation of monumental proportions. But it was precisely because of the grave nature of this that the enraged ministry would definitely grab the goblins by the scruff of their necks, tearing a chunk of flesh from their hides. The ministry wouldn't let it go easily. History had borne witness to the fact that wizards always banded together against other races when their interests were threatened. Moreover, if Brian Watson chose to slaughter them all tonight, Barna believed this incident could very likely become an unsolved case given the power this wizard had just demonstrated. Neither wizards nor goblins would be able to find the culprit. How large is the current betting pool? Brian asked coldly, eyeing the now silent goblin. Over 2 million galleons, Barna hesitated before answering truthfully. His answer made Brian pinch the bridge of his nose, his expression darkening. While Brian was not surprised people would seek to profit from wagering on such a significant matter, but he never expected it was Bagman who instigated it at the start, let alone that there would be so many betting enthusiasts. If he chose to expose this huge betting pool to the world, it might not incite widespread turmoil throughout the European wizarding world, but there was no denying that he would earn the resentment and ill will of countless individuals. In this moment, those possessing the means to participate or possess knowledge of the Tri-Wizard tournament were either high-ranking wizards or individuals of immense wealth and influence. Earning the resentment of this group would make it difficult for Brian to walk freely in the wizarding world during peacetime, and even Dumbledore wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As these sobering thoughts united in his mind, Brian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Dumbledore's intelligence network was formidable. This betting pool, instigated by Bagman and fueled by the goblins, may have already reached his ears. Perhaps Dumbledore also wanted to push him out because he didn't want to help the evildoers. But dwelling on this was pointless now. The important thing was how to handle the situation. Brian had no intention of creating a massacre here, but since he had exposed this huge gamble, if the goblins didn't back down, he would overturn the table. Most importantly, he needed to deal with Bagman and Mockridge. Send them to Azkaban. It was no trivial matter to imprison a high-ranking ministry department head and a prominent director within the infamous wizarding prison. Such a decision would require an official trial before the Wisengamot court. Doing so would make this matter public knowledge, likely causing the upcoming Tri-Wizard tournament to be cancelled. Not to mention the political ramifications within the ministry and the tangled web of nepotism. Brian drummed the table, pondering how best to resolve this. Meanwhile, the old goblin Barna was watching closely, trying to discern Brian's thoughts. Without a doubt, Mr. Watson, we have committed a grave sin. We violated the interests of Hogwarts and yours, Barna said cautiously. We are willing to compensate for this. How many galleons do you think would be enough to quell the fury of yours and Hogwarts? 0379 The list. Without a doubt, Mr. Watson, we have committed a grave sin. We violated the interests of Hogwarts and yours, Barna said cautiously. We are willing to compensate for this. How many galleons do you think would be enough to quell the fury of yours and Hogwarts? Who do you think I am, a robber? Brian's stern words left Jerson Barna speechless. For a wizard like Brian, as long as he loosened his principles, countless people would try to stuff shiny golden galleons into his pockets. However, some benefits could be pursued for oneself, while taking some money would only put oneself in an extremely unfavorable position. The goblin's money was not so easy to take. If he accepted the goblin's favor tonight, the distance to his downfall would not be far. The magic power in the natural environment became as heavy as lead with the fluctuations of Brian's mood. Although he did not intentionally release an intimidating aura, the pressure like raging waves still made the aging Jerson Barna feel suffocated. Barna remained expressionless, but in his heart, he pondered how to seize a little leverage in front of Brian. As he was racking his brains, suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed into his mind, slightly smoothing the layers of wrinkles on the old goblin's face. Your noble character is admirable, Mr. Watson. Barna slightly nodded towards Brian. Although all of this was caused by Ludo Bagman's greed, it is undeniable that we have also harmed yours and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's precious interests. We should make amends. Since you are unwilling to accept galleons, I can only change the approach. Brian put aside his thoughts for the time being and asked with interest, "What do you intend to do?" "You will definitely be satisfied," Barna smiled calmly. He stood up, walked around the chair to the wall engraved with bas-reliefs behind him, and scratched a few times with his sharp nails on the intertwining patterns. Immediately, the wall surface rippled slightly, and a dragon hide case floated out from the softened, glowing wall. "This box contains a list." Mr. Watson the old goblin held the case and placed it on the table. With a crook of his finger, the dragon hide case gently slid in front of Brian. Meeting Brian's inquiring gaze, Barna smiled mysteriously. "This is the comprehensive list of all the wizards involved in this gambling operation, as well as the precise amounts they have wagered. Surely, this will be of help to you." Brian did show some interest. He tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, and the case silently opened, a thick black-covered notebook floating in front of Brian. As the pages slowly turned, the names of several famous wizards he met in party were reflected in Brian's mind. "Page 20, third line," Mr. Watson the old goblin kindly reminded him. With a sudden gust of wind, the pages rustled rapidly, and Brian's gaze fell upon the third line of the 20th page. "Yoshabali Dregern, Dumstrang, 8,000 galleons." Brian's eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyelashes fluttered. "Who is this Yoshabali?" "She is Mr. Vipper Dregern's wife, Mr. Watson." No matter how cunningly the goblins attempted to mask their true natures, their smiles always carried an undercurrent of sly calculation. Barna noticed the fleeting joy in Brian's eyes, so his voice became much more cheerful. "Mrs. Yoshabali and Mr. Vipper Dregern met during the catastrophe that swept across Europe half a century ago. In the war waged against that most terrible of Dark Lords, Gellert Grindelwald, they fell in love while fighting together. After the war ended, they got married and spent half their lives together." Barna neatly refilled Brian's cup with a rich, ruby-hued wine, and continued at a leisurely pace. "Mrs. Yoshabali is of German descent, and her alma mater is the prestigious Dumstrang Institute. So, upon learning that the Tri-Wizard tournament would once again be held, and that Dumstrang was among those vying to host it, she would naturally lend her unwavering support to her beloved alma mater. This was like being handed a knife as soon as one wanted to kill." Brian had already determined to clear the obstacles for Hogwarts to become the host of the Tri-Wizard tournament. He had planned to go out tomorrow to find some dirt on Vipper Dregern, but unexpectedly, he had already gained something significant from the goblins. Brian glanced at Jerson Barna with a half-smile, unable to deny that this old goblin was indeed a very clever fellow. Indeed, as Barna had wisely pointed out, it was entirely understandable for a witch or wizard to support their alma mater wholeheartedly. However, would the wider wizarding world view Yoshabali Dregern's actions through such a charitable lens? If word were to spread that the wife of an esteemed member of the International Wizarding Sports Event Judging Committee had placed substantial wagers supporting Dumstrang in a goblin-run gambling ring, the subsequent storm of scandal and rumor would be utterly devastating. Human nature, alas, harbored a dark and insidious core. The masses would undoubtedly assume that this entire fiasco had been orchestrated by none other than Vipper Dregern himself. Although the binding magical contract strictly prohibited judges from accepting any form of bribery from the three competing schools, it did not stop them from exploiting their positions for personal gain. This was not an entirely baseless accusation. Brian found it difficult to believe that Vipper Dregern would be entirely oblivious to his wife's dishonest activities. This speculation was quite likely the truth. "Aren't you afraid of offending people?" Brian's lips curved into a slight smirk as he scrutinized Jerson Barna, taking care not to utter any names aloud, lest he inadvertently leave behind any evidence. "One must choose the lesser of two evils, Mr. Watson. This is the crucial skill that goblins must master to survive under the relentless oppression of wizard-kind." Jerson Barna smiled, knowing that the risky list he had provided had already played a crucial role, and he felt much more relieved. "Very good." Brian nodded in satisfaction. "I am quite pleased with your gift, Mr. Barna. As long as you do not secretly scheme against Hogwarts again, I will not pursue any further action regarding your exploitation of the tournament for gambling operations." As his words hung in the air, Brian rose to his feet and turned to survey the scene behind him. The group of goblins who had escorted him to this chamber now lay slaughtered, their lifeless bodies scattered, leaving only Ragnok and Laddie barely clinging to life, their pale complexions due to the excessive blood loss. With a light wave of his wand, the stone spears pinning the two goblins immediately crumbled into fine sand. Before the gaping wounds could unleash fresh torrents of blood, two emerald orbs of light burst forth from the tip of Brian's wand, streaking across the distance in instants to seal the gaping wounds. The healing energies contained within these luminous spheres also restored some much-needed color to the ashen cheeks of the grievously injured pair. "Thank you for your generosity." Jerson Barna rose as well, offering a slight bow of gratitude towards Brian. After a momentary hesitation, he softly asked, "We will not interfere with this tournament any further, but Mr. Watson, what of Ludo Bagman and Cuthbert Mockridge?" During his previous contemplation, Brian had already made up his mind. He bluntly said, "There is no need for you to intervene in this matter. I will handle it myself." Pausing briefly to allow his words to sink in, Brian continued. You can retrieve the galleons you lent to those two from the betting pool and settle the accounts yourselves. Now, you also need to hand over the betting money they placed on Hogwarts. I will have a talk with them and properly resolve this issue. Additionally, I do not wish to hear any rumors or whispers about this matter in the outside world, of course, including everything that happened here tonight. I do not want anyone to know of these events. Had this occurred during his wandering years, Brian would have forced this aged goblin to enter into a binding magical contract first. However, times had changed, and he was confident in his ability to ensure the goblin's silence. For tonight, Brian did not intend to immediately confront Ludo Bagman and Cuthbert Mockridge. Those two were no longer capable of hindering this matter, so it would be prudent to settle accounts after the judging results were finalized. He also had no plans to inform Barty Crouch of these developments. Although Senior Barty had vehemently demanded to beat and kill the instigators this very morning, it was hard to say what choices politicians who sniffed out greater interests would make if they truly knew the truth. Mr. Watson, as Barna observed Brian carefully packing away the list he had provided and straightening his slightly disheveled collar, preparing to take his leave, the aged goblin suddenly spoke up, his words halting Brian's departure. Faced with Brian's weighty gaze, Jerson Barna hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately, he exhaled heavily and unexpectedly asked. Mr. Watson, I want to ask, can we the goblins become your friends? 0380 visit. 2 hours later, Brian returned to the damaged hotel room. He slowly made his way back to the lounge chair, staring at the increasingly deeper starlight of the late-night sky as his thoughts quietly churned in his mind. Some of the events that occurred tonight were indeed quite unexpected, but as for the outcome, it wasn't too bad. In particular, the final request made by the old goblin named Jerson Barna could be considered Brian's biggest gain from the trip to Paris. In recent years, Brian had been active in the underground world, and the connections he had established were with those who lurked in the shadows. However, after being invited back to Hogwarts, a series of incidents gradually pushed him into the public eye. And amongst the elite echelons of high society, he was also gradually building another network of relationships. This was actually a matter of time. In the bright world, weaker individuals instinctively seek protection from the strong, and as Brian's power was gradually exposed to people, those seeking his friendship would only increase, just like Jerson Barna today. Jerson Barna's defection was quite valuable to Brian, meaning he had created a certain influence within another vast population of sentient beings with great potential besides wizards. Power brings influence, and in some situations, influence also means authority. In the second half of this year, Harry would be entering his 4th year. Brian couldn't remember exactly when Tom Riddle had returned to the wizarding world, reigniting a new round of war, but he could imagine it would be at most 2 or 3 years from now. At that critical juncture, how should he position himself? How would Albus Dumbledore respond to these rapidly unfolding events? What measures would the Ministry of Magic take? And what methods would Voldemort employ to regain his former might? Brian had meticulously mapped out the potential reactions of each faction in his mind. For Brian, the biggest problem wasn't Voldemort, but Albus Dumbledore. The two men shared the same goal, but the contrasts in their personalities and ideas destined a rift between them. And once war was imminent, if internal conflicts arose, it would undoubtedly be fatal. One side had to concede. In Brian's view, Dumbledore's biggest problem was being soft-hearted. He always tried to control losses to the minimum extent and avoid implicating or harming more people. But Brian's view was that in the brutal carnage of war, there could be no true innocence. As the saying goes, one too compassionate cannot command troops. Once the war broke out, he would not allow anyone to play both sides. Whether friend or foe had to be made clear, there could be no ambiguity. Afterwards, he would arrange all available forces to overwhelm the opposition, advancing in a relentless, step-by-step campaign to steadily shrink the enemy's living space and, conveniently, uproot some of the deep-seated cancers afflicting the wizarding world along the way. But to reach that critical juncture, he first needed to amass even greater influence. The violet irises reflected the fleeting, dazzling trail of a shooting star streaking across the inky canvas of the night sky. Brian clenched his fist upon the armrest, then slowly relaxed it once more. He still had to choose the timing to make a proper debut before everyone. As for the Ministry of Magic, he would also need to cultivate considerable influence within its ranks. And this was precisely why Brian had not immediately dragged Ludo Bagman and Cuthbert Mockridge out and thrown them at the feet of Barty Crouch. The ministry led by Fudge was utterly incapable of contending with the overwhelming flood that would inevitably follow in Voldemort's return to power. Cornelius Fudge's resignation was almost a certainty, and Brian's current plan centered upon pushing Amelia Bones into the position of Minister for Magic in the aftermath of Fudge's removal. This woman possessed a certain degree of decisiveness and courage, coupled with a simmering dissatisfaction with the stagnant situation in the wizarding world and her yearning for substantive change, unlike Barty Crouch, whose sole concern was the preservation of his own power and authority. Ludo Bagman was not a wizard capable of shouldering major responsibilities. His ascension to the ranks of head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports within the Ministry was more of a consequence of the power vacuum created by Voldemort's devastating impact upon the wizarding world over the past decade, a circumstance that had allowed this former Quidditch player to slip through the cracks. Yet, it remained an undeniable truth that Ludo had a certain degree of popularity among the common folks. In other words, he had a bit of influence within the British wizarding world, rendering him somewhat useful, if only in a limited capacity. As for Cuthbert Mockridge, Brian knew very little about the man. But judging by his old age, his retirement from his current ministerial position would be happening in just a year or two away at most. He had no great reputation to speak of. But since Brian now held leverage over him, and was urgently seeking to expand his influence within the ministry, a peculiar light flickered in Brian's eyes. Regarding Cuthbert Mockridge, he had already formulated a decisive plan of action. Early morning, on the outskirts of Paris. Above a winding, twisting tributary of the Seine River, a chilly mist hovered, constantly shifting shapes with the light breeze. On the northern side of the river sprawled a vast expanse of meticulously cultivated rice paddies, where a few magically driven machines tilled the fertile fields. Half a mile to the south of the river's bank stood a sparse white birch forest, on the edge of which towered a 5-story wooden dwelling with a vibrant red roof and snow-white walls. At that moment, plumes of smoke billowed from the chimney, filling the crisp morning air with a rich, smoky aroma. In the expansive clearing before the house, a thick layer of fallen leaves blanketed the ground. A handful of children, appearing no more than 7 or 8 years of age, played upon the stone path leading from the house to the river bank. A mischievous red-haired boy broke away from his siblings, giving chase to a small gnome and gradually making his way toward the river bank. A tiny fish, leaping from the clear, gently flowing stream, suddenly captured the boy's attention. Abandoning the gnome burrowing into the mud, he swiftly stripped off his shoes and socks, rolled up the legs of his trousers, and carefully stepped onto the cobblestones lining the riverbank before wading into the water itself. The icy chill of the morning stream caused the boy to grimace, but the sight of the fish swaying gracefully in the crystalline depths soon diverted his focus once more. He bent down, cupping his hands together, eagerly following the fish's movements and occasionally letting out joyful peals of laughter that reverberated across the tranquil scene. Danger, however, often arrives unexpectedly. The boy playing in the water was unaware that he was gradually stepping toward the center of the stream. At that moment, the children playing in the clearing finally noticed they were missing a companion. Glancing around, a sharp-eyed little girl spotted the boy heading into danger in the stream. "What are you doing, Ludwig?" The little girl let out a startled cry, immediately catching the attention of the two younger boys. In an instant, the trio of children dashed toward the riverbank in a state of escalating panic. "Get out quickly, Ludwig!" The girl panted heavily as she reached the water's edge. "The water in the center is deep, you'll drown." Splash! A few glistening droplets scattered in the air. Feeling the life pulsing in his cupped palms, Ludwig laughed merrily, utterly oblivious to the potential danger. "It's no big deal, Camilla. Look what I caught. Oh, why don't you all come down too? We can make a pot of fish stew for ourselves." Ludwig grinned, straightening up and about to turn and call Camilla and the others down. But suddenly, an irresistible dizziness overcame him, his vision blurring. Amid a piercing scream of panic, Ludwig vaguely realized the world was tilting before his eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly whipped across the gently flowing stream. On the riverbank, the few shrieking children felt a fleeting shadow flash before their eyes. Immediately thereafter, a young man with striking grey hair and piercing purple irises appeared beside them, Ludwig tucked securely under his arm after his near plunge into the water's depths. "No need to worry, little ones, everything is all right now. The grey-haired young man's friendly smile seemed to exude a calming effect. Camilla glanced at Ludwig, who still appeared dazed, swallowed hard, and found that the overwhelming sense of panic had dissipated. "Who are you, sir? How did you appear here?" the little girl asked in a childish, curious voice. "I mean, this is the Dragon family's private property, protected by magic all around. Uninvited people can't enter, unless..." Camilla blinked her eyes inquisitively. "Are you Grandpa's guest?" The grey-haired man smiled faintly. He was about to set down the mischievous little boy tucked under his arm, but then a booming sound came from behind the children, and a somewhat flustered elderly figure materialized in the air with an audible crack. "What's going on, Camilla? I heard you're..." The words trailed off abruptly. In casual clothes, Vipper Dragon's rigid expression softened momentarily as he glanced at his grandson held securely under the man's arm. But in the next instant, his rasping voice carried an intense bloodlust. "What do you think you're doing, Brian Watson?" 0381 Friendship. Within the spacious lunchroom of the picturesque riverside cottage, Brian was seated comfortably beside the rustic dining table, his eyes intently focused on reading that day's edition of the Gargoyle's Roar, a newspaper that wielded an influence in France comparable to that of the Daily Prophet in Britain. Brian remembered that during the previous press conference held at the Ministry of Magic regarding the Greyback incident, one of the female reporters who had asked questions belonged to this newspaper. Among the recent hot topics in Paris, the Tri-Wizard tournament undoubtedly topped the list. However, this matter was still under wraps. Although it was no longer a secret among high society, the masses of the European wizarding world remained oblivious to it. The newspaper carried some trivial news items. After skimming through it, Brian casually tossed the paper onto the table and looked out the restaurant window with an amused smile on his face. Several children who were peeping through the window immediately shrank their heads. In that precise moment, Vipper Dregern, with a sullen and frosty face, entered the lunchroom, clutching a plate with steaming, freshly baked bread slices and a silver pitcher brimming with hot milk. He placed the tray before Brian with a distinct air of reluctance. "I don't have much to offer you, Watson." Although quite old in age, Vipper Dregern's temper was still as fiery as ever. He wore a frosty expression. If Brian Watson hadn't coincidentally saved his grandson moments ago, Brian would never have been allowed into this place. But there was nothing to be grateful for either, as Ludwig would not have been in any real danger of his life even without him, he thought so. Moreover, Brian Watson had trespassed onto his property without permission. "It's all right, Mr. Dregern. I'm not picky," Brian replied, his tone one of casual nonchalance, not reacting to the tension that permeated the air. Vipper Dregern's attitude was already much better than what he had expected. In fact, Brian had barged in with the intention of first engaging with Vipper Dregern in a scuffle before properly communicating. It was just that the wonderful coincidence just now saved this situation that was very likely to happen. According to the rules, Vipper began, his piercing gaze fixing upon Brian, who was leisurely savoring his breakfast, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was an unwelcome guest. Yet, it was this very composure that compelled Vipper to reluctantly acknowledge that Brian Watson was no ordinary wizard. Considering the young man's age, the term exceptional seemed a gross understatement. Dumbledore's vision and discernment remained as impeccable as ever. At the previous party, misled by that cunning fellow Karkaroff and his own desire to embarrass Hogwarts and Dumbledore, he had rashly confronted Brian Watson without conducting a proper investigation, a decision that he now recognized as utterly foolish. However, as he recalled the humiliation he had suffered, his fleeting regret was swiftly drowned by a resurgent wave of anger towards Brian. His fist clenched tightly beneath the table's surface, his knuckles widening with the intensity of his grip. "Before the review committee convenes, Watson, I should not have any private contacts with the representatives of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, or with officials from the 3 ministries of magic." "So?" Vipper paused, drawing a deep, steadying breath as his previously suppressed rage burst forth in a torrent of scolding words uttered in a raised voice. "After you finish eating, please leave my house immediately, Watson. I won't report the trespassing to the Ministry of Magic. Let's just pretend we never met today. It seems." Facing the coldly indifferent Vipper Dregern, Brian calmly retrieved a napkin and dabbed at the corners of his mouth with practiced refinement. Then, leaning back in his chair with unhurried motion, he smiled faintly. "You're quite familiar with the selection rules, aren't you, Mr. Dregern?" Vipper Dregern narrowed his eyes, not understanding what tricks Brian was playing. Before the party, the two did not know each other at all, and there was no friendship to reminisce about. Brian, too, was keenly aware that his presence was not only unwanted but utterly unwelcome, and thus he made no attempt to conceal his intentions. Under Vipper's wary, scrutinizing gaze, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a spatial bag, tossing it onto the dining table. The instant the bag made contact with the table's surface, it emitted a melodious series of pleasant tinkling sounds, the unmistakable chime of coins colliding. No further explanation was required. Vipper instantly knew what was inside. "What's the meaning of this?" The previously cautious gaze morphed into a disdainful glare as the old man sneered, the corners of his mouth twisting in a contemptuous sneer. "Have you lost your mind, Watson? Trying to bribe me with galleons? You should know that as a member of the review committee, we are strictly bound by magical contracts. We cannot accept any favors from the 3 parties. Take your money and leave my house, or I'll expose today's incident and let you taste the humiliation of a tarnished reputation." "Perhaps you misunderstood, Mr. Dregern," Brian said, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Bribery? How could I do such a stupid thing?" Without pausing to allow Vipper an opportunity to respond, Brian continued, "This is not a bribe, Mr. Dregern. My purpose in coming here is to return what rightfully belongs to you. 8,000 galleons. This is the amount your wife, Mrs. Yoshabali, inadvertently left behind at the Gringotts headquarters while conducting business there." As Brian spoke, Vipper Dregern's expression underwent a rapid succession of transformations. He stared at the bag of coins resting innocently upon the table, his dry lips quivering, rendered utterly speechless, unable to formulate a clear response. When at last he tore his gaze away and met Brian's steady, unwavering stare, his eyes showed a hint of fear. "This is not mine," Vipper blurted out, the words tumbling from his lips in haste, but he abruptly clamped his mouth shut, the sentence remaining unfinished. It was a certainty that Brian Watson had close ties with goblins, otherwise, he could never have retrieved these 8,000 galleons from the greedy claws of those creatures. From Brian's expression, he probably thought that he wanted to make a fortune by taking advantage of his status, but that was not the case. After the Federation decided to select a committee from among its members to review the comprehensive safety proposals submitted by the 3 rival schools and ultimately choose the host venue for the prestigious Triwizard Tournament, Igor Karkaroff, that cunning and duplicitous the headmaster of Dumstrang, saw an opportunity and approached Yoshibali. That cunning fellow did not make any requests to Yoshibali. He just reminisced about their school days with her and pretended to casually mention that the goblins had already set up a betting pool, with Dumstrang currently having the most favorable odds of emerging victorious. As partners of several decades, Karkaroff knew that Yoshibali would be really tempted by the alluring prospect of not only amassing a substantial fortune in galleons but also the chance to contribute to the glory and success of her beloved alma mater. Vipper, while aware of the inherent risks involved in such an endeavor, had nevertheless been swayed by the opportunity to strike a blow against Dumbledore and Hogwarts, and thus he had been happy to see it happen. Now, however, with Brian leveraging this incident as a means to exert leverage and threaten him, Vipper found himself without any plausible explanation or justification to offer. Both parties were smart people, and knew the consequences of this matter being exposed. "What exactly do you want, Watson?" Vipper's voice emerged as a hoarse, rasping whisper, devoid of its previously blustering harshness. Just a day had passed, and the embarrassment he faced at the party had already become widely known. If this incident were to be exposed as well, forget about vying for the chairmanship after Dumbledore's retirement. Even his current position might not be secure. He could not, would not, abandon either his hard-won status or his beloved wife, Yoshibali, to the ravages of disgrace and ruin. "I have nothing else to ask for, Mr. Drigern," Brian said with a faint smile as he stood up. "I just hope that in the matter of selecting the Triwizard Tournament host, you will make a fair and impartial judgment." Unlike his interactions with the goblins of Gringotts, Brian had no expectation or desire of befriending Vipper Drigern. Having achieved his objective, he had no desire to linger further. Barty could return at any moment, and he needed to hurry back to the hotel before then. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Drigern," Brian said as his palm touched the cold metallic surface of the doorknob. Suddenly remembering something, Brian stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw Vipper Drigern sitting motionless on the chair, looking directly at him with a cold stare. Brian blinked slowly, pondered for a moment, and then smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so hostile towards me, Mr. Drigern. Perhaps someday in the future, we could become friends." 03822 months. Brian stayed in Paris for 2 months. 2 months earlier, after paying a visit to Vipper Drigern, Hogwarts smoothly passed the review and was officially selected as the host of the Triwizard Tournament. This was actually an expected outcome, as Hogwarts had unparalleled advantages over the other 2 schools. Although the competition was intense, victory was anticipated if it weren't for someone secretly causing trouble behind the scenes. In organizing an event of such grand scale and international significance, there were still many things to be finalized. For instance, determining the precise number of champion candidates, planning living and studying arrangements for the visiting students and professors from Bosbatons and Dumstrang during their stay at Hogwarts, finalizing the specific dates for the tournament's start, and, most crucially, deciding upon the specific competitive events. However, Brian had no authority to participate in discussions about this latter part. As Hogwarts's representative, the tournament events had to remain confidential from the champions until officially launched to prevent leaks. Hence, no personnel from any of the 3 schools was allowed to inquire about it. Despite this limitation, Brian found himself immersed in a whirlwind of activity, attending countless meetings that consumed nearly every hour of his days. It was during these gatherings that he bore witness to the remarkable efficiency with which these dedicated individuals worked. As the slightest trifles could ignite unending quarrels, with tempers flaring and voices raised in heated debates. Igor Karkaroff even stretched his neck and yelled at the committee over such trivial matters of whether the number of champion candidates should be 11 or 12. Equally tough was Madame Maxime, who, in stark contrast to her usual graceful demeanor, meticulously scrutinized every possible aspect, nitpicking at the slightest apparent fault or oversight. Brian knew that the 2 schools were resentful of being defeated in the competition to host the Triwizard Tournament, so he tried to be as accommodating as possible. Fortunately, the young Fleur Delacour, from Bosbatons, was compelled to return to her alma mater once the review process concluded, otherwise Brian might have had more problems to worry about. However, judging from the sullen expression on the girl's face when she bid farewell, she seemed to have developed a grudge against him. Apart from the numerous matters related to the Triwizard Tournament, Brian also dealt with some other troubles during those 2 months. Among these were the troublesome affairs involving Cuthbert Mockridge and the infamous Ludo Bagman. After the review results were finalized, he had separate talks with these 2 fellows. The outcome was that after concluding his journey and returning to England, Mockridge promptly submitted an early retirement application to Cornelius Fudge, strongly recommending that Dirk Cresswell, the deputy head of the Goblin Liaison Office, to succeed him. As for Ludo Bagman, he took leave from Barty Crouch Sr., citing health issues, then slunk back to England, never interfering with the Triwizard Tournament again. At Hogwarts, however, things were relatively calm, except for a minor incident involving Sirius. In the second week of May, the annual Hogwarts Quidditch Finals finally began amid great anticipation. In this fateful Gryffindor vs Slytherin match, with no external interference, Gryffindor finally emerged victorious, ending Slytherin's streak of consecutive championship wins. For the first time in 7 years, the Quidditch Cup was relocated from the office of Professor Snape to that of Professor McGonagall. However, the joy of victory was swiftly overshadowed by a brewing storm of controversy. The Slytherins were indignant at the outcome and believed that Harry Potter had cost them the championship. So, that very night, a group of Slytherin students pretended to be Dementors to scare Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who came back from celebrating with Hagrid, but they were caught red-handed by Sirius, who was returning from the staff bathroom. In a fit of rage, Sirius dragged those students to Dumbledore's office, demanding their expulsion. Dumbledore, of course, refused his request. Consequently, Sirius emptied the Slytherin hourglass over the incident. Professor Snape was no pushover. Once he became aware of the situation, he immediately confronted Sirius. Inevitably, another battle erupted at Hogwarts, this time even affecting the students. The school found itself overwhelmed by a flood of complaints from the aggrieved parents of the injured students, their outrage mingling with a torrent of inquiries from the Ministry of Magic, crashing upon Hogwarts like a relentless tidal wave. Faced with this storm of controversy, Sirius, who was originally acting as the substitute professor, resigned and left Hogwarts to give an explanation to these people and spent the following month in Hogsmeade. Dumbledore, Snape, and Sirius all sent him letters afterward, each uniquely explaining what had happened. Brian had thought that Draco must have been among the students who planned this or attacked Harry, but unexpectedly, Draco was not involved this time. Instead, Pansy Parkinson had instigated Crabbe and Goyle, causing such a farce with serious consequences. When Brian finally returned to Hogwarts after attending to the Parisian affairs, the final examinations had already concluded, and the young wizards and witches had packed their belongings, departing for their respective homes. With the students gone, Hogwarts became deserted, and the staff were eager to leave and enjoy the rare annual leisure time. In the vast campus, only Hagrid remained faithfully guarding the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Kaboom! A violent explosion blew open the door of Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid burst out from the billowing smoke, coughing loudly while clutching a wooden crate protectively to his barrel-like chest. I think. At the edge of the Black Lake, Dumbledore and Brian were strolling along the shore. Noticing Brian's inquisitive gaze, a wry smile appeared beneath Dumbledore's beard in the blazing noonday sun. Hagrid is probably trying to breed some unprecedented magical creature. Brian withdrew his concerned gaze and nodded understandingly. Then, he smiled, "You're always particularly indulgent towards those close to you, Headmaster." Dumbledore's expression grew slightly more somber, though his voice remained candid and unhurried. "If you're referring to my attitude regarding Sirius's incident, Brian, I hope you understand that the nature of that incident was different. I fully understand Sirius's guilt towards Harry after those series of events. He wants to make up for the responsibilities he failed to fulfill and the lack of care Harry experienced over the past 12 years. However, excessive care serves no purpose and can actually harm Harry and others, as this incident has proven my view." Brian gently shook his head without further comment, gazing at the rippling lake surface. "By the way, where is Sirius?" he inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as a new thought took root. "He previously wrote to inform me that he would be waiting for me in Hogsmeade, but I sense he is currently in London." "What's he doing there?" "He hopes to have a discussion with the Muggle couple who took in Harry," Dumbledore replied calmly, also stopping in his tracks. "Sirius learned about Harry's situation at his aunt and uncle's home from you. He wanted to rescue Harry from there but had to abandon that plan due to the reasons I told you. However, he still worries about Harry's circumstances, so he hopes to negotiate Harry's treatment at home directly with that Muggle couple." "You didn't stop him." "I can't think of any reason to prevent Sirius from doing so, unless he plans to cast curses on that Muggle couple and their child." At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, in the direction of the snow-capped mountains, a vast expanse of dark clouds billowed forth, flickering with lightning. In an instant, the scenery transformed drastically. The air was thick with moisture, and countless magical creatures beneath the now rippling lake surface began to stir restlessly. Brian was not surprised that Dumbledore knew the specifics of Harry's aunt and uncle's family. Dumbledore always knew everything. What he wanted to know was Dumbledore's view on the matter he and Sirius were about to do. The towering castle standing on the cliffs was shrouded by the approaching shadows in the sky. The damp air seemed to carry a faint, bloody scent for some unknown reason. Dumbledore turned to gaze at the millennium-old castle, and somehow, the man with his flowing beard appeared to have a touch of twilight about him, even his usually clear, deep blue eyes now became slightly clouded. Magic comes from the heart, an absolute truth that Brian had learned through years of first-hand experience. Yet, in that moment, as he studied Dumbledore's features, he could not shake the unsettling sense that something had shifted within the very essence of the man before him. What's wrong? The words slipped from Brian's lips, imbued with a weight that hid their surface simplicity. His brow furrowed, creasing with concern as he awaited Dumbledore's response. There is something I need to ask of you, Brian, Dumbledore began, his voice heavy, laden with a solemnity that reverberated through the air. His gaze swept across the grounds of Hogwarts, taking in every blade of grass, every gnarled and twisting branch of the ancient trees that had borne silent witness to countless cycles of life and death. Yet, his eyes did not meet Brian's. There is much evidence that darkness is stirring once again. A weary sigh drifted away with the rising winds, carrying with it the weight of untold burdens and solemn responsibilities. Dumbledore's frame seemed to bear the mantle of ages, and the now much older-looking Dumbledore finally met Brian's intent gaze. If next school year, you notice certain things happening at Hogwarts, Brian, he continued as the last ray of sunlight fell on him, casting a very faint shadow on the ground, I hope you will remain silent. 0383 The Journey. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the mountains and valleys, making the world shudder. In an instant, torrential rains enveloped the world. The formerly glistening lake surface was now turbulent under the onslaught of howling winds and pounding rain. Forks of lightning slashed across the layered towers of Hogwarts, casting an eerily pale glow on the gloomy castle. The rainstorm rapidly raised the lake level, swiftly overflowing the banks. When the surging waters were about to reach Brian and Dumbledore, who stood facing each other in the downpour, it automatically diverted and flowed to other places. Darkness stirring once again, remain silent. You've decided. Brian thought back to his previous speculation. Harry had almost completed half his schooling at Hogwarts. At some point, in the future, Voldemort would seize the opportunity to return. And Dumbledore, apparently with a clearer view, had already sensed through various signs that the moment of this impending disaster could no longer be averted. What prompted you to make such a decision? Before Dumbledore could answer the first question, Brian asked the second one. In the 2 months you've been away from Hogwarts. Facing Brian, Dumbledore saw no need to beat around the bush. He calmly stated, Severus had been repeatedly warning me in private. His past secret magical connection with Tom allowed him to sense that Tom was growing stronger. Secret magical connection. Brian's brow furrowed slightly. He knew Professor Snape had once worked for Voldemort, but what was this about a magical connection? The dark mark, Dumbledore explained concisely. I think you've heard of this intimate mark shared between Tom and his followers. Tom has clearly received some form of aid, which has helped him partially overcome his wretched, barely existing state after the rebounding killing curse stripped him of his body 12 years ago, though his Horcruxes allowed him to linger on. Knowing him as I do, he would never be satisfied and would stop at nothing to regain his former power. What aid? Who is helping him? In the current wizarding world, if you ask who knows the situation of Voldemort the most, it is undoubtedly the old man who has stood in the world for 100 years. In this regard, Brian is far inferior to Dumbledore. Brian's gaze locked onto Dumbledore's brilliant blue eyes. I don't know everything, Brian. Dumbledore managed a faint smile. But Tom has always found a way to obtain help, no matter the circumstances. What do you think he might do? As I've said, Brian, though my aging mind holds a lot of information, I am far from being omniscient. More often than not, I can only rely on guesswork to deduce the course of events. Then hazard a guess, Headmaster Dumbledore. It won't matter if you're wrong, Brian smiled, observing the helplessness on the aged face beside him. Amidst the howling winds and torrential rains, Brian's smile shone like a beacon, dispelling some of Dumbledore's worries and gloom. A head taller than Brian, Dumbledore looked down at the young yet unusually composed face, his own brow unwrinkling noticeably. Very well, if you insist, Brian. Dumbledore's voice lightened. Then let us speculate. Pausing briefly, Dumbledore did not voice his guess. Instead, he asked back, you are familiar with Horcruxes, Brian. Surely, then, you must also know what methods a disembodied wizard with Horcruxes might employ to regain their former power. In an instant, Brian scanned the vast expanse of magical knowledge stored in his mind, yet as that knowledge flashed before his eyes, his brow furrowed slightly. Not because he couldn't find anything, but because there was too much. Modern systems, ancient systems, complete and fragmentary magic capable of helping a disembodied soul regain physical form was not at all unique. No one dares to claim that he is proficient in all magical knowledge. Whether it is Dumbledore or Brian, it is difficult to lock in a specific magic that Voldemort might use from these. Brian gazed deeply into Dumbledore's brilliant eyes, and suddenly, a thought struck him. You think he might use Harry? That seems most likely. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Gryffindor Tower. I suspect Tom has spent these years trying to understand why his magic failed against Harry all those years ago. And now, he has likely uncovered at least some of the truth. Dumbledore clearly did not want to explain further, but based on this information, he had already guessed it. It was only natural, then, To understand Dumbledore's request for Brian to remain silent about the potential events that might happen at Hogwarts the next school year. Numerous thoughts raced through Brian's mind, but ultimately, the words that escaped his lips were, "Have you considered the possibility that Harry might still die, Headmaster?" Dumbledore fell silent for a long while before wearily replying, "I cannot foresee everything, but I will do my utmost to ensure Harry's safety, Brian. This will also require your assistance. Perhaps you will think that sending a fourth-year student to face the most dangerous dark wizard in history is an act of despicable cowardice. No." Brian shook his head. "That is your most admirable quality." As the clouds dispersed and the sun re-emerged, bathing the land in its rays. At the school gate, Sirius squeezed in from the big iron gate, and he saw Brian and Dumbledore by the lake from a distance. "Oh, Brian," Dumbledore suddenly spoke, glancing at Sirius trotting over. "I don't know why you insist on visiting Azkaban without using the Ministry's channel, but regarding the prisoners there, I hope you will refrain from interfering with their peaceful lives as much as possible." "I'll be mindful of that." Brian strode forward with a smile, waving at Sirius with keen interest. "I hear you went to negotiate with the Dursleys. How did it go? Do you even need to ask?" Displaying no signs of dejection from being forced out of the professorship, Sirius trotted over with a broad grin. "Harry was right that Muggle family is utterly unpleasant." Sirius glanced past Brian's shoulder at the distant Dumbledore and lowered his voice. "I threatened that nasty bunch. If Harry receives any targeting or unfair treatment while at their house, I'll personally blow it to smithereens. I told them I'm an escaped convict, so I don't care about adding a few more lives to my tally. You should have seen their reaction, Brian. That boy, practically the size of a baby whale, wet himself out of sheer terror." Truth be told, Brian did not entirely approve of Sirius's approach, but he refrained from voicing his own opinions, and simply chuckled casually. "How are your preparations coming along? Ready to depart at any time?" Sirius said happily. Neither Brian nor Sirius wanted this adventure to be delayed for too long, but in reality, they were still delayed for 2 days. Suddenly, a letter arrived for Sirius from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It was from Remus. After months of recuperation, the werewolf virus within Remus's body had finally subsided to a safe level. In about a week's time, he would be discharged from the hospital. Remus, who had been stuck in the hospital for almost half a year, impatiently wrote inquiring about Sirius's recent plans. Remus certainly hoped to have the company of his old friend when he was discharged from the hospital. However, Sirius needed to go on a journey with Brian, which conservatively estimated, could take 20 days to a month. So, Sirius made a special trip to the hospital to apologize to Remus. Nevertheless, there was something to look forward to. After their return, the 422nd Quidditch World Cup would be just around the corner. Sirius planned to join Remus in picking up Harry from the Dursleys' home, and after reuniting with Harry's friends, they would go to watch the World Cup together. The two sincerely invited Brian to join them, but he had never been particularly interested in this kind of sport except Muggle football. The first half of this journey was generally comfortable. They chose to travel by Muggle means, first taking a flight from London to the northern port city of Aberdeen in northeast Scotland, one of the major cities in the Scottish region. The ferry from Aberdeen to the Shetland Islands typically departed at 7 p.m. and arrived the following morning at the port, meaning Brian and Sirius would need to spend the night on board. Despite the impending summer season in late June, the temperatures here were not scorching. Instead, a slight chill permeated the air. Boom! In the dead of night, as the ferry sailed through the dense fog over the sea, it suddenly plunged from a height of 4 or 5 stories into the trough between the waves, causing violent turbulence that terrified the Muggle tourists sleeping in their rooms. Even Brian was awakened by the commotion. To be honest, Brian wasn't particularly good at handling these less comfortable modes of transportation. But there was no choice. When the destination wasn't precise, using apparition wasn't a good option, and broomsticks demanded too much physical exertion, so wizards wouldn't normally choose them for long-distance travel. Opening his sleepy eyes, Brian glanced at the bed beside him. Sirius wasn't in the room. His gaze penetrated the cabin walls, which had already let in some seawater, and Brian easily located Sirius's position. After a moment's thought, he put on a coat, opened the bedroom door, and entered the narrow corridor filled with the scent of sea and rust. Everything in view was chaotic. At the end of the hallway, a slovenly Muggle sailor had secured himself to the railing with a safety harness and was resting with his eyes closed. The seemingly careless sailor was more alert than expected. When Brian's palm touched the icy doorknob, the sailor immediately opened his eyes, gripped Brian's wrist, and fixed him with a wary gaze through his disheveled hair. "What are you doing?" "I have a friend on the deck, and I need to find him." "Don't lie." The sailor bluntly called out this lie. Straining his voice to reach Brian's ears, he said, "I've been guarding here the whole time, sir. No one has passed through, and besides, there's a hurricane raging outside with waves as high as several stories. If your friend is really out there, he's definitely not on the deck." I reckon he's probably feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea. A hint of helplessness flashed in Brian's eyes. You're really unlucky tonight, brother. I hope getting hit with 2 Confundu's charms doesn't scramble your brain. What? Before the confused sailor could ask anything further, the world before his eyes suddenly became hazy, and his mind grew foggy as well. Click. The sailor unlatched the door, opening the heavy iron portal for Brian. Ignoring the raging storm, he cheerfully said, "What lovely weather, sir. The sunshine is brilliant, and the sea breeze is gentle. I hope you have a pleasant journey." "Thank you." Brian politely nodded, stepped over the threshold, and unsteadily climbed the steel ladder to the deck. 0384 Sirius's struggle. Brian politely nodded, stepped over the threshold, and unsteadily climbed the steel ladder to the deck. In the midst of the raging waves, this sizable ferry rocked like a small boat, rising and falling with the surging tides. Brian could constantly hear the ominous groan of straining steel, as if the ferry might disintegrate in the terrifying waves at any second. The ferry seemed to sail through the netherworld itself. The night sky was pitch black, the sea a deep inkwell shade, and some otherworldly force appeared to swallow lights emitted by the ferry. This is the might of nature. The thought suddenly occurred to Brian as he gazed at a wave cresting higher than the ship's bow. It's not that he has never been to sea before, but it had always been for missions requiring secrecy. He basically would not use the transportation methods of wizards or muggles, but chose the more flexible flying broom instead. This was Brian's first time using muggle maritime travel, and from a muggle's perspective, the power of nature was truly terrifying. Not just muggles, even wizards couldn't withstand the forces of nature. The waves crashed onto the deck, sweeping away a few buckets that were not fixed. Sirius had used a bit of magic to secure himself on the deck but hadn't cast a water-repelling charm, so his figure was submerged in inky waves. A hidden magical barrier clung to his body as Brian floated over to Sirius's side. Looking for a thrill? Just reminiscing, Sirius wiped the seawater from his face, a tinge of sorrow in his smile. After escaping from Azkaban, I drifted alone at sea for several weeks. It seems it was around this season too. Less than a year has passed, but it feels like many years ago. Brian pursed his lips, giving a slight smile but did not speak. I was so desperate back then. Sirius closed his eyes, letting the cold sea water slap his face. I carefully avoided sirens and mer people. When the winds were calm, I'd find some fish from the sea to eat. Sometimes, there was no rain, so I went several days without a drop of fresh water and had to make do with drinking the blood of larger fish. When strong winds picked up, I couldn't control my movements at all and was tossed dozens of feet into the air by the waves or slammed into the depths of the sea. Countless times, I thought I was doomed. Reliving those moments made the memories more real and vivid, causing Sirius to shudder violently a few times. Brian knew that Sirius needed someone to talk to, so he remained silent. Fortunately, Sirius quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and buried his emotions. No one knows Azkaban's exact location. The rumor is that it's located above the North Sea, so we could only take it one step at a time. Brian asked curiously, why didn't we go straight into the North Sea from Aberdeen but went to the Shetland Islands instead? Because that's where I came ashore, Sirius explained. The currents carried me to a location not far from the mainland. By then, the waves had calmed a bit. I did fairly well in astronomy at Hogwarts, so I used what I'd learned from Aurora about planetary orbits and trajectories to determine my position and adjust my direction. But it was still very difficult. By the time I could see the shoreline, I was completely exhausted. A smile tugged at the corners of Sirius's mouth. I couldn't maintain my animagus form and transformed back into a human. Then an old fisherman named John pulled me out of the sea. He fed me and took care of me when I was exhausted. Thanks to him, I was able to quickly regain my strength and continue sneaking along as my animagus form. I promised John I'd come back to visit him when I could. So where does this fisherman live? Brian asked gently. At that moment, the raging winds tore through the layered storm clouds, allowing a shaft of moonlight as pure as holy light to bathe the distant island. In the distance, a small light flickered amidst the crashing waves. Ah! Sirius exclaimed in joy. He's right there. Scene break. Archaeological evidence suggests that human activity on the Shetland Islands dates back to around 3000 BC. Over the centuries, these islands have experienced various shifts in control and influence. For centuries after the Roman Empire, the Shetland Islands saw significant Norse influence. During the 8th and 9th centuries, Viking settlers from Scandinavia began to arrive, and by the early Middle Ages, the islands were effectively under Norse control. The Vikings ruled the Shetlands until the 15th century. In 1469, King Christian I of Norway and Denmark pawned the Shetland Islands to James III of Scotland as part of a dowry payment for his daughter Margaret's marriage to the Scottish king. This transaction ultimately led to the Shetland Islands becoming part of Scottish territory, where they remain today. These northernmost British islands have always been sparsely populated. Even today, only 15 of the scattered islands in this archipelago are inhabited, with a total population of less than 30,000 people. If it weren't for the influx of wealthy tourists seeking remote destinations in recent years, which has brought some economic benefits, the remaining inhabitants would likely have migrated to larger cities long ago. Old John was not a native of the Shetland Islands, nor even from Aberdeen. He hailed from Newcastle in eastern England. During World War II, he was conscripted into the military and ended up battling invading enemies in these waters. That brutal battle left one of his legs weakened. In damp, cold weather, the injured leg would ache and stiffen terribly, making it difficult for him to sleep. Nevertheless, Old John never complained. After all, in order to resist the invasion, his unit at the time fought an obscure battle in these waters that resulted in complete annihilation. He was the sole survivor. After the war ended, John returned to Newcastle. He had expected to live a happy, peaceful life, but when he arrived at his long-awaited home, he found not only his wife in the bedroom but also another man with a very white butt. Old John only remembered the man's white butt, not his face, because the moment he saw that scene, he pulled out his gun and blew the man's brains out. After taking one sad look at his screaming wife, Old John fled his home. It was all fate. Old John came back to the place where he had once fought. Using his military pension, he bought a house in the town nearest to the coast. However, over the years, he hardly lived in that house, preferring instead to hole up in the lighthouse standing at the edge of the cliffs. Lighthouse keeper. This was the job the townspeople arranged for him after learning he was a veteran soldier who had fought the enemy. In previous years, this job served a purpose: he could light the way home for fishermen lost at sea. But these days, the townspeople seldom went out to sea anymore, preferring instead to serve the tourists visiting the area. This work was safer and more lucrative. Knock, knock, knock. The frigid, roaring sea of the previous night seemed like a dream. After the sun rose, the boundless ocean regained its gem-like azure hue. Golden sunlight spilled onto the beach, and seagulls soared freely along the coastline. The rust-mottled iron door rattled with knocking, waking Old John, who had suffered a night of leg pain and hardly slept a wink. "You little brats, if you don't settle down, I'll shove my gun barrel up your asses right in front of your parents." The bearded, disheveled Old John roared as he crawled out of bed. In the past, returning fishermen would come here and offer gifts from the sea as a gesture of gratitude. But since this tradition, stretching back thousands of years on these lands, fell out of favor, Old John rarely received visitors anymore, save for the occasional mischievous boys from town who would come to pester him for fun. These little shits would steal the dried fish he had laid out on the rocks to sun, using them to feed the seagulls, or they would pelt the old gas lamps atop the lighthouse with stones, shattering them. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, but this time it raised a flicker of wariness in Old John's eyes. If those brats really were causing trouble again, they should have been scared off by his earlier shouting and would not dare knock on his door again so brazenly. Old John grabbed the hunting rifle hanging on the wall, bent over, and limped down the spiral staircase, finally positioning himself behind the iron door. Click! The bullet was loaded, and Old John swiftly pulled open the iron door. Before uttering a word, he raised the rifle barrel menacingly, aiming it squarely at the knocker's head. "You lot better oh!" A cry of surprise joined the ethereal cries of the seagulls soaring into the distant, blue sky. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, the ground floor where Old John's living room was located appeared quite messy, scattered with all sorts of odds and ends. The dried fish hanging overhead also filled the room with an unpleasant fishy odor. "This place is pretty much like Hagrid's hut." With no chairs in the room, Brian lifted the edge of his coat and casually sat on the blackened stairs, looking at the surroundings with interest. Hagrid. The water on the stove had already boiled, gurgling non-stop. Old John limped over, lifted the kettle, and prepared tea for Sirius and Brian. Hearing Brian's comment, he gruffly asked, "Is he a lighthouse keeper too?" "Oh, no." Sirius smiled as he answered the question. "Something similar, though he's the gamekeeper at Hogwarts." "Hogwarts? It doesn't sound like a decent place." Indeed, Brian couldn't help but laugh as he observed this rather gruff, scruffy old man, both in appearance and personality. "It's really not very decent. It's a school for troubled teens. Quite a few of the little rascals ended up in prison after graduating due to criminal behavior." Sirius rolled his eyes at Brian. All this time, Brian's power had unconsciously caused everyone to overlook his age. Sirius had always regarded him as a peer. But in this moment, Brian's demeanor while interacting with this kind muggle old man made Sirius suddenly realize that he was just a young man in his early 20s. Although quite elderly, Old John's mind remained sharp. He could tell the young man with grey hair was just joking, and he let out a few rough laughs. As he poured Sirius's tea, he squinted, studying Sirius carefully. After the cup was full, he nodded with satisfaction. "Looks like you've found your way in life, young man." "Yes, though I've had some setbacks, the end result turned out all right, I suppose." Sirius took a deep breath and said, smiling at this robust 80-year-old man as he caressed the cup's rim. How about you? Does your leg still give you trouble? This old ailment will probably follow me to the grave. After pouring tea for the grey-haired young man as well, old John tossed the kettle onto the table. Looking around and finding nowhere to sit, he plopped his backside directly onto the table's edge. So, what brings you back here this time, young man? Just call me serious. I promised you, John, that I'd come back to see you if I got the chance. After all, you saved my life. Still full of lies, just like before. Old John muttered, his blunt remark causing Sirius's cheeks to redden slightly with embarrassment. You seem more honest, kid. You don't look like one of those slick-tongued fellows. Old John turned his gaze toward Brian. Kid, it had been a long time since anyone called him that. Brian let out an unintentional laugh. But considering this man was a World War II veteran, being addressed that way based on age difference didn't really bother him. Brian scratched his cheek. Well, you see, Mr. John, we're planning to set sail from here. Set sail? Old John interrupted, smacking his lips. His weathered, aged face furrowed deeply with concern. This isn't a good season for sailing. Storms could arrive at any moment. Unless you're here to commit suicide, I wouldn't advise it. 0385 Plans in Lighthouse. On a cloudless night, a brilliant, radiant full moon rose slowly and majestically from the glistening expanse of the vast sea. The moon climbed higher into the inky black sky, its journey appearing laborious, as if struggling against the weight of its own dazzling grandeur. Under the cloudless night, the waves crashed mechanically, one after another, against the coastal rocks. At first, the repetitive sound of the waves seemed to possess a purifying power that relieved worries. But if listened to for too long, it would inevitably disturb people's sleep. Inside the lighthouse standing atop a large boulder, old John was already snoring loudly, while downstairs under the dim yellow light, Sirius and Brian were still busy with something. The flame of an alcohol lamp heated a cauldron set upon a rack. Inside the tin cauldron, a deep brown, viscous liquid bubbled thickly. If you please, 1/5 ounce of hogsweed juice, Brian uttered calmly, his gaze unwavering from the half-finished potion bubbling in the cauldron. As the brown liquid began producing larger, more turbulent bubbles instead of smaller, gentler ones, he gave the instruction in an even, measured tone. Sirius, every fiber of his being on high alert, immediately pounced upon the table by the window, squinting intently as he rummaged frantically through an array of bottles and jars. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, he plucked out a thumb-sized glass vial and extended it towards Brian. That scorpion secretion you've given me, Brian said sternly, his eyes never leaving the bubbling cauldron. That stuff is a key ingredient in Mrs. Scour's all-purpose stain remover. If you want to poison your savior, I wouldn't mind adding a couple of drops, Sirius. A surge of frustration welled up within Sirius. He hurriedly retracted his outstretched hand, his gaze struggling to scour the messy table once more, desperately seeking the correct one. The light green one to your right, Brian sighed, a hint of exasperation tinging his words. With the precise hint, Sirius finally located the right item. After adding 1/5 ounce of hogsweed juice, the brown solution immediately turned deep green and released a thick plume of smoke. Just inhaling a bit of it made Sirius's throat burn painfully, and even old John, separated by a layer of wooden plank, coughed violently in his sleep. Sirius quickly opened the window to direct the pungent smoke outside. Then he immediately looked toward Brian, wondering if they had failed. But seeing Brian stirring the potion clockwise 7 times and counterclockwise once with his wand as it gradually shifted from deep to light green, he breathed a sigh of relief. No failure. Don't make such bad jokes. Brian remained focused. If I hadn't devoted most of my efforts to spells and had no time for other subjects, I could have easily earned the titles of Potions Master and Magi Zoologist. Sirius exhaled in relief, shrugging as he walked toward the only chair in the living room. Back when I was a student at Hogwarts, my grades were decent in most classes, but I disliked potions. Mainly because I didn't like Professor Slughorn, the potions teacher at the time. That bloke was always trying to convince me to leave Gryffindor for Slytherin. I've heard some things about Professor Slughorn from Dirk Cresswell, the current head of the Goblin Liaison Office at the Ministry, said Brian, rubbing his smoke-stung eyes. He seems to particularly enjoy fraternizing with talented young wizards, very Slytherin-like. Objectively, he's not terribly unlikable, but that habit of his is a bit of a headache, Sirius said in a complaining tone. Just as his bottom touched the chair, Brian urged in a pressing tone, don't sit idle, 5 porcupine quills. Porcupine quills were much easier to find than hogsweed juice. This time, Sirius didn't make a mistake. After Brian added the porcupine quills to the now clear, lime-tinted solution, the previously calm surface began boiling again, evaporating a large amount of steam from the potion. The originally half-full solution visibly sank at a rapid pace visible to the naked eye, leaving only a small cluster of dew-like, translucent liquid at the bottom within half a minute. With a wave of his wand, Brian automatically transferred the liquid into a clean glass vial. After extinguishing the flame, he twisted his neck and finally seemed to relax with a sigh of relief. It's done. Under the dim light, Sirius examined the vial containing the crystal liquid that seemed to have life and was suspended against gravity as it hovered, and his voice was slightly nervous. A leg injury that has persisted for half a century is indeed not easy to cure. Considering his advanced age, I've adjusted the potency. The entire healing process will likely take around a fortnight. These days may not be very comfortable for him, but after enduring them, his leg and some hidden internal injuries should be essentially healed. Thank you. Sirius gripped the vial tightly as he gazed at Brian, who was putting the bottles and jars back into his travel case, a sincere smile on his face. You're more special than Professor Slughorn, Brian. You know what I mean. People from that house have always been malicious toward muggles, but you're willing to put in the effort to brew a healing potion for an old muggle you barely know. To be honest, if this were a decade or so ago, I would never have believed Slytherin could produce someone like you. Brian had heard similar remarks many times before. He waved his hand dismissively. Just consider it the meal money for these 2 days. I quite enjoy the hodgepodge made by old John. It's far superior to the cooking of those house elves at school. Sirius smiled without further comment. Through the grease-stained, dusty glass window, Brian gazed outside. Deep into the night, the cool air caused a thick fog to rise along the shore, gradually engulfing the small town built on the open land as the chilly wind swept the mist forward. The once brilliant moonlight became hazy, and the sea itself took on an aura of mystery within the obscuring haze. Just as he had a premonition before setting out for the eternal resting place of Merlin with that woman, named Cleodna, Brian had a vague feeling that this trip might also encounter some surprising events again. His gaze returned to the room, where he observed Sirius, who was stealthily feeding the potion to old John, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. For Brian, getting to Azkaban was not really difficult now. He only needed to apply to the ministry under the guise of academic research, and they would not refuse him. However, the ministry would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to accompany him at that time. If something happened, handling the aftermath would be very problematic. Brian was not worried that Sirius would blab about his affairs. This was a man of uncompromising loyalty who, in pursuit of self-redemption, had willingly endured over a decade of unimaginable torment imprisoned in Azkaban rather than reveal his own innocence. Brian believed without question that Sirius would keep his secrets. The issue was that Brian could not control the risks of this journey. After feeding the potion to old John and using magic to let the old man sleep soundly, Sirius exhaled deeply, giving a slight bow toward John with an expression of gratitude. If possible, Sirius would have loved to bring old John to live with him in London. But from start to finish, he didn't utter a word about it, because he knew that this vast expanse of sea was the old man's true spiritual destiny. Besides this, John could not find peace anywhere else. Looking at the dim, messy surroundings, Sirius grinned slightly. Once Harry graduated from Hogwarts and found a lifelong companion, then he could move here to keep this kind-hearted old man company through the last journey of his life. After descending the creaky stairs, Sirius caught a glimpse of Brian, who was observing him from the doorway. In just that one look, Sirius was very shocked. He sensed a deep hesitation in Brian's gaze, which was very unusual. Having known Brian for some time now, this guy had always been extremely decisive, and rarely showed such emotions around him. What's the matter, Brian? Sirius asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Nothing. Brian averted his eyes, pursing his lips slightly as he struggled to find the right words. It's just I think you realize that my intentions regarding this trip to Azkaban aren't just about having some kind of reckoning with those dementors or the prisoners imprisoned there. I'm investigating certain matters, and these matters might be very dangerous. Sirius suddenly realized, and then smiled. You're afraid of dragging me into it? Indeed, Brian said frankly. I don't want to lie to you, Sirius. I don't know what we'll encounter out there, but I can assure you that if we face real danger, neither I nor Dumbledore will be capable of fully controlling the situation. Harry has finally found a relative. If something happened to you, he would likely be devastated. Yes, the blow would certainly be devastating, Sirius said with a smile, as if he was not talking about himself. But I believe in him. Harry is as brave as his father. Even if something unexpected happens to me, Harry will courageously face life. And I. The smile upon Sirius's weathered face took on a distinctly roguish, mischievous quality, making the experienced man look startlingly like the confident youth he once was. Taking care of Harry, ensuring his well-being and happiness, is my responsibility above all else. But if that singular purpose is all my remaining life amounts to, then I might as well die swiftly at sea. The lighthouse's beam dimmed slightly in the rising dawn as Brian used magic to enlarge and tidy up the rust-stained cabin of the boat. They would have to spend at least a fortnight on the fishing boat old John had given them. Without reinforcing it with magic and making it comfortable, they would not be able to survive the drifting days that followed. Facing the cool caress of the sea breeze, Sirius tilted his head back, squinting against the fading glitter of the night sky's canopy of stars as a smile appeared across his lips. When can we set out on this adventure, Brian? I can hardly contain my eagerness. Oh, this feeling is quite exhilarating. It reminds me of venturing with reckless abandon into the forbidden forest in our youth, alongside James and Remus. Covered in dust, Brian poked his head out from the cabin, looking resentful. If you're willing to come in and lend me a hand, we could leave sooner. Oh. Sirius spread his hands wide in an exaggerated gesture of innocence. Preparation was never really my strong suit back in our school days, that was always the traitor Peter's job. 0386 Not so happy summer holidays. As the sun began its descent on a balmy summer evening, its final golden rays stretched lazily across the rolling hills and shimmering seas, casting a warm glow upon the white walls of number 4, Privet Drive. Through a partially drawn curtain on the second floor, the fading light filtered into a dimly lit room, bathing it in a soft, rosy hue. Outside, the residents of Privet Drive were taking full advantage of the pleasant weather before dinner. Neatly pressed trousers and floral sundresses swished as neighbors busied themselves in their tidily manicured yards. The rhythmic hum of electric lawnmowers mingled with the snip of trimming shears as homeowners trimmed their lawns to perfection and lovingly tended to their vibrant flower beds. Children's laughter rang out like silver bells in the tranquil air as they chased each other along the spacious, tree-lined street. A group of youngsters had spotted a stray tabby cat and were in hot pursuit. Watchful parents kept a protective eye on their children from nearby porches, sipping iced tea and exchanging pleasantries with passing neighbors. In stark contrast to the lively scene outside, Harry stood motionless at his bedroom window, peering expressionlessly through a small gap in the heavy curtains. His emerald eyes, usually so full of life, seemed dull and distant as he observed the carefree children playing under their parents' loving gazes. After what felt like an eternity, he let out a deep, weary sigh that seemed to come from the very depths of his soul. With the weight of the something unknown on his young shoulders, he turned away from the window and fell back onto his unmade bed, pulling the slightly musty covers over his head to shut out the world. The room, bathed in that soft pink glow of twilight, was in a state of disarray that would have horrified Harry's fussy Aunt Petunia. It was filled with an varied collection of items that would seem wildly out of place in any ordinary Muggle child's bedroom. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, leather-bound books, and a hint of something distinctly magical, a combination of herbs, potions, and the lingering aroma of owl treats. At the foot of Harry's bed sat an enormous, battered wooden trunk. Its lid gaped open like the maw of some fantastic beast, revealing a chaotic jumble of objects that would bewilder any non-magical person who happened to peek inside. Gleaming brass cauldrons of various sizes nestled alongside sleek, polished broomsticks that seemed to hum with barely contained energy. Neatly folded black robes, adorned with the proud Gryffindor crest, lay atop a pile of leather-bound spell books with titles like Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3 and The Monster Book of Monsters, which was mercifully belted shut. On the rickety desk by the window stood an empty birdcage, its door swinging slightly in the breeze from the partially open window. This was where Harry's beloved snowy owl, Hedwig, usually perched when she wasn't out hunting or delivering messages. The remaining desk space was cluttered with several rolls of yellowed parchment, quills with nibs stained with ink, and half-finished letters to friends. Crumpled balls of discarded parchment littered the floor around the desk, evidence of Harry's frustrated attempts at communication. An open book lay face down on the worn carpet beside the bed, the one Harry had been engrossed in before finally succumbing to sleep the previous night. Its enchanted pages were alive with constantly moving illustrations. Tiny figures clad in vibrant orange robes zoomed back and forth on miniature broomsticks, passing a small red ball between them with incredible speed and precision. Indeed, number 4, Privet Drive housed a young wizard, a fact that would undoubtedly shock the well-to-do residents of this perfectly ordinary suburban street if they ever discovered it. The Dursleys, owners of the house and Harry's reluctant guardians, would surely be mortified beyond belief if their neighbors ever learned they were harboring such a freak under their roof. One could easily imagine them packing up their belongings in the dead of night and fleeing in shame. But Harry, lying motionless under his covers, couldn't have cared less about such trivial matters. It wasn't as if he had wanted to return to this place that had never truly been a home to him. Nearly a month had passed since Harry had been forced to return to the Dursleys for the summer holidays once again. Truthfully, these were usually his most miserable days of the year. This time, however, he wasn't entirely sure if things had improved or worsened. In previous years, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would never have allowed him to keep his magical nonsense in his room during the summer. The very sight of anything related to the wizarding world would send them into a frenzy of fear and disgust. As soon as he crossed the threshold of number 4, Privet Drive, they would confiscate everything connected to Hogwarts and lock it away in the cupboard under the stairs, his former bedroom. They would only grudgingly return his belongings when it was time for him to go back to school, as if allowing him to touch them for even a moment longer than necessary might somehow contaminate their perfectly normal household. His current treatment was the result of intervention from Professor Watson and, more significantly, his godfather, Sirius Black. Sirius, in particular, had managed to effect a considerable change in the Dursleys' attitude after having what Harry imagined must have been a rather intense conversation with them before the summer began. The memory of that encounter still brought a small smile to Harry's face, despite his current melancholy. They certainly didn't mistreat him anymore, at least not in any tangible, material way. Aunt Petunia no longer rapped sharply on his door at the crack of dawn, shrilly demanding that he get up and cook breakfast for everyone. After lunch, when the Dursleys sprawled on their overcrowded sofa, eyes glued to the television, Harry wasn't left alone in the kitchen to wash a mountain of greasy dishes while the sound of canned laughter drifted in from the living room. Uncle Vernon had ceased his daily morning ritual of shouting at Harry to tidy his eternally messy hair. Even Dudley, Harry's baby whale of a cousin, no longer lay in wait around corners, ready to trip him on the stairs for his own twisted amusement. This summer holiday was, on the surface, unprecedentedly leisurely for Harry. He didn't have to perform any of the endless list of chores that had once filled his days, yet he still got to eat food that was not only edible but actually quite delicious, even better than what the forever dieting Dudley was allowed to consume. Gone were the days of surviving on stale bread and cold soup pushed through the cat flap in his bedroom door. However, this newfound freedom came at a price that Harry hadn't anticipated. The only real issue, and it was a significant one, was that the Dursleys now treated him as if he didn't exist at all. In the past, they had only pretended he wasn't there when other people were around. Throughout the entire summer, they had barely spoken a word to him. Aunt Petunia would silently collect his dirty laundry when he was out for a walk, leaving clean, folded clothes outside his door without so much as a knock. If he didn't come down at mealtimes, Uncle Vernon would leave a plate of food outside his door, knock once, and leave. As for Dudley, he would immediately fall silent and pretend nothing was happening whenever Harry entered his line of sight, regardless of what he had been doing before. The abrupt end of whatever thing Dudley had been doing, be it loudly complaining about his diet or playing video games at full volume, only served to highlight Harry's unwelcome presence even more. In the past, Harry would have been thrilled if the Dursleys had treated him this way. He had spent countless nights in his cupboard, wishing eagerly that they would just leave him alone. But now that his wish had come true, he had to admit he somewhat missed how things used to be. At least then, even in their cruelty and neglect, the Dursleys had acknowledged his existence. Their current behavior left him feeling like a ghost haunting the halls of number 4, Privet Drive, present but unseen and unheard. He had written to Ron and Hermione about all this, pouring out his conflicted feelings onto parchment in the hope that his friends might offer some comfort or advice. Unsurprisingly, they were both outraged on his behalf. In his reply, scrawled in his characteristic messy handwriting, Ron said that he would tell his father about the situation so that Mr. Weasley could come and immediately rescue Harry from the cold indifference of the Dursleys. Harry's heart had leapt at the idea, a surge of hope flooding through him at the thought of escaping to the warm, chaotic embrace of the Weasley family. But after careful consideration, weighing the pros and cons as Hermione would have urged him to do, he still refused Ron's well-intentioned offer. It wasn't because the Weasleys weren't kind enough to him, far from it. If he could have parents like Ron's, Harry would have given everything he possessed in exchange without a second thought. The Weasleys had shown him more love and acceptance in the short time he had known them than the Dursleys had in over a decade of raising him. The problem was, he wasn't without family now, at least not in the way he had been before. Sirius was his godfather, a living link to the parents he had lost and the life he might have had. Before the summer holidays, Sirius had promised to come and pick him from the Dursleys as soon as he finished handling some urgent business. Harry thought it would be best not to leave on his own, not wanting to complicate matters or potentially put Sirius in a difficult position. He also didn't like the thought of Mrs. Weasley standing in her kitchen, hands on hips, loudly complaining about Sirius neglecting his responsibilities if she found out about Harry's current situation. Thinking of Sirius, Harry let out another heavy sigh under the covers, the sound muffled by the thick fabric. He emerged from his cocoon, hair even messy than usual, and sat up in bed, his mind racing with worried thoughts. In the first few days of the summer holidays, Sirius had sent him 2 letters in reply to Harry's eager letters. He had explained that he was dealing with certain sensitive matters along with Professor Watson and, if all went according to plan, he would be back to pick Harry up in 2 weeks at the latest. But after that, Harry heard nothing more from Sirius. All the letters Harry had sent with Hedwig in the next weeks were returned unopened, a clear indication that she couldn't find Sirius. This was highly unusual and deeply concerning. Hedwig was an exceptionally intelligent owl who had always managed to complete her tasks for Harry with absolute accuracy. She had never failed repeatedly like this before, which made Harry increasingly anxious about the safety of both Sirius and Professor Watson. Hermione had suggested writing to Dumbledore about the situation. Her neat, precise handwriting had outlined a logical argument for involving the headmaster, mentioning his vast magical knowledge and extensive network of contacts. But Harry hadn't followed her advice, and his reasons were two. On one hand, he thought Sirius and Professor Watson might simply be too far away for Hedwig to reach. Perhaps they were on some secret mission that required them to be undetectable, even to magical means of communication. Contacting Dumbledore over this seemed like an overreaction, and Harry was reluctant to bother him with what might turn out to be a trivial concern. On the other hand, Ron had raised a valid point in one of his letters: if there was a problem so severe that both Professor Watson and Sirius couldn't handle together, then even Dumbledore might not be able to help much. Bang! The sudden, jarring sound of a door slamming shut downstairs made Harry, who had been listening intently to every little sound in the house, jump out of bed. He rushed out of his room like a whirlwind, taking the stairs 3 at a time in his haste to reach the ground floor. His bare feet barely touched the steps as he descended, one hand trailing along the banister to keep his balance. In moments, he found himself standing alone in the dim living room, surrounded by the oppressive silence that had become all too familiar. Ignoring the enticing aroma of the steaming dinner laid out on the dining table, Harry's eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of the Dursleys. The house felt emptier than usual, the silence deeper. It didn't take long for him to reach the obvious conclusion: the Dursleys had gone out. In the past, they would often leave him at home when they went out, treating him more like an unwanted pet than a family member. But at least then they'd give him some brief warnings: first, not to turn on the TV lest he enjoy himself too much, not to steal food from the fridge even if he was hungry, not to enter their rooms under any circumstances. They'd also briefly, grudgingly tell him where they were going. But now, true to their new policy of pretending he didn't exist, they had left without a word, though they had at least been thoughtful enough to prepare his dinner before departing. Just as Harry was about to go back to his room, resigned to another lonely evening, he noticed a small piece of paper on the coffee table. With a quick leap that would have made his Quidditch captain proud, he jumped over the sofa and snatched up the note. It was a hastily scribbled message from Aunt Petunia. "Marge has come to see us and Dudley. We're taking her out for dinner. Knowing you don't like her, we didn't invite you. Your dinner is on the table. Leave the dirty dishes, we'll deal with them when we return. To hell with you." Harry snarled, his face ashen. His hands trembled as he gripped the note, knuckles white with barely suppressed rage. For a moment, he fought the overwhelming urge to draw his wand and set the entire house ablaze, consequences be damned. It was only the memory of his previous close call with expulsion from Hogwarts that stayed his hand. Instead, he crumpled the note into a tight ball, pouring all his frustration and resentment into the action. With a cry of anguish that seemed to echo through the empty house, he hurled the paper to the floor as hard as he could. It bounced once before rolling under the sofa, out of sight but not out of mind. Harry stood there for a long moment, chest heaving, as he tried to regain control of his emotions. 0387 Harry's predicament. Bang! The sound of the slamming door still echoed in Harry's ears as he climbed back up the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. 5 minutes later, he found himself once again in the confines of his small, messy room. The fading daylight cast long shadows across the floor, creating an atmosphere of gloom that perfectly matched Harry's mood. Facing the slightly tarnished mirror embedded in his battered wardrobe, Harry saw a dejected, frustrated face staring back at him. His normally vibrant green eyes, so like his mother's, were dull with disappointment and barely suppressed anger. As he stood there, scrutinizing his reflection, Harry had to admit that he had been naive. He had thought things would be simple, that Sirius's warning would make life with the Dursleys a bit more comfortable. It was why he hadn't refused when Sirius had proposed this plan. Now, it seemed Sirius's warning wasn't ineffective, but surprisingly, it had been too effective, yielding results far beyond what either of them had anticipated. In a sudden burst of frustration, Harry kicked the trunk at the foot of his bed. The solid thud of his bare foot against the worn wood was satisfying for a brief moment, but it did little to alleviate the ache in his heart. With a groan of despair, he flung himself onto his bed, burying his face in the slightly musty blankets. As he lay there, face pressed into the fabric, Harry realized with a sinking feeling that he had overestimated himself. He had always hoped that when living with the Dursleys, it would be best if they could leave each other alone. Now that he had finally gotten his wish, he'd rather spend an entire summer without anyone to talk to. Suddenly, Harry began to go crazy on the bed. He pounded the mattress like a madman, his fists connecting with the worn springs again and again, making strange noises. As his energy began to wane, Harry's mind raced, searching for solutions to his predicament. The best solution, he thought, would be for Sirius to appear immediately out of thin air like the wizard he was, and whisk him away from this house. That would indeed solve the immediate problem. But what about the next 3 summers? According to Sirius, he had to return to the Dursleys for some time each summer until he graduated from Hogwarts. For a brief, desperate moment, another idea flashed through Harry's mind. Should he swallow his pride, apologize to the Dursleys, and tell them Sirius had just played a cruel joke? That his godfather was actually innocent, and there was no need to fear vengeance from a supposedly deranged wizard? He rubbed his face hard against the sheets, forcefully ejecting the second idea from his mind. Reconcile with the Dursleys? Just thinking about it made Harry feel humiliated, a hot flush of shame creeping up his neck. No, there had to be another way. After Hedwig returns from her latest search for Sirius, Harry decided he would write a letter to Ron, asking if Mr. Weasley could take him away from this house earlier than planned. Ron had always suggested this, his letters filled with enthusiastic plans for rescuing Harry from his Muggle prison. But Harry, feeling bound by his promise to Sirius and not wanting to be a burden, had always refused this tempting offer. Now, however, the idea of escaping to the warmth and chaos of the burrow seemed like a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. As day faded into night, the pink glow that had filled the room gradually dissipated, replaced by deepening shadows. Darkness crept up from the corners, silently occupying the room like an unwelcome guest. Despite the tantalizing aroma of dinner still wafting up from downstairs, Harry found he had no appetite. The thought of sitting alone at the kitchen table, surrounded by the echoing silence of the empty house, was more than he could bear. Instead, he tossed and turned in bed for what felt like hours, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. At one point, Harry thought he heard the sound of the Dursleys opening the front door, their muffled voices drifting up the stairs. But Harry, overcome with physical and emotional exhaustion, couldn't muster the energy to get up and investigate. He kept pondering hazily whether he should leave the Dursleys early, reasoning that given the current situation, they'd probably be glad to see him go. As the crescent moon rose high in the inky sky, casting a silvery glow through the gaps in Harry's curtains, the frustration etched on his face began to smooth out. His inner conflict, which had been raging like a tempest, slowly subsided into a dull ache. Just as he was about to drift off into sleep, Harry suddenly heard muffled voices that were obviously not from the Dursleys. Moreover, there were some vague images appearing before his eyes, strange and shifting like smoke in the wind. Am I dreaming? Harry, retaining only a shred of consciousness, wondered groggily. A mysterious urgency welled up inside him, an inexplicable desire to see clearly what those flickering images meant. Surprisingly, when he focused on this thought, the images actually became clearer, though they still swayed and rippled like reflections in a disturbed pond. Intrigued and wanting to pass the time before falling asleep fully, Harry focused on those images with all the concentration he could muster. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, his consciousness sank deeper into the vision unfolding before him. To be honest, Frank Bryce from Little Hangleton Village and Old John from the Shetland Islands did resemble each other quite a bit. They were both veteran soldiers who had survived brutal wars, their bodies bearing the scars of battles long past. One guarded the once ground Riddle House for life. The other spent his remaining years with a forgotten lighthouse. And both their fates, unbeknownst to them, were about to change dramatically in July of 1994. The weather had been decent lately in Little Hangleton, the summer air warm and fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. But the dampness that lingered in the soil still aggravated Frank's bad leg, which had become increasingly sensitive and fragile with age. On this particular night, it protested vehemently, sending sharp bolts of pain up his thigh and into his lower back. Frank had been battling this bad leg for half his life, a constant companion that reminded him daily of the sacrifices he had made for his country. He was well versed in handling such situations over the years. So, he knew endurance alone wouldn't suffice, he had to do something about it. Grumbling under his breath, Frank rubbed his eyes and slowly, painfully, got out of bed. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet as he made his way barefoot down the narrow staircase to the kitchen. His destination was clear, the kettle on the stove, which would soon be filled and heating water for his trusty hot water bottle. As he stood by the sink, listening to the metallic plink of water filling the kettle, Frank's gaze instinctively drifted upward, out the small kitchen window. His eyes settled on the looming silhouette of the Riddle House, the mansion he had guarded vigilantly for half his life. There, on the second floor, a faint light flickered, barely perceptible but unmistakable to Frank's keen eyes. The soft, wavering glow was out of place in the abandoned mansion. His mind, still sharp despite his advancing years, quickly concluded that it must be those restless village boys coming to cause trouble again. Although it had been many years since he'd set foot inside the Riddle House, Frank still remembered every creaky floorboard, every dusty corner of the place. Without a second thought, he abandoned his quest for pain relief and set out to investigate. He entered through the back door into the cave-like dark kitchen, trying his best not to make a sound so he could catch them red-handed later. If he didn't see them with his own eyes, Frank knew, those naughty boys would probably accuse him of being a bit crazy, just like the villagers did. Because of the large floor-to-ceiling windows on either side of the front door, there was some light in the corridor filled with the smell of decay, making it a bit easier for him to climb the dusty stone steps to the second floor. On the landing, Frank paused for a moment, listening intently. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint creaking of the old house settling. Then, a flicker of movement caught his eye. He turned right, his gaze immediately drawn to the end of the long corridor. There, a door stood slightly ajar, with a wavering orange glow spilling out into the hallway. Frank crept along the wall, each step carefully placed to avoid the squeaky floorboards he knew so well. His knotted hands tightly gripped his walking stick, ready to use it as a weapon if necessary. The thought of knocking those troublemakers on their heads brought a grim smile to his old face. When he was just a few steps from the doorway, Frank could see a narrow slice of the room through the crack. The flickering light that had caught his attention from outside now revealed itself to be coming from a fire in the hearth. This surprised him greatly, even the most daring of village youths rarely went so far as to light fires in the abandoned house. Moreover, it was hardly the weather for it. A sense of unease began to creep over him, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Frank stopped in his tracks, every muscle tense as he strained his ears. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the silence, emanating from behind the partially open door. It was a rather flat tone, but Frank, with his rich life experience, could detect a hint of restrained disgust lurking beneath the surface. "Drink it quickly, it won't last long." Before Frank could process this strange statement, another voice responded, "Ah, thank you." This second voice belonged to a man, that much was clear. Though he was expressing gratitude, his voice was oddly high-pitched, almost childlike in its timbre. Yet there was no warmth in the tone, instead, it was as cold and biting as a winter wind, sending an involuntary shiver down Frank's spine. Frank had completely forgotten about his original suspicions of troublemaking youths. This was something else entirely, something that made his veteran soldier's instincts scream danger. He instinctively moved closer to the door, his curiosity overriding his caution. A series of gulping sounds reached his ears, loud and greedy. The satisfying noise reminded Frank of his days in the army, when he and his comrades would guzzle beer after surviving a particularly harrowing battle. But there was something off about these sounds, something almost inhuman. "Marvelous," the high-pitched voice spoke again, a note of satisfaction clear in its tone. "It feels marvelous every time." The man seemed to be praising whatever he had just consumed, but for some inexplicable reason, Frank suddenly felt that the voice sounded more like the hissing of a vicious snake than human speech. The realization sent a chill down his spine, making him question whether he was truly awake or trapped in some bizarre nightmare. "I never imagined," the voice continued, a hint of wonder creeping into its tones, "that the plants people mostly overlook contain such wonderful vitality, almost comparable to unicorn blood. Ah, it seems I indeed overlooked many things in the past, didn't I? That's why I paid such a terrible price. Unicorn blood." Frank's grizzled eyebrows twitched in confusion and disbelief. He was certain he must have misheard the word. Unicorns were creatures of fairy tales, not something to be discussed in hushed tones in an abandoned mansion. Desperate to make sense of what he was hearing, Frank pressed his ear closer to the crack, straining to catch every word. For several agonizing seconds, there was no sound from the room. The owner of the clear voice that had spoken first seemed unwilling or unable to respond to the man's strange words. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire and Frank's own shallow breathing. Unable to resist any longer, Frank carefully positioned his eye at the crack in the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious occupants. To his frustration, he could only see shadows flickering on the far wall, apparently belonging to the person with the clearer voice. The man who had been speaking sat in a high-backed armchair facing the fireplace, completely obscured from Frank's view. Just as Frank was considering whether to risk pushing the door open a bit further, the high-pitched voice spoke again. "Would you kindly feed the rest to Nagini?" it asked, a note of command underlying the polite words. "I imagine she's as famished as I am after our bumpy journey." "Ah, of course, I'm not accusing you of inadequate care, but I'm sure you understand that I'm not what I used to be." The words trailed off, leaving Frank with more questions than answers. Who was Nagini? What exactly had they been drinking? And most importantly, who were these strange intruders, speaking of unicorns and mysterious creatures as if such things were commonplace? 0388 Destiny? The oppressive silence in the dimly lit room hung heavy in the air, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire. The young lady stood motionless, her emerald eyes fixed on the grotesque figure before her. After what seemed like an eternity, the silence was finally broken by her clear, measured voice. "You're recovering well, Mr. Dark Lord. If you're willing to remain in the forest for a bit longer, you might soon regain a healthy body." Outside the door, Frank Bryce's old face contorted in confusion. This brief exchange had opened up a whole new world of bewilderment for the elderly caretaker. Someone had actually chosen to call themselves Dark Lord? The absurdity of it struck Frank, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of what he was hearing. What kind of person would adopt such an ominous, theatrical title? Frank had a premonition that he was involved in a bizarre incident. The man and woman in the house before him were clearly not law-abiding citizens. Inside the room, the figure known as the Dark Lord stirred in his chair. When he spoke, his high-pitched voice was laced with an emotion that had been absent before. "A healthy body, yes, yes," he pondered, the words dripping with longing. For the first time since Frank had begun eavesdropping, he could detect a hint of normal, human feeling in that unsettling voice. The Dark Lord continued, his tone becoming more energetic. "I must admit, I never imagined I would recover in this way. Yes, with just a little more patience, I can regain my original powers. How wonderful! But then, the warmth vanished from the Dark Lord's voice. His tone shifted dramatically, becoming cold and sharp. "I think you also know, Miss Clyodna, that the forest is no longer safe. The Ministry's people could appear there at any time." There was another pause, and when the Dark Lord spoke again, his voice had taken on an almost appeasing tone. "Ah, I trust you, Miss Clyodna. Those rabble would be no match for you, but before I regain all my powers, it's beneficial for us to keep a low profile. Frank strained his ears, trying to catch every word of this bizarre conversation. His mind was whirling with questions. Ministry? Powers? What on earth were these people involved in? Cleodna's response cut through Frank's thoughts like a knife. If you hadn't insisted on killing that woman, Bertha Horkins. Her words, though spoken in the same cold voice, carried a trace of barely suppressed anger. Frank felt his blood run cold. A murder. They were discussing a murder as casually as one might discuss the weather. His aged heart began to race, pumping adrenaline through his veins. The name Bertha Horkins meant nothing to him, but the casual mention of her death sent waves of horror coursing through his body. Cleodna continued, her voice tight with restrained emotions. Dealing with memories isn't difficult for wizards, nor for us. Yet you still insisted on killing her. I don't mean to criticize your style of doing things, Mr. Dark Lord, but your actions undoubtedly puts us in danger. The tension in the room was palpable now, so thick Frank could almost taste it. He found himself holding his breath, certain that at any moment, these two killers would turn on each other. After another nauseating silence, just as Frank had decided to leave the old house to warn the villagers, the man who always had his back to him spoke again. Dealing with memories. Yes, you did suggest that, Miss Cleodna. But I remember explaining to you. The Dark Lord said coldly, altering memories isn't a foolproof method. If we encounter a powerful wizard, the memory charm won't work. This was confirmed when I interrogated her, wasn't it? Frank's confusion grew with each passing moment. Talk of wizards, memory charms, it was as if he had stumbled into some bizarre fantasy novel. The Dark Lord's voice softened slightly, taking on an almost persuading tone. We're allies who have gained each other's trust, aren't we, Miss Cleodna? You followed your predecessor's instructions to find me, hoping I could help you out of your predicament. And I, at my lowest point, have no one but you to rely on. We're mutually supportive allies, so we should be honest with each other. His voice hardened again as he added, You've never approved of the plan I felt compelled to execute to regain my strength, have you? The room fell silent once more, Cleodna apparently unwilling or unable to respond. The Dark Lord, undeterred by her silence, continued his monologue. I have my reasons for using that boy. I've expressed my firm resolve to you, Miss Cleodna. I won't use anyone else. I've waited 13 years, a few more months won't matter. As for the boy being under strict protection, I believe my plan will work. By then, I will have no weaknesses, and you will be on the verge of ending centuries of wandering fate. As Frank listened, his mind spinning from the implications of what he was hearing, the scene inside the room shifted. The woman in the room was Cleodna, the current priestess of the Druids, whom Brian had been searching for without any news for a year. Compared to a year ago, Cleodna hadn't changed much. Only when facing this notorious Dark Lord of the wizarding world did her usually gentle demeanor disappear. Her emerald eyes remained vigilant, and her floating strands of green hair in the still air proved that her power was always controlled to use when necessary. Mr. Dark Lord, Cleodna began lowering her gaze, unable or unwilling to look directly at the misshapen creature curled up in the chair before her. A wave of regret washed over her, not for the first time in the past year. How many times had she cursed her impulsive decision to seek out this monster, even if it had been at the directive of the twin serpent staff and the instructions of her predecessors. The bitter irony of her situation was not lost on her. If the Druids truly needed to rely on a wizard's power to escape their predicament, there were countless more suitable candidates. Yet here she stood, allied with arguably the worst possible choice, a wizard whose very existence seemed to be an insult to the life-revering principles of the Druids. We are not wizards, Cleodna continued, her voice barely above a whisper, but we are well aware of what Harry Potter means to the wizarding world. You want to use him, even at the risk of angering Albus Dumbledore. The Dark Lord's response was immediate and defensive, his high-pitched voice taking on a grumpy tone. Dumbledore is just a muddle-headed old man. He's not what he used to be. Even Frank, who didn't understand the situation, could hear that the Dark Lord seemed to be a little afraid of the person called Albus Dumbledore. His rebuttal carried a trace of humiliation, as if he were trying to convince himself as much as Cleodna. The faint firelight from the fireplace reflected on Cleodna's cheeks, casting a beautiful silhouette on the worm-eaten, pitted wooden floor. The Dark Lord, or rather, Voldemort. Everything about him went against the principles she held dear. The Druids, with their deep respect for life and reverence for nature, would never willingly associate with such a monster. Yet here she was, bound to him by the twisted threads of fate. Even so, Cleodna knew she couldn't persuade the evil wizard before her, but she still hoped he could maintain some sanity. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing her exhaustion and inner turmoil. There is more than just Albus Dumbledore in Hogwarts. Apart from the creature before her who had desecrated life and completely degenerated into a devil and monster, the wizard who had landed to the Isle of Avalon with her was the most powerful and dangerous wizard Cleodna had ever met. To this day, Cleodna couldn't forget the chilling anger in that person's eyes in the central temple of the island after she obtained the twin serpent staff. Brian Watson. This man's reputation had previously only shown in the wizarding underworld, but recently, his fame had gradually become known to the public. Head of the Student Safety Office at Hogwarts, Brian Watson. Cleodna continued, her voice tight with suppressed fear. Mr. Dark Lord, you've seen the wizarding newspapers. He might be even more dangerous. If the person the Dark Lord feared was Albus Dumbledore, then Cleodna herself strived to avoid encountering Brian Watson again. But she knew in her heart that since she chose to follow the prophecy left by her predecessors, this day would eventually come. Brian Watson, the young man who killed Greyback. The Dark Lord was clearly amused. He spoke in an obviously joking tone. Yes, the prophet said he single-handedly killed Fenrir and many of his followers. But Miss Cleodna, that's hardly a difficult feat. I'd say it would be effortless for you too, wouldn't it? Why should we worry about a clown propped up by Dumbledore? Cleodna's bright eyes flickered with barely suppressed frustration. She knew further argument was futile and chose to remain silent, her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. Voldemort knew he hadn't convinced the young druid girl, but he didn't care at all. As long as she continued to obey his orders, her personal feelings were irrelevant. In the depths of his twisted mind, he was already plotting her eventual punishment for her insolence towards the great Dark Lord. Of course, he wouldn't kill her, not yet, at least. After all, Lord Voldemort rewarded those who provided assistance, even if that reward came with strings attached. His mind raced with visions of the future. Once Cleodna had been broken and remade in his image, once the wizarding world lay crushed beneath his feet, he would turn his attention to her persecutors. The Church, with its considerable influence in the Muggle world, would make an excellent target. Destroying such a powerful institution would also serve as a demonstration of Lord Voldemort's supremacy, forcing the Muggle world to acknowledge his greatness. These grandiose plans swirled through Voldemort's mind as a cold, cruel smile twisted his inhuman features. I think I've convinced you, haven't I, Miss Cleodna? He said, his voice dripping with false sweetness. Now, before we rest, let's entertain tonight's mysterious guest. Mysterious guest? Frank's brain froze for a moment. In the next instant, many things happened. The high-backed armchair creaked as its occupant stirred, and for the first time, Frank caught a glimpse of the being called the Dark Lord. The sight that met his eyes was beyond anything Frank could have imagined in his worst nightmares. The creature that emerged from behind the chair was barely recognizable as human. Its body was twisted and misshapen, more reminiscent of some unholy hybrid between man and serpent than any natural being. The strong visual impact of this grotesque figure was too much for Frank's frail constitution. His vision blacked out for a moment, as his mind reeled from the horror before him. Nagini. The Dark Lord's high-pitched voice rang out, filled with a mixture of anticipation and malice. Almost simultaneously, Cleodna's voice cut through the air, don't harm any more innocent lives. In the chaos that followed, emerald mist erupted from Cleodna's outstretched hands, colliding with a sickly green light that burst forth from the Dark Lord's misshapen form. The collision of these two powerful forces created a blinding flash that pierced through Frank's drooping eyelids, burning his retinas as consciousness slipped away from him. Frank had no time to dwell on the strange sentences he had heard as he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, 200 miles away. In the bedroom at 4 Privet Drive, Harry, his forehead covered in cold sweat, jolted awake from his dream. 0389 Rising Storms. Harry lay flat on his back, panting heavily as if he had just finished a grueling 30-minute run in physical education class. He had awakened from an incredibly vivid dream, his hands pressed tightly against his face. Beneath his fingers, the lightning-shaped scar burned fiercely, as if someone had pressed a white-hot wire against his skin. With a groan of discomfort, Harry forced himself into a sitting position. One hand remained glued to his throbbing scar, while the other fumbled clumsily in the darkness, searching for his glasses which had been knocked off by the bedding. Putting them on, his bedroom gradually came into focus. Judging by the moonlight filtering through the curtains, it was well past midnight. Listening intently for a moment, Harry confirmed that the Dursleys had returned home. He could hear Dudley's thunderous snoring. Harry stroked the scar with his fingers again, which still throbbed painfully. He switched on the bedside lamp and noticed that Hedwig, who had gone out earlier in the evening to forage for food, had returned and was now sleeping soundly in her cage. Harry noticed with a pang of disappointment that her claws were empty, and a quick glance at his desk confirmed that there were no new letters or packages waiting for him. The absence of any communication from Sirius weighed heavily on Harry's heart, but he pushed the feeling aside, forcing himself to focus on the more pressing matter at hand, the disturbing dream that had woken him so violently. Harry closed his eyes, pressing his palms against his eyelids as he struggled to recall the details of the nightmare. Everything had seemed so real, so vivid, it was as if he had been there in person. In his mind's eye, a dim, shadowy room began to materialize, its edges blurred and indistinct like a half-remembered photograph. The most striking aspect of the dream, the element that sent shivers down Harry's spine even now, was the voice, Voldemort's voice. Despite not having heard it in over 2 years, Harry recognized it instantly. The high, cold tones were etched permanently into his memory. Even now, just the thought of his first-year confrontation with Quirrell and the parasitic, shapeless Voldemort in the dungeon classroom was enough to send a chill through Harry's stomach. He squeezed his eyes shut, desperately trying to remember Voldemort's appearance in the dream, but to no avail. Harry only knew that when Voldemort's chair turned around and his gaze fell upon it, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear that jolted him awake. Perhaps it was because his scar had suddenly flared with pain? There was a young woman in the room. Harry couldn't confirm who she was, but her name and appearance were like fine sand in his hand. The more he wanted to hold it tightly, the faster it slipped through his fingers. In the end, Harry could only vaguely recall that the young woman was strikingly beautiful and had a comforting presence. How strange! If the dream truly reflected some truth, how could someone so seemingly benevolent be associated with a monster like Voldemort? And then there was the old man. His appearance in the dream had been brief, Harry only saw him fall in a flash of green light. If the old man had encountered the real Voldemort, Harry was almost certain of his fate. There was a conversation in the dream, but Harry couldn't remember it clearly either. He only recalled that his name seemed to have been mentioned, and that Voldemort appeared to be planning something involving him. This didn't require much guesswork. What else could Voldemort be plotting other than to kill him? So, was what he had seen real or not? Harry stood up from the bed. He pulled back the curtains and gazed down at the clean, quiet street bathed in the warm glow of streetlights, gently rubbing his scar. The last time his scar had hurt was when Voldemort was nearby, and this realization unsettled Harry. His vigilant gaze swept the street. Could Voldemort be lurking on Privet Drive? The idea seemed too absurd to be possible. Well, now was the time to seriously consider what to do. Even though Harry didn't want to appear particularly weak or like to make a fuss, he clearly understood that anything related to Voldemort couldn't be taken lightly. Turning away from the window, Harry began to pace around his small room, his eyes half closed in concentration as he weighed his options. The calendar on his wall served as a stark reminder that it was still late July, with just over a month left before the new school year began at Hogwarts. If he waited until then to report this incident, it might be far too late to prevent whatever Voldemort was planning. But if not then, when? And more importantly, who should he tell? Harry's gaze fell upon his desk, where 2 birthday cards lay propped up against a stack of textbooks. They had been sent early by Hermione and Ron, even though his birthday was still a few days away. The sight of the cards sparked a thought in Harry's mind. What advice would Hermione give if she were here? Your scar hurts? Harry, that's no ordinary matter. You should write to Dumbledore or Professor Watson immediately, they will definitely give you some advice. I'll go check common magical ailments and afflictions right away, perhaps it mentions something about curse scars. Yes, that's exactly what Hermione would suggest. Harry could almost hear her flustered voice. But honestly, Harry didn't believe any book could provide a clear explanation for the connection between him and Voldemort. Even those directly involved, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Watson, perhaps even Voldemort himself like him, couldn't fully understand the connection between them. The thought of contacting Professor Dumbledore flitted through Harry's mind, lingering for several long seconds before he decisively discarded it. As much as he respected and trusted the headmaster of Hogwarts, the idea of approaching him solely because of a painful scar and a bad dream seemed, well, childish. Dumbledore had far more important matters to attend to than the nightmares of a 14-year-old boy, no matter how famous that boy might be. What about Professor Watson, then? Harry was certain that he would take his letter seriously, treating it with the seriousness it deserved rather than dismissing it as the overreaction of an attention-seeking teenager. And yet, Harry found himself reluctant to write to him. The memory of last summer, when one of his letters had prompted Professor Watson to visit Privet Drive, was still fresh in his mind. During that visit, they had even witnessed the passing of Professor Watson's father together. The thought of disturbing Professor Watson's peace every summer with his problems filled Harry with a sense of guilt and unease. That left only one option: Sirius. The thought of his godfather brought a mixture of emotions: hope, affection, and a twinge of worry. Sirius was not only an experienced adult wizard but also someone who genuinely cared about Harry's well-being. He wouldn't brush off Harry's concerns or treat them as trivial. With a heavy sigh, Harry sank into the chair at his desk, his expression clouded with hesitancy. Consulting Sirius did seem like the best course of action, as he was also with Professor Watson, and if Sirius couldn't provide an explanation, he could always ask the knowledgeable Professor Watson for advice. There was, however, one significant problem: both Sirius and Professor Watson had vanished without a trace. Hedwig, despite her best efforts, had been unable to locate Sirius on her previous attempts to deliver messages. For what felt like hours, Harry sat at his desk, his face alternating between various expressions. Finally, he picked up his quill and scribbled a few lines on a piece of parchment he had pulled from his trunk. As he finished writing, Harry turned his attention to Hedwig. The snowy owl was still fast asleep, her head tucked beneath her wing. Harry felt a pang of guilt as he approached her cage. Gently, Harry reached out to stroke Hedwig's soft feathers. "Hedwig," he whispered, "I need you to wake up. It's important." Hedwig's amber eyes snapped open, fixing Harry with a reproachful glare. Before he could react, she had lunged forward, her sharp beak catching his finger in a painful nip. She hooted indignantly, her eyes full of blame and irritation at being woken up from her sleep. "I'm sorry, Hedwig," Harry said apologetically, "I'm really sorry to disturb your rest, but this is a special situation. I need some guidance. It's a letter for Sirius." At the mention of Sirius's name, Hedwig's demeanor changed slightly. She tilted her head, looking at Harry with a mixture of curiosity and concern. She hooted softly, as if asking and telling something. Harry sighed, running a hand through his messy black hair. "Please try again, Hedwig," he pleaded. "Just one more time. It would be best if you could find him, but if not, come back as soon as possible. There's another letter for Ron, too. If Sirius can't be found for now, I hope to move to the burrow as soon as possible." Hedwig considered him for a moment longer before extending her leg, allowing Harry to carefully attach the letters. With a soft, reassuring hoot, she nipped his finger gently, this time in affection rather than reprimand, and spread her magnificent wings. In a flutter of snowy feathers, Hedwig took flight, soaring out of the open window and into the night sky. Harry watched her go, her white form growing smaller and smaller until it was swallowed up by the darkness. "You must find him," Harry muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he stared out into the night. Miles away, on a vast expanse of rolling waves, another scene was unfolding. The deep sea, true to its nature, continued its relentless motion even in the absence of wind. 3-foot waves rose and fell in an endless rhythm, a testament to the raw power of the ocean. On the deck of a small fishing boat, 2 figures stood silhouetted against the night sky. Free from the light pollution that plagued Muggle cities, the sky above them was a breathtaking canvas of otherworldly wonders. Billions of stars twinkled brightly, their light scattering across the surging surface of the water, transforming the sea into a mirror of the cosmos above. This was the final night of their 3rd week at sea. And as expected, the journey to find Azkaban had been extremely difficult. They had no exact coordinates for the small island, and their direction was based entirely on Sirius's vague memories of the positions of stars. The initial excitement that had fueled them at the beginning of their quest had long since faded, worn away by the constant, monotonous sound of waves lapping against the hull. Each starry night found Sirius sleepless and anxious, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scanned the sky, desperately seeking some familiar starry landmark that might guide them to their destination. Brian, on the other hand, seemed to have settled into the journey with remarkable ease. He treated their time at sea as if it were an extended vacation, spending his days engrossed in thick tomes in the cabin or quietly thinking about some problems in a state of pseudo-sleep. In the evenings, he would come out from the cabin to enjoy the cool sea breeze and fish leisurely. Their journey, while largely uneventful, had not been without its moments of excitement and danger. On one particularly memorable occasion, they had found themselves the target of a group of deep-sea sirens. These creatures, enraged that their enchanting songs had failed to lure the human fishing boat that had strayed into their territory, summoned their kin in a furious frenzy. The sirens had surrounded the small boat, their oddly shaped bone spears ready to pierce the hull and send the 2 humans to a watery grave. The ensuing battle had been brief but intense, with Brian and Sirius working in perfect sync to repel the attack. In the end, it was not the 2 wizards who found themselves destined to become fish food, but rather the sirens who retreated, nursing their wounds and their wounded pride. Now, as they stood on the deck under the vast expanse of the night sky, Sirius broke the comfortable silence that had fallen between them. "How long have we been out here?" The sea stretched out before them, fully visible in the bright moonlight and starlight. Sirius squinted, his eyes straining against the darkness as he searched desperately for any reference point that might indicate they were on the right track. After a long moment of fruitless scanning, he licked his salt-crusted lips, tasting the bitter tang of the sea and his own growing frustration. Sirius hadn't expected this journey to be smooth sailing. He had anticipated long days of drifting, of searching, of second-guessing their course. But the reality of their lost wanderings had far exceeded even his most pessimistic expectations. Before the summer holidays had begun, Sirius had promised Harry that he would quickly get him away from his Muggle aunt and uncle. But now, as the days stretched into weeks with no sign of Azkaban in sight, that promise seemed to mock him. 21 days. Brian, lying on a deck chair and admiring the boundless night sky, pondered for a moment before answering. And this answer made Sirius's heart sink. Harry's birthday was approaching in just a few days. This would be Harry's first birthday since Sirius had escaped from Azkaban, and he had originally planned to help Harry celebrate it properly. Now it seemed that plan would have to be scrapped. The night remained bright and cloudless. However, the humidity in the air gradually increased. Sirius, now practically a semi-professional sailor, immediately sensed that a storm was approaching. It was a common occurrence at sea, he had learned. Often, everything would seem normal one moment, and then a downpour would begin the next. Grand line. Let's head back to the cabin, Brian. Sirius shook his head, somewhat dejectedly. I haven't found any new leads, and it's about to rain. Let's hope old John's boat can keep holding up. With that, Sirius jumped down from the bow railing and turned towards the cabin. As he passed by Brian, who had stood up, he noticed that Brian was scanning the sea surface with a puzzled look, showing no intention of seeking shelter from the impending rain. What's wrong, Brian? Over the course of their 3-week journey, the two men had discussed a wide range of topics. But as the days had worn on and their search had continued to yield no results, their conversations had become more infrequent, more direct and concise when they did occur. Now, faced with Brian's apparent distraction, Sirius found himself genuinely curious, and slightly concerned. Gazing at the increasingly high waves, Brian's expression seemed somewhat confused. It's hard to say, but something feels off. 0390 Perilous Voyage. There are no gentle breezes or light rains on the vast, unforgiving ocean, only fierce, howling winds that sweep everything in their merciless path and terrifying, mountainous waves that crash like deafening thunder. The sea, in its raw power and majesty, shows no mercy to those who dare to traverse its treacherous waters. Nearly a month into their sea voyage, Brian and Sirius had already encountered several harrowing bouts of severe weather. However, each time they had weathered the violent storm safely under the protective shield of Brian's magic. So, when the once starry night sky rapidly disappeared behind ominous, roiling clouds and the sturdy ship began to tilt at increasingly steep and alarming angles, Sirius felt neither panic nor surprise, his nerves having been tempered by their previous close calls. Brian, on the other hand, stood rigidly at the cabin door, his expression grave and solemn as he gazed out at the howling, gloomy and increasingly ominous world outside. What's wrong, Brian? Sirius asked with genuine concern, stumbling out of the cramped kitchen with a full glass of rich, red currant rum. He swayed unsteadily with the violent motion of the ship, struggling to maintain his balance on the tilting deck. As he approached, he noticed Brian leaning heavily against the sturdy door frame, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. The storm clouds hung menacingly low in the sky, seeming almost within reach of the ship's creaking mast. Brian narrowed his eyes, which seemed to emit a faint purple glow in the oppressive darkness. He stared intently at the roiling black clouds that appeared close enough to touch, and at the rough forks of lightning snaking ominously between the layers of the turbulent sky. The veins on his hand, gripping the door frame with intensity, gradually bulged with the strain of maintaining their magical defenses. It's just a rainstorm, nothing to worry about, Sirius said with a forced shrug, trying to sound nonchalant as he came to stand beside Brian. He noticed the deep concern etched in Brian's eyes and tried to reassure him. It doesn't seem like it, Brian said cautiously, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. The magical energy is fluctuating wildly with the changes in the natural environment. The flow doesn't seem unusual at first glance, but I have a terrible, gnawing feeling about this. Something is very wrong. Those who knew Brian well were well aware that he wasn't one to joke about serious matters or exaggerate dangers. Hearing the seriousness in his tone, Sirius slowly moved the glass away from his lips and wiped his wine-red mouth with the back of his hand. After a moment's tense contemplation, he looked out at the raging tempest and said hesitantly. You know, when I left the waters near Azkaban, I also encountered a storm. I only survived by going with the flow, letting the currents guide me. I've read in some ancient records that there are certain mystical defensive measures surrounding Azkaban, Brian said concisely. These defenses are incredibly old, not left by the modern Ministry of Magic, but seem to have always been there, like naturally evolved, impenetrable barriers that cannot be easily crossed. That's precisely why the Ministry feels so confident in imprisoning those exceptionally dangerous criminals there. But how did the Ministry manage to cross that tough barrier in the first place, all those centuries ago? As Brian pondered this perplexing question, the rain grew exponentially heavier, massive droplets wrapped in howling wind lashing against the sturdy deck, sounding like hundreds of angry fists pounding relentlessly on the cabin's exterior. Maybe you're overthinking it, Brian, Sirius said, his face growing increasingly concerned despite his attempt at reassuring words. Even if there is some ancient, powerful magic surrounding Azkaban, it can't be truly insurmountable. Otherwise, how in Merlin's name did I manage to escape? There must be weaknesses, gaps in the defenses. As he spoke, Sirius's mood suddenly lifted, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. He gazed eagerly at the towering waves that loomed menacingly above the ship, saying with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, if we're really within the range of these legendary magical defenses, Brian, doesn't that mean we're very close to Azkaban? And here I was worried we might have taken a wrong turn and gotten hopelessly lost in this vast expanse of ocean. It's far too early to celebrate, Brian cautioned, gripping his wand tightly, his tone remaining solemn. This storm isn't natural, it seems to have traces of human intervention, of immensely powerful magic at work. However, the gathering and dispersal of magical energy is eerily normal. There is a more powerful force resisting our approach. Just because you managed to escape from Azkaban doesn't mean we can simply invade from the outside, Sirius. Perhaps you were just incredibly lucky last time. Sirius was about to reply when... Crash! Their ship was suddenly pushed forward by a gale of terrible strength, and was struck broadside by a massive, towering wave. The impact lifted the entire vessel 4 or 5 stories high with tremendous force. Brian's expression changed dramatically, a mix of determination and barely concealed fear. With lightning-fast reflexes, he pointed his wand at the ship's exterior and a brilliant purple light screen flowed from the tip of his wand like liquid starlight. The screen quickly attached itself to the ship's battered wall and spread with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, the whole ship was enveloped in a shimmering layer of protective purple energy. This magical barrier, pulsing with raw power, held the cabin suspended in midair, floating precariously above the frenzied, churning sea surface. Crack! Perhaps angered that the giant wave had failed to break the cabin apart, the sea grew even more furious. The lightning dancing among the heavy dark clouds suddenly became more violent, more focused in its assault. As if wielded by the wrathful thunder god of ancient myths, bolts as thick as a man's wrist illuminated the world with blinding flashes before striking toward the ship's roof with despairing, earth-shattering power. Quick, dodge! Sirius shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse with fear and adrenaline. Whoosh! Brian immediately twirled his wand in an intricate pattern. Responding to his will, the ship abruptly shifted its position with impossible agility, narrowly avoiding a series of devastating lightning strikes that would have surely spelled their doom. The lightning plunged into the roiling sea with a deafening sizzle, seeming to transform the entire ocean into a vast, terrifying sea of electric lava. Countless small electric arcs darted about like schools of bioluminescent fish, dyeing the dark sea surface a mesmerizing, deadly cyan color. The air crackled with ozone and raw magical energy. Although they had narrowly avoided this immediate crisis, neither Brian nor Sirius looked even remotely relieved. In the stark, revealing light of the relentless lightning, Sirius finally saw clearly what they were truly facing, and the nightmarish sight defied everything he thought he knew about the sea and the limits of magic. They seemed to be trapped in the midst of an endless, ethereal mountain range, with towering, sentient waves forming peaks and valleys beneath their feet. The world around them trembled violently, the air was thick with an apocalyptic sense of impending doom. Cold sweat mixed with large, stinging raindrops streamed down Sirius's pale, haggard face as he shouted, his voice cracking with a mixture of awe and terror, "You've got to be bloody kidding me, Brian. Did you actually foresee we'd encounter something like this? This is beyond anything I've ever imagined." It wasn't just the occasional lightning bolt they failed to dodge, or the gale and torrential rain that battered relentlessly against the magical barrier protecting the fragile cabin. There was also a strange, suffocating force that Sirius couldn't quite sense, but Brian, straining to maintain the weakening barrier, felt it deeply. The area shrouded in fierce winds, pouring rain, and deadly lightning seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. Sirius couldn't imagine any wizard, no matter how powerful, capable of creating such a terrifying spectacle except perhaps the legendary Merlin. "The worst is yet to come," Brian said, breathing heavily but still relatively calm. The existence of Avalon had shown Brian the full extent of ancient wizards' power. Sirius was right. Before embarking on this journey, Brian had anticipated they might encounter some impressive, even frightening phenomena. But even so, the sheer scale and intensity of this storm astonished him beyond measure. What troubled him most, however, was the pervasive, suffocating force he sensed all around them, not just raw magical power, but something on a higher, more terrifying level entirely. The overwhelming, crushing pressure of pure soul force. Sirius was utterly dumbfounded, too shocked and overwhelmed to speak. Brian had already sensed it. He tried to steer the ship in one direction, but as they moved forward, the pressure on Brian grew stronger. Fear began to grow uncontrollably in his heart. In a daze, Brian seemed to see, hidden in the unknown darkness ahead, an ancient beast opening its ferocious, bloody maw, waiting for them to walk right into its trap. "There's an old teapot on the table in my room. It's a part6," Brian said calmly, turning to look at the sweat-drenched Sirius. Another bolt of lightning struck the deck hard, causing Brian's barrier to shake violently, along with the creaking fishing boat beneath it. "I made that part6 when we were at old John's place, as a precaution. It can take you back there." "What in Merlin's name do you mean, Brian?" Sirius was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. His eyes burned with intensity as he frowned deeply. "You expect me to run away like a coward? To abandon you here? That's not my style, Brian, and you bloody well know it." Brian sighed inwardly, speaking calmly but firmly. "I brought you along just to guide me, Sirius. It seems we've reached our destination. What remains is my personal secret. I don't want anyone else involved, so... Oh, spare me your pathetic lies." Sirius interrupted loudly, his voice dripping with disgust and fierce determination. "You want to leave me behind and face this danger alone, don't you? Well, let me tell you something, my friend, not a chance in hell. Since I brought you here, I'm responsible for getting you back too. 0391 The confrontation. Brian rolled his eyes dramatically, finding himself utterly speechless in the face of Sirius's stubborn insistence. Think about Harry, Sirius, he's still waiting for you, counting on your return. At the very least, don't you think you owe it to him to stay alive until he comes of age? That's the bare minimum of what a godfather should do, isn't it? I've already explained this. Sirius gripped the doorframe and shouted, besides, I can't just leave you alone here to face whatever dangers lie ahead. Harry likes you, and if you were to die here while I snuck away like a coward, I wouldn't have the courage or the right to face Harry and Remus ever again. How could I look them in the eye knowing I'd abandoned you? Brian opened his mouth, ready to counter Sirius's argument, but something in the air suddenly shifted. His expression changed in an instant, from frustration to alert concern. He only threw a quick "stay put" in the cabin to Sirius before waving his wand to slam the cabin door shut. In the next instant, his form became ethereal, and he materialized on the deck. Glancing up at the roiling clouds, Brian exhaled heavily. The scene before him was too exaggerated, surpassing anything Brian had ever witnessed or imagined. Even though he had seen the floating island of Avalon high in the sky before, this apocalyptic scene left him utterly speechless. The sheer magnitude of power on display had completely transcended the limits of human capability, entering a realm so unfathomable it bordered on the divine. The sea before him, once a tranquil expanse of blue, now boiled like a massive cauldron of oil set over an infernal flame. Illuminated by the near-constant flashes of lightning that split the sky, a terrifying new development unfolded before the ship's cabin, causing Brian's face to darken. The scattered hurricanes that had been raging across this world were gradually converging, drawn together by some strange, unseen force. They twisted and merged, forming massive tornadoes that reached from sea to sky. Simultaneously, whirlpools of epic proportions began to appear on the churning sea surface, each one resembling the legendary Charybdis from Greek mythology. These monstrous vortexes, stretching for 20 to 30 miles in a row, erupted with astonishing suction power that constantly swallowed vast amounts of seawater and air. Even the dark clouds in the sky were not immune to this overwhelming force. The dense, rain-heavy clouds were pulled downward, stretching and distorting until they connected with the whirlpools on the sea surface. Lightning, rather than striking randomly, now clung to these rapidly approaching pillars of water that bridged the gap between sea and sky, creating a terrifying matrix of elemental fury. It's really a bit too exaggerated, Brian murmured softly, his words nearly lost in the howling wind. The air around him had grown bitterly cold, his breath leaving trails of white mist that were quickly torn apart by the gale. His grey hair, usually neatly kempt, was tossed wildly by the fierce wind. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Brian's cheeks gradually flushed red, not from the biting wind, but from a rising excitement that he couldn't fully suppress. The illusionary magic that had been concealing his eyes suddenly shattered like glass, revealing orbs of the purest purple. The light within them grew increasingly intense, reflecting the magnificent and terrifying spectacle before him. Brian's mind raced with possibilities and theories. Who had left this awe-inspiring and deadly spectacle? Was it Merlin? Or perhaps it was the island's original owner? Regardless of who had created this defense, or the method of its creation, whether through intricate spell work, ancient runes, or some combination of magical disciplines. Here, across the long river of time, he found himself locked in combat with a wizard who could be considered unparalleled even in ancient times. For Brian, who was constantly seeking to advance his magical prowess, how could he possibly pass up such an opportunity? It was simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating, a chance to test the very limits of his abilities against magic that bordered on the realm of gods. From his vantage point inside the cabin, Sirius pressed his cheek tightly against the cold glass of the window, his eyes wide with speechless shock. The sight of those colossal pillars of water, defying all natural laws as they connected heaven and earth, left him dumbstruck. His expression was dazed, as if his mind couldn't fully process the impossible scene before him. For a moment, he even believed he must be dreaming. Voldemort, Sirius suddenly muttered for some reason, then immediately shook his head in silence. Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had brought fear and nightmares to countless wizarding families, undoubtedly possessed power that Sirius could never hope to match in his lifetime. The very mention of his name was enough to send shivers down the spines of even the bravest witches and wizards. But even Voldemort, with all his terrible power and dark magic, what could he do in the face of such heavenly might? Compared to the raw, unbridled force of nature unleashed before them, anyone, even the most feared dark wizard of their time, would be utterly insignificant. As this realization washed over him, Sirius felt the weight of his own insignificance pressing down upon him. In the grand scheme of things, in the face of such awesome power, what was he but a speck of dust in the wind? But he quickly snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to think about such irrelevant matters. "How are you doing, Brian?" Sirius called out, his voice tight with worry. Locked in the cabin as he was, he couldn't see Brian's condition on the deck, and this uncertainty gnawed at him relentlessly. "Come down quickly, Brian!" he shouted, his voice growing more urgent with each passing second. Let's use the part6 to leave now, while we still can. Don't be reckless, no one can handle that. It's suicide to even try. In Sirius's eyes, Brian was undoubtedly the most powerful wizard he had ever seen, aside from Dumbledore himself. The young man's magical prowess was awe-inspiring, often leaving Sirius speechless. But therein lay the problem: Brian was still a young man, and young people, especially those of exceptional talent, are often driven by an insatiable competitive spirit. Sirius feared that Brian's desire to prove himself, to push the boundaries of his abilities, had muddled his brain, making him believe he could withstand nature's wrath. Sirius kept calling out warnings, his voice hoarse from shouting over the howling wind. But no matter how loudly he yelled, no response came. Just as Sirius was about to lose the last shreds of his patience and draw his wand to destroy the magical cage that kept him trapped in the cabin, a violent tremor shook the entire ship. The force of it threw Sirius to the ground, his body slamming against the cold, wet floor with bruising force. Before he could even attempt to regain his footing, a sudden feeling of extreme heaviness descended upon him. His heart lurched in his chest, a mix of fear and anticipation coursing through his veins as he struggled to lift his head and peer out the window once more. Many years later, when the world had finally returned to peace, the Daily Prophet, in a special edition to celebrate the anniversary of that earth-shattering final battle, sent its most talented reporters to interview some of the surviving heroes who had participated in the war that had reshaped their world. Sir Sirius Black, now a respected figure in the wizarding community and the esteemed head of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was of course among those chosen for these exclusive interviews. His role in the war, and his own remarkable story of redemption made him a figure of great interest to the public. When the young, eager reporter found himself face to face with the legendary Sirius Black, he was practically vibrating with excitement. With quill shaking over parchment, he asked what he thought was a simple, straightforward question: "Professor Black, in all your years of adventure and heroism, what was the most thrilling, awe-inspiring scene you ever witnessed?" The reporter, like many others, assumed that Professor Black would undoubtedly mention the final, climactic battle of the war. After all, it was a moment that had defined their generation, a clash of good and evil that had decided the fate of their world. But to his great surprise, the white-haired Professor Black just chuckled. With a smile that seemed to shed years from his face, transporting him back to a time of youth and danger, Sirius and began to tell another little-known story. The story of his adventure with Grand Magus Brian Watson. A deafening roar echoed through the void, a sound so primordial and powerful that it seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. It was a sound like the collective howl of gods and demons, a cacophony that suppressed even the never-ending flashing of lightning, the rolling thunder, and the howling wind and rain that ravaged heaven and earth. Under a sky so dark it seemed to swallow all light, above a sea that raged with unnatural fury, a sight appeared that defied all reason and expectation. A winged fire serpent, its body so vast it seemed to touch the very limits of the sky, burst into existence. In an instant, this phantasmal beast set the already mad world ablaze with its presence. The fishing boat that had carried Brian and Sirius to this point now seemed laughably small, just positioned between the serpent's massive, fiery eyebrows, and on the top of it stood Brian. His body was surrounded by fire that flowed like living lava, dyeing his restored eyes golden. He gazed at the whirlpools and waterspouts that were rapidly closing in on him with clear intent, his grey hair wild, his gaze imperious. Roar! The sound waves, seemingly substantial, appeared to shatter the air into fragments. The fire serpent soared into the sky, raising waves of heart-pounding howls, illuminating the netherworld. At the same time, an overwhelmingly strong force descended without any warning. The suction power scattered by the whirlpools, like the entrance to hell, formed an extremely strong gravitational force. Inside the cabin, caught off guard, Sirius was pressed firmly against the floor by this gravity, unable to move even a finger. As the gravitational force intensified, the fire serpent began to show signs of strain. The lifelike scales on its body, each one a masterpiece of magical conjuration, began to peel off under the immense pressure. But even as parts of it were stripped away, the fiend fire that composed the serpent's form showed its true, terrifying nature. Known for its ability to burn anything in its path, the cursed fire ignited the surging sea itself. The deep, cold whirlpools that had seemed so threatening just moments before were transformed into fiery vortexes that looked even more like the gates of hell. The contrast of fire and water, two elements eternally at odds, created a scene of both beauty and terror. Everything in sight, no matter where one looked, was burning with a violence that defied description. The world had become a canvas of flame and fury, a sight that seared itself into the memory of all who witnessed it. Contrary to Sirius's worried assumptions, Brian was not blinded by just the desire to win or prove himself. In fact, he was well aware of the vast gulf that still existed between his own considerable powers and the level of the person who had set up this defense. This clarity of mind, this ability to accurately assess the situation even in the midst of such chaos, was perhaps Brian's greatest strength. And indeed, the following events quickly proved the wisdom of Brian's caution. The serpent, in all its fiery majesty, finally flew into the encirclement created by several massive waterspouts. In that instant, an indescribable pressure fell upon Brian. The strong gravity continuously stripped away the fiend fire serpent that Brian had conjured with such effort. Layer by layer, the magical construct was peeled apart, its essence scattered to the winds. But the true threat came from those pillar-like waterspouts, which proved to be far more than simple columns of water. The strange power contained within them possessed an unimaginable might. Even the fiend fire, a curse that struck fear into the hearts of the most powerful wizards, did not display its usual overwhelming dominance when it came into contact with the waterspouts. Instead, like ordinary fire, it was extinguished in large quantities, hissing and steaming as it died. Sizzle! White steam wafted everywhere, creating a fog that obscured vision and added to the surreal nature of the battle. Through this veil of mist and mayhem, the fire serpent was rapidly stripped away, visibly weakening at a speed perceivable to the naked eye. Brian knew all too well the stakes of this confrontation. The road ahead had no visible end, but he understood with perfect clarity that once the protective serpent was completely dissipated, it would mark the moment of doom for both him and Sirius. Enduring wave after wave of magical exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm his body and mind, Brian roared in anger, and the frustrated fire serpent was immediately replenished somewhat. With a movement, its wings slashed horizontally through the air, severing two nearby waterspouts at their waists. The result was as spectacular as it was short-lived. A truly enormous volume of seawater, suddenly freed from the magical forces that had lifted it skyward, fell from the heavens. It created a magnificent, terrifying waterfall that stretched across the horizon, the roar of its descent drowning out even the thunder for a brief moment. But before Brian could catch his breath or savor this small victory, the laws of nature reasserted themselves with vengeance. The seawater that had just fallen, defying all logic and gravity, reversed its course. As if pulled by some cosmic hand, it surged back towards the sky, reforming the waterspouts that Brian had so momentarily disrupted. At the same time, more whirlpools suddenly appeared ahead, rapidly forming into waterspouts, with the clear intention of not stopping until the intruders were annihilated. Inside the cabin, Sirius, who could barely lift his head against the crushing gravitational force, watched the battle unfold with a mixture of awe and terror. Though this earth-shaking confrontation had nothing directly to do with him, it didn't mean that Sirius was blind to the dire nature of their situation. With growing dread, he realized that despite Brian's incredible display of power, they were fighting a losing battle against forces that seemed truly limitless. "Brian!" Sirius shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse and strained as he fought against the pressure pinning him down. "Give it up, Brian. We'll find another way in. Don't waste your life on this impossible fight." Outside, waves of magical exhaustion were crashing against Brian's nerves with increasing intensity. Each spell, each moment of maintaining the massive fire serpent, drained more of his considerable reserves. He gritted his teeth to support himself, staring ahead, a sense of unwillingness continuously welled up from the bottom of his heart. He knew, with the rational part of his mind, that Sirius was right. At this point, giving up was the only sensible option if they wanted to survive. Brian was breathing heavily. He pressed his lips tightly together, staring intently at those heavenly pillars that never seemed to tire, as if trying to engrave this humiliation into the very fabric of his soul. Give up. Brian told himself this too. Just as he was about to dispel the fire serpent and quickly transfer out of here using the part6, he suddenly felt an unexpected heat blooming in his chest. He instinctively looked down, and his expression froze. In this apocalyptic scene, two objects were emitting a strange light, rising slowly towards the sky under his astonished gaze. 0392 Mystery. Sirius's account of his escape from Azkaban had, perhaps unintentionally, misled Brian into underestimating the formidable defenses surrounding the island. Otherwise, knowing Azkaban's connection to Avalon's central temple and the legendary wizard Merlin, he wouldn't have rashly attempted to invade this place. The protective enchantments enveloping Azkaban were just not spells cast by modern-day wizards. No, these ancient wards had become intertwined with the island's natural environment over the course of millennia. Like a vast, magical sponge, the defensive magic constantly drew upon and stored power from the raw elemental forces of nature, the crashing waves, howling winds, and crackling storm clouds that perpetually besieged the desolate island. This symbiosis meant that Azkaban's magical reserves were almost limitless and self-replenishing. Brian, his confidence shaken and his magical prowess tested to its limits, had reluctantly conceded defeat. With a heavy heart, he was in the midst of preparing for an embarrassing retreat with Sirius when an extraordinary and wholly unexpected phenomenon suddenly manifested. Two legendary artifacts of immense historical and magical significance unexpectedly sprang to life, Rowena Ravenclaw's legendary diadem and Godric Gryffindor's main sword. Brian possessed three relics from Hogwarts' founding four. Salazar Slytherin's locket had been unearthed from the Black family's ancestral manor. Gryffindor's early real sword was a trophy of Brian's expedition to the Isle of Avalon the previous summer. And Ravenclaw's diadem had been in his possession for a long time. He had kept it hidden until giving the broken diadem to Dumbledore at the end of last year. Just few months ago, Brian had reclaimed the now restored diadem from Dumbledore. He had sensed that the Founder's relics might prove to be useful someday, but never in his wildest dreams had Brian anticipated their sudden and dramatic activation in this moment of dire need. Under the oppressive, storm-laden sky, the exquisitely crafted diadem began to emit an otherworldly radiance. This holy light, pure and radiant, swiftly dispelled the suffocating magical pressure that had permeated the very air around them. Not to be outdone, Gryffindor's sword leapt into action with equal passion. Its keen tip, honed to impossible sharpness, angled upwards in furious defiance of the roiling heavens. A halo of crimson energy, even more searing and intense than Brian's conjured fiend fire, enveloped the blade. Where this scarlet aura touched the storm clouds above, vast strips of the tempest simply ceased to exist, vanishing as if erased by the hand of a cosmic artist. In this moment of crisis, the diadem and sword seemed to transcend their nature as just magical objects. United in purpose, these ancient relics stood as the only sword and shield against Azkaban's magical defenses. The confrontation between these titanic forces seemed to be elevated to a higher plane of magical existence. All the destructive elemental phenomena that had raged around them few moments before now hung suspended in eerie motionlessness. Only the leaden weight of the air, thick with potential energy, hinted at the true intensity of this invisible clash of ancient magics. Even Brian, a wizard of considerable power and knowledge, found himself struggling to fully grasp the scope and nature of this metaphysical battle. He could only sense, on some instinctive level, that the energies now in conflict were of similar magnitude. Sirius, still within the relative safety of the boat's cabin, remained oblivious to the true source of this inexplicable change in their circumstances. From his limited vantage point, he could only marvel at the gradual dissipation of nature's fury, mistakenly crediting this miraculous turn of events to Brian's magical prowess. Incredible! Sirius's voice rang out, a mixture of awe and unbridled excitement. How on earth did you manage it, Brian? This is beyond anything I've ever witnessed. Sirius's exclamation jolted Brian from his awestruck contemplation of the unfolding magical spectacle. With a start, he remembered that Sirius was still trapped in the cabin. Brian was going to release Sirius when suddenly, a clear eagle's cry and a lion's deep roar echoed from the sky. Brian's head snapped upward, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight that greeted him. A perfect, flawless white light, more pure and intense than anything he had ever seen, suddenly descended from the heavens. Within the span of a few heartbeats, this radiance had engulfed everything within sight, obliterating all other sensory input. The protective fire serpent that Brian had conjured as a last line of defense against Azkaban's wards dissipated in an instant. Standing precariously on the pitching deck of their small vessel, Brian was struck by a sudden, overwhelming sensation of the world itself turning inside out. His vision failed him completely, leaving him drifting in a sea of blank whiteness. More alarmingly, his other senses seemed to abandon him as well, one by one. In the chaotic turmoil of this upheaval, even the most fundamental concepts of time and space seemed to lose all meaning. Brian felt his magical connection to Sirius abruptly severed. He found himself utterly disoriented, unable to determine his physical location or how much time had elapsed since this bizarre phenomenon had engulfed them. The only thing that remained intact amidst this sensory deprivation was Brian's core sense of self, his conscious awareness. It took every ounce of Brian's considerable mental fortitude to suppress the rising tide of panic threatening to overwhelm him at the utter loss of control over his own body and senses. Fighting against the disorientation, he struggled to analyze the sequence of events that had led to this extraordinary situation. One thing became crystal clear to Brian as he pieced together the fragments of things available to him: this journey, with all its unexpected twists and turns, had once again been foreseen. Setting aside for a moment the consideration of Gryffindor's sword, an artifact that had served as the legendary wizard Godric Gryffindor's primary magical focus for a considerable portion of his life, and thus undoubtedly possessed extraordinary capabilities, Brian's thoughts turned to the equally powerful diadem of Ravenclaw. Over the past millennium, Ravenclaw's diadem had passed through the hands of at least three immensely powerful hands: Voldemort, Dumbledore, and finally, Brian himself. Throughout this long history, the diadem had never before displayed any overt magical properties or abilities. Even during moments of great magical stress, such as when Brian had attempted to destroy it within that mysterious room at Hogwarts years ago, or when Voldemort used it as a vessel for a fragment of his own soul, the diadem had remained stubbornly inactive, never exhibiting any power to defend itself or influence its surroundings. Yet today, at this critical juncture, as Brian attempted to breach the impregnable defenses of Azkaban, both the diadem and the sword had dramatically shed their unassuming disguises and revealed their true, magical natures. What had once been just speculation was now an unwavering certainty for Brian. The four founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, were guiding his actions. These legendary figures were orchestrating events, subtly manipulating circumstances to draw Brian deeper into his investigation of the Twin Serpent Staff and the world-altering events that had unfolded in the aftermath of that cataclysmic battle years ago. Yet even as some questions found their answers, the same fundamental puzzles remained. The prophetic divination of the Druid Order's previous High Priest had first drawn Brian into this web of mysteries. As he reflected on the interconnected nature of these events, Brian realized this was no coincidence. The tapestry of fate encompassing his destiny had begun to be woven 1,000 years ago, or perhaps even further back in the mists of magical history. As he had anticipated after his journey to Avalon, as long as he was determined to pursue these matters, he was very likely to encounter more of the four founders' backup plans left behind to destroy the twin serpent staff. Salazar Slytherin's chamber, also mentioned by Gryffindor, still waited in the depths of Hogwarts Castle for someone to unveil its mysterious veil. Gryffindor himself had personally guided Brian to approach the twin serpent staff, known by its true name, Caduceus, on the crisis-plagued island of Avalon. As Brian pondered this, a startling new realization dawned upon him, something he had overlooked in the heat of the moment. If Gryffindor possessed the foresight and power to lead him to the twin serpent staff in such a precise manner, surely the founder must have been aware that the staff was not an inanimate object, but a sentient magical artifact with its own will. Gryffindor must have known that once it was freed from the ancient altar's seals, the staff would immediately slip beyond Brian's control and fall into the hands of the druid priestess Cleodna. This level of foresight must have been well within the vision of the four founders. But, the fact that Gryffindor didn't prevent it, what did that mean? Was everything part of their plan? And then there was Merlin, that legendary archmage whose very name was synonymous with the pinnacle of magical power and wisdom. A figure so steeped in myth and surrounded by conflicting accounts that separating fact from fiction seemed an almost impossible task. Throughout this series of events, the four Hogwarts founders had maintained a strong presence, but Brian wouldn't overlook the fact that Merlin was the source of it all. His actions 1,000 years later were all within the sight of the four founders of Hogwarts, but were the Big Four's arrangements 1,000 years ago also under Merlin's control? Brian. As Brian was analyzing these questions, suddenly, an eerie calling voice invaded his subconsciousness, startling him out of his deep thoughts. Coming back to his senses with the mental equivalent of a gasp, Brian realized that the blinding, pure white light that had engulfed him had now receded. The radiance now filtering through his closed eyelids and registering on his retinas seemed to have returned to a more normal, natural quality. Simultaneously, his other senses began to reawaken. He could faintly discern the rhythmic ebb and flow of ocean waves lapping against some unseen shore, and feel the caress of a warm, salt-tinged sea breeze against his cheeks. After what felt like an endless struggle to reassert control over his own body, Brian's eyelashes fluttered weakly several times before he finally managed to slowly, painfully pry his eyes open. The mellow sunlight that greeted him was not harsh or blinding, but rather possessed a gentle, almost soothing quality. Despite this, Brian experienced an intense discomfort in his eyes, as if he had been plunged into utter darkness for an extended period of time and was only now re-experiencing light. "How do you feel, Brian?" A familiar voice, laden with deep concern, penetrated the fog of confusion surrounding Brian's newly awakened mind. It took Brian's confused brain a moment to process and recognize that the voice addressing him, filled with deep concern, belonged to Sirius. Brian blinked rapidly, his vision still slightly blurred as he attempted to scan their new surroundings. They were, it seemed, still at sea. The water stretching out before them was a breathtaking azure. Above, the sky was a clear, crisp blue, without even the faintest wisp of cloud. In the far distance, barely visible on the horizon, a solitary island stood beneath the vast expanse of sky. This seemingly reasonable picturesque scene actually contained many problems upon closer inspection. Brian tried to identify the issues, but as soon as he tried to focus his thoughts, his head felt as if it had been stabbed by a dozen steel needles, and the pain was unbearable. Finally, his gaze fell on Sirius's face, who was supporting him. As their eyes met, Brian noticed an odd, almost shocked expression flashing across Sirius's face. "What's wrong?" Brian managed to croak out, his voice rough and unfamiliar to his own ears. "Your eyes," Sirius stammered, clearly struggling to speak his astonishment. "Why in Merlin's name have they changed color?" Oh, Brian's fingertips instinctively brushed the corner of his eye as he tried to show a weak, reassuring smile. "They've always been this color." Brian had never in his life experienced such a degree of physical and magical weakness. He found himself entirely reliant on Sirius's support just to remain standing, and even the simple act of speaking left him breathless and drained. At this moment, as Brian struggled to regain his composure and gather his wits, he suddenly noticed another strange thing. He and Sirius were actually standing directly on the surface of the sea, defying all natural laws of physics and magic. Even more baffling, Brian was absolutely certain that Sirius wasn't using any form of magical levitation or water walking spell to achieve this impossible feat. "I can't for the life of me figure out what's going on either." Sirius's eyes showed his own deep confusion and nervousness. "I regained consciousness just a few minutes before you did, and the moment I opened my eyes, I found us inexplicably floating on the sea surface. I've checked multiple times, the seawater is most definitely real, not some elaborate illusion. But how in the name of Merlin Saga left, well, you know, are we standing on the water's surface? I mean, Why aren't we sinking? Yes, why indeed? Brian murmured, his brow furrowing in concentration as he stared intently at the gently undulating sea surface beneath their feet. The situation defied all logical explanation. He could clearly smell the distinct scent of seawater filling his nostrils and feel the slight chill in the oncoming sea breeze against his skin. It all seemed real. Aha, finally made it in. Just as Brian and Sirius were trying to unravel the mystery behind this strange situation, a familiar voice identical in tone and phrasing, only sounding younger made Brian's hair stand on end, leaving him dumbfounded. 0393 who? Brian and Sirius floated gently on the shimmering azure surface of the vast, endless sea. Their eyes swept across the horizon, taking in the breathtaking expanse of the ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction. Except for a lonely small island in the distance, there was nothing else. Suddenly, shattering the peaceful silence that surrounded them, a voice rang out from the seemingly empty space behind them. It was a voice that seemed to be etched within Brian's very soul. Who's there? Instantly alert, Sirius's body tensed as he supported Brian with one strong arm. With his free hand, Sirius whipped out his wand, pointing it towards the source of the mysterious voice. His grey eyes, usually filled with mischief and laughter, now blazed with intense vigilance. The apocalyptic scene they had witnessed earlier had shaken Sirius to his core. It had brutally exposed the limits of his magical abilities, leaving him fully aware of his own vulnerability in the face of greater powers. With Brian temporarily weakened and unable to defend himself, Sirius knew that the responsibility for both their lives rested on his shoulders. He dared not show even a hint of carelessness or hesitation. As they watched with a mixture of uneasiness and curiosity, a truly wondrous sight began to unfold before their eyes. From the empty space behind them, as if emerging from another dimension, a massive ship gradually materialized. First, the bow of the ship pushed through. Next came the broad deck, stretching out like a floating island. Towering masts sprouted upwards, unfurling great sails. As more of the ship emerged, they could see the cabin. Finally, the massive stern appeared. Yet, for all its magnificence, the ship bore clear signs of encountering some disaster. Its vast hull was battered and scarred. Ugly gashes marred its surface, some still smoking faintly. In many places, particularly along the upper decks and masts, charred cracks spider-webbed across the wood, unmistakable evidence of devastating lightning strikes. It was as if the ship had sailed through the heart of a tempest sent by the gods themselves. Standing tall and proud on the ship's elevated bow was a middle-aged man with fiery red hair and a broad face. From head to toe, he was soaked to the bone, his clothes clinging to his muscular frame and his hair plastered to his forehead. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, there was an unmistakable air of power and charisma about him. With one foot planted firmly on the ship's rail, a pose of absolute confidence in front of the rolling waves, the man gazed intently towards the distant silhouette of Azkaban. A hearty, booming laugh erupted from his chest, echoing across the water. Brian raised his head, staring intently at the wizard who seemed oblivious to his presence, and pursed his lips tightly. There, larger than life and seemingly plucked from the pages of history itself, stood Godric Gryffindor, one of the legendary four founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This was the man who had established the noble house of Gryffindor, whose reputation for bravery and chivalry had remained undiminished for 1,000 years. And now, he had appeared before him once again. Brian's mind raced as he compared this version of Gryffindor to the one he had encountered on the Avalon Island. The differences were subtle but significant. This Gryffindor's face bore fewer of the sword scars and appeared much younger. In fact, he didn't seem much older than Brian himself. As Brian's gaze traveled downwards, it fell upon the sword sheathed at Gryffindor's waist. Another key difference revealed itself: this was not the familiar blade that was in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. Instead, it was the sword that he had obtained from the Avalon Island. These obvious details merged in Brian's mind, leading him to a startling conclusion. This Godric Gryffindor, who had appeared so unexpectedly before them, was clearly from a time in the distant past. Most likely, Brian deduced, this was Gryffindor before he had even set foot on Avalon Island, a younger, perhaps slightly less experienced version of the legendary wizard. What was going on? Was this another imprint of soul power? Narrowing his eyes, Brian stared intently at Gryffindor's face, scrutinizing every detail. He searched for any sign that might reveal whether the man's excitement, so intense as he stood there, apparently due to being in the midst of some great adventure, was genuine or merely a facade. Meanwhile, Sirius, like Brian, had his attention completely captivated by the wizard standing proudly on the ship's bow. As the massive vessel drew closer to where they floated in the water, Sirius's wand arm gradually lowered, his initial defensive posture giving way to pure awe. His eyes widened to the point where they seemed in danger of popping out of his head, and his mouth gaped open in increasing shock. The expression on his face became almost comically distorted with amazement, a mix of disbelief, wonder, and reverence. That. Sirius stammered, his body trembling violently as the full impact of what he was seeing hit him. I am not seeing things, Am I? That's. His face flushed a deep red, a stark contrast to his usually pale complexion. As he struggled to form clear words, his grip on Brian's arm tightened unconsciously. Finally, after several failed attempts to speak, Sirius managed to blurt out a question, turning his incredulous gaze to Brian's face. Am I dreaming, Brian? What you and I are seeing is the same, Sirius, Brian replied softly, his own lips still pursed tightly. So, you're probably not dreaming. Sirius let out a heavy breath. But how is this possible? Sirius continued, his face still flushed with excitement and confusion. His eyes remained fixed on that wizard's face, taking in every detail as if trying to memorize this impossible moment. This person, if I'm not mistaken, he's... Sirius's gaze, like Brian's before him, was drawn to the sword at the wizard's waist. Under normal circumstances, Sirius would have mercilessly mocked any wizard who chose to carry a sword instead of a wand. But on this man, in this moment, it seemed not only appropriate but somehow perfect. I must be dreaming, Sirius declared forcefully, as if trying to convince himself. But then, as if a dam had burst within him, he shouted excitedly, his voice cracking with emotion. Pointing a trembling finger at the imposing figure on the ship, he cried out, That's Gryffindor. Godric Gryffindor. Tears of joy and disbelief glistened in the eyes of the now middle-aged Sirius. His reaction was similar to the young witches in Brian's defense against the dark arts class last year when they first saw Gilderoy Lockhart. But this was not just a celebrity crush, this was a moment of great significance for a wizard who had spent his entire life hearing tales of the great Godric Gryffindor. What would James say if he saw him? Sirius's lips quivered as he thought of his best friend. Suddenly, overcome by an irresistible impulse, Sirius let go of Brian's arm and leapt up, nearly losing his balance on the rippling water. Waving both hands frantically, he tried desperately to attract the attention of the wizard at the bow. Hey, great Godric Gryffindor! Sirius shouted, his voice carrying across the waves. I'm Sirius Black, I graduated from the school you founded. A&D. I'm from Gryffindor House. Gryffindor continued to gaze enthusiastically at the distant island of Azkaban, completely oblivious to the now dumbstruck Sirius on the sea surface. And Sirius's face fell, confusion and disappointment replacing his earlier excitement. Don't waste your energy, said Brian weakly, sitting on the surging sea surface, too feeble to stand without Sirius's help. Can't you see? He can't see us at all. Can't see us. Sirius looked blankly at Brian, then glanced back and forth between his friend and the legendary figure several times, his mind struggling to process this information. Then, his expression turned into one of deep disappointment, the realization slowly sinking in. He can't see us, but, haven't we traveled through time? What's going on, Brian? Is Gryffindor just an illusion? Brian's response was tinged with irritation, born more from their confusing situation than from Sirius's questions. What kind of power could make us travel through 1,000 years of time? He asked rhetorically. Tugging at Sirius's pants, Brian struggled to stand up. When his gaze fell once again on the wizard who had caused him endless confusion, Brian's expression became a complex mix of curiosity, frustration, and determination. An illusion, maybe, Brian said, his tone thoughtful. I can't figure it out either, but undoubtedly, what we should do now is get on that ship. We haven't been invited, Brian. Wouldn't that be a bit disrespectful? Sirius said hesitantly, still unable to shake off the shock brought by the person before him. But isn't this reaction normal? What wizard who graduated from Gryffindor House wouldn't be filled with reverence for Godric Gryffindor? Sirius was certain that if James had this opportunity, he would have fainted from excitement, and Remus would have reacted similarly. Finally, yielding to Brian's repeated insistence and his own burning curiosity, Sirius reluctantly agreed to carry his weakened friend onto the ship. Once on deck, Sirius's behavior changed dramatically. He didn't dare to approach Gryffindor directly, nor did he even look at him for more than a few seconds at a time. It was as if he believed that long observation of this legendary figure would be a form of blasphemy. As Brian busied himself with drinking a potion to regain his strength, the familiar taste bitter on his tongue, Sirius's attention was caught by something else. Near the cabin door hung a flag that made his heart leap with pride and excitement. Unable to contain himself, he shouted to Brian. A lion flag, it's the Gryffindor flag. That's right, Brian, this man is Godric Gryffindor. My god, this trip is worth it. Sirius was so caught up in his excitement that he failed to notice how unusually calm Brian remained throughout this extraordinary encounter. Nor did he observe that on the other side of the cabin door hung another flag, this one with a deep blue background trimmed in bronze. Suddenly, Gryffindor at the bow turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping across the deck and seeming to look directly at Sirius and Brian. The unexpected movement made Sirius's body go as rigid as if he'd been hit by a petrification spell. He stood frozen in place, too overwhelmed with a mix of reverence and excitement to utter a single word. Gryffindor's attention, however, was focused on the cabin behind them. His stern features softened into a warm smile, transforming his rugged face and lending it a touch of tenderness that opposed his warrior's demeanor. "It's just a change of clothes, Rowena," he called out, his voice tinged with a hint of amused exasperation. "You could have done it with just a flick of your finger, but you took so much time." His gaze returned to the horizon, excitement burning in his eyes. "Do you see that island? We've finally found the right place." At the mention of another familiar name from the annals of magical history, Brian's eyebrows twitched slightly. His gaze, along with Sirius's, was drawn towards the cabin door. In the dim interior of the cabin, barely visible at first, the silhouette of a beautiful figure gradually became clear. With each passing moment, the shape became more defined, approaching the doorway step by step. As the figure stepped into the light, both men on the deck were struck speechless. Sirius drew in a sharp, audible breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even the usually composed Brian felt his heart rate quicken, his gaze becoming momentarily unfocused. Rowena Ravenclaw. Both Brian and Sirius were familiar with the portrait of this equally famous witch that had hung for centuries in the office of the head of Ravenclaw House. That painting had depicted a woman of such pure, almost otherworldly beauty that she had seemed almost desolate in her perfection. Yet, remarkably, Rowena Ravenclaw had never been primarily renowned for her appearance. When people spoke of her, they more often praised her unparalleled wisdom and intellect. Now, seeing her in person, or at least, this incredibly lifelike phantom of her, both Sirius and Brian felt a sense of wonder tinged with regret. How, they wondered, could generations of witches and wizards have overlooked Rowena Ravenclaw's astonishing beauty? The Rowena who stood before them appeared younger than Godric, perhaps in her mid-20s. Of course, this was just conjecture. They both knew that powerful magic had some effect in slowing the aging process, and no one could be certain at what stage of their lives these two of Hogwarts' four founders were at this particular moment. But it wasn't just Rowena's physical beauty that captivated them. Her presence radiated an aura of wisdom and power that was almost tangible. Those ice blue eyes, set in her perfect face, seemed to contain infinite depths of knowledge and understanding. Even though Brian and Sirius knew that the figure before them was likely just a phantom/memory or illusion, when their gazes met Rowena's, they felt as if their very souls were being drawn into those mesmerizing eyes. Rowena was dressed in a sky-blue vintage-style wizard's robe that flowed around her like water, highlighting her graceful movements. The fabric seemed to shimmer slightly, as if infused with subtle magic. She wore no jewelry or adornments except for one exceptionally significant item, the famous diadem of wisdom perched atop her head. This legendary artifact, known to grant enhanced intelligence to its wearer, glittered brilliantly in the gentle sunlight. The otherworldly aura surrounding Rowena was like that of a goddess who had stepped down from the heavens to walk among mortals. Sirius, overcome by the combined presence of two legendary founders, stumbled backwards. He subconsciously avoided Rowena Ravenclaw's path as she walked towards Gryffindor, even though Brian had already said that what they were seeing maybe wasn't real. His face was filled with awe and disbelief, eyes darting between Godric and Rowena as if afraid they might vanish if he looked away for too long. As Rowena approached Godric, her lips curved into a fond smile that seemed to brighten the entire deck. When she spoke, her voice was melodious and clear, carrying easily despite the sound of waves lapping against the ship's hull. "We are humans first, Godric, and only then wizards. Magic is a gift of immense power, but it must be wielded with wisdom and restraint. If we abuse it, we will risk losing touch with humanity and forgetting who we truly are." 0394 The future. Rowena Ravenclaw walked past Brian and Sirius with an ethereal grace, her robes of midnight blue shimmering with each step as she made her way towards Godric Gryffindor at the ship's bow. The gentle sea breeze ruffled her long, raven hair, which cascaded down her back like a silken waterfall. Her voice was so crisp that Brian felt as if he heard a mountain stream cutting through the harsh winter winds, refreshing, yet somehow otherworldly. This is a witch whose wisdom surpasses her emotions, Brian made such judgment. Suddenly, Brian realized that the aura surrounding Rowena Ravenclaw bore some resemblance to Luna Lovegood. Both witches possessed an almost tangible air of detachment, their gazes seemingly focused on some distant point beyond others' comprehension. And, most remarkably, this otherworldly demeanor did not emanate coldness or aloofness. Beside Brian, Sirius finally shook off his initial shock and began to grapple with the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. "What in Merlin's name is happening here, Brian?" Sirius whispered, moving closer to Brian as if afraid even his hushed voice might disturb the two legends. "Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. I feel like I'm trapped in some kind of fantastic dream. How is it possible that they're here, right in front of us?" Brian tore his gaze away from Ravenclaw's retreating form to meet Sirius's questioning look. A flicker of uncertainty passed through his own eyes before he replied, his voice low and thoughtful. "I wish I could give you a definitive answer, Sirius, but the truth is, no one can say for certain. However, I do have a theory." Brian paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "It's clear that the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw we're seeing aren't physically present. What we're seeing must be some kind of preserved memory or magical imprint. 1,000 years ago, two of Hogwarts' founders must have, like us, once searched for Azkaban. Sirius's eyes lit up with understanding, his quick mind racing to connect the dots. You mean to say, he began eagerly, leaning in closer to Brian, that this memory has been preserved by some magic in this area of sea, visible to anyone trying to break into Azkaban. Brian shook his head slightly, a small smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The memory isn't tied to this location specifically. Rather, I believe it's contained within Ravenclaw's diadem, which, as it happens, is currently in my possession. I suspect the diadem has somehow sensed our intention to enter Azkaban, triggering this magical projection and allowing us to witness this moment from the past. Before Sirius could fully digest the shocking fact of Brian possessing such a legendary artifact, he saw Brian daringly approaching Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Sirius called out urgently, his mind whirling with new questions. But why were they here in the first place? 1,000 years ago, Azkaban wasn't yet the wizard prison we know today. His eyes widened as a new possibility struck him. Wait a moment. Brian, could it be that Azkaban was actually constructed by Gryffindor and Ravenclaw themselves? Brian's pace slowed as he considered Sirius's words. An intriguing thought, he murmured, his curiosity clearly piqued. Why did they come here? I suppose the only way to truly understand is to hear it from their own lips. As they drew nearer to the legendary pair, Godric Gryffindor's booming voice carried across the deck. The scenery here is quite breathtaking, wouldn't you agree, Rowena? Brian couldn't help but study the man who had become a symbol of courage and chivalry to generations of witches and wizards. Gryffindor cut an imposing figure, tall and broad-shouldered, with a mane of wild red hair that seemed to capture the essence of his fiery spirit. His eyes, a warm amber flecked with gold, sparkled with a mix of mischief and determination. It was a face that, once seen, could never truly be forgotten. Brian had encountered Gryffindor once before, on the Isle of Avalon. Then, the founder had exuded an aura of raw power and indomitable will. His hearty laugh and unwavering gaze had seemed to challenge the impossible odds, as if daring the world to present him with a difficulty he couldn't overcome. Yet now, in the company of his fellow founder and clearly dear friend, Rowena Ravenclaw, Gryffindor's demeanor had softened noticeably. His smile, while still radiant, held a gentler quality. His eyes, when they fell upon Ravenclaw, shone with unmistakable warmth and perhaps, something more? The thought gave Brian pause. It was a question that had intrigued historians and even history lovers for centuries. The personal lives of Hogwarts founders had always been shrouded in mystery, with only fragments of information passed down through the ages. Historical records clearly showed that both Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff had direct descendants still living through present time. Rowena Ravenclaw was known to have had a daughter, though the identity of the girl's father remained a subject of much speculation. Godric Gryffindor, interestingly, had never married, at least according to any surviving official or historical accounts. For centuries, scandalous rumors and romantic speculations about Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's relationship had passed down as stories in Hogwarts common rooms and debated passionately by magical historians, with countless versions over the years. Now, watching the easy familiarity and subtle glances between the two founders, Brian couldn't help but wonder if perhaps those old tales had some truth. Gryffindor's voice pulled Brian from his daydreams. When we return, perhaps we should discuss with Salazar and Helga the possibility of relocating Hogwarts to this very spot. He gestured grandly at the sea around them, his grin widening. Just look at how this area is protected by such powerful magic. If our students were to study here, no one would ever be able to persecute them. Even a wizard as powerful as Godric Gryffindor would use childish jokes to amuse his female companion. Ravenclaw didn't criticize Gryffindor's ridiculous suggestion, but she did continue along this topic. Before we set out on this journey, she began, her eyes becoming detached with sadness, another heartbreaking massacre occurred in Caerleon. 3 gifted children, innocents, accidentally revealed their magical abilities in front of people. When word reached the church, executioners quickly came to their doors. Those 3 children, they were executed before their parents' very eyes. What? Gryffindor's roar of outrage was so ferocious that even Sirius, fully aware that this was just a memory, found himself instinctively shrinking back. Where did you get this news, Rowena? And why wasn't I informed immediately? Ravenclaw's composure remained unshaken in the face of Gryffindor's anger. Her voice was calm as she replied, the news came to me through Ava. She also revealed that the Royal Wizarding Association has taken great pains to suppress all knowledge of this incident. At the mention of the Royal Wizarding Association, Gryffindor's face twisted with disgust. Those despicable, selfish cowards. He spat, his massive fist clenching at his side. They actually aided the church in harming our own kind. These so-called noble wizarding families would stoop to any level to prevent magical knowledge from spreading to children of non-magical lineage. Gryffindor's entire body seemed to vibrate with barely contained rage. He slammed his fist, easily the size of a large cobblestone, against the ship's railing. We must teach them all a lesson, both the church and the Royal Wizarding Association. It was clear that Gryffindor was itching for action, his warrior's spirit crying out for swift and decisive retribution against those who would harm innocent magical children, but Ravenclaw remained calm. "You and I both know, Godric," she said softly, her words somehow cutting through his fury, "that violence cannot hope to eliminate the prejudice that has taken root in people's hearts. It may satisfy our anger in the moment, but it will not bring about lasting change. Brute force may win battles, but it cannot win the war against ignorance and fear." Gryffindor's shoulders slumped slightly at her words, but the fire in his eyes did not diminish. "But surely, we cannot stand idly by while innocent children are murdered for the gift they were born with," he argued, his voice rough with emotion. "We must take action, Rowena. We must find a way to change this abhorrent situation." A small, sad smile appeared across Ravenclaw's lips as she replied. "And that is precisely why we founded Hogwarts. It is our contribution towards that noble goal." Her ice blue eyes seemed to gaze into a future only she could see as she continued. "Someday, in the years to come, the wizarding world will be filled with talented magic users of non-magical descent. When that day arrives, the discrimination against them will naturally fade away." For a brief moment, it seemed as though a shooting star had streaked across Ravenclaw's eyes, a flash of brilliant hope for the harmonious, just wizarding world she envisioned. Gryffindor, despite his reputation for brash action, was far from a simple-minded warrior. As one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, he possessed a keen intellect to match his courage. His brow furrowed in thought as he considered Ravenclaw's words. "That will take many years, Rowena." Gryffindor blinked, suddenly looking weary beyond his years. He was well aware of how deeply ingrained the reverence for bloodlines and magical inheritance was in wizarding society. Even Salazar, their friend, had required countless heated debates before he agreed to the idea of founding Hogwarts. And while he had eventually consented to teach magic to Muggle-born children, it was obvious to all how coldly he treated those students at school. Yes, the road ahead would be long indeed. As the seriousness of the founders' conversation settled over them, Brian and Sirius found themselves drawn deeper into the unfolding scene. Even in their own time, 1,000 years ahead from this moment, there were still many people clamoring for the extermination of Muggle-born wizards. "Before that distant day of equality arrives," Gryffindor said, his voice ringing with determination, "we must find a way to prevent such tragedies from occurring in the present. We cannot allow more innocent children to fall victim to fear and ignorance. I've discussed this issue with Helga before." Ravenclaw's expression softened as she gazed upon her emotional friend. Her slight smile seemed to brighten the very air around them. The accidental magical outbursts of young witches and wizards are, by their true nature, unpredictable, and we have no reliable means of predicting them in advance. She paused, her brilliant mind clearly working through the problem. "However, once such a magical event has taken place, we must find a way to discover and locate these children faster than both the Church and the Royal Wizarding Association." Ravenclaw's eyes lit up with inspiration as she continued. "I believe we could design a spell, an enchantment of immense scope that would cover the entirety of the country. This magic would be attuned to detect any occurrence of accidental magic performed by a young witch or wizard. Upon sensing such an event, the spell would record the child's information, perhaps in a book of some kind. With this system in place, we could arrange for our own people to reach the child's side before the Church or the Royal Wizarding Association even becomes aware of their existence." "The Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance!" Sirius exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he recognized the description of artifacts still in use at Hogwarts in their own time. That's absolutely brilliant. Rowena Ravenclaw truly lives up to her reputation as the wisest witch of her age." Gryffindor, while more accustomed to Ravenclaw's strokes of genius, was no less impressed. He applauded enthusiastically, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Ah, Rowena, it's a magnificent idea." However, his expression soon grew thoughtful once more. "But to create a spell capable of covering an entire country, and one that must function continuously for countless years to come. That's no small feat. In fact, I'm not sure it's ever been attempted before. The magical theory alone would be incredibly complex, not to mention the sheer power required to sustain such a spell." Ravenclaw met his concerned gaze with quiet confidence. "We will find a way, Godric. After all, don't we all believe that the day will come when discrimination vanishes from our world? This is but one step on that journey." "Yes," Gryffindor agreed, his voice filled with renewed vigor. "That day will come, Rowena." With a heavy exhale, Gryffindor turned his gaze once more to the small island that had become clearly visible on the horizon. Shrouded in an oppressive gloom, the rocky ridge seemed to radiate an aura of darkness and despair. "But before that glorious day dawns, we must ensure that this world we cherish hasn't been destroyed." 0395 Azkaban. "Ensure that this world hasn't been destroyed." Sirius gasped, his voice trembling with a mixture of disbelief and uneasiness. His eyes, wide with shock, darted frantically around the surreal landscape before settling on Brian. Desperately seeking reassurance, Sirius turned towards him, only to find Brian's brow furrowed in deep concentration, seemingly lost in thought. Rowena Ravenclaw was clearly aware of what Gryffindor had said. She gazed at the small island under the only patch of dark clouds in the otherwise azure sky, her eyes dimming slightly. Without warning, the ship beneath their feet surged forward. The vessel cut through the waves with newfound urgency as it dashed towards the island. Brian, shaken from his reverie by the sudden acceleration, set aside his contemplation and turned his gaze towards their rapidly approaching destination. Azkaban, even its name sent shivers down the spines of the bravest witches and wizards. It was the most heavily guarded and feared location in the entire wizarding world, its reputation built on the tales of its infamous guards, the soul-sucking Dementors. Yet, for all the terrifying legends that circulated about its guardians, little was known about the island itself. Brian. Sirius began, his voice barely above a whisper. As the island loomed ever closer, Sirius felt his shoulders involuntarily hunch, his body racked by violent tremors. The increasingly vivid view before him dragged him back to the nightmarish years he had spent imprisoned within Azkaban. The soul-deep fear etched into every fiber of his being rapidly eroded what little courage and curiosity he had mustered. Even though his rational mind insisted that everything before him was just an illusion, Sirius found himself unable to shake the terror that gripped him. "You can be sure that we're not in the real world now, right?" Sirius said, his voice cracking with desperation. "This is just a memory, correct?" "That's almost certain," Brian began, his voice trailing off as he noticed the unmistakable signs of distress etched across Sirius's face. In that moment of shared understanding, Brian's expression softened with empathy. After a brief pause, during which he weighed his words carefully, Brian reached out and placed a comforting hand on Sirius's trembling shoulder. "If you're uncomfortable, you can stay on the ship later. I'll go down with these two and have a look. I guess this memory we're in will end once Gryffindor and Ravenclaw finish exploring Azkaban. We should be able to leave by then." This suggestion was indeed quite tempting to Sirius. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze inadvertently falling on Gryffindor's sword at his waist and the fluttering hem of his robe as he stood against the wind. "I want to go," Sirius said suddenly, his voice stronger than before. He drew in a deep breath, and his body was still trembling, but he managed to puff out his chest. "It's just an illusion after all," Sirius panted, his tone sounding both like an explanation to Brian and encouragement to himself. "I am from the House of Gryffindor, how can I embarrass myself in front of Godric Gryffindor himself? Besides," he added with a forced chuckle, "if James knew I was this scared even knowing it's an illusion, he'd definitely laugh his teeth off." "You can make your own decision," Brian replied with a nonchalant shrug of his shoulders. "Just don't push yourself too hard." As they neared the shores of Azkaban, the boat slowed its frantic pace. At a gesture from Gryffindor, it came to a complete stop some distance from the island, bobbing gently on the swelling waves. An eerie silence descended upon the group, broken only by the soft lapping of water against the ship's hull and the occasional mournful cry of a distant seabird. Brian and Sirius, the latter still avoiding direct eye contact with his surroundings, stood in tense silence alongside Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. As they drew ever closer to the island, it was as if all the color was being leached from the world around them. The vibrant blues of sea and sky faded to various shades of lifeless grey, while the island itself looked as though it had been ravaged by the fiend fire. All was so quiet, with only the painful moans of the air as it passed over the cracked rocks protruding from the island's surface. The forbidden place above the North Sea, the birthplace and graveyard of death. The gloomy and terrifying Azkaban made even Gryffindor's expression grow solemn. "We've finally found the clues you sought in the ancient texts and Helga's prophecy, Rowena." Rowena nodded almost imperceptibly, her eyes dimming further. "Can you hear the wails of the lives that perished on this land, Godric?" she asked, her melodious voice tinged with sorrow. "That complete madman. It's unimaginable if one day such an evil person returns to our world. In Helga's prophecy, that terrible future. Isn't that why we've come here?" Gryffindor interrupted, his hand coming to rest on the ornate hilt of his sword. His piercing gaze seemed to push back against the miasma of decay and despair that emanated from the island. To prevent such an outcome. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that referring to Azkaban as an island was something of a contradiction. In truth, it more closely resembled an enormous, flat reef that had thrust its way up from the depths of the sea. The only structure marring its barren expanse was a singular, circular tower that rose ominously from the center of the stone platform. Weathered by time, the jet-black tower's exterior was unnaturally smooth, its obsidian surface reflecting a faint, sickly light. "Something's not right," Sirius mumbled, finally mustering the courage to raise his head and survey his surroundings. Having endured 12 years of torment within the tower's oppressive walls, he felt no curiosity about the imposing structure that dominated the island's landscape. His only concern was for the Dementors, those soul-sucking monstrosities that had inflicted endless suffering upon him, stripping away not just his happiness but even his very capacity to feel pain. The number of Dementors, Sirius began hesitantly, squinting against the gloom as he fought to suppress the waves of nausea and dread that threatened to overwhelm him. "Do you see those things, Gryffindor?" Rowena Ravenclaw suddenly spoke up, and Sirius immediately closed his mouth. Evil creatures. The fiery Gryffindor's tone was full of disgust. Yes, I see them. We've never encountered them before, nor heard of them. Let's go, Rowena. We'll go over and see if it's what we're looking for. In the blink of an eye, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw vanished from Brian's field of vision, only to reappear moments later standing on the shores of Azkaban Island. Afraid of missing any crucial information, Brian acted on instinct. He reached out and grasped Sirius's arm firmly, their bodies shimmering and becoming ethereal as they took flight, soaring towards the island. Dementors. These terrifying creatures, now infamous throughout the wizarding world, were virtually unknown to the general magical population a millennium ago. For hundreds of years, this desolate island had remained uninhabited by any sentient beings. It was likely that Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw were the first witches or wizards to set foot on its accursed shores since the mysterious disappearance of its original inhabitants. The Dementors that hung around the island's periphery, having survived for centuries on the meager emotions they could garner from passing sea creatures, were sent into a frenzy by the sudden appearance of the two legendary Hogwarts founders. 30 to 40 Dementors emitted hoarse sounds, leaving a faint frost in the air wherever they passed. These creatures, devoid of reason or mercy, were incapable of realizing the immense magical power possessed by those they were trying to harm. As they approached within about 60 feet of the two legendary wizards, Gryffindor's hand moved with lightning speed. In one fluid motion, he drew his sword and thrust it skyward. The crisp, ringing sound of the blade leaving its scabbard reverberated through the air, more stirring and potent than a clap of thunder. Above them, the roiling dark clouds that shrouded Azkaban were suddenly and violently pierced. A massive hole appeared in the grey canopy, allowing golden sunlight to pour down upon the blasted landscape. Gryffindor's eyes blazed with an inner fire, and from his sword, now crackling with magical energy, a strange power began to emanate in pulsating waves. This force seemed capable of freezing space itself, as it washed over the advancing Dementors. They were frozen one by one in midair, even their tattered robes hung motionless. It is widely known throughout the wizarding world that there is only one spell capable of affecting Dementors, the Patronus Charm. On the Isle of Avalon, Brian had also seen Gryffindor's own Patronus. It was a majestic lion, and at the time, that Patronus had given Brian quite a fright because the lion was actually corporeal. Now, Gryffindor once again taught a lesson to future young wizards: common sense can be broken, and Dementors are not only restrained by Patronuses. While Gryffindor held the Dementors at bay with his extraordinary display of magical prowess, Rowena Ravenclaw seized the opportunity to showcase her own formidable abilities. With graceful precision, she raised her slender wrist, directing her palm towards the nearest of the frozen Dementors. The air around her hand immediately became hazy and distorted, shimmering like the surface of a heat-struck desert. The targeted Dementor, as if caught in some invisible current, began to drift slowly but unescapably towards Ravenclaw's outstretched hand. Despite their imposing stature, typically standing at least a dozen feet tall, this particular Dementor appeared to be under some form of powerful magical compression as it floated towards her. Wisps of inky black smoke rose from its massive, terrifying form. As these dark energies were forcibly expelled, the Dementor's body began to rapidly contract. By the time it finally landed on Ravenclaw's palm, it had been reduced to a miniature little Dementor, no larger than a child's doll. Gryffindor's penetrating gaze fell upon this tiny Dementor, and for reasons known only to him, the solemnity etched between his eyebrows deepened further. With fluid grace, Ravenclaw brought her hands together, enveloping the miniaturized Dementor between her palms. As she did so, countless rays of dazzling, holy light began to escape from between her fingers, bathing the immediate area in a warm, golden glow that stood in stark contrast to Azkaban's perpetual gloom. Stop! At the edge of the island, Brian, who had just landed on the rocky shore, glared fiercely at Ravenclaw with bloodlust. His eyes blazed with an unexpected ferocity as he resolutely raised his wand, much to Sirius's astonishment. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0396 The Dementors. The Dementors, those infamous and terrifying guards of Azkaban prison, have long been a source of everlasting fear in the wizarding world. These emotionless, wraith-like creatures are known to strike dread into the hearts of even the bravest souls who speak their name. With their ability to drain happiness and pleasant memories from the minds of their victims, they leave nothing but hollowed shells devoid of joy or hope. Dementors represent the very essence of despair. What's more terrifying is that these monsters seem to have no weakness. While the Patronus charm can temporarily repel them, no known magic has ever succeeded in permanently destroying a Dementor. This chilling fact has led many to believe that these creatures are truly immortal, existing beyond the boundaries of life and death. The Ministry of Magic's decision to employ these nightmarish beings as guards at Azkaban has been a constant source of controversy and criticism. Many argue that subjecting prisoners, regardless of their crimes, to the despairing presence of Dementors is cruel and inhumane. However, supporters of the Ministry's policy point out an undeniable truth: the threat of Dementor serves as a powerful deterrent to evildoers throughout the wizarding community. In this tense atmosphere, Rowena Ravenclaw was attempting to destroy these fearsome beings. Even Sirius could easily discern Ravenclaw's intentions. His hatred for Dementors ran deep, and upon realizing Ravenclaw's intentions, Sirius momentarily forgot his fear of revisiting this place. A spark of anticipation ignited in Sirius's eyes, a glimmer of hope that perhaps these tormentors could finally be vanquished. But suddenly, an angry shout shattered the oppressive silence, startling Sirius out of his hopeful reverie. The source of this unexpected outburst was none other than Brian. Sirius had never seen Brian in such a state before. The young man's usually handsome features were twisted into a mask of rage, his eyes blazing with an intensity that bordered on madness. With a swift, decisive motion, Brian raised his wand, pointing it directly at Ravenclaw, ordering her to stop in a harsh voice. Utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events, Sirius found himself questioning Brian's sanity. "What in Merlin's name are you doing, Brian?" he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of confusion and concern. The situation made no sense to Sirius. According to Brian's earlier explanation, what they were seeing was just a memory, events that had already happened and couldn't be altered or interfered with. So why was Brian reacting with such unrestrained fury to Ravenclaw's attempt to destroy the Dementors? Almost as if driven by instinct, Brian's body tensed, his grip on his wand tightening as he continued to aim it at Ravenclaw's back. It was Sirius's shout of alarm that crashed like thunder, snapping Brian out of his trance-like state. Brian's body shuddered violently as if waking from a terrible nightmare, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. "What's going on, Brian?" Sirius's voice was filled with concern. Brian's lips moved, but no words came out. He didn't know how to explain to Sirius the overwhelming, instinctual reaction that had been driven by something deep within his very soul. After several tense moments, Brian managed to find his voice, though it was barely more than a whisper. "It's nothing," he said, clearly lying but unable or unwilling to elaborate. "Let's keep watching." With that, he pressed his lips tightly together, a clear signal that he would say no more on the subject. As they turned their attention back to the unfolding scene, they witnessed a display of magic that defied imagination. In Ravenclaw's palm, a miniature sun seemed to be taking form. Its radiant light pierced through the perpetual gloom of Azkaban, causing the very foundations of the gloomy island to tremble in response. The sheer magnitude of this power, even within a memory, was enough to cause Brian's expression to change once more. In the distance, the frozen Dementor's ethereal body trembled violently, as if enduring unimaginable agony. The unfortunate creature directly subjected to Rowena Ravenclaw's formidable power emitted a continuous, bone-chilling wail from within her grasp. The sound was unlike anything Sirius or Brian had ever heard before, a cry of pure anguish that seemed to resonate on a spiritual level. As the hellish cries continued to echo across the desolate landscape, Godric Gryffindor, standing beside Ravenclaw, made a decisive move. With a look of grim determination etched onto his face, he reached out his rough, battle-scarred hand and grasped Ravenclaw's delicate palm. The moment their hands connected, a thunderous boom erupted from the void. What followed was a display of magical synergy unlike anything recorded in the annals of wizarding history. Two vastly different soul energies combined like apocalyptic millstones. Together, they attempted to grind the Dementor out of existence in the most direct and brutal manner imaginable. The agonized wailing emanating from their joined hands gradually weakened, becoming fainter and fainter until it was barely audible. The very air around them seemed to distort, warped by the sheer magnitude of the magical forces at play. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely only a matter of moments, Gryffindor slowly moved his palm away. Ravenclaw, deep in concentration, also opened her hand. The tension in the air was palpable as Brian and Sirius immediately moved closer, eager to see the results of this unprecedented magical assault. However, their expressions quickly darkened when they saw what remained in Ravenclaw's hand. Against all odds and expectations, the Dementor was still there. The creature had been drastically altered by the power it had just endured. Its form was now nearly transparent and reduced to roughly the size of a small fish. Yet, despite this dramatic reduction, the fundamental essence of the Dementor persisted. It had not been destroyed or erased from existence as Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had clearly intended. "How is this possible?" Sirius exclaimed, his voice a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. Indeed, according to common knowledge in the wizarding world, Dementors were believed to be indestructible. But surely, Sirius thought, that belief was based on the limitations of ordinary wizards. The ones who had taken action before them were none other than the great Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw, two of the perhaps most powerful wizards in history. How was it possible that even with their combined powers, they couldn't annihilate a single, ordinary Dementor? Brian's eyes flickered with an odd light, finding it equally incredible. As they stood there, frozen in shock and struggling to grasp the scene before them, Gryffindor, undeterred by this initial failure, prepared to make another attempt. His legendary sword began to hum with magical energy. The air shimmered around the blade, and suddenly, a majestic lion with ruby-red eyes and a fiery mane materialized out of thin air, roaring furiously at the little Dementor in Ravenclaw's palm. "Sirius, momentarily forgetting the seriousness of the situation, cried out in excitement like a young wizard witnessing magic for the first time. The patroness was indeed a magnificent sight, embodying all the courage and nobility associated with the House of Gryffindor. Brian, on the other hand, having seen this particular patroness before, narrowed his eyes in anticipation of what would happen next. With the unspoken understanding that comes from years of friendship and collaboration, Rowena gently shook her palm, allowing the tortured little Dementor to float towards Godric's patroness. The corporeal lion opened its terrifying, blood-red mouth wide. In one swift motion, it swallowed the diminished Dementor whole. This time it's surely done for. Sirius shouted out confidently, his voice ringing with a mix of excitement and vindication. The patroness, which seemed as alive and sentient as any living creature, let out another fierce growl. A mysterious magical power began brewing within its closed mouth, but after a moment of breathless anticipation, something unexpected happened. The majestic lion patroness, with what almost seemed like a look of confusion on its spectral face, spat something out onto the floating ground. Rowena Ravenclaw, with a frown of concentration, stared intently at what the patroness had expelled. There, floating above the ground, was a transparent ghostly creature. It was the Dementor, now reduced to a size no larger than a pinky finger, but still unmistakably present and intact. Ravenclaw spoke, her voice losing its usual ethereal quality and becoming heavier with the seriousness of this revelation. "Do you see it, Godric?" Gryffindor nodded grimly, his expression a mixture of frustration and understanding. Ravenclaw continued, her ice blue eyes flickering with a hint of worry. "It cannot be destroyed. The patroness indeed has the power to affect it, but the key isn't in the power of the soul, it's in happiness. And these pitiful creatures? Not in power, but in happiness." Brian's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered her words, trying to decipher their full meaning. But what he heard next shattered his composure entirely. "Ah," Herpo Gryffindor said, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy and perhaps a touch of anger. "That cunning fellow created the Horcrux, using the lure of immortality to deceive so many wizards of his time. They were used, constantly splitting their souls, ultimately becoming these empty shells caught between life and death, ghosts without substance." Crack! The impact of these words was like a bolt of lightning striking Brian's very soul, draining the color from his face. What did this mean? Dementors were wizards? Not just any wizards, but those who had attempted to achieve immortality through the creation of Horcruxes? Wizards who had split their souls so many times that they had become these empty, soulless shells? Sirius, standing beside Brian, also wore an expression of shock and doubt. Though he didn't know what a Horcrux was, he could at least understand the basic implication of Gryffindor's words. The fearsome Dementors, the terror of Azkaban, were once human wizards who had somehow split their souls. Brian's thoughts whirled in turmoil as he tried to merge this new information with what he knew. In modern times, Voldemort was the only wizard Brian was aware of who had split his soul multiple times, a feat of dark magic that had given even the great Albus Dumbledore no end of trouble. Voldemort had likely been most proud of his mastery over Horcrux magic, viewing it as the ultimate path to immortality. But neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort could have imagined that the ultimate fate of repeatedly splitting one's soul would be this. As Brian's mind raced, piecing together the inferences in this revelation, he found that it made perfect sense in a twisted way, didn't it? A Horcrux, by its very nature, would strip away the good parts of a person's soul, leaving only the darkest aspects of human nature behind. And if, in the end, even that remnant of evil was stripped away through repeated divisions, what would be left? The answer was chilling. Dementors fed on the emotions of the living out of instinct, an instinct to complete what was missing in themselves. How pitiful! Ravenclaw's face showed a depth of compassion that seemed at odds with the reputation often attributed to her house. Her ice blue eyes softened for a while as she gazed at the tiny Dementor, seeing not a monster, but a tragic victim. These wizards fell victim to a plot. They must have once followed Herpo, believing that his gift of the Horcrux magic was a reward, a path to eternal life. But they were used as pawns in a greater scheme. Herpo only needed their nearly indestructible shells after they had transformed into these creatures. Needed their shells. Despite the chaos swirling in his mind, Brian latched onto this phrase, sensing its importance. He knew that either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw must have preserved this memory as a crucial piece of information, a guide for future generations. Yet, even with this knowledge, he still couldn't fully decipher all the information presented to him. Pitiful creatures indeed, Gryffindor agreed, his voice a mix of compassion and steely resolve. But regardless of their origins, we must find a way to destroy them. The threat they pose is too great to ignore. Ravenclaw nodded slightly, her expression serious. That's the most crucial step, she agreed. Understanding their nature is important, but finding a way to disintegrate them, that's the true challenge we face. As this solemn conversation took place, Sirius found himself looking back and forth between Brian's pale, conflicted face and the imposing figures of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. He opened his mouth several times but didn't know what to ask. There were simply too many questions, Too many earth-shattering revelations to process all at once. But one thing Sirius knew with absolute certainty, he had just learned some extremely important secrets. And Brian's insistence on coming here was most likely related to these secrets. 0397 The limit. The Dementors are wizards who have split their souls multiple times, so, what is the limit? As Brian's mind raced with this question, he couldn't help but connect dots with Voldemort. From what Brian had pieced together, Voldemort had created at least 4 Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and the diary. Harry is an unintentional Horcrux, a fact known only to Dumbledore and himself. Even Voldemort is likely unaware that he accidentally created this Horcrux. That makes 5 in total. Given Brian's understanding of Horcrux magic and his knowledge of souls, it seemed impossible for Voldemort to have created multiple Horcruxes beyond a certain point. At some stage, the loss of soul would be enough to drive a person insane. Judging from Voldemort's behavior, he hadn't yet gone mad. Moreover, as the soul split approaches some limit, would the main wizard even retain the ability to actively split their soul? The agitation in Brian's eyes subsided a little, as he pondered these deeply. Probably not. Creating a Horcrux is no easy feat. Brian had personally witnessed the torment suffered by wizards who failed in their attempts to achieve immortality through Horcruxes. If, as Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had claimed, Dementors were indeed wizards who had split their souls too many times, then too many likely meant an astounding number, perhaps a dozen or more. This realization led to another perplexing question: if even a wizard as powerful Voldemort hadn't achieved such a feat, could there have really been so many wizards throughout history capable of rivaling or surpassing Voldemort's power? The answer was impossible. Therefore, these poor souls were likely controlled by the inventor of Horcruxes, and the origin of all these schemes Herpo the Foul. The more Brian considered this possibility, the more convinced he became. Herpo must have used some method to force other wizards to split their souls against their will. The blood curse spell was evidence enough of Herpo's mastery of soul magic. Many puzzles were solved after the 2 Hogwarts founders revealed the true nature of Dementors, but at the same time, new questions arose. Sirius felt like he had returned to his ignorant student days. Of everyone present, he was the most clueless. He blinked his eyes expectantly, hoping Brian would say something, but Brian, noticing his confusion, only shook his head slightly and said, "Let's keep watching." The scene before them continued to unfold. Gryffindor, having confirmed that the Dementors could not be directly destroyed by force, lifted his magical suppression on the outer ring of the soul-sucking creatures. The effect was immediate and surprising. The freed Dementors, rather than launching into a frenzied attack on the 2 Hogwarts founders as one might expect, began to emit strange, high-pitched squeaking cries and scrambled to flee. This at least proved one thing: these monsters could feel fear, even if that fear stemmed from instinct rather than conscious emotion. The carefree Gryffindor sheathed his sword and dusted off his hands, paying no mind to this detail. Ravenclaw, however, had a glint in her ice-blue eyes as she observed this scene. "We've finally confirmed some things," Gryffindor exclaimed, his voice booming with an enthusiasm that seemed almost out of place given the grim nature of their discoveries. But such was Gryffindor's nature, eternally optimistic. Even though he knew what kind of opponent they were facing, there wasn't a trace of worry on his face. Ravenclaw's response was more measured. Her lips were pursed in thought as she gently stroked the diadem on top of her head. The crown seemed to come alive under her touch. It emitted a soft, otherworldly glow, pulsing with a mysterious power that reached out towards the battered Dementor before them. In a display of magic that left even Brian awestruck, the diadem began to absorb the Dementor. It was as if the creature was being drawn into the magical artifact, its dark essence was sealed away within the gleaming diadem. "I'll take it back to study with Helga and Salazar," Ravenclaw said, her voice calm despite the extraordinary feat she had just performed. Then, without missing a beat, her piercing gaze turned towards a distant point on the island. "Let's go take a look over there, Godric. I sense something." With those words hanging in the air, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor vanished from where they stood. "That place!" Sirius exclaimed, his voice a mix of recognition and dread. Among the 4 of them, Sirius was the most familiar with the layout of Azkaban. Brian, eager to follow the founders, was about to take flight, when Sirius's face suddenly drained of color. His eyes, wide with a mix of fear and excitement, darted to the small, barred windows dotting the exterior of the high tower looming over them. "Remember what I told you?" Sirius said, his voice barely above a whisper. "That stone pillar you were so interested in, it's in the ruins in that direction. Let's go and have a look," was all Brian said in response. As they approached, the landscape transformed dramatically. Where once there had been nothing but bleak, windswept rock, there now sprawled a vast expanse of ancient ruins. Brian, surveying the scene from above, felt a jolt of recognition. The crumbling structures below matched perfectly with the architectural style of the temple he had seen at the center of Avalon Island. So, he immediately confirmed that the temple at the center of Avalon Island had been relocated from this very spot. Sirius, noticing Brian's intense focus on the ruins, felt compelled to share what he knew. When I was in Azkaban, this entire area was submerged underwater. It was only at certain times of the year, when the sea receded, that you could catch a glimpse of these ruins. Brian nodded, acknowledging Sirius's information while his gaze zeroed in on a tall, rough-hewn stone pillar that dominated the center of the ruins. It was the same scale and form as the pillars used to construct Stonehenge. As they drew closer, they could see that Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were already there, examining the pillar with intense focus. Ravenclaw had one hand pressed against the ancient stone, her eyes closed in deep concentration. "This is a seal," Ravenclaw said calmly, breaking the tense silence that had fallen over the group. "I can feel that this pillar doesn't exist alone. Far in the distance, there are other structures that share the same source of power as this one." Gryffindor, who had been circling the pillar with his head tilted back in curious examination, stopped in his tracks at Ravenclaw's words. He reached out, tapping the pillar with his finger as if testing its solidity. "In that case," he said, his voice rich with interest, "the one who left it here must be Merlin." "It should be so," Ravenclaw agreed. "Merlin." Sirius, who had been struggling to keep up with the rapid revelations, felt his jaw drop. He turned to Brian, expecting to see an equally shocked expression, but found only calm acceptance on his friend's face. Sirius felt a wave of numbness wash over him as he realized just how many earth-shattering secrets he had stumbled upon in such a short time. Ravenclaw's voice cut through Sirius's daze. "I can open it, Godric," she said, her eyes flicking to where Gryffindor's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. There was a note of caution in her voice as she added, "But, I'm just not sure if we should." "We were guided here to this island, Rowena," Gryffindor said in a deep voice. "He must have known what we would do." Ravenclaw nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with Gryffindor's assessment. Without further discussion, she turned her full attention to the task at hand. The Diadem of Wisdom, that powerful artifact of Ravenclaw's own creation, lifted gently from her head. It hovered in the air above the stone pillar, seeming to glow with an inner light that grew stronger by the second. Suddenly, a beam of pure white light shot from the crystal-studded diadem, engulfing the ancient pillar in its radiance. As the light touched the rough stone surface, an extraordinary transformation took place. A star curtain, there was no other way to describe it, materialized on the pillar's surface. Countless pinpricks of light, like stars in a night sky, began to move in intricate, predetermined orbits across the stone. Under the continued illumination from Ravenclaw's diadem, the star-like points of light began to accelerate. What had started as a mesmerizing dance soon became a dizzying spectacle. The stars moved so quickly that they blurred into streaks of light across the pillar's surface. As the stellar display reached a fever pitch, the entire massive pillar began to vibrate. The tremors spread quickly, causing the very island beneath their feet to shake. The black rocks that made up the ground began to crack and shift. "What is this thing?" Sirius asked, his brow furrowed in a mix of awe and apprehension. "Magical operation nodes." This time, it was Brian's turn to be at a loss. For Brian, a somewhat skilled alchemist with years of experience and a vast repository of magical knowledge, to be rendered nearly speechless was a testament to the extraordinary nature of what they were witnessing. In all his years of study, among all the magical artifacts and alchemical tools he had encountered, nothing came close to the sheer complexity and power of the magical circuit nodes etched into this ancient pillar. It wasn't just the seal of Merlin that left Brian in awe. The fact that Rowena Ravenclaw, after just a brief examination, had not only deciphered the intricate magical nodes but also found a way to activate it, spoke volumes about her legendary wisdom and magical prowess. Truly worthy of being hailed as the wisest witch. As Brian marveled at Ravenclaw's incredible feat, Sirius's sharp eyes caught movement in the periphery of their vision. "Those Dementors are surrounding us again," he shouted, his voice tight with tension. Indeed, the Dementors who had earlier been scattered by Gryffindor's display of power had regrouped. They hovered at a distance, forming a loose circle around the ruined complex. Even from afar, the creatures radiated an aura of agitation, their cloaked forms seeming to ripple with dark energy. Yet, under Gryffindor's piercing gaze, none dared to approach too closely. "It seems there's something particularly important to the Dementors hidden beneath the seal," Brian observed, his voice soft but carrying an edge of excitement. Boom! A thunderous boom shook the air. The stone pillar, which had been vibrating with increasing intensity, suddenly burst with light so bright it momentarily blinded them all. When their vision cleared, they saw that the star curtain had vanished, leaving the pillar's surface rough and unmarked once more. Under Ravenclaw's guidance, the pillar began to rise slowly into the air. As it ascended, the tremors that had been shaking the island intensified. The cracks in the black rocks beneath their feet widened, and an ominous power seemed to pulse from deep within the earth. When the pillar had risen high enough, a gaping hole appeared in the ground before them, its edges jagged and uneven as if torn open by some colossal force. This pitch-black, seemingly bottomless chasm yawned wide, like the maw of some primordial beast awakening from an eons-long slumber. The darkness that poured forth from this opening was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It was more than just an absence of light, it was as if the very concept of darkness had been distilled into its purest form. The inky blackness seemed to move with a life of its own, tendrils of shadow reaching out hungrily towards the assembled wizards. But it wasn't just darkness that emanated from the hole. An aura of death and decay washed over them in palpable waves, carrying with it the whispers of countless tormented souls. The very air around them grew heavy and oppressive, as if the weight of centuries of suffering was pressing down upon them. Even Gryffindor, known for his unwavering courage in the face of any danger, couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly as this malicious aura brushed against his face. His usually cheerful face darkened, a mix of anger and determination settling over his features. "What a dreadful feeling," Gryffindor said, his words tinged with barely contained fury. There was a tremor in his voice that spoke not of fear, but of a deep, righteous anger. "How many lives lie buried down there?" "Brace yourselves," Brian said grimly before jumping into the black hole. "We're likely to see some shockingly cruel sights." "What we've seen already is enough to shock me for a lifetime," Sirius replied with a resigned expression. 0398 The Discoveries. As one of the world's most powerful wizards, there were very few phenomena in the wizarding world that could truly unsettle or intimidate Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw, especially when they were working together. Now, as they stood before what appeared to be the very maw of the underworld itself, the two barely hesitated for more than a heartbeat. With a shared glance of determination glinting in their eyes, they leapt decisively into the gaping darkness. Brian and Sirius, being in the memory world, were free from any constraints and followed suit. The passage that greeted them was a twisting tunnel that burrowed deep into the Earth's crust. The air grew increasingly dense and oppressive as they plummeted further from the surface, carrying with it the musty scent of long-forgotten caverns and the faint, briny tang of seawater. Brian, his senses oddly heightened despite existing in a memory, found himself marveling at the vividness of these sensations. He assumed that the method used to preserve this particular memory must have been extraordinarily powerful, allowing them to experience some of the sensations that Ravenclaw and Gryffindor had felt during their original journey. The descent lasted for about 2 minutes, unimpeded and as swift as a meteor streaking across the sky. As they plunged ever deeper, the air around them underwent a dramatic transformation. The initial coolness of the upper passage gave way to an increasingly oppressive heat, a subtle burning sensation that seemed to sear the air they breathed, making Brian wonder if the passage might lead them straight to the Earth's core. Whoosh! With a sudden whoosh that sent their robes fluttering wildly, the group reached the final curve of the passage. This last bend served as a natural brake, decelerating their meteoric descent to a more manageable speed. Gryffindor landed with cat-like grace upon the stone floor below. In a display of both chivalry and practicality, he extended his muscular arm, his hand easily encircling Ravenclaw's slender wrist helping her. As they regained their senses, the group found themselves standing in what appeared, at first glance, to be a rather unremarkable stone chamber. However, Brian could still discern from the carving techniques on the stone walls roughly what era this structure was built in. A faint, ominous glow emanated from the corridor stretching out before them, bathing the chamber in an eerie, reddish light. While it bore a superficial resemblance to magical lighting, but considering the scorching heat in the air, it wasn't hard to guess what was actually producing that glow. "That madman!" Gryffindor exclaimed after surveying the surroundings for a moment. He built his lair in the heart of a lava lake, surrounded by so many magical detection shields. "If we hadn't been guided here, I dare say we would never have found this place." Ravenclaw put her diadem back on her head. Her ice-blue pupils penetrated the barriers of the walls, seeing through many secrets. "The magical concentration in this environment is extremely high, far exceeding that of Hogwarts," she said calmly. "It's the perfect place for any wizard aiming to advance to the final circle." "Advance to the final circle?" Brian's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly at Ravenclaw's words, a hint of surprise and intrigue flashing across his features. With renewed focus, he carefully examined his surroundings. If Brian was truly present here in person, he would undoubtedly discover more. Unfortunately, what was presented before him was just a memory, similar to the portrait. He had no way to sense more things. With no other choice, he could only firmly remember Ravenclaw's words. "Let's go, Godric. There are some things here that concern me. I must see them with my own eyes," Ravenclaw said, leaving the stone chamber without lingering. As they ventured deeper into this underground labyrinth, a palpable aura of malice seemed to seep from the very walls of the narrow corridor. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, causing even the usually boisterous Sirius to fall uncharacteristically silent. Almost unconsciously, he reached out to grasp the hem of Brian's robe. Brian, sensing the sudden tug on his robes, turned back with a look of mild surprise. "What's troubling you?" Sirius, hearing the question, suddenly became aware of his actions, and quickly released his grip on Brian's robe. "It's nothing," he asserted, shaking his head as if to clear it of unwelcome thoughts. However, after a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but voice the fears that had been gnawing at him. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I know we're just observing a memory, Brian, but still." His words trailed off as he cast another apprehensive glance at the narrow, ominously glowing passage that stretched out before them. After pondering for a moment, Brian understood what Sirius was trying to express. He pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. You mean the environment here? Well, how should I put it? Most magical ruins dating back to ancient Greek times have this style. In recent years, I mean before I returned to teach at Hogwarts, I had explored some tomb ruins with relics, and they were all like this. Sirius, his eyes widening slightly at Brian's casual mention of tomb exploration, found himself grinding his teeth as he stared at Brian's back. Explore tomb ruins with relics, he thought to himself, a mixture of disbelief coloring his inner monologue. Isn't that just a fancy way of saying he was grave robbing? As they continued their journey through the winding corridors of this underground complex, it became increasingly apparent that Brian's earlier assessment had been remarkably accurate. The ruins buried deep beneath the surface of Azkaban Island bore a striking resemblance to the ancient tombs he had explored in his past adventures. Their path took them through a seemingly endless series of twisting passages, occasionally opening up into chambers similar to the one they had initially encountered. Those rooms were shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see clearly what was inside. Interestingly, neither Gryffindor nor Ravenclaw showed any inclination to pause or investigate these shadowy chambers, suggesting that they held little significance to their current pursuit. As they progressed deeper into the heart of this maze, Brian's noticed clear evidence of protective magic having once been employed throughout the complex. However, these ancient wards and enchantments now lay in ruins, their power long since shattered by some unknown force. It required little deductive reasoning to surmise who might have been responsible for dismantling these magical defenses. With each step they took, the reddish glow that had been their constant companion since entering this underground realm grew steadily more intense. The air around them became increasingly oppressive, thick with heat and an almost tangible sense of ancient, slumbering power. Although Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's expressions remained calm as they strode forward, beads of sweat had formed on their foreheads. Sirius, who was so depressed by the dull atmosphere that he could not say a word, while Brian remained lost in thought throughout the journey. Soul-splitting wizards, Horcruxes, Dementors. Over the course of the past year, he had many speculations regarding the true identity of the shadow lurking within Morgan Le Fay's body shown in the 9 murals on Avalon Island. So, when Gryffindor mentioned the name Herpo the Foul with a weary sigh, Brian wasn't particularly surprised. It just confirmed the suspicions he had long harbored. However, the hidden content in the other information exchanged between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor was worth pondering deeply. Boom! Suddenly, a faint but distinct rumbling sound emanated from somewhere ahead of them, causing the very air around them to vibrate with ominous energy. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw immediately quickened their pace, moving swiftly towards the source of the disturbance and the increasingly bright light. Brian, Sirius called out, his voice strained and filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Having spent so much time in Brian's company, he had developed an almost supernatural sense of when they were about to face something truly extraordinary or terrifying. Madness! Brian just shook his head, uttering this word before falling silent. As they crossed the threshold of the final doorway, the world before them erupted into a sea of crimson light so intense it was almost painful to observe. After traversing the long, shadowy corridor, their eyes struggled to adapt to this sudden, blinding radiance. For several long moments, they could do nothing but squint against the overpowering radiance. When their pupils finally adjusted to the hellish glow, the scene that greeted them left not only Brian and Sirius utterly speechless but also caused the 2 legendary Hogwarts founders to draw sharp, ragged breaths. Before them stretched an extremely huge cave, even more vast than the cave in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets that concealed that unopenable door. Everything in sight glowed a dazzling red, and the air in view distorted violently. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had both cast spells on themselves to resist the high temperature of the environment. Behind the door was a small, not particularly spacious flat stone platform, with the edge being a cliff. Sirius, driven by curiosity that overpowered his fear, was the first to approach the cliff. As he peered over the edge, his face twisted as if he had seen a huge Dementor. 2 miles below, a vast lake of molten lava churned and boiled. From this sea of liquid fire, colossal pillars of flame periodically erupted, shooting skyward. As these titanic columns of fire exploded in the air high above, the sound they produced was eerily similar to the earth-shattering roar of an enraged dragon. The resulting display, a cataclysmic ballet of golden red fire raining down like fireworks from the cave's distant ceiling, might have been considered breathtakingly beautiful were it not so utterly terrifying. The heat emanating from this inferno was so intense that the rocks lining the shore of the lava lake were in a constant state of flux, melting and reforming in a never-ending cycle of destruction and creation. Over eons, this process had carved out the cavern's unique shape, a colossal, roughly circular space similar to an enormous, narrow-mouthed vessel with a bulbous body. How is this even possible? Sirius managed to rasp out, his face ashen and his entire body trembling as he struggled to grasp the scene before him. How on earth did they do this? Is this still within Wizard's power? Merlin had suspended Avalon Island in the sky, while Herpo had dug a huge hole in his lair and brought up lava. Shaking his head in a mixture of awe and disbelief, Brian couldn't help but wonder at the mindset of these ancient wizards. What drove them to push the boundaries of magic to such extremes? What price had been paid for power on this scale? The concentration of magical energy here is, beyond anything I've ever encountered, Gryffindor observed, his voice barely audible over the constant rumble of the lava below. He waved his hand through the scorching air, as if testing its properties. This abnormal saturation of magical power, it emanates from the lava lake itself. It seems, Rowena, that our path forward is clear. We must find a way to get down there. Get down there? You must be joking. Gryffindor's solemn words nearly made Sirius tumble headfirst into the lava lake. He trembled with fear as he watched the massive lava bubbles bursting on the lake's surface far below. In that moment, Sirius was absolutely certain that even the slightest contact with that molten inferno would mean instant, agonizing death. Brian was also slightly shocked, though he was much calmer than Sirius. Don't worry, there must be some way, he said. Brian was quite familiar with the patterns of such ruins. Although he couldn't sense it, he was sure that this enormous cave must be filled with powerful sealing magic. Since Gryffindor said they needed to go down to the lava lake, there must be a correct path. If they tried to force their way through relying solely on their strength, the pillars of fire shooting up from the lava lake below would probably not be so gentle. 0399 The Ruins. Magic follows rules. If Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tried to bypass the rules and enter the lava lake below through sheer force, all the remaining defensive magic in this magical ruin would likely erupt instantly. In that case, the entire island of Azkaban might even be overturned into the sea. Ravenclaw remained silent, her ice-blue pupils flickering with light as her gaze swept across the entire cave. Have you found anything, Rowena? Deciphering secrets was clearly not Godric Gryffindor's forte. After glancing around the cave a few times, he frustratingly gave up searching and placed his hope on Ravenclaw. Brian and Sirius both turned their attention to Ravenclaw. They knew she would certainly find a path to the boiling lava lake, but they were curious about how she would accomplish it. As Brian gazed at the profile of this powerful and beautiful legendary witch, his brow suddenly furrowed. Since boarding the ship with the two Hogwarts founders, Brian had been overwhelmed by one secret after another, leaving him no energy to properly observe the diadem worn by this legendary witch. To outsiders, Ravenclaw's diadem might be considered a famous artifact with precious historical value. But in reality, none of the relics left by the four founders were simple. For instance, as Ravenclaw was immersed in thought, her diadem of wisdom constantly flickered with crystalline light, clearly providing her with some form of assistance. Long moments passed, filled only with the ominous rumbling of the lava far below and the barely perceptible hum of magic that permeated the very air around them. Then, almost imperceptibly at first, a smile began to touch Ravenclaw's lips. I've recalled something Salazar once shared with me. Gryffindor's eyebrows rose in interest, his earlier frustration giving way to curiosity. Oh? And what might that be? It was in this moment that Brian realized the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin was far better than later historical accounts would have made people believe. There was no trace of the rumored animosity or disgust in Gryffindor's voice as he spoke of Slytherin, but he rather asked with great interest. Ravenclaw's eyes sparkled as she continued, Salazar once told me that the earliest recorded Parselmouth in magical history was none other than Herpo the Foul himself. Gryffindor's expression shifted to one of dawning comprehension, tinged with a hint of regret. You mean to say, he began, before shaking his head regretfully. I should have dragged that secretive old serpent out of his gloomy dungeon far earlier. Brian's brow furrowed as well, suddenly remembering how the Chamber of Secrets was opened. It's all right, Ravenclaw blinked, offering a reassuring smile. I once asked Salazar to teach me some rudimentary Parseltongue. While I'm not fluent in Parseltongue, I did take the precaution of recording several key phrases and incantations. Sirius, who had remained uncharacteristically silent throughout much of their journey, suddenly spoke up. Harry's a Parselmouth too, isn't he? Upon receiving confirmation of this fact, Sirius fell silent once more, muttering something under his breath that the Brian couldn't quite catch. Parseltongue was widely regarded as an eerie, dark, and obscure language, a tongue associated with some of the most sinister chapters in magical history. Yet, as the syllables flowed from Ravenclaw, they carried an almost ethereal quality. The hissing sounds, at first barely audible, grew in volume and intensity over the span of several seconds. Soon, the hissing overpowered even the thunderous roar of the lava lake below, filling the cave with a sound that was at once terrifying and strangely beautiful. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the world itself being torn apart, the churning sea of lava below began to move. The molten rock split open, forming a chasm so vast and terrifying that it seemed to defy the very laws of nature. From this newly formed gap rose two colossal lava waterfalls, their seething, surging magma emitting a light so intense that it rivaled the sun itself in its terrible brilliance. The group found themselves momentarily blinded, forced to shield their eyes against the overwhelming radiance. As their vision slowly adjusted, they witnessed a sight that would be forever seared into their memories. Amidst the blinding, apocalyptic glow, a staircase was slowly rising from the depths. Step by step, it ascended towards the edge of the cliff where they stood, presenting a path into the very heart of this lava lake. The sheer magnitude of the magical display before them was almost too much for their minds to process. Sirius, already pushed to his limits by the trials they had endured, felt his grasp on this world of memories beginning to slip. An intense wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his body to appear translucent and ethereal for a moment. It seemed as though the overwhelming sensory input had triggered signs of awakening in his real consciousness, threatening to tear him away from this world of memories. Brian patted Sirius on the shoulder, but his own complexion was equally grim. Herpo the Foul, a name that still sent shivers down the spines of witches and wizards a millennium after his reign of terror. He was the only dark wizard from ancient Greek times whose infamy still persisted in the world. Beyond the creation of the first Horcrux and the development of blood curses that still plagued magical bloodlines to this day, Herpo's shadow loomed large over the entire field of dark magic. In the current wizarding world, those immensely powerful and extremely evil dark magic of unclear origin were still habitually attributed to Herpo's head. From this, one could imagine how many lives this character must have destroyed during his active years. Gryffinder's face was contorted with rage as he drew his sword. His overwhelmingly powerful aura even pushed back the pervasive heat. He was about to strike when Ravenclaw suddenly stopped him. "Stop, Godric!" Facing the enraged Gryffindor, Ravenclaw gently shook her head. The staircase that now stretched from their position at the top of the cliff down into the roiling sea of lava was not constructed of stone, nor was it formed from any precious metals or rare magical materials. Instead, the hundreds of steps, each easily 10 feet wide and descending towards the molten depths below, were crafted entirely from severed pairs of hands. These hands, unnaturally lifelike and somehow maintaining a disturbing moisture despite the intense heat, were immediately recognizable to the horrified onlookers. They were not the hands of wizards, but those of house elves. As if this gruesome display were not enough, the sides of each step floated ahead house elf heads. Most horrifying of all, these severed heads still bore the humble, servile smiles they had worn in life. Their mouths were slightly open, with heads tilted slightly downward as if bowing to the owner of the ruins. Herpo the Foul had used the hands of house elves to create steps and their heads as handrails. How utterly contemptuous of life this person was. House elves, while not universally treated with kindness, were still an active and integral part of the wizarding world. Many served pure-blood wizard families, passing from generation to generation as prized, if often mistreated, possessions. Others, like those who staffed the kitchens of Hogwarts, served larger magical institutions. These little creatures took pride in serving wizards, considering it the meaning of their lives. This distorted notion was imprinted on their very souls, which is why they were viewed as property rather than living beings by the wizards who used them. But Brian was certain that even in today's wizarding world, those pure-blood supremacist families who had inherited such harshness and prejudice would find it hard not to be moved by this sight. Creaker. With Brian's comfort, Sirius's complexion finally improved somewhat, but he still covered his mouth. What would Creaker say if he saw this? Sirius whispered, breathing heavily. But then he shook his head, answering his own question. Creaker would probably consider this the highest honor. He dreams of having his head cut off after death and hanging it next to my mother's portrait. Fierce anger flashed in Brian's eyes. House elves were not unfamiliar magical creatures to him, but in the past, he had indeed not paid much attention to these beings. However, this horrific scene laid out before him had served as a brutal awakening. Wasn't this too absurd? Look at the goblins, the centaurs, werewolves, vampires, leprechauns, vila, and even gnomes. What other species would embrace such an extreme philosophy of existence? What twisted circumstances could lead an entire race to consider absolute slavery to another species as the highest expression of their lives' purpose? Helga would likely be driven to the brink of madness if she were to witness this atrocity. Gryffindor's voice was thick with emotion. He had sheathed his sword, recognizing that destroying the staircase would only trap them at the top of the cliff. Yet the act of restraint seemed to pain him physically, his hand still resting on the hilt of his weapon as if longing to strike out against this monument to cruelty. Gryffindor's eyes took on a distant look. Helga has always wanted to remove the vicious curse on these little ones. If she saw the torture these little fellows endured, she'd probably go mad with rage. Brian found his mind wandering to the wizarding world he knew, 1,000 years ahead from this time, but in many ways still grappling with the same prejudices and injustices. While the treatment of house elves had undoubtedly improved in some respects, it was still far from what one might consider humane or just. One can imagine what kind of life these little ones lived in the closed wizarding society of 1,000 years ago, where honor and bloodline were still mainstream. Among the 4 close friends who had founded Hogwarts, Helga Hufflepuff had always been renowned for her gentle nature and boundless kindness. It was not difficult to imagine that she alone might have extended her compassion to these humble, pitiful creatures that others overlooked or disdained. The origins of house elves have long been shrouded in mystery, Ravenclaw said, her eyes never leaving the grotesque staircase before them. Since the earliest days of organized wizarding society, these creatures have been serving wizards. Yet almost no one in our time has thought to find about their true origins. Now, faced with this abomination, I fear we may have stumbled upon a truth more horrific than we could have imagined. It seems likely that they were created here, brought into existence as slaves. 0400 Evil. Herpo the Foul to Sirius, it was just another name from the dusty pages of magical history, albeit one that sent shivers down the spines of those who truly knew its significance. His name was etched in faded ink on the yellowed title pages of numerous dark magic tomes, hidden away in Hogwarts's library's restricted section. But why should anyone worry about a dark wizard who died 2000 ago? However, as Sirius followed the memories of two legendary Hogwarts founders through this nightmarish underworld, he realized just how terribly wrong he had been. Horcruxes, the very word tasted like ash in his mouth. The concept of splitting one's soul, tearing apart the very essence of one's being to achieve a twisted form of immortality. Could the human soul truly be divided like a piece of parchment? That's what Godric Gryffindor himself had said with a grave expression. Sirius's mind reeled, unable to fully grasp the horror of it all. But the earth-shattering revelation that Dementors, those soul-sucking abominations that had tormented him for over a decade in Azkaban, were once wizards who had excessively split their souls, it shook him to his very core, leaving him feeling as though the ground beneath his feet had turned to quicksand. And then there was Rowena Ravenclaw's chilling claim that house elves were likely Herpo's creation. To create an entire race of intelligent life through the sheer power of magic, Sirius couldn't begin to fathom the level of magical prowess and twisted ambition required for such a feat. Brian. Sirius's voice was barely more than a hoarse whisper, heavy with the weight of these terrible revelations. They finally stepped onto a staircase that made Sirius's stomach churn with disgust. Each step was crafted from the twisted hands of house elves, their bony fingers interlocked in a parody of unity. Walking on such a grotesque path, it was impossible for anyone sane to maintain even a semblance of composure. They did their utmost to avoid gazing at the sides of the staircase, where the faces of the elves, frozen in death, maintained their characteristic expressions of humility and fawning subservience. The group descended in a silence so thick it was almost suffocating. Sirius, his face now ashen and drawn with a mixture of horror and dawning realization, suddenly broke the oppressive silence. "You've been investigating Herpo all along, haven't you?" Brian, caught off guard by the directness of the question, was momentarily stunned into silence. After a long silence, he nodded gently. "But could it be?" Sirius began urgently, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. However, the memory of the earlier conversation between the two Hogwarts founders suddenly flashed through his mind, causing his face to grimace with a new level of horror. This monster is still alive." The words came out as a strangled gasp, as if Sirius's very breath had been stolen by the terrifying possibility. "I suspect so," Brian said expressionlessly, seeming to be in a bad mood. "Alive for 2000 years." Sirius's voice cracked, distorted by disbelief and fear. "And when we first arrived, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor mentioned Merlin. What's all this about?" But this time, Brian offered no response. His gaze was fixed intently on the roiling sea of lava below them, his eyes narrowed as if he had spotted something significant in the molten inferno. "Fine," Sirius began, realizing that Brian was clearly unwilling to answer these pressing questions. He reluctantly fell silent, biting back the torrent of inquiries threatening to spill forth. But after a few seconds of tense silence, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Looking at the nightmarish situation here, I'm starting to think Voldemort isn't quite so dangerous after all. Merlin's beard, what have we stumbled into?" There were indeed objects floating in the lava, the bleached bones of creatures whose flesh had long since been incinerated by the intense heat. Most of them were unrecognizable. But Brian could still discern that one massive set of remains belonged to a dragon. The bones of this beast were far thicker and more robust than any dragon species he had encountered before, implying it some kind of primeval dragon ancestor that time had forgotten. It became apparent that Herpo was using this vast lake of lava as a kind of magical incinerator, a place to dispose of evidence or failed experiments perhaps. Everyone's attention was drawn to the various remnants bobbing in the bubbling lava, most of them mercifully incomplete. Considering that these creatures' remains had been soaking in the molten rock for well over a dozen centuries without being completely consumed, one could only imagine with a sense of dread how formidable and terrifying they must have been when alive. They descended to a level even with the lava, separated from the churning molten rock by only a thin, shimmering magical barrier. As the lava flowed in hypnotic patterns, unmelted creature bones constantly struck the barrier with sickening thuds, carried by the fiery waves. Even though they knew that the barrier would hold, it still made their hearts race and their palms sweat. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw no longer conversed with each other. They quickened their pace forward, and finally, after what felt like an eternity but was likely only about 10 minutes, they stood before a massive jet-black door at the very bottom of the lava lake. The door was an imposing monolith of obsidian-like stone, its surface adorned with several colossal snakes that seemed to writhe and coil across its face. The serpent's eyes, inlaid with some sort of glowing gemstone, gazed down at the intruders with an unsettling intelligence. Their mouths gaped open, revealing rows of venomous fangs that seemed to drip with ghostly poison, sending shivers down the spines of all who observed them. Basilisks, Brian murmured softly, his voice barely audible over the bubbling of the lava. He didn't want to dwell on the implications, knowing all too well the deadly power of those mythical serpents. And, he also knew how to open the door. Hiss! Ravenclaw once again used parcel tongue. As she spoke, Brian's eyes flashed keenly, his sharp mind carefully memorizing every nuance and strange intonation of the sounds. He knew this knowledge might prove crucial in the future. Hum! With a heavy rumbling sound, the darkness that bloomed before them quickly swallowed the dazzling light emitted by the lava. The difference on either side of the threshold was as stark as night and day, like crossing between two entirely separate realms of existence. The chamber they entered bore an eerie resemblance to the entrance hall that come first of Hogwarts' Great Hall. In this cavernous, gloomy room that seemed to stretch endlessly upward, they felt no hint of the scorching heat that had assaulted them moments before. Instead, the damp air carried a bone-deep chill, a chill that had been perfectly preserved in Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's memories, which Brian and Sirius could now feel as if they were truly there, transported across the centuries. There are Dementors here. The trauma from his over a decade of imprisonment in Azkaban proved too great for Sirius to bear. Upon feeling this horribly familiar chill seep into his very bones, he instinctively curled in on himself, shivering uncontrollably. His eyes darted about, seeking escape, and for a moment he seriously considered transforming into his animagus form. Clang! After they had all crossed the threshold into the hall, the massive door swung shut behind them with a sound like a funeral bell. There was no visible light source around them, except for the faint, ghostly starlight that filtered down from the domed ceiling high above. Opposite where they stood, another tall stone door loomed ominously. Its cracks in the gap beneath it continuously spewed forth tendrils of white, mist-like vapor that carried that bone-chilling cold. Gazing directly at this door, everyone shared a moment of grim realization they had probably reached the core of this underground ruins. As they approached, the large door opened automatically, finally revealing a room as grand as the temple hall on the Isle of Avalon. Gryffindor raised his sword for the third time since landing on the island, but once again, Ravenclaw stopped him. It's pointless, Godric. Ravenclaw's voice was heavy with resignation, her beautiful face marred by lines of exhaustion and gloom. We've already tried, remember? We cannot destroy these abominations. What on earth is this? Sirius's voice was barely above a whisper, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared into the vast hall. His chaotic thoughts whirled, unable to form any rational judgment. Sigh. Brian heaved a deep sigh, his face heavy. I suppose, this is the Dementors' processing plant. The sight that greeted them in the enormous hall was as beautiful as it was terrifying. From the stone door where they entered to as far as the eye could see on the opposite side, every few steps floated a mesmerizing, pearly white halo. These ethereal rings hovered a few feet above the ground, pulsing gently with an inner light. Like a vast field of dazzling nebulae suspended in the cold, desolate expanse of the cosmos, they were hypnotically beautiful. While nebulae nurture the stars, the halos before them vaguely revealed the outlines of incomplete human forms. Gryffindor, his face set in grim determination, stretched out a hand. It passed through one of the nearest halos, disturbing the luminous particles that drifted lazily through the gloomy air like playful stars. But there was nothing playful about the Founder's expression as he turned to his companion. Are these, the soul energies stolen from the living beings in the nearby seas? Gryffindor asked, his voice heavy with the weight of terrible certainty. After Ravenclaw confirmed this chilling conclusion with a solemn nod, Gryffindor shook his head and sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging beneath an invisible burden. Beautiful souls becoming the cradle of evil. We must stop Herpo from manifesting, otherwise all magical and muggle civilizations alike will face utter annihilation. Ravenclaw seemed to see deeper connections. She sighed as well, her melodious voice tinged with sorrow. These soul energies, they come from the Dementors we encountered above. Those foul creatures slaughter sentient beings, absorbing their power, only to transmit it here to nurture more of their kind. Sirius's face had gone from ashen to nearly translucent, the blood draining from his features as the full horror of the situation dawned on him. At a glance, there appeared to be about 1,000 Dementor embryos suspended in the vast hall, each one a ticking time bomb of malice. If all these Dementors were to be born, to surge forth into the world above, it would spell certain doom not just for the wizarding world, but for all of humanity. The thought was almost too terrible to consider. As they ventured deeper into the chamber, the broken souls within the halos grew increasingly defined, more closely resembling the familiar and dreaded form of fully formed Dementors. When they reached the innermost sanctum of this unholy nursery, the black shadows within the halos were already moving about restlessly in their eggshells, like chicks preparing to hatch. Sensing the approach of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, they eagerly struck at the boundaries of the hotbeds that nurtured them. Ravenclaw halted her steps, coming to a stop before a nearly mature embryo. Her ice blue gaze, sharp as a razor's edge, continuously analyzed the origins and nature of these budding Dementors. But as her observation continued, her expression grew increasingly gloomy. Herpo he cultivated these colorless, fragmented souls in this manner to create virtually indestructible beings. Through this perversion of nature and magic, he has ultimately given rise to such a unique evil species. Ravenclaw turned her penetrating gaze to Gryffindor. And for us, our path is clear. We must destroy every single individual of this species, down to the last embryo. If we leave even one alive, if a single Dementor escapes to propagate anew, we will have failed completely, and the world as we know it will be lost. 0401 The Tale. Brian stood motionless in the great hall, his eyes scanning the vast expanse where the Dementors were being bred. The sight before him was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Luminous auras, reminiscent of brilliant, swirling nebulae in the boundless dark cosmos, danced around him, casting eerie, ever-shifting shadows on the ancient stone walls. Since his encounter with the woman named Cleodna, a maelstrom of thoughts had been churning relentlessly in Brian's mind. Each new discovery in this forsaken place was like an intricate puzzle piece, slowly uniting in his consciousness to form a complete, disturbing, story. This grand picture was nearly complete, but it lacked the most crucial piece. Why were all these secrets revolving around him? Solving this riddle would essentially allow Brian to uncover most of the truth behind the entire affair. When I was imprisoned in Azkaban, Sirius began, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the oppressive silence, there weren't nearly as many Dementors on the island as we just saw up there. And certainly not as many as down here. 162, Brian interjected, his expression remaining impassive as he calmly continued. According to the official Azkaban records released by the Ministry of Magic this March, that's the current number of Dementors. 10 years ago, there were 160, and 10 years before that, 159. He paused, allowing the information to sink in before continuing. To this day, the Ministry hasn't been able to determine exactly how Dementors reproduce. Leading magical academics and researchers believe these creatures multiply through a process similar to self-division. They theorize that once a Dementor has absorbed a sufficient quantity of happy memories from its victims, it becomes capable of reproducing. How Dementors were bred was no longer a matter of speculation, the scene before them provided the answer. Sirius blinked rapidly, his mind racing as he pondered the implications of what Brian had just said about the increase in Dementor numbers over the years. Noticing Sirius's furrowed brow, Brian explained. Over a decade ago, after Voldemort's downfall, Death Eaters and their outer circle of followers were rounded up and thrown into Azkaban and Marseille. This sudden influx of prisoners likely meant that the Dementors no longer had to worry about going hungry. Their food source became abundant. Consequently, their population growth accelerated. Within the expansive ruins, numerous rooms remained unexplored. Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor, driven by a sense of urgency, had headed straight for what they believed to be the core area. The room they now occupied was undoubtedly the heart of the ruins. As they stood there, everyone's attention was drawn to a small door on the right side of the chamber. It stood partly open, presumably leading to another chamber. "Let's go," Rowena Gryffindor's voice cut through the silence, his usually energetic tone now somber. He called out to Ravenclaw and turned towards the small door, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. Brian and Sirius followed closely behind, both men sharing an unspoken premonition that the memory they were experiencing was drawing to its conclusion. Beyond the door lay a passage that, while not particularly long, seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Solid rock walls, slick with moisture and adorned with strange, phosphorescent fungi, flanked both sides. At the far end, barely visible in the gloom, stood another door. This one, unlike its matching part, showed obvious signs of forced entry. The wood was cracked and scarred, hanging precariously from rusted hinges. For several centuries, the two Hogwarts founders were likely the only wizards to have entered these ruins. Apart from them, probably only that wizard shrouded in mythical lore had entered this place. They entered the room behind the damaged door one after another, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. As Brian crossed the threshold, a spark of interest flickered in his eyes, which had been dull for most of the day. Rowena Ravenclaw showed a similar reaction. This new chamber was another spacious room, but unlike the others. Around the walls, intricately carved wooden shelves held a small portion of ancient books. But it was the vast majority of parchment manuscripts, stacked haphazardly on tables and overflowing from cubby holes, that drew the eye. The air was thick with the musty scent of old paper and ink, a smell that seemed to awaken something in both Brian and Ravenclaw. Herpo's collection of books. For the first time since arriving on the island, genuine enthusiasm soared in Ravenclaw's voice. She walked over quickly, her robe swishing around her ankles, and reached out to grab a particularly interesting book, for her. Its cover was stained with what appeared to be dark, dried blood. But as her fingertips brushed against the ancient leather, the book suddenly crumbled to dust, leaving only a wisp of pungent smoke curling around Ravenclaw's slender fingers. When Merlin entered this library, he destroyed its defensive magic. These books have been without any protection for hundreds of years and have basically disintegrated. Gryffindor's face broke into a slightly mischievous, schadenfreude-tinged smile at witnessing his friend's disappointment. Sirius, picking up on the moment of lightheartedness, grinned and patted the shoulder of Brian, whose face had once again darkened. Besides the bookshelves lining the walls, the library contained numerous desks arranged in neat rows. Ravenclaw, learning from her earlier mistake, didn't attempt to pick up any more books. Instead, her piercing gaze swept across the room, suddenly fixing on a particular spot. Her feet began moving again, gracefully weaving around the obstructing shelves towards that point of interest. In the center of the library stood a desk that immediately drew the eye. Unlike the others, this one was a stark, gleaming white. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the desk was not made of wood or stone, but from the bleached bones of some massive, unknown creature. The sight was both beautiful and horrifying, a testament to Herpo's cruelty and magical prowess. Having come this far into the heart of darkness, they were no longer shocked by such displays of Herpo's malice. Ravenclaw approached the bone desk with unhurried steps, her gaze falling on a stack of manuscripts placed on its gleaming surface. The text on the first page of the manuscript was written in ancient runes. Both Ravenclaw and Brian were quite proficient in this script, so, reading it wasn't too challenging. What does it say? Sirius, who understood only some common runic symbols, craned his neck, utterly bewildered by the strange patterns that danced before his eyes. It seems to be about magic, or a ritual, Brian began, his brow furrowed in concentration. I'm not entirely sure. The language is archaic, even for ancient runes. Wait, let me see. Learning from her previous lesson with the crumbling book, Ravenclaw didn't attempt to turn to the second page of the manuscript. But it was evident that she had some way of reading the subsequent contents, her eyes moved weirdly as if scanning invisible pages. Hallows. Unexpectedly, Ravenclaw suddenly uttered this word while fully engrossed in reading content that Brian couldn't see. Hallows. Gryffindor repeated, his brow furrowing as he searched through all his considerable knowledge of magic and alchemy-related topics. Despite his vast knowledge, he came up empty-handed. Is it some kind of evil magic, like Horcruxes? Hallows. The Deathly Hallows. Brian's brow creased slightly, a glimmer of recognition sparking in his eyes. This was something he had heard of before. It's the exact opposite of Horcruxes. You're right, Godric, this is indeed a very evil magic, and it's extremely dangerous. Ravenclaw said, her voice heavy with the weight of her discovery. The fact that this notebook still remains here is significant. After we return, I indeed need to spend some time studying it. Hallows. I think my father mentioned something about that to me and Regulus when he was alive. Surprisingly, Sirius had also heard something about this. He blinked rapidly, his face tinged with confusion as he struggled to recall the details of a long-ago conversation. It originally came from the tale of the three brothers in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Sirius thought aloud, his voice growing stronger as the memories solidified. Then, a look of realization appeared on his face. But Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are much older than Beedle, right? Oh. The Hallows. Sirius suddenly exclaimed, his voice echoing off the ancient stones, the legend of the three brothers. Don't tell me the death in that story is actually Herpo. Stories and truths often diverge greatly, but as it stands, the Hallows seem inextricably linked to Herpo. Moreover, the Hallows might actually exist, Brian said thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming thinking about something. A few more minutes passed in tense silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of Ravenclaw's robes as her eyes brushed over the ancient texts. She seemed to have an ability to memorize all the contents of the parchment stack, as her eyes moved at an inhuman speed across the pages. Finally, she looked up, surveying the surrounding bookshelves with a look of regret in her eyes. It was clear that, given enough time, she could have memorized the contents of all the books and manuscripts in this vast library. Unfortunately, she clearly didn't have the time to stay here and transcribe all these magical texts. Let's go, Godric, Ravenclaw said at last, her voice tinged with reluctance. Let's check out the room behind the library. That's the last chamber. 0402 The last room. The legend of the Deathly Hallows was neither a widely circulated story nor a closely guarded secret in the wizarding world. Brian had read the Tales of Beedle the Bard, a famous wizarding children's book, during his time at Hogwarts. He wasn't particularly interested in the stories themselves but read them purely to deepen his understanding of the wizarding world. The tale of the three brothers, which contained the origins of the Deathly Hallows, had initially failed to leave a lasting impression on Brian. In a world brimming with magical wonders and extraordinary feats, this particular story seemed to blend into the background, lost amidst a sea of similar other tales of cunningly outwitting powerful beings. He had dismissed it as just another fable, designed to impart moral lessons to impressionable young minds. Years passed, and Brian's magical journey took him far beyond the walls of Hogwarts. It was during one such commission in Germany that Brian's perspective on the Deathly Hallows underwent a dramatic shift. In this region, the tale had taken on a life of its own. It wasn't just a common bedtime story or a moral fable, it had evolved into an obsession that gripped the imaginations of witches and wizards alike. The search for the 3 legendary artifacts, the Elder Wand of unparalleled power, the invisibility cloak that could shield one from even death's gaze, and the resurrection stone that could bring back the dead. Brian found himself both intrigued and confused by the eagerness with which the local magical community pursued these mythical objects. As he spent his time among them, Brian couldn't help but recall an old saying. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Despite this realization and the tantalizing possibility that these powerful mythical objects might actually exist, Brian made a conscious decision not to join the frenzied search. This was because pursuing these powerful alchemical objects didn't align with his magical philosophy. To him, all the Deathly Hallows combined were less valuable than a single book that could provide deep insights into the evolution of spell structures. However, fate had a way of intertwining even the most disparate threads of magical lore. In a twist that Brian could never have anticipated, he learned that these items had appeared in the era when Herpo was active and appeared in the memory that Ravenclaw and Gryffindor had deliberately showed him. Brian took a long deep look at the manuscript on the table before following the 2 founders into the final room. Whoa! As they walked into the last of this series of secret chambers, Sirius immediately exclaimed in awe. Gone were the stone walls and flickering torches of the previous chambers. In their place stretched an endless expanse of star-studded darkness, a perfect replica of the night sky in all its celestial glory. The ground beneath their feet wasn't solid brick or stone, but an unfathomable void. The abrupt transition from enclosed spaces to this boundless cosmic vista was shocking. Brian raised his head, gazing at the dreamlike galaxy in the far distance. Squinting at the fleeting, brilliant stars, he pondered thoughtfully. This starry sky doesn't seem to be fake. Sirius, still struggling to grasp the magnitude of what he was witnessing, turned to Brian with wide eyes. What do you mean, Brian? He asked eagerly, a hint of childlike excitement creeping into his voice. Are you saying we've been teleported into the universe? Brian shook his head, his brow furrowed in concentration. No, I mean this room seems to be mirroring the real sky outside. There's no mistake, the positions and trajectories of the stars are real. He paused, his mind racing through possible explanations for this extraordinary feat of magic. But why would Herpo do this? What's the point of this? As Brian pondered these questions, he became deeply aware of the surreal nature of their surroundings. The magic at work here was unlike anything he had encountered before. It didn't just create an illusion of the night sky, it seemed to have expanded the room to mirror the vast expanse of the cosmos. The ground beneath their feet, or rather the absence of it, added another layer of disorientation to their experience. Instead of solid stone or earth, they appeared to be standing on an unfathomable void. The sensation was unnerving, to say the least, as if they were suspended in the depths of space with nothing but magic preventing them from plummeting into the abyss. Ravenclaw was the first to test the boundaries of this extraordinary space. With a determined glint in her eye, she took a step forward, then another, moving away from the group and towards the upper right of Brian's position. To everyone's amazement, she appeared to be walking on the sky itself. What have you found, Rowena? Gryffindor called out, his voice a mixture of curiosity and concern. Without hesitation, he moved to follow her, his bold nature overriding any worry he might have felt. As they ventured further into this cosmic expanse, the true scale of the magic at work became apparent. The dazzling galaxies and nebulae that had initially captivated their attention now seemed impossibly distant, separated from them by light years of cold, empty space. The immediate vicinity was dominated by an all-encompassing darkness, broken only by the faint, distant twinkle of stars. This place was almost identical to the real universe. Brian found that even after walking for a while, he had no sense of progress or movement. The darkness around them remained constant, unchanging, creating an illusion of stasis that wreaked havoc with his perception of time and space. If this wasn't an illusion and Brian's instincts told him it wasn't, then the implications were staggering. The room they had entered must have been expanded to an unimaginable extent. As they continued their seemingly endless journey through this magical cosmos, the oppressive nature of their surroundings began to take its toll. The boundless darkness, broken only by distant, unreachable points of light, created a sense of isolation and insignificance that weighed heavily on their minds. Even Gryffindor, known for his unwavering courage, seemed passive by the overwhelming vastness of their environment. Sirius, in particular, was struggling with the oppressive atmosphere. He had been desperately trying to maintain his composure, but the never-ending darkness and the feeling of being lost in an infinite void were pushing him to the brink of panic. His eyes darted frantically from one point to another, searching for anything that might break the monotony of their surroundings. It was in this state of near desperation that Sirius's keen eyes caught a glimmer of something different in the distance. At first, he thought it might be a trick of the light or his imagination playing cruel games with his tense mind. But as they drew closer, the object became more distinct, reflecting the faint starlight in a way that set it apart from the endless void. There's something over there. Sirius called out, his voice cracking with a mixture of relief and excitement. Brian, who had been worn out by the seemingly endless journey, quickly locked his gaze on the object that had caught Sirius's attention. As the shape became clearer, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for any break in the monotonous expanse of darkness. Standing alone in the void, as if it had been waiting for them, was an altar. As they approached, Brian quickly assessed the structure. Its design was hauntingly familiar, similar to the altar he had encountered in the central temple of Avalon Island, where the mystical Caduceus had been enshrined. It exuded an ancient historical aura in its simplicity. Apart from this, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about the altar. What truly aroused curiosity was the object standing upon it. A doorway. Or more accurately, an archway. The archway appeared to have been cleaved from a single, massive stone. There were no seams on its rough surface, giving it an extremely simple and ancient appearance. What truly set this archway apart, however, were the tattered curtains that hung from its curve. These dark, transparent veils seemed to possess a life of their own. Despite the complete absence of wind or any discernible air current in their cosmic surroundings, the curtains floated and swayed gently, as if moved by unseen hands. The sight was both mesmerizing and deeply unsettling. As they gathered around the altar, a palpable chill settled over the group. Even Gryffindor, renowned for his boldness and often reckless courage, approached the archway with visible caution. His broad face, usually set in an expression of confident determination, now showed lines of concern as he climbed the stone steps leading to the altar. Gryffindor stood before the doorway, his brows furrowed in concentration as he stared intently at the opening. The space within the arch was not, as one might expect, a continuation of the starry void that surrounded them. Instead, it was filled with a thick, impenetrable darkness that seemed to absorb all light and hope. This was not merely an absence of light, but a presence of something else entirely, sending shivers down their spines. After a moment's consideration, Gryffindor drew his sword, slowly pointing its tip towards the darkness within the doorway. Just as the tip of the sword was about to breach the veil of darkness, Ravenclaw's voice cut through the silence. "Don't do that, Godric," she said, her tone carrying a note of warning. "Unless you want to lose your sword." Gryffindor, known for his impulsive nature, surprised them by heeding Ravenclaw's advice. He slowly withdrew his sword, a look of intrigue replacing the determination on his face. He pondered, his eyes never leaving the archway. "A very interesting feeling, Rowena. Nothing has ever made me feel this way before. It's as if I'm facing death." Ravenclaw finished his sentence, her voice barely above a whisper. She had moved to stand beside Gryffindor, her gaze fixing on the darkness within the doorway. "Ah, death," Gryffindor repeated, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The wariness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a spark of intense interest. Death is an adventure worth looking forward to. While Gryffindor seemed to find the prospect of facing death exhilarating, not everyone shared his enthusiasm. Sirius, who had been hesitant to approach the altar from the beginning, now stood rooted to the spot on the stone steps, unwilling to take the final step that would bring him closer to the archway. "This door gives me a bad feeling," Sirius muttered, his face contorted in an expression of deep discomfort and fear. He looked at the stone door as if it might suddenly spring to life and swallow him whole. Brian nodded in understanding, empathizing with Sirius's uneasiness. Since it was a door, it should lead somewhere. So, where exactly did this door lead to? "This doorway is unusual. There should be records of it. Rowena, have you come across any mention of it in your books?" Ravenclaw shook her head, her brow furrowed in concentration. She stepped forward, slowly approaching the doorway. She reached out, her slender wrist brushing aside the floating veil that partially obscured the archway. As the dark fabric parted, it exposed the top of the door to everyone's view, revealing a detail that had previously gone unnoticed. There, on the lintel of the archway, were 3 shallow dents. These indentations were far from uniform, each differing in size, shape, and depth. The irregularity of these markings stood in stark contrast to the otherwise smooth surface of the stone, drawing the eye and piquing their curiosity. Gryffindor, his interest thoroughly captured, leaned in closer. His eyes narrowed as he examined the indentations. "This is," he began, but found himself at a loss for words to describe what he was seeing. Ravenclaw, however, seemed to have already pieced together the puzzle. Her voice was calm as she spoke. "They should be coordinates." Gryffindor looked at her, waiting for her to elaborate. Ravenclaw's eyes never left the archway as she continued, "Obviously, only when we find the coordinates and embed them here will the door truly open, revealing the world behind it to us. What if we just barge in?" This question came from Sirius, and the only one present who could answer him was Brian. "It's hard to say." Brian's gaze had never left the archway since its discovery. Hearing Sirius's question, his eyes flickered. According to Ravenclaw's explanation, this is you can understand it as a portrait. Without the proper coordinates, accidentally falling into the world behind the door would likely result in being banished to the void. It could be the cold, desolate outer space, or a world filled with spatial turbulence, full of uncertainties. In short, accidentally falling in would probably lead to death. A shudder ran through Sirius at these words. He retreated further down the stone steps, putting as much distance between himself and the ominous doorway as possible. In that moment, he made a silent vow to himself, if he ever encountered this type of thing again in the future, he would absolutely keep his distance. I want to take this door back with us. Rowena Ravenclaw suddenly made a shocking decision. She looked at Gryffindor. I have a feeling that this door is as crucial to us as destroying those evil creatures on the island. Since we can't destroy those creatures for now, we must at least ensure that this door remains safe until those creatures are annihilated. 0403 The end of memory. Gryffindor didn't stop Ravenclaw from taking away the ominous-looking archway. They returned along the original route, passing through the library and the hall where Dementors were bred, returning to the upper levels via the chilling path made of house elf hands and heads. When they emerged from the initial stone chamber back onto the island, the gloomy sky of Azkaban had turned pitch black. The Dementors restlessly roamed nearby, likely afraid of the massive stone pillar still floating in midair, never daring to approach. Sirius, despite knowing full well that this was just a memory, couldn't help but release a long, shuddering sigh of relief as his feet touched the scorched earth once more. Perhaps because the experience below had broken his worldview, Sirius finally overcame some of his initial fears. As he stood there, feeling the coarse, lifeless soil beneath his feet, Sirius found himself gazing at the tall, eerie stone tower standing against the dark background. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. 6 months ago, Sirius would have sworn that he would never regret his decision to accept imprisonment in this hellish place. It had been his choice. But now, standing here in this memory world, face to face with the tower that had stolen so many years from him, Sirius felt an overwhelming conflict raging within his heart. What had changed his mind wasn't the harsh reality of his past experiences, but rather the stark contrast provided by the simple beauty of a normal life, a life he had only recently begun to taste again. In the months since his escape, Sirius had encountered a world he had almost forgotten existed. He had met this exceptionally talented young wizard beside him, regained Remus's friendship and, most importantly, reclaimed his own innocence, and in the months at Hogwarts, he had met many pure and kind-hearted young witches and wizards. But perhaps the most significant change had been the opportunity to shoulder the responsibilities he should have borne long ago. Taking on the role of godfather to Harry, offering guidance and protection to the son of his best friend, had given Sirius a renewed sense of purpose. It was as if he had been given a second chance to make amends for past failures. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Sirius realized that he no longer wished to dwell on whether his decision to accept imprisonment had been right or wrong. The past is unchangeable, and such contemplations served no purpose. Instead, his heart was filled with a fierce determination to protect the good things he now possessed: his freedom, his friendships, and the chance to make a difference in the lives of those he cared about. While Sirius was lost in his self-examination, Ravenclaw's voice suddenly cut through the oppressive silence, startling him back to the present moment. "I'm pondering a question, Godric," she began, her tone thoughtful and tinged with concern. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, unlike Sirius, seemed to have little interest in the imposing spiral structure of Azkaban. They had spared it only a cursory glance, showing no inclination to explore its dark interior. Instead, their attention was focused on the magical anomalies they had discovered beneath the island. Standing beneath the immense, rough-hewn stone pillar that had sealed the underground chamber, Ravenclaw's piercing gaze was fixed on its surface. Even in the dim light, the faint magical nodes etched into the stone were visible, pulsing with magical energy. She continued. "To hatch the embryos below, these creatures have been systematically draining the life force from the surrounding waters. But their hunger is insatiable, and they won't be content with this limited feeding ground forever. To propagate their kind in greater numbers, they will inevitably leave the sea and encroach upon human society." Ravenclaw's ice blue eyes, usually sharp and calculating, now held a hint of genuine fear as she explained the dire consequences of their potential spread. These beings have lost all capacity to discern between good and evil. They lack even the most basic ability to restrain their voracious appetites. Their unchecked expansion will trigger a catastrophe of unprecedented scale, Godric. The Muggle world will be reduced to a helpless hunting ground, its inhabitants nothing more than prey waiting to be devoured. And we wizards, for all our magical prowess, lack the means to control them effectively. The scenario she painted was indeed nightmarish, a future that seemed all but inevitable unless they could find a way to eliminate all the Dementors before they grew beyond control. However, that very task presented an almost insurmountable challenge, given the creatures' indestructibility and their ability to multiply. Gryffindor, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, took a moment to survey the island. His eyes scanned the desolate landscape, taking in every detail as if searching for inspiration. After a thoughtful pause, he offered a suggestion, his voice carrying a note of cautious optimism. "This island is enveloped by powerful magic left behind by Herpo to repel outsiders. Perhaps we could employ a similar strategy, Rowena. We could implement some measures to prevent these creatures from leaving this island." Ravenclaw, however, was quick to point out the flaws in this plan. Ordinary magical barriers would prove utterly useless against them, Godric. These creatures operate on a fundamentally different magical principle. The only way to restrict their movement would be through direct suppression of their soul energy, a feat that requires constant magical maintenance. And therein lies the crux of the problem: if we were to die, these measures would inevitably fail. Gryffindor's frown deepened at this sobering assessment. He turned to Ravenclaw, his eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and determination. "What do you propose we do, then?" he asked, his voice low and serious. It was a very tricky problem, and Ravenclaw didn't immediately provide an answer. After a long moment of contemplation, she spoke, her words measured and thoughtful. "I need more time to consider all the variables. Once we return to Hogwarts, I intend to study these creatures in greater depth. While it's clear that Herpo's original purpose in creating them wasn't for torture and slaughter, we must take decisive action to ensure these beings don't spiral out of control." Boom! A resounding boom echoed across the island. The massive stone pillar that had been hovering in the air slowly descended, sealing the deep hole in the ground once more. Ravenclaw approached the pillar, her slender fingers brushing against its rough surface. "I can sense," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, "that there are objects on land with the same magical fluctuations as this pillar." Gryffindor, who had been listening intently, suddenly broke into a wide grin. He ran a hand through his fiery red hair, which had been tousled by the relentless sea breeze, and exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. "Leave the next expedition to me, Rowena. To be entirely honest, I find that adventures with you lack a certain excitement. You always manage to unravel every mystery before we've had a chance to truly explore. Where's the thrill in that?" His playful complaint was met with a look of mild disapproval from Ravenclaw. Her ice blue eyes fixed on Gryffindor, conveying a seriousness that contrasted sharply with his jovial mood. "I hope you can face reality, Godric," she said, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "This is not some frivolous adventure we're upon. Ever since Helga experienced those troubling visions and made her prophecy, everything we've done has been to prevent this world from eventually falling into eternal darkness." Cuckoo! The ethereal call of an unseen bird echoed across the island, its haunting melody at odds with the miserable surroundings. As the sound reverberated, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. The dark, ominous environment of Azkaban started to fade rapidly, as if being erased by an invisible hand. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw remained standing beneath the stone pillar, their conversation continuing, but their voices became increasingly distant and dreamlike. Their forms began to shimmer and blur, as if they were nothing more than mirages on the verge of disappearing. Panic gripped Sirius as he watched the world around him dissolve. The solid ground beneath his feet seemed to lose its substance, and the oppressive environment of Azkaban began to melt away. "What's happening, Brian?" Sirius called out, his voice tight with anxiety. He reached out instinctively, trying to grasp onto something solid, but his hands passed through the dissolving scenery as if it were made of mist. "As we anticipated earlier, we've been existing within either Ravenclaw's or Gryffindor's memory. Now that this memory has reached its end, it's time for us to return to our own reality," Brian replied, his expression complex as he watched the Hogwarts founders gradually disappear into glowing silver threads. Brian's voice also sounded muffled in Sirius's ears. He wanted to ask more questions, to understand better what was happening, but before he could form the words, a deafening thunderclap shook the disintegrating world around them. In an instant, Sirius's vision went completely dark, plunging him into a void of nothingness. The sensation was akin to suddenly sinking into the depths of a bottomless ocean. Sirius felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and fear, his mind reeling as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. He struggled desperately, and then, as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness lifted. "Whoa!" With a startled cry, Sirius sat bolt upright, his sudden movement causing him to collide with something solid above him. There was a loud crash as he knocked open what appeared to be a door panel that had been pressing down on him. The unexpected impact sent a shockwave of pain through Sirius's head, and for a moment, his newly recovered vision began to grow dark once again. He wobbled on the edge of consciousness, as the world spinned around him in a dizzying blur. After a few moments, Sirius's vision began to clear. He found himself clutching his swollen forehead, wincing at the throbbing pain that radiated from the point of impact. With considerable effort, he managed to push away the bent door panel that had been pinning his legs. Staggering to his feet, Sirius took a moment to steady himself. As the world slowly came into focus, he lifted his gaze skyward, and was met with a sight that took his breath away. Above him, the night sky stretched out in an endless expanse of velvety blackness, studded with countless stars that twinkled like diamonds scattered across a dark cloth. The starlight was soft and graceful, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of Azkaban that still lingered in his mind. Sirius drew in a deep breath, savoring the crisp, salty air that filled his lungs. The sea around them was calm, its surface a mirror reflecting the starry sky above. The gentle lapping of waves against the hull of their vessel was a soothing rhythm, sinking him in the present moment. A movement caught his eye, and Sirius noticed a few seabirds perched on the broken mast of their ship. The birds tilted their heads curiously, their beady eyes fixed on him as if trying to make sense of this strange, disheveled human who had suddenly appeared in their midst. It took Sirius several long moments to fully grasp his current situation. His mind was still reeling from the abrupt transition, struggling to reconcile the vivid memories of Azkaban with the peaceful night that now surrounded him. Turning his head, Sirius sought out Brian, who had awakened a few steps ahead of him and was now standing by the ship's rail. Brian's posture was relaxed but alert, his gaze fixed on some distant point on the horizon. Curious, Sirius followed his line of sight. There, in the distance, an island loomed. It was barely visible, shrouded in the only patch of dark clouds that marred the starry sky. "We made it in?" Sirius asked, his voice hoarse and uncertain. Brian turned at the sound of Sirius's voice, and it was then that Sirius noticed something extraordinary. In Brian's hands, gleaming softly in the starlight, were two objects that made Sirius's breath catch in his throat. Ravenclaw's diadem and Gryffindor's sword. Sirius's eyes widened to the point of pain, his gaze locked on the two legendary alchemical artifacts. He found himself holding his breath, as if afraid that the slightest movement or sound might cause these mythical objects to vanish. "These are from the memory," Sirius breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. He blinked rapidly, half expecting the artifacts to disappear. But they remained solid and real in Brian's grasp. As the initial shock began to wear off, Sirius felt a bubble of laughter rise in his chest. It was a sound born of disbelief, amazement, and perhaps a touch of hysteria. He chuckled, shaking his head in wonder. "I bet if people knew you had these two items, Brian," Sirius said, his tone casual despite the tremor in his voice, "you'd never have a moment's peace again." The sarcasm was almost comical. Sirius knew all too well the power these artifacts held, not just in terms of their magical properties, but in their historical and cultural significance. The wizarding world would be turned upside down if word got out that these long-lost treasures of the Hogwarts founders had resurfaced. Brian's response was a soft chuckle, his eyes twinkling with amusement and perhaps a hint of mischief. "Ha, there aren't many wizards capable of taking things from me." Their conversation was interrupted by a fluttering of wings. The seabirds that had been perched on the mast, apparently growing bolder, flew down to land on the ship's rail near Brian. Their slightly dim eyes held a hint of pleading as they gently pecked at his fingers, clearly hoping for food. Brian's demeanor softened as he observed the hungry birds. With a casual wiggle of his fingers, several small fish, each about the size of a finger, suddenly materialized. They flew out of the scale-like waves, arcing through the air before landing with soft plops on the ship's rail. The seabirds immediately erupted into a cacophony of joyful, low cries. They scrambled over each other, wings flapping and beaks snapping as they fought to snatch up the unexpected feast. The scene was so normal, so mundane, that it created a surreal contrast with the magical artifacts and the lingering tension from their otherworldly experience. Sirius watched the squabbling birds in silence, his mind whirling with thoughts and questions. The simple act of kindness Brian feeding the birds seemed to ground him, bringing him fully back to the present moment. After a few moments of contemplative silence, broken only by the sounds of the contented birds, Sirius spoke up. "I'll keep what I've seen here a secret, Brian." Brian raised an eyebrow at this, turning to look at Sirius properly. Sirius met his gaze steadily, trying to convey the sincerity of his promise through his eyes alone. The moment stretched between them, filled with unspoken understanding. Then, unexpectedly, Brian's lips curved into a small smile. He shifted his gaze away from Sirius, looking out towards the distant silhouette of Azkaban. His fingers tapped gently on the ship's rail, a rhythmic sound that seemed to match the echo of the lapping of the waves against the hull. "No," Brian said at last, his voice calm and measured. "I hope you can tell." Sirius raised his eyebrows in surprise, a question forming on his lips. However, before he could speak, Brian continued, cutting off any potential interruption. "But not now," Brian added, his eyes still fixed on the horizon. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through space and time, as if seeing some distant future. "In the future, if one day I suddenly disappear and you urgently need to find me, then please tell Dumbledore everything you've seen." 0404 out. In the gentle sea breeze, Brian's calm expression made Sirius startle. "What do you mean, Brian?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sirius realized he had asked Brian this question many times tonight. But he quickly pushed that thought aside and asked solemnly, "Suddenly disappear? What exactly are you planning?" Brian didn't answer the question. He just smiled slightly, and his gaze was once again fixed on Azkaban. Seeing his demeanor, Sirius knew he probably wouldn't get any answers. He stared at Brian's profile. Though barely in his 20s, the young man's eyes carried a determination that did not match his age. The depth in his gaze was not something he could see through. "You're incredible, Brian," Sirius sighed, the words escaping him in a rush of breath. He reached out, patting Brian's shoulder. "I can't think of any wizard who could possess such powerful magic at your age, probably not even Dumbledore. But I hope you understand this is also the insight that 12 years in Azkaban gave me. Remus, Dumbledore, and even Snape, we're all your friends. Even against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, understand? Brian, if you need help. The soft starlight bathed Brian, softening the contours of his profile. Brian's voice, when he spoke, held a hint of amusement. I don't need a lecture from you, Sirius, he said, smoothly changing the subject. Before Sirius could formulate a response, Brian continued, I need to go to Azkaban. That place affects you too much, you should wait here. You're going up there again. Sirius frowned. Don't tell me that memory we just experienced didn't resolve your questions. Are you planning to check out that underground ruins? But how do you intend to get in? Oh, Ravenclaw's diadem is in your possession. Under Sirius's worried gaze, Brian rose into the air until he disappeared from sight. Waiting, Sirius discovered, was an exquisite form of torture. For several hours, Sirius stood on the dilapidated deck, staring anxiously in the direction of Azkaban. But the place remained as silent as an abyss, without any sign of movement. Sirius's mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. He knew, rationally, that Brian's skills were extraordinary. If it had been an exploration of any other place, Sirius wouldn't have been so worried. But after experiencing the memories of Hogwarts' two founders, Sirius realized that Azkaban was far more sinister and dangerous than anyone had ever imagined. It wasn't until the starlight dimmed and first hints of dawn began to paint the eastern sky that Sirius's vigil was rewarded. A shadow, skimming low across the sea's surface, rapidly approached the ship. The sight allowed Sirius to finally release the breath he felt he'd been holding for hours. How did it go? Did you encounter any problems? The questions tumbled from Sirius's lips the moment Brian materialized on the deck. He rushed forward, eyes gathering over the young wizard's form, searching for any sign of injury. Only when he was satisfied that Brian was unharmed did Sirius allow himself to relax. But as he met Brian's gaze, he felt a jolt of surprise. Your eyes, Sirius began, his words trailing off. They've returned to their original color, haven't they? Brian seemed to be in a good mood. He touched the corner of his eye, smiling as he spoke. Well, as long as you're all right, Sirius let the sentence hang, unfinished. He chose not to pursue the matter of whether Brian had truly used Ravenclaw's diadem to open the underground chamber, nor did he ask about Brian's activities during those long hours of absence. Seeing that the young wizard was unharmed was enough for now. Sirius shrugged, pushing aside his burning curiosity. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Sirius, and his mood brightened considerably. You've finished what you needed to do, right? He asked, a note of excitement creeping into his voice. Does this mean we can go back now? Oh, Harry must be waiting for me to pick him up for the Quidditch World Cup. How about it, Brian? Want to come along? We'll pick up Harry first. Remus is probably getting impatient waiting at the old house, he and Creaker don't get along at all. We all agreed before the summer holiday to stay at the Weasleys for a few days, then take all these youngsters to watch the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius looked at Brian eagerly, hoping he would agree. But to his disappointment, Brian slowly shook his head. I don't like crowded places. For the rest of the summer holiday, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll probably stay at the manor. I need time to ponder over the memory we experienced. The journey that had brought them to this remote sea area had taken over 20 days, but the return wouldn't be nearly as complicated. They could use the Portkaya to transfer to Old John's place, and then Brian could apparate with Sirius back to London. Their current location lay within the magical protection range of Azkaban, a zone where powerful magic rendered all forms of instant transportation spells ineffective. Brian used magic to slowly guide the completely immobile wreck of a ship to slowly float out of the sea area. Just as Brian had anticipated earlier, passing through the magical barrier again caused some disturbance, but it was nothing compared to the earth-shattering resistance they had encountered on their way in. This time, it felt more like a gentle breeze ruffling their hair and clothes. As they finally escaped Azkaban's influence entirely, Sirius felt the last traces of gloom lift from his spirit. He leaned against the ship's rail, savoring the pleasant sea breeze while Brian went to fetch the Portkaya from the cabin. The peaceful moment was shattered by the sudden appearance of a snowy owl. The bird had been circling high above, nearly invisible against the pale sky, but now it swooped earthward, leaving a sharp shadow in midair. By the time Sirius realized the bird might be headed for him, the owl was already pouncing in front of his face, beating its wings against his cheeks. Oh, don't do that, Sirius protested, staggering back a few steps. He frowned at the clearly agitated owl, which glared at him with unmistakable hostility, as if ready to peck him fiercely at any moment. The bird looked as though it had been through quite an ordeal, its white feathers looked ruffled and disheveled. After a moment of careful examination, he suddenly exclaimed. Come quick, Brian. It's Harry's owl, I think it's called Hemingway. It's Hedwig. Brian's voice carried a hint of amusement as he emerged from the cabin, with Portkaya in hand. He shook his head slightly at Sirius. What did I tell you? Sirius exclaimed, looking extremely pleased with himself despite the correction. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned back to the owl. Harry must be getting impatient staying with those muggles. He can't wait for me to pick him up. Oh, speaking of which, this owl is quite something, to be able to find us here. For Sirius, whose world had been shattered and rebuilt around his godson, the greatest joy was feeling needed by Harry. With gentle words and soothing gestures, Sirius managed to calm Hedwig enough to retrieve the letter she carried. His hands trembled slightly with anticipation as he unfolded the parchment in front of Brian. He began reading eagerly, but as the somewhat childish handwriting jumped into his eyes one word after another, Sirius's joyful expression gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness on his brow. Perhaps you should take a look at this letter, Brian, Sirius said, his voice low and tense. Harry's owl had delivered letters to him before. Brian was feeding Hedwig small fish from the sea when he heard Sirius say this. He shifted his gaze over, immediately sensing that something unpleasant must have happened. What's wrong? Brian inquired while unhesitatingly taking the letter and quickly reading it at a glance. What do you think, Brian? Sirius asked softly, watching Brian's face intently for any reaction. Harry's scar isn't an ordinary scar, is it? Harry said the last time it hurt was when Voldemort was near him. Voldemort couldn't possibly appear near the Muggle family where Harry is staying, could he? With Dumbledore's magical protection, he simply couldn't find Harry, right? Harry probably hasn't told us everything, Brian said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared at the cautious words on the paper. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Dumbledore before this trip and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It hadn't been long since Dumbledore had warned him, and now something unusual had happened with Harry. Putting down the letter, Brian met Sirius's worried gaze and said calmly. Harry's scar is indeed unusual. It represents a hidden connection between him and the wizard who gave him that scar. It certainly needs to be taken seriously. All right, I'll accompany you to Privet Drive to ask Harry in person if there's anything he hasn't fully explained. Also, I suggest you write a letter to Dumbledore, telling him about this. Brian's words were cut short by a sudden screech that pierced the air. Another owl, this one an ordinary grey, came swooping in from the distance. Like Hedwig, this bird's feathers were disheveled, looking as if it had been struggling in this sea area for some time. The letter was addressed to Brian, sent by Keku's Folly. Brian's eyes sharpened as he quickly scanned the contents of the message, his expression growing more focused with each passing second. I'm sorry, Sirius, Brian said, looking up from the letter. You'll have to inquire about Harry's situation on your own. If there's any new information, write to me anytime. There's a matter I must investigate personally. 0405 Albania. Albania, a land of contrasts and mysteries, presents a facade of natural beauty to the unsuspecting Muggle world. According to official government statistics, 1/3 of Albania's diverse terrain is blanketed in lush, dense forests. These verdant expanses, with their towering trees and vegetation teeming with life, paints a picturesque scene that lures Muggle tourists from far and wide. However, for upstanding wizards in the wizarding world, it's not a place worth lingering. The root of Albania's magical predicament lies in its demographics. The country's population, by global standards, is relatively small. The limited population renders to a correspondingly small number of native-born wizards and witches. This scarcity of wizards has led to a critical problem that reverberates through every aspect of magical life in Albania. Without a sufficient number of local wizards, Albania lacks the necessary foundation to establish a legitimate ministry of magic. Such a ministry, recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards, is the cornerstone of magical governance in most nations. It serves as the regulatory body, enforcing laws, maintaining order, and ensuring the delicate balance between the magical and Muggle worlds remains undisturbed. In its absence, a vacuum of power emerges, leaving only the bare minimum of magical law, the statute of secrecy, to govern the actions of witches and wizards within Albania's borders. This lack of comprehensive magical oversight has given rise to chaotic and often dangerous phenomena. Magical creatures in this country are slaughtered indiscriminately. Their parts, prized for their magical properties, fetch exorbitant prices on the black market, fueling a cycle of greed and destruction. The trade in illegal magical substances flourishes in this lawless environment. Rare potion ingredients, some so potent or dangerous that their very possession is illegal in most civilized magical communities, change hands freely here. Smugglers, drawn by the promise of enormous profits and lax enforcement, have made Albania their chosen marketplace. They conduct their evil business with liberty, knowing that no Aurors or magical law enforcement agents will swoop down to arrest them. In this climate of unchecked magical activity, the darker aspects of wizardry have found fertile ground to take root and flourish. Dark magic, shunned and forbidden in most magical societies, is practiced openly here. Curses that would earn a life sentence in Azkaban are cast without fear of repercussion. Enchanted objects of malicious design are crafted and sold to the highest bidder. Adding to this volatile mix are the traditional wild witches and wizards who call Albania home. These practitioners of ancient and often brutal forms of magic often conduct cruel experiments here. As word of Albania's unique situation spread through the darker corners of the wizarding world, the country became a magnet for those with something to hide. Fugitives pursued by their home country's ministries of magic saw in Albania a perfect refuge. These individuals, already of questionable character, brought with them their own brands of mayhem. Incidents involving attacks on unsuspecting muggles became increasingly frequent, though carefully orchestrated to avoid causing widespread panic that might draw unwanted attention. The International Confederation of Wizards, theoretically responsible for magical governance in the absence of a local ministry, found itself in an impossible position. Tasked with maintaining the statute of secrecy above all else, the Confederation is forced to turn a blind eye to many of the atrocities committed within Albania's borders. As long as the Muggle world remains blissfully unaware of the magical chaos unfolding around them, the Confederation's hands were tied. Even Dumbledore, arguably the most powerful and influential wizard of the age, was also powerless to change Albania. His desire to protect the innocent Muggles caught in the crossfire of magical conflicts is blocked by the complex web of interests that have taken root in the country. Like the underground world in the depths of Nocturne Alley, Albania's magical underworld is protected by a network of connections that blur the lines between light and dark. To truly change the status quo, Dumbledore would have to charge in wielding his wand and go on a rampage himself. As twilight descends upon this land, the sky's vibrant palette gradually fades. The setting sun, once a blazing orb of fierce crimson, mellows to a softer, more subdued red. At the distant horizon, where the vast expanse of the sea meets the darkening sky, one can just make out the tiny black silhouettes of fishing boats struggling to reach shore, painting a picture of the vast, boundless ocean. The encroaching night brings with it a palpable sense of unease among the Muggle tourists. Despite being captivated by the raw beauty of Albania's natural landscapes, as if responding to some unspoken signal, tourists begin to call out to their companions and walk with hurried footsteps to their cars to leave. By the time the cold moon becomes faintly visible in the sky, there were hardly any Muggles left at the boundary between the primeval forest and the hills covered in lush green grass. However, by the rippling lakeshore, a middle-aged woman was kneeling, sobbing desperately as several policemen try to restrain her. What's going on? A young man carrying a travel suitcase appeared silently behind a policeman, startling the Greek-looking Muggle police officer who had been standing nearby, hands on his hips, surveying the scene with a weary sigh. Oh damn, where did you come from? The policeman, seemingly the leading officer, nearly twisted his ankle. His hand even moved reflexively towards his gun holster, but after his gaze swept over the grey-haired young man's entire body, the vigilance in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a touch of embarrassed anger from being frightened. What happened? The grey-haired young man asked, ignoring the Muggle policeman's emotions, raising his chin and looked towards the middle-aged woman who was struggling with several officers and wailing loudly as she tried to rush into the lake. The Muggle policeman seemed to be a very approachable person. He didn't dwell on how the grey-haired young man managed to sneak up behind him without making a sound on the open grassland where they could see everything. Sighing, he looked at the middle-aged woman with sympathy in his eyes. She's a tourist from Italy. This morning, the lady and her daughter were out boating on the lake. Everything seemed normal at first, but then a gust of wind blew by. The woman says she just blinked, and in that instant, her daughter vanished. Oh, the young man, with strangely rare eye color but handsome appearance and an eye-catching temperament, nodded thoughtfully. What about the search team? Haven't you tried looking in the lake? You're not from around here, sir. You don't understand the situation. The Muggle policeman lowered his voice, afraid of upsetting the Italian woman whose nerves are already frayed. He leaned towards the grey-haired young man's ear and whispered, this sort of thing, it happens here quite often. More often than anyone likes to admit. Tourists come to enjoy our beautiful country, they're playing by the lake, exploring the forests, visiting our scenic spots, and then, in the blink of an eye, their loved ones vanish. We search, of course. We search until we're exhausted, until we've combed every inch of land and water. But it's always the same. No matter how much effort we put in, how many resources we deploy, we can't find them. It's like they've been swallowed up by the earth itself. Sometimes, if they're lucky, the missing people reappear after a while. They just show up in another place. But here's the strangest part, they have no memory of what happened to them during that period of time. They can't explain how they ended up where they were found, or what happened during the time they were missing. It's like they stepped out of the world for a while and then stepped back in, with no idea they'd been gone. And the unlucky ones. Oh, the Muggle policeman's face turned horrified. The unlucky ones, when we finally find them, they're already gone. Dead. But that's not even the strangest part. There's never any apparent cause of death on their bodies. No wounds, no signs of violence. And then there are the most unfortunate cases. The ones where people disappear completely, leaving no trace at all. Looking at the grief-stricken Muggle woman, a deep light flashed in Brian's eyes. Haven't you ever truly investigated the cause? Of course we want to. The Muggle policeman cried out indignantly. But the higher UPS won't let us dig too deep. The they're more concerned about protecting the tourism industry than finding the truth. They use every trick in the book, threats, bribes, whatever it takes to keep the families quiet. They're terrified that if word gets out about what really happens here, no tourist will ever set foot in this country again. And the politicians, those despicable, selfing oh, damn. The Muggle policeman suddenly stopped his rant, jumping away from the grey-haired young man and stared at him with terrified eyes. I shouldn't have told you all this, he stammered, panic evident in his voice. Oh, damn it. All right, forget everything I just said. You never heard any of this, understand? His tone became urgent, almost pleading. Hurry back to your hotel and rest, sir. It's not safe out here at night. There are things in the darkness. Large wild animals prowling around. You wouldn't want to end up like the others, would you? Disappearing suddenly only to be found in a stinking sewer after a while. Thank you for your warning. I certainly wouldn't want to meet such an end. The grey-haired young man nodded politely to the Muggle policeman, smiling courteously. Then leave quickly. The officer insisted, waving his arms in an exaggerated shooing motion. He watched intently as the young man turned to go, only relaxing slightly when he saw him start to walk away. With a heavy sigh, the officer turned his attention back to the weeping Italian woman, her cries having subsided to quiet, heartbreaking sobs. But as the officer's gaze shifted away, the young man halted his departure. He turned his head, fixing the grieving mother with a long, penetrating look. For a brief moment, a flash of lightning-like anger in his eyes. The grey-haired young man is, of course, Brian. 4 or 5 days ago, Brian was still drifting on the ocean with Sirius. The trip to Azkaban had been quite fruitful. According to the original plan, he was prepared to return to 12 Grimmauld Place and spend some time pondering the gains from this adventure. But just at the end of this adventure, a letter from Keku's Folly interrupted Brian's plans, forcing him to embark on a tiring journey to this unfamiliar country, despite having already expended considerable energy. Now, as he stood at the edge of this primeval forest, Brian couldn't help but draw comparisons to the Forbidden Forest that bordered Hogwarts. But as the Forbidden Forest held a certain familiarity, a sense of being tamed, if only slightly, due to its proximity to the school, this Albanian woodland exuded an aura of wild, untamed aura. In the dense woods, towering trees reaching several dozen feet high and too thick for even several adults to encircle with their arms are everywhere. While the sky outside still held the faint glow of sunset, the forest was already steeped in darkness. Brian pulled his black robes tighter around himself, more out of instinct than any real need for warmth. The garment, imbued with protective enchantments, seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness, rendering him nearly invisible. This camouflage, however, did little to shield him from the unseen wizard's eyes that watched his every move. Clad in black robes, Brian ignored the greedy eyes that were lurking in the deep darkness, secretly peeping and waiting to strike, as he struggled along a barely noticeable path. The vines around were so thick that Brian wasn't even sure if he's walking on the right path or if he's already gone astray. After struggling through the vegetation, Brian paused to check the letter from Keku's Folly once more. From an inner pocket of his robes, he took out the slightly crumpled parchment. Attached to it was a crudely drawn magical map. In the dim light filtering through the canopy, Brian studied the parchment intently. According to the map, he was very close to his destination. Not far from it, a larger symbol marked his goal. Brian took a moment to survey his surroundings, matching the outlines of the land to those depicted on the map. Satisfied that he was indeed on the right track, he carefully refolded the letter and map, tucking them safely away before setting off once more. The next 10 minutes of his journey were perhaps the most grueling yet. The forest seemed to grow denser with each step, as if actively resisting his progress. Finally, after these 10 minutes of struggle, Brian emerged into a small clearing. At its center stood a massive spruce tree, its trunk as wide as a small house. But it was what hung at the base of the spruce that truly caught Brian's attention. There, fixed to the ancient trunk, was the severed head of a goat. The sight was grotesque and unsettling in equal measure. The flesh where the head had been separated from its body was startlingly fresh, droplets of blood still clinging to its edges, about to fall at any moment. But the rest of the head bore unmistakable signs of age and decay. The skin had tightened over the skull, giving it a mummified appearance. Most disturbing of all were the eye sockets, once home to the goat's eyes, they now gaped as empty hollows, seeming to stare into Brian's very soul. I wish to enter the camp. Brian said in an old voice, facing the goat's head. For a moment, nothing happened. The clearing remained silent, the only movement the gentle swaying of leaves in a breeze Brian couldn't feel. Then, slowly at first but with increasing intensity, a change came over the scene. A subtle wind arose, seemingly from nowhere, rustling the undergrowth and setting Brian's robes to fluttering. The air grew thick with an unseen energy, making the hairs on the back of Brian's neck stand on end. And then, most unsettling of all, the goat's head began to move. Creak, creak, creak. A sound emerged from its throat, a creaking, groaning noise. As Brian watched, the goat's head fixed to the spruce tree suddenly laughed ghostly, 2 points of sickly green light ignited in the depths from its hollow eye sockets. State your name and your introducer. When the goat's head spoke, its voice was like nails scratching a chalkboard, high-pitched and grating. Golden Viper, introduced by Keiku's Folly. Author's note, this whole thing regarding Albania is fully fictional. I just used the place's name in original story as a reference. This Albania and our real-world Albania are different. 0406 The Bar. Rumble. After Brian revealed his identity and the contact who introduced him, the goat once again let out a chilling laugh. Amidst this piercing sound, the earth beneath their feet trembled. Behind the towering spruce, a vast expanse of land came alive in a most unsettling manner. The lush grass, gnarled trees, and twisting vines that had peacefully adorned the forest floor suddenly began to writhe and contort. Their movements were not gentle swaying, but rather a frenzied, almost sentient dance. Then, as if an immensely powerful hand beneath the earth had grasped them, all the vegetation was pulled underground. The ground continued to quake relentlessly, the tremors growing in intensity. From the depths of the newly formed pit, a 2-story building entirely constructed of rotting wooden planks, grew out of the earth. From the outside, this house looked even more terrifying than the shrieking shack in Hogsmeade. Behind the grease-stained, broken windows, countless ghostly shadows flickered, and faint wails of female ghosts could be heard. Under the decaying eaves hung rows of dried bats. On the gable of the wooden house, a pumpkin vine clinging to the wall had produced a massive pumpkin. As if sensing life approaching, the pumpkin slowly rotated 180 degrees in midair. The whole gourd sprouted a grotesque mouth and ghostly eyes. Facing Brian, its saw-toothed mouth dripped with glistening liquid, resembling saliva. Ooring. Just a toy to frighten children. Brian just glanced at the pumpkin before losing interest. He leapt over the spruce and slowly approached. Instead of pushing open the door, he walked to a signboard standing next to it. The signboard, like everything else associated with this place, exuded an aura of decay and malice. Its surface was covered in a thick layer of sickly green mold, giving it the appearance of rotting flesh. At the top, written in what appeared to be fresh blood, were the words, Soul Eater's Den. Below this gruesome title were posted approximately 30 commission requests. These were not the innocent job listings one might find in a village square, but rather a catalogue of dangerous pursuits. Most of the commissions involved trading in materials that would make an ordinary wizard's blood run cold. There were requests for valuable parts from magical creatures, many of which were undoubtedly protected or endangered species. Others sought rare potion ingredients that could only be found in the depths of this primeval forest, ingredients whose uses were surely evil. There were also some bounties, asking for help in hunting down enemies. Brian's eyes scanned the board, but finding nothing that piqued his interest, he soon lost attention. With a casual push, Brian opened the door to Soul Eater's home. The poorly maintained hinges protested loudly, emitting a high-pitched screech that set teeth on edge. As the door swung open, it revealed an interior that opposed the expectations set by the building's exterior. The house, which appeared to be an inn, was actually more like a bar. While from the outside, Soul Eater's home had appeared to be a decaying 2-story structure, the space within was far more expansive than seen from outside. The main hall stretched out before Brian, was fairly spacious, about the same size as Leaky Cauldron in London's Wizarding District. However, any similarities to that beloved wizarding pub ended there. Where the Leaky Cauldron was warm and inviting, Soul Eater's home was a den of depravity and danger. The atmosphere inside was thick with a cocktail of odors so potent and noxious that it seemed almost solid. The air was filled with various strange odors, the acrid smell of pipe tobacco, the scent of brewing potions, and the stench of rotting animal innards. These odors combined to create a miasma of toxicity that assaulted the senses. Anyone unfortunate enough to breathe this air for an extended period risked more than just discomfort. The complex mixture of magical residues and noxious fumes could potentially disrupt the flow of magic within a wizard's body, leading to disorientation, hallucinations, or even unconsciousness. The lighting within the hall did little to improve the ambience. Dim oil lamps flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to take on lives of their own. The inconsistent illumination made it difficult to focus on any one area for long, adding to the overall sense of unease and disorientation. Despite the late hour and the remote location, the noisy hall was far from being empty. There were at least 50 or so lawless individuals with diverse styles of dress. These dark wizards, in groups of 2 or 3, went about their business trading, arguing, drinking contests, boasting more or less. Small groups huddled together, engaged in hushed negotiations over rare and undoubtedly illegal magical artifacts. Others argued loudly, their hands never straying far from their wands as they disputed the terms of contracts or the division of ill-gotten gains. In one corner, a rowdy drinking contest was underway, the participants drinking concoctions that sparked and smoked ominously. The winner of such a contest was likely to be the one who survived with the least permanent damage to their internal organs. The moment Brian opened the door and took his first step into the bar, The previously raucous tavern fell silent instantly. Inquisitive gazes turned towards the doorway, focusing on the figure wearing ordinary black robes but whose face was concealed by a vortex of magical energy. Brian frowned, not because he was the center of attention, but because the floor of this bar seemed like it hadn't been cleaned for centuries. The original color of the floorboards could no longer be seen, covered in a mixture of soil, leaves, bloodstains, and grease. These substances had accumulated on the floor like glue, stuck to his shoes. After shaking off a large chunk of grime from his soles, Brian adjusted his robes and walked calmly towards the bar counter. Meanwhile, the customers in the hall continued to scrutinize Brian. Their prying gazes were filled with malice, and among the whispers, there were laughing sneers. "What would you like, Mr. Viper?" The bartender was very tall, and a large crimson scar on his forehead, seemingly left by a burn, made him appear even more dangerous. Evidently, he had also heard Brian reveal his identity earlier in front of the goat head. Without waiting for a response, the bartender continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. "To enter the camp, you must spend at least 10 galleons. Otherwise, you're not welcome here." The bartender stared coldly at Brian as he slowly approached the counter, and spoke in a muffled voice. Brian heard the bartender's warning but paid no attention to it. His focus was drawn to a figure sitting on a three-legged stool by the back window, brewing a potion in a cauldron in front of him. The figure hunched over a bubbling cauldron, his focus entirely on the concoction he was brewing. He was one of the few in the hall who had not been disturbed by Brian's arrival, continuing his work with single-minded determination. As Brian's gaze settled on this potion brewer, he found himself unable to discern the man's age. This was not due to any magical spell, but rather because the wizard's entire face, including what remained of his hair, had been horrifically altered by what could only have been a backlash of dark magic. His facial features were reduced to terrifying, dark red muscle tissue, and his lips seemed to have had a large chunk cut out, exposing black gums and the few remaining yellow teeth. Of course, this wasn't what attracted Brian's attention. The potion brewing in front of this ugly wizard had a mother-of-pearl shine, with spiraling steam rising from the bubbling liquid. A girl sat on the floor next to the three-legged stool, her body seemingly powerless as she leaned against the ugly wizard's leg. The girl appeared to be in her late teens, perhaps 18 or 19 years old. Her long, chestnut hair cascaded down her back in smooth, shining waves, a stark contrast to the filth and decay that surrounded her. Even in this dimly lit, smoke-filled room, her beauty was undeniable. In fact, the dirty setting seemed to enhance her appeal, making her appear like a captured angel amidst a horde of demons. The young woman's body was limp as she leaned heavily against the leg of the disfigured wizard, cheeks pressed against his thigh. As she gazed up at the hideously deformed face of the potion brewer, her expression was one of utter adoration. There was no fear in her eyes as she observed the nightmarish face above her. Instead, her gaze held a mixture of longing, devotion, and a desperate need to please. Only in the very depths of her clouded pupils could one detect the faintest glimmer of her true self, a tiny spark of terror and pleading, like a drowning person's last gasp before slipping beneath the waves. "Oh, come on, baby." The potion in the cauldron had finally reached the right consistency. The ugly wizard excitedly scooped out a large amount with a wooden ladle. After sniffing it under his nose, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. Then, with a ferocious grin, he poured it all into the mouth of the girl, whose body contained not a trace of magical power. This love potion was clearly spiked. The struggle in the girl's eyes instantly disappeared. She hugged the ugly wizard's leg, unconsciously making sounds filled with passionate heat. He. As the ugly wizard withdrew the ladle, he casually tore off one strap of the girl's floral print dress. Even in the yellow lamplight, a large expanse of skin was revealed, dazzling to the eye. About half of her chest was also exposed. The ugly wizard's laughter was full of smugness. He tossed aside the wooden ladle, one hand cupping the girl's chin while the other claw-like hand reached to topple her. "I advise you not to do that in front of me. The rules of the underworld are generally similar. In such an environment, staring at someone for a long time is a blatant provocation." Except for the ugly wizard immersed in his own world, everyone else had noticed this behavior. They watched the scene with great interest, already anticipating what would happen next. Only the bartender was unwilling to see this unfold. After Brian spoke, he immediately warned him again. "I must remind you, Viper, that anyone who has tried to cause trouble here has, without exception, become fertilizer for the pumpkin. Do you want to end up the same way?" The bartender's harsh voice did not slow Brian's steps. He walked steadily to the ugly wizard's side. The gaze behind his magical vortex lowered, glancing at the muggle girl's hair and features, then settled on the still somewhat surprised face of the ugly wizard. He spoke calmly. "Otherwise, I'll twist your head off and hang it on the tree outside. Are you trying to meddle in others' businesses?" The ugly wizard's eyes widened, still somewhat stunned. But as he came to his senses, his voice carried obvious mockery and contempt, as if educating a young novice wizard who didn't understand the rules. You want to meddle in others' affairs. The ugly wizard withdrew his hand, reaching for the girl. He stood up from the stool, grinning as he repeated his question, this time again with undisguised sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Oh, you're called Golden Viper. I've heard that name before. You have some reputation in the pits of Nocturne Alley, but this is Albania. This is the Soul Eater's den. Your name might not carry as much weight here. Look behind you, oh, you little fool full of justice. The ugly wizard looked at Brian with pity and said. I'll carve your brave but foolish deed on your skull and hang it on the front door as a warning to outsiders. 0407 Slaughter time. Brian turned his head to scan behind him, only to be met with a sea of mocking gazes. The spectators rose to their feet one by one, their faces filled with amusement. Without a doubt, they had already chosen sides for the impending conflict. These people, with their cold-blooded nature honed by years of dark deeds and darker magic, typically wouldn't bat an eye at disputes between locals. It was an unspoken rule, a code of conduct in this den. But Golden Viper was an outsider, a brash newcomer who had the audacity, the sheer gall, to waltz in and break their rules on his very first visit. If they didn't teach him a lesson, and a harsh one at that, word would spread like wildfire and the Soul Eater's den would become a laughingstock. The tall bartender stared at Brian with a steely gaze. His voice, as cold and sharp as a blade of ice, cut through the tension-filled air. Out of respect for folly, he growled, each word dripping with barely contained contempt, Golden Viper, leave all your galleons here, and you can crawl out of here alive. Across the room, the ugly wizard who had started this whole debacle grinned triumphantly, his yellowed teeth gleaming in the dim light. The sense of urgency that had previously driven him seemed to evaporate like morning dew under a scorching sun. He was no longer in a rush to deal with this clueless fool who had dared to challenge him. Instead, a sadistic gleam entered his beady eyes as he savored the moment, relishing the impending downfall of the arrogant outsider. With a sneer that twisted his already grotesque features into something truly nightmarish, he grabbed the muggle girl by her hair, yanking her up from the ground. He then gripped her pale neck, forcing her to look at Golden Viper. There's an idiot here who wants to take you away, sweetheart, he crooned, his voice a sickening parody of affection. Do you want to leave with him? No. The girl mumbled in a delirious voice, her mind still clouded, her gaze fixed adoringly on the disgusting face before her. The ugly wizard's face split into a triumphant leer, his grip on the girl's slender waist tightening possessively. Oh, did you hear that? He crowed, his voice rising in pitch with malicious glee. She doesn't want to leave with you. He pulled the girl closer, her limp form offering no resistance as he manhandled her like a rag doll. With a look of pure malice, he added, his voice dripping with anticipation, now, let's watch what becomes of this fool. What brings you here, outsider? A voice came from behind a wooden partition that divided the hall. Well, you see. Even though he became the target of public criticism, Golden Viper didn't seem to realize that he was in trouble. His tone even carried a hint of amusement. I'm looking for a woman, a druid, word is, she was spotted here before, so I came to ask around. Before he could finish his explanation, another voice cut through the tense atmosphere. This one came from a burly wizard slouched against the bar, his face half hidden by a tangled mass of beard. Why are you looking for this woman? He interjected, his tone teasing but with an edge of cruelty. A mean-spirited grin appeared on his face as he added, is she your mother? The question, laden with mockery, was like a spark in a powder keg. It ignited an explosion of laughter that swept through the bar like wildfire. Many of the patrons laughed so hard that they lost their balance, toppling from their chairs to roll on the dirty floor, clutching their sides. Others slapped their hands against the scarred wooden tables, making glasses and bottles dance precariously. Even the ugly wizard who had kidnapped the muggle girl was caught up in the wave of hilarity. In his glee, he accidentally knocked over the vial of love potion that sat on the table before him. But in his amusement, he didn't seem to care, still laughing uproariously and slapping his thigh with such force that it echoed like gunshots in the crowded room. Amidst the sea of laughter, the tall bartender remained stoic calm. His cold eyes, as hard and unforgiving as chips of ice, remained fixed on Brian. You're just embarrassing yourself, Viper. Ah, you stinking lot. Brian shook his head resignedly. For months now, Brian had been living in the light, keeping company with decent, law-abiding folks. It had been quite a while since he had last dealt with these filthy scums who lacked even basic morals. The stark contrast between his recent experiences and the current situation left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As wave after wave of mockery continued to crash over him, Brian tilted his head slightly, his eyes taking on a distant look as he pondered his next move. For a few seconds, he stood there, still as a statue. Then, he slowly raised his hand to remove the wide black hood from his head. A mane of soft, lustrous grey hair spilled out into the dim air. Unhurriedly, he unfastened the clasp at his neck and draped the black robe over his left arm. The laughter that had filled the room just moments before had completely evaporated, replaced by a tense silence thick with anticipation and growing unease. Every eye in the place was fixed on Golden Viper, watching his unexpected actions with a mixture of confusion and wariness. In the minds of the onlookers, they were silently speculating what tricks this outsider might be playing. A series of coughs broke the silence. Ahem, cough, ahem. Brian cleared his throat, the sound echoing in the hushed room. With each cough, a remarkable transformation seemed to occur. His voice grew younger. He turned on the spot, his eyes sweeping across the room, observing and cataloguing every reaction. Finally, his circuit complete, Brian faced the ugly wizard who still held the entranced girl in his grasp. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a sandcastle being washed away by the incoming tide, the magical vortex that had been concealing his true features began to dissipate. As the last wisps of magic faded away, they revealed a face that sent shockwaves through the room. Silence. The raucous laughter that had filled the bar just moments ago had died completely, replaced by a silence so deep it seemed to absorb all sound. The only noise to be heard was the increasingly heavy breathing of the bar's occupants as the full impact of what they were seeing sank in. The ugly wizard, his face a mask of shock and dawning horror, involuntarily released his grip on the Muggle girl. His hand fell limply to his side, trembling uncontrollably as if afflicted by a palsy. His eyes, previously narrowed in cruel amusement, now widened to the point where they seemed in danger of popping out of his head. His lipless mouth worked silently for a moment before managing to emit a strange, strangled sound. Ah, ah. The name that was on everyone's mind, the name that no one dared to speak aloud, hung in the air like an undetonated explosive: Brian Watson. It was the tall bartender who finally broke the paralyzing silence. His terrified roar from behind the counter made the glasses on the shelves rattle ominously. "Run!" he roared, his voice cracking with fear. "Golden Viper is Brian Watson. He doesn't want to leave anyone alive." The words had barely left his mouth when chaos erupted. Boom! In that instant, the entire bar shook violently as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The floorboards groaned, dust rained down from the ceiling, and glasses toppled from shelves to shatter on the floor. But no one paid any attention to the destruction. They were too busy trying to save their own skins. Panic gripped the room's occupants, each reacting in their own desperate way to the sudden, terrifying turn of events. Some made a frantic dash for the exit, shoving and clawing at each other in their haste to escape. Others, perhaps realizing that the door would quickly become a deadly bottleneck, turned their wands on the walls. Blasts of magic erupted from their wands as they attempted to create their own escape routes. A brave, or foolish, few turned to face Brian, hurling powerful dark magic in his direction. Jets of sickly green light and writhing tendrils of darkness cut through the air, aimed at Brian. Others, perhaps lacking confidence in their spell-casting abilities, resorted to more mundane methods of attack. They made throwing motions with their arms, launching vials of vicious potions through the air. Still others released their magical creature familiars, vicious beasts driven by dark magic and their master's will. As soon as their paws, claws, or tentacles touched the ground, they snarled and snapped, their eyes fixed hungrily on Brian as they prepared to pounce. For a moment, it seemed as though Brian would be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attacks heading his way. But then... hum. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible amidst the chaos, but its effects were anything but subtle. From the center of the chaotic bar hall, where Brian stood calm and unmoving, a tangible wave of magical energy erupted. It swept outward with the unstoppable force of a thunderbolt, faster than the eye could follow. As the wave of energy passed over them, every person, creature, and object in its path froze instantly. It was as if time itself had stopped, trapping everything and everyone in its grip. They stood motionless, suspended in mid-action like insects caught in amber. Only their eyes, wide with fear and confusion, showed any sign of life or awareness. In the sudden, eerie silence that followed, the soft sound of footsteps could be heard. Tap, tap, tap. After a moment's consideration, Brian turned and began to walk back towards the bar counter, pushing aside glass shards suspended in the air. As he approached the bar, he saw that the bartender had already leapt onto the counter. The man's massive body was frozen mid-dive towards the door, his center of gravity already beyond the edge of the bar. It was a position that, under normal circumstances, would have sent him crashing to the floor. But trapped in the grip of Brian's spell, he hung there, defying gravity, unable to complete his escape. With a casual flick of his wand, Brian levitated the bartender's body from the counter. He rotated the large man in midair before gently lowering him to the floor, leaving him in an awkward position, face up on the grimy floorboards. Brian knelt beside the prone figure, his eyes locking with the bartender's bulging orbs. In those eyes, he could read a whirlwind of emotions: fear at being at the mercy of such a powerful wizard, bitter regret for the choices that had led him to this moment, desperate pleading for mercy, and a faint glimmer of hope that he might be able to trade information for his life. But unfortunately for the bartender, Brian didn't need him to speak. In the dim bar hall, an eerie transformation began to take place. Two purple moons slowly rose in Brian's eyes, their strange, heavy light seeming to pulse with an otherworldly power. As the bartender stared into those alien orbs, he felt the last remnants of his will being stripped away. The purple glow extinguished all emotion in his eyes, leaving them as blank and empty as a doll's. Brian delved deep into the violently extracted memories, sifting through the bartender's experiences as easily as one might flip through the pages of a book. A series of frozen images flashed rapidly before his mind's eye, each one a snapshot of the bartender's recent past. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the memories flowed backwards through time like a river running in reverse. Until, about 10 days into the past, Brian's mental gaze froze. The rapid flow of images slowed to a crawl as he focused intently on a particular memory. A woman had appeared in the Soul Eater's den on that day. But it wasn't Cleodna, the druid that Brian had been seeking. Instead, the memory revealed a fat middle-aged witch dressed in what could only be described as normal, respectable clothes. She stood out like a sore thumb in the den of immorality. She looked slightly confused, her brow furrowed and her eyes darting nervously around the room. It was clear that she was unsure of why she was there. But that uncertainty quickly gave way to fear as she took in her surroundings. The room was filled with the kind of individuals that haunted the nightmares of law-abiding citizens, dark wizards with cold eyes and cruel smiles, hags with gnarled hands and razor-sharp teeth, and creatures that defied easy classification. What happened next was as predictable as it was horrifying. The witch, her face now a mask of terror, tried to leave in a panic. Her sudden movement drew every eye in the place, like predators sensing wounded prey. She fumbled for the door handle with her trembling hands, but it was already too late. In this lawless place, any sign of weakness was like blood in the water, and the denizens of the Soul Eater's den were nothing if not sharks. Before the witch could reach the exit, she found herself restrained by a group of dark wizards who had moved with supernatural speed to intercept her. Rough hands grabbed her arms, spinning her around to face the room. The witch's terrified whimpers were drowned out by the low, menacing chuckles that rippled through the crowd. The dark wizards examined their captive, their eyes roving over her body with a mixture of curiosity and malice. It was clear from their expressions that they were pondering how best to deal with this unexpected intruder, and none of the possibilities that flashed across their faces boded well for the unfortunate witch. Just as the situation seemed to take an even darker turn, something unexpected happened. From an inconspicuous corner of the bar, a figure stirred. This newcomer had been so still, so unremarkable, that they had faded into the background, overlooked by everyone present. Now, as they rose to their feet, all eyes turned to them. The figure was draped in an ordinary cloak, their head tightly wrapped in a scarf that obscured their face. Before anyone could react, before a single spell could be cast or a single threat uttered, the mysterious figure made their move. With a gesture so swift it was almost imperceptible, they conjured a grapevine staff out of thin air. The tip of the staff erupted in a burst of emerald light so bright it momentarily blinded everyone in the room. As the patrons of the Soul Eater's den blinked the spots from their eyes, they saw that a transformation had taken place. The newcomer's cloak had fallen away, revealing elegant attire that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. But it was her hair that drew every eye in the room. Long, silky strands of green cascaded from beneath the scarf, flowing like living vines. The green tresses seemed to glow with an ethereal light, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the den. The cold moon, full and luminous, had finally climbed to the center of the night sky, bathing the scene in its silvery light. But the tranquility of the moonlit forest was shattered by a raging inferno. A massive fire had engulfed what appeared to be a building, its flames reaching so high they turned half the sky an angry, flickering white. From within the all-consuming flames came the muffled sound of exploding walls and beam, along with faint, shrill screams. In the firelight, the Muggle girl, kneeling on the ground dozens of feet away, finally regained a glimmer of clarity in her dazed eyes. The girl's mouth opened slightly, a look of stunned disbelief on her face as she stared at the intense flames. Slowly, as if in a trance, she struggled to her feet. Though not fully conscious, her instincts were beginning to kick in, and those instincts were screaming at her to run from the terrifying inferno before her. She stumbled backward, her movements uncoordinated and jerky. In her dazed state, she failed to notice a stone protruding from the forest soil. Her heel caught on it, and with a startled cry, she tumbled backward. Ouch! The sharp cry of pain cut through the night air as she landed hard on her backside. The sudden jolt and the spike of pain it caused served to further clear the fog from her mind. Grimacing, she struggled to push herself up, her hands scrabbling in the dirt and leaves of the forest floor. As she fought to regain her feet, her gaze drifted upward, drawn almost against her will to a massive spruce tree that loomed nearby. What she saw there caused her newly cleared mind to freeze in horror. Impaled on crude stone spears and nailed to the trunk of the ancient spruce were heads. But these were no ordinary trophies of some mad hunter. These were human heads, or what remained of them. Each one had been charred beyond recognition, the flesh blackened and cracked, barely clinging to the skull beneath. Despite the extensive damage, the faces of the deceased were still horribly recognizable as human. Their features were frozen in expressions of terror, seemed to be the final testament to the horror they had experienced in their last moments of life. The sight was too much for the young girl's fragile psyche to handle. A piercing scream tore from her throat, filled with all the fear and horror that had been building since she first regained consciousness. The sound echoed through the forest, drowning out even the roar of the nearby inferno. In a nearby Muggle village, the scream did not go unnoticed. Residents who had been preparing to battle what they assumed was a simple forest fire quickened their pace. Among the towering trees standing in neat rows, 2 points of deep purple light vanished into the deep darkness. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0408 Thoughts. The primeval forests of Albania, with their towering trees and dense vegetation, had long been home to countless creatures, both magical and mundane. On this particular night, however, an unusual restlessness permeated the air. These animals could not sleep well all night. What had begun as a routine operation to combat a forest fire had unexpectedly morphed into something far more complex and sinister. The Albanian firefighters, their faces streaked with soot and sweat, had been battling the blaze for hours when they stumbled upon a scene that would soon capture national attention. In a small clearing, miraculously untouched by the inferno that raged around it, lay an unconscious young woman. At first glance, she appeared to be just another tourist who had lost her way in the vast wilderness. Such occurrences, while regrettable, were not uncommon in this country. Indeed, the disappearance of foreign visitors in Albania's more remote areas had become something of a grim joke among locals. The country's reputation for mystery and danger had made it an attractive destination for thrill-seekers and adventurers. Even more bizarrely, when these lost ones were eventually found, sometimes days or even weeks after their disappearance, they showed signs of memory loss. However, the discovery of the young girl coincided with a brutal murder at the same location, further complicating the situation. As if that wasn't enough, the forest fire that had initially drawn the emergency services to this location began to exhibit highly unusual behavior. Witnesses would later describe it as almost sentient, as if guided by an unseen hand. The flames, which had been raging uncontrollably just moments before, suddenly began to recede. They pulled back from the clearing where the girl had been found, creating an eerie circle of untouched forest floor amidst the charred and smoking landscape. Even more strangely, the fire seemed to redirect itself, converging on a specific point deeper in the woods. The firefighters, baffled by this unprecedented phenomenon, cautiously followed the path of the flames. What they found would elevate this incident from a local tragedy to a national crisis. Hidden deep within the forest, in an area so remote it didn't appear on any official maps, stood a large wooden structure. Or rather, what remained of one. The fire had focused its fury on this building with an almost unnatural intensity. By the time the emergency services arrived, little remained but smoldering ruins and ash. As the smoke cleared and the investigators began to sift through the debris, the true horror of the situation began to emerge. Amidst the charred timbers and melted metal, they found human remains. Not just 1 or 2 bodies, but dozens. Early estimates put the number at nearly 40 individuals. The discovery sent shockwaves through the local community. How could such a large structure, housing so many people, have existed undetected in the forest? Who were these unfortunate souls, and why were they in this remote location? The possibilities were unsettling. Had this been some kind of cult compound? A secret prison? It quickly became apparent that this case was far beyond the capabilities of the local police force. The sheer scale of the tragedy, combined with the bizarre circumstances surrounding it, demanded resources and expertise that simply weren't available in this rural part of Albania. News of the incident spread rapidly, reaching the highest levels of government within hours. Recognizing the potential for international implications, the Albanian authorities wasted no time in mobilizing a significant response. Elite units of the military and national police were dispatched to the area. Their primary objectives were first, to secure the area and prevent any potential evidence from being disturbed or removed. The forest was to be treated as one massive crime scene, with access strictly controlled. Second, they were tasked with launching a comprehensive investigation into every aspect of this mysterious incident. Forensic teams were flown in from the capital, bringing with them the latest in crime scene analysis technology. Their job would be to meticulously comb through the ruins of the wooden structure, attempting to identify the victims and determine the cause of the fire. Was it a tragic accident, or something more sinister? Meanwhile, other teams of investigators began the painstaking process of interviewing local residents and checking records. They hoped to uncover any clues related to that secret house and the identities of those who had lived, and died, there. As darkness fell over the forest, the investigation kicked into high gear. The night air, usually filled with the gentle sounds of nocturnal wildlife, was instead dominated by the harsh mechanical roar of helicopters. Their powerful searchlights swept back and forth across the treetops, creating eerie patterns of light and shadow that seemed to bring the forest itself to life. On the ground, teams of soldiers and police officers formed a perimeter around the affected area. They set up checkpoints on all roads leading into the forest, turning away curious locals and fanatical journalists alike. Nobody was to enter or leave the area without express authorization. Scene break. Brian had returned to the forest for the first time in a long while. After several hours of careful progress, he finally discovered what he was looking for, a modest rocky outcropping rising above the surrounding forest. Though it was barely a hill, it would serve his purposes. With a subtle flick of his wrist and a muttered incantation, Brian used his magic to flatten the hilltop, creating an ideal spot for his camp. As night deepened and the temperature dropped, Brian turned his attention to more immediate concerns. The forest air had taken on a distinct chill, reminiscent of the early days of winter rather than the late summer season it actually was. Such unseasonable cold was just one of the many anomalies that made this forest a place of danger. Brian built a campfire in front of his tent, set up an iron grill, and leisurely began roasting sausages. As the flames licked the sausages, a rich, savory aroma soon wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. The creatures dwelling nearby caught wind of this tantalizing scent and grew restless. They followed the smell to Brian's makeshift camp but were blocked by the surrounding defensive spells. They whimpered non-stop, unable to find a way in. As the sausages neared completion, their skins crisped to a perfect golden brown, Brian added a battered tin kettle to the grill. The vessel, dented and blackened from countless similar nights, soon began to emit wisps of steam as the water inside heated. He slowly prepared tea for himself. By the firelight, he watched the tea leaves unfurl in his cup, inhaling the fragrant steam. The lingering scent of blood and violence around him gradually dissipated. As Brian sipped his tea, his mind wandered back to the memory he had witnessed in the bartender's mind. The woman he had seen, though disguised, was unmistakably Clyodna. Her true face remained hidden, but Brian would recognize that unique grapevine wand anywhere. It practically hummed with Druid's magical energy and vitality. From last summer until early August this year, it had taken Keikus a full year to provide crucial information within the mission's deadline, finally giving him a lead on the whereabouts of the contemporary Druid cult's priestess. By now, Brian wasn't as concerned about what had happened in the central temple of Avalon Island. What truly drove him forward was a burning curiosity. If not for this woman drawing him into these series of events, and his desire to see if she could answer some of his questions, Brian might have already withdrawn her bounty. Although he had found some clues, Brian's expression showed little joy. Previously, he had seen some concerning details in the bartender's memories. First was the middle-aged, fat witch who had stumbled into the Soul Eater's den by mistake. Brian had an exceptional memory, and he had some impression of this woman. Earlier, when the Greyback incident had just occurred, he frequently visited the Ministry of Magic to assist with various public relations efforts. He had met most of the ministry employees during that time, and this woman was among them. Although he hadn't heard this witch's name, after carefully searching his memories, Brian was certain he hadn't mistaken her identity. This witch was indeed an employee of the British Ministry of Magic. Brian had no idea why this witch had appeared in Albania. What concerned him was that after being rescued by Clyodna, the witch had followed the priestess deep into the forest and hadn't been seen since. This disappearance was particularly troubling given the strategic location of the Soul Eater's den. Situated at a crucial junction of paths leading into the depths of the jungle, the den served as a natural checkpoint. The grotesque goat's head that hung at its entrance was more than just a macabre decoration, it served as the eyes and ears of the den's owner, keeping watch over all who passed by. The fact that the bartender's memories showed no sign of the witch's return could only mean one thing: she was still somewhere in the depths of the primeval forest. Secretive cults like the Druids were likely very careful about concealing their whereabouts. Brian wasn't surprised that the priestess, who revered nature and life, had saved that witch. However, why had the priestess taken her along? Shouldn't she have immediately sent her out of the forest after rescuing her from the Soul Eater's den? Why had they gone deeper into the forest instead? As Brian chewed thoughtfully on a particularly delicious bit of sausage, he considered the possibilities. The most obvious explanation, that Clyodna intended to convert the witch and send her back to the ministry as a spy, seemed far too simplistic. Historically, cultists and mainstream wizards had maintained a clear separation. If Clyodna truly sought assistance from the wizarding world, she had had two ideal options. The first would be to appeal to Dumbledore, begging him to allow the Druid followers to live in the Forbidden Forest. The second would be to use benefits to sway those pureblood families and high-ranking ministry officials to promote policies that would make British wizarding society more accepting of Druid followers. This approach could secure them a place to live while also keeping the ever-watchful Church at bay. In light of these options, the idea of planting a single, low-level spy in the ministry seemed both risky and ineffective. There was another matter that puzzled Brian. After examining the bartender's memories from the past year, he made a surprising discovery. Over the course of the past year since last summer, Clyodna disguised as a dark witch had been a semi-regular visitor to the Soul Eater's den. Yet in all that time, she had never once been seen in the company of her followers. For the Druids, a people deeply connected to nature, living in the forest was not unusual. In fact, it was very much in line with their beliefs and practices. But for their high priestess to abandon her flock for an entire year? That was unprecedented. Each time Clyodna had entered the den, she had been alone. She rarely engaged in conversation, preferring instead to sit in secluded corners, silently observing the comings and goings of the other patrons. It was as if she had come to the camp solely to gather information. Brian didn't doubt Cleodna's dedication to protecting her cult. But it is precisely here that it gets more confusing. As he sipped his tea, now cooled to the perfect temperature, Brian pondered the possible reasons for Cleodna's solitary stay. Was she attempting to throw him off her trail? Perhaps she feared that if she remained with her followers and he managed to locate them, they would all be captured at once. It was a plausible theory, but something about it didn't quite fit. Brian set aside his empty cup and picked up the iron tongs once more, turning the last of the sausages on the grill. As he did so, his gaze penetrated deep into the forest, far beyond where the flickering firelight could reach. One question in particular nagged at him: of all the places in the world, why had Cleodna chosen Albania? It was common knowledge that this small nation was far from a bastion of peace and tranquility. The country had become a haven for poachers, smugglers, and all manner of unsavory characters seeking to profit from the chaos. This very jungle that now surrounded Brian was a hotbed of illegal activity. Day and night, unscrupulous individuals roamed the woods, their eyes gleaming with greed as they searched for valuable magical creatures or rare materials that could fetch a high price on the black market. For the nature-loving druid followers, such behavior was abomination. Their entire philosophy revolted against the idea of exploiting the natural world for personal gain. The thought of Cleodna willingly choosing to neighbor with individuals she must find utterly hateful seemed absurd. Moreover, Brian took a sip of tea, his expression darkening slightly. Rumor had it that Voldemort, now a shadow of his former self, was hiding in these very woods. 0409 search continued. The first rays of dawn penetrated the ancient forest. The sunlight, brimming with infinite vitality, broke through layers upon layers of dark green leaves, casting mesmerizing shadows on the dew-dampened ground below. This was the best moment of the day. In this isolated primeval forest, far removed from the bustle of human settlements, the cool morning air was charged with an indescribable energy. The occasional birds soared gracefully over the vast canopy. Their clear, melodious chirping didn't disturb the forest's tranquility but rather enhanced its serenity, adding a sweet note to the symphony of nature. The night's deep sleep had worked wonders, dispelling the bone-deep fatigue that had plagued him after his grueling half-month sea journey and his subsequent struggle against the formidable defensive magic of Azkaban. As the gentle, warm sunlight caressed his cheek, his eyelids fluttered open, revealing a pair of eyes that sparkled with renewed vitality. With practiced efficiency, Brian spent the next half-hour attending to his morning routine. For breakfast, he consumed a simple yet nourishing meal of dried fruits and nuts. As the last remnants of sleep fell away, Brian began to pack up his tent. With a few skillful movements of his wand, the tent folded in on itself, shrinking down to the size of a small pouch which he tucked away in his robes. He scanned his surroundings with a slightly vigilant gaze. The forest, while breathtakingly beautiful, could harbor unknown dangers. Satisfied that no immediate threats lurked nearby, Brian raised his wand and tapped it gently against his forehead. A sensation like a cold stream flowed down his body, and gradually, as if he were a chameleon adapting to its surroundings, his figure blended into the rocky mountain backdrop until he disappeared completely from view. Last night, Brian had ruthlessly swept away the gathering place of dark wizards in Albania. In the coming days, this event would undoubtedly cause a stir in Europe's underground world. His actions had set in motion a chain of events with far-reaching consequences. The dark wizards still in the area might initially flee in fear. However, Brian knew that this would be short-lived. Soon, they would gather their forces to seek revenge. This was almost a certainty. Each of the dark wizards he had killed had mentors, friends, or followers who wouldn't turn a blind eye to this massacre. In the world of magic, exterminating an entire lineage was more than just a crime, it was a blood feud, a debt that could only be repaid in kind. Moreover, the wizards native to this country wouldn't let such an insult to their sovereignty go unchallenged. Yet, the consequences wouldn't be limited to the dark underbelly of the wizarding world. Dark wizards, despite their nefarious practices, were still part of the wider wizarding community. The International Confederation of Wizards, upon receiving news of this incident, wouldn't sit idly by. They would likely dispatch their own investigators, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Brian wasn't afraid of these consequences. He had acted with full awareness of what his actions would provoke. However, he knew that in the coming days, this serene forest would undoubtedly become a hive of activity, buzzing with various factions all pursuing their own agendas. Time was of the essence. He had to investigate what he came for before the situation became even more turbulent. Tracking wizards in the forest was a far simpler task than tracking magical creatures. Magical creatures were part of the forest ecosystem, which helped conceal their tracks from all but the most skilled trackers. Wizards, on the other hand, were intruders in this land. Despite their best efforts, they always left obvious traces of their passing. Even experienced wizards, well versed in concealment spells and stealth techniques, couldn't completely erase their presence. To a true expert like Brian, these very attempts at concealment were a form of exposure, like a bright flag signaling their presence. 2 hours of meticulous tracking later, Brian found himself deep in the heart of the forest. The term rarely visited would have been a gross understatement for the sheer isolation of this place. The surrounding trees were colossal giants, each nearly 100 feet tall, their trunks wider than a man could embrace. Their canopies formed a dense roof far overhead, allowing only dappled sunlight to reach the forest floor. The ground itself was a thick carpet of fallen leaves. Each step Brian took caused a wave-like undulation in the leaf litter, the disturbance spreading out in a large area around his feet. The air here was heavy and oppressive, filled with a deadly miasma that seemed to cling to everything. Intermingled with this ominous presence was a strong scent of alcohol, an inappropriate note in this ominous atmosphere. The source of this unexpected aroma soon became apparent as Brian passed by a large patch of fruit trees. The fallen fruits from these trees had accumulated over time, forming a thick layer of decaying fruit pulp on the forest floor. Through some quirk of nature, this fruity mess had undergone natural fermentation, unexpectedly brewing into a strange fruit wine. The result was a small, bizarre fruit wine lake, its surface viscous and bubbling slightly with ongoing fermentation. Logically, such an abundance of easily accessible food and drink should attract a large number of forest creatures. Oddly enough, the area around the fruit wine lake was eerily devoid of life. On the viscous surface of the lake, Brian could see only the bleached skeletons of some unfortunate small animals, but no living creatures. What had led Brian to this strange and ominous place were some unusual traces along the lakeshore. The soft, rotting ground was marred by thick imprints that looked unsettlingly like those left by an impossibly large python slithering by. Compared to other areas of the forest, the plant life here, while still impressively tall, was not as densely packed. The towering trees had clearly monopolized the available nutrients, leaving little for the shrubs and bushes. As a result, grass, smaller woody plants, and vines struggled to survive in this harsh environment, creating an unusually open and sparse forest floor. The deadly miasma that permeated the air lent an eerie quality to everything in sight. The dim, filtered light and swirling mists created vague, shifting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. It was all too easy to imagine dementors, lurking just out of sight, waiting to pounce on him. Brian was cautious and chose to float in midair rather than risk leaving tracks or disturbing the environment. From this vantage point, he looked down at the forest floor, his keen eyes picking out details that others might miss. The tracks on the pile of rotting leaves became increasingly chaotic and overlapping as he progressed. It seemed he was approaching the lair of the mysterious python, but Brian didn't rush headlong into potential danger. Instead, he changed direction, floating towards a particularly tall redwood tree. His gaze traveled up its massive trunk to its crown, and what he saw there caused his brow to furrow in concern. The treetop was withered and lifeless, a stark contrast to the vibrant green of its neighbors. This wasn't the result of any natural disease or parasite. The tree had mysteriously lost all vitality in a season when all other plant life was thriving. As Brian's eyes swept the surrounding area, he realized that this wasn't an isolated incident. Many trees in this part of the forest were in the same condition. Floating closer, Brian reached out to brush his fingertips over the charred-looking trunk of the redwood. As he did so, a strange light flickered in his eyes. These trees hadn't died due to any natural cause. Instead, it was as if their very life force had been extracted by some unknown power, leaving behind only these withered remnants. While wizards weren't without means to achieve such effects, similar results were typically achieved through dark magic. The effects of such magic were usually brutal and obvious, like draining a reservoir by blowing up its dam. However, the situation before him was different, more subtle. It was as if someone had found a way to open the dam's channel gates in a much gentler. As Brian continued his exploration, the signs of unnatural decay became more noticeable. He came across numerous animal skeletons. Most of these remains were pitch black, as if the flesh had been eaten away by some kind of potent venom. Other bones were completely shattered. These unfortunate animals had likely been constricted to death by the giant python. Everything Brian observed was confirming a certain possibility, one that he had considered but hoped wasn't true. Ahead on the winding path, partially obscured by the ever-present mist, loomed a truly massive banyan tree. This botanical behemoth was a world unto itself, its sprawling canopy and aerial roots covered an area nearly half the size of a Quidditch field. At the base of the main trunk, which was wider than many houses, was a cavernous tree hollow large enough to comfortably house a small giant. Brian's sharp gaze swept the surroundings once more, his senses on high alert. His grip on his wand tightened imperceptibly, ready to cast a spell at a moment's notice. Someone or something had attempted to conceal their magical traces, but to Brian's senses, there were still obvious signs of disturbance in the ambient magical field. These traces were similar to the tracks left by the giant python he had found earlier on the shores of the fruit wine lake and on the rotting leaf-covered ground. The magic residue here was highly toxic, extremely corrosive, and radiated an aura of intense danger. Steeling himself, Brian cautiously entered the tree hollow. The scene inside made him frown, his brow furrowing in concentration as he took in every detail. Unlike the decay-filled atmosphere outside, the air here wasn't saturated with the thick scent of rot and fermentation. The fallen leaves carpeting the ground were surprisingly dry, as if someone or something had taken the time to tidy up this space. At the far end of the spacious hollow, there was a small area where the fallen leaves were piled noticeably thicker than in other areas. This anomaly immediately caught Brian's attention. He floated over, his eyes fixed intently on the leaf pile. After a moment of careful observation, he made a subtle gesture with his finger. In response to this silent command, a small object zipped through the air and into his waiting hand. It was a scale, and not just any scale. Its size and unique patterning left no doubt, it must have been shed by the giant python that had been active in this area. Brian examined the scale closely, turning it over in his hands and muttering a few quiet incantations. After a thorough inspection, he carefully tucked the scale into a pocket of his robes for later study. Continuing his meticulous search of the hollow, Brian soon made another discovery. In the very center of the space, partially hidden by the leaf litter, was a small plant seedling. It was clear that this seedling had only recently broken through the soil's barrier, perhaps just a few days ago. Brian pondered this new finding for a moment. Then, with a movement of his wand, he conjured a small gust of wind. This magical breeze gently compressed the leaves around the seedling, revealing the soil beneath. The moment the soil was exposed, Brian's brow furrowed involuntarily, his expression a mix of concern and disgust. The earth near the seedling was much darker than the surrounding area, with a strange, sticky wetness that glistened ominously in the dim light. Overcoming his initial disgust, Brian reached down and touched some of the soil with his finger. He brought it close to his face and inhaled deeply, immediately regretting the action as a rotten smell assaulted his nostrils. His heart sank as he recognized the unmistakable scent of decaying human flesh and blood, corroded and destroyed by powerful magic. A grim question formed in Brian's mind: was this the remains of Cleodna, or perhaps the unfortunate British Ministry of Magic employee she had taken from the Soul Eater's den? The answer, he realized with a sinking feeling, was all too obvious. Brian let out a long, weary sigh as he brushed the soil from his hands. His gaze drifted to the lingering magical residue in the air. His eyes, usually sharp and determined, now showed a hint of melancholy and confusion. "You too?" he murmured softly, his words meant for ears that could no longer hear. "How did you end up with each other?" 0410 approaching. Brian felt as if he had returned to the old days, the days when he would run all over Europe to complete commissions. Although the trip to Albania had been fruitless, it didn't mean this journey was meaningless. On the contrary, he had gained a lot. The large tree hollow in the primeval forest was clearly where Voldemort, who had once terrorized the British wizarding world, had been hiding after losing his powers. For over a decade, Voldemort had been lurking in that forest, but now he had left, and his whereabouts were unknown. Truth be told, Brian cared little for Voldemort's current location. He understood all too well the futility of hunting down the weakened dark wizard before they had successfully identified and destroyed all of his Horcruxes. But Brian still used the aura on that snake scale to track him down. He could ignore whatever tricks Voldemort was up to, but... In his previous conversation with Dumbledore, Dumbledore's intentions had been clear: he was prepared to allow Voldemort to regain his powers. In their earlier discussions, they had almost confirmed that Voldemort would use Harry. This meant that, at this stage, Voldemort was likely plotting how to get his hands on Harry. What Brian cared more about was why Cleodna, that woman, had gotten involved with Voldemort. Although he had suffered at her hands, Brian knew well that this druid priestess wasn't an evil person. On the contrary, because of her faith, she should be seen as a kind person welcomed by others. Voldemort, on the other hand, was called the most evil wizard in history. The two were completely different. Yet, somehow, against all logic and reason, their paths had converged. This unexpected union filled Brian with a sense of foreboding. He couldn't shake the feeling that events were spiraling rapidly out of control, leaving him powerless to intervene. At the same time, an unsettling notion took root in his mind, the idea that perhaps all of this was predestined, that the wheel of fate was turning along a predetermined track, and his presence here was merely another gear in the grand machinery of destiny. Dumbledore certainly wouldn't want him to confront Voldemort now, but Brian couldn't pretend not to see this. He had to investigate and find out what circumstances had led Voldemort and Cleodna, two people from completely different worlds, to join forces. They hadn't chosen apparition, the most convenient way to leave the Albanian forest, but instead took remote paths far from the mundane world. After careful consideration, Brian guessed that Voldemort's current physical condition must still be incredibly fragile, leaving him unable to withstand the intense pressure and magical strain that apparition would place on his weakened form. This realization brought a glimmer of hope to Brian's troubled mind. If Voldemort was indeed this vulnerable, it would make the task of tracking him considerably easier. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of trekking through the unforgiving wilderness, sleeping under the stars, foraging for food, Brian emerged from the dense forest into the land of human habitation. For the first time since beginning his pursuit, the faint magical aura emanating from the snake scale led him to a settlement populated by people. The village sprawled across a series of gently rolling hills, surrounded by vast stretches of farmland. A narrow, winding road snaked its way through the countryside, eventually leading to a town that lay dozens of miles in the distance, barely visible as a smudge on the landscape. As Brian crested the final hill, the setting sun painted the sky in a breathtaking array of vibrant oranges, deep crimsons, and soft purples. The fiery orb slowly sank towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the tranquil landscape and bathing everything in a warm, golden glow. Standing on this elevated vantage point, his keen eyes scanning the terrain before him, Brian's gaze was drawn to a once ground building that stood proudly atop the highest hill in the vicinity. Though time and neglect had clearly taken their toll on the structure, there was no denying its former splendor. Even in its dilapidated state, it exuded an air of faded nobility and long-forgotten importance. Little Hangleton. A rusty sign at the village entrance told him where he was. As Brian stood motionless at the village entrance, his eyes fixed on the ancient sign, the relative silence of the countryside was suddenly shattered by the approaching rumble of machinery. A battered farm vehicle, its engine clanking and sputtering in protest, lumbered up the road behind him. The driver, clearly impatient to reach his destination, leaned on the horn, producing a harsh blast that echoed across the hills. Startled from his trance by the unexpected noise, Brian turned to face the oncoming vehicle. He offered an apologetic smile to the weather-worn farmer who sat hunched behind the wheel, then quickly stepped to the side of the road, allowing the cumbersome machine to pass. As the last rays of sunlight began to fade from the sky, Brian realized that the hour had grown late. The time for the evening meal was fast approaching, and his stomach growled in anticipation, reminding him that it had been far too long since his last proper meal. All around him, the villagers who had worked in the nearby fields throughout the long day were now hurrying back home for dinner. The air was filled with the sound of cheerful chatter as friends and neighbors exchanged pleasantries and discussed the events of the day. Occasionally, a burst of loud laughter would erupt from one group or another. It wasn't long after Brian had entered the outskirts of the village that he began to notice something distinctly unusual about the behavior of its inhabitants. As a stranger in these parts, he had expected his arrival to garner some degree of attention from the locals. What he had not anticipated, however, was the intensity and nature of their scrutiny. Almost without exception, every villager who caught sight of Brian would immediately stop whatever they had been doing, and stare at him intently. Their eyes were mostly filled with vigilance and wariness, with a hint of curiosity. After he passed by, these villagers would gather and whisper among themselves, pointing at his back. After enduring this bizarre treatment for some time, Brian decided that a more direct approach might be necessary if he hoped to unravel the mystery of the villagers' strange behavior. Pausing in the middle of the dusty road, he turned his attention to a young girl who was busily collecting laundry from a clothesline in a nearby yard. "Excuse me, miss." The young girl was completely caught off guard by Brian's sudden address. She was so startled that she almost dropped the clothes in her hands and darted into her house. But when her eyes caught the handsome face of the gray-haired young man, she suppressed her fear and, blushing, spoke tremblingly. "Oh, what?" she stammered, her fingers clutching tightly at the fabric in her arms. "I was wondering if there's a place to eat nearby." Noticing the girl's lingering nervousness, Brian decided to offer a bit more context, hoping to put her at ease. He bowed slightly, maintaining his polite demeanor, and pointed down at his mud-caked shoes. "I've walked a long way today, perhaps it's time to stop and reward my stomach with a hot meal." "Oh!" the girl exclaimed, her initial fear giving way to a mixture of understanding and shy interest. She took a deep breath, one hand moving to rest over her rapidly beating heart, and then pointed Brian in a specific direction. There's a pub called the Hanged Man that provides food and drinks for travelers." Armed with this information, Brian set off in search of the establishment. It took him roughly 10 minutes of wandering through the winding streets of Little Hangleton before he found himself standing before the village's sole pub. The Hanged Man was a short, weathered building that had clearly seen better days. Its front was marred by peeling paint and crumbling masonry, while a creaking sign bearing the pub's grim name swung lazily in the evening breeze. As Brian pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside, he was immediately struck by the pub's gloomy interior. A thick layer of dust seemed to coat every surface, from the scarred bar top to the mismatched collection of tables and chairs that were haphazardly scattered throughout the room. The air was heavy with the acrid smell of stale tobacco smoke and spilled ale. Given the hour, Brian had expected to find the pub bustling with activity as villagers gathered to relax after a long day's work. Instead, the place was eerily quiet, with only a handful of patrons occupying the bar stools near the far end of the room. These men, clearly deep in their cups, were muttering incoherently to themselves or to no one in particular. Brian could be sure that something had happened in this village because when he pushed open the door and entered the pub, still surveying the decor of the hall, those drunken men suddenly sobered up quite a bit and eyed him warily. "Welcome." Although business was poor, the nearly bald pub owner's greeting was stiff and not at all welcoming. "Esteemed guest," he continued, the honorific sounding more like an accusation than a courtesy, "what do you need?" "Phew. Choosing to ignore the less than welcoming reception, Brian made a show of brushing the dust from his travel-worn clothing. He inhaled deeply, then released a long, weary sigh. Honestly, right now I'd rather get something to eat to appease my growling stomach. Of course, if you happen to have any Ogden's Old Fire whiskey, I wouldn't mind a few sips. Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. The pub owner and his few familiar customers looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what this young stranger was talking about. Realizing his slip-up, Brian quickly retreated. Oh, please don't mind what I said, he interjected, flashing an apologetic smile as he set his battered suitcase down on the nearest table. I simply need something to eat. Anything you have available will do just fine. After a moment's hesitation, the pub owner went to the kitchen, leaving Brian alone with the suspicious gazes of the other customers boring into the back of his skull. He pretended not to notice their scrutiny, instead focusing his attention on the worn tabletop before him. 3 minutes later, the pub owner brought 2 ham sandwiches to Brian on a chipped plate, said enjoy your meal, and quickly ran back to the bar. Brian pretended not to notice the drunken customers staring at the back of his head non-stop. He buried his head in the sandwiches on the plate. Perhaps because he was wolfing them down too quickly, Brian choked after just one bite of the second sandwich. He coughed violently several times, his face turning red. Cough, cough, sorry, Brian managed to sputter between gasps, waving frantically towards the bar. Could I get something to drink? A glass of sweet liquor was hastily provided, and Brian gratefully gulped it down. As the burning liquid coursed down his throat, he felt his breathing ease and his complexion gradually return to normal. He patted his chest, taking a few deep breaths to fully recover from his near-choking experience. As he did so, Brian couldn't help but notice that the other patrons in the pub had abandoned all pretense of discretion and were now openly staring at him, their postures tense and guarded. A wry chuckle escaped Brian's lips as he surveyed the room. The absurdity of the situation, a stranger choking on a sandwich while being watched like a dangerous criminal, was not lost on him. Deciding that a direct approach might be the best way to address the palpable tension in the air, Brian cleared his throat and said to the pub owner. Can I ask you something, sir? What? The owner's fist on the bar suddenly tightened, and he responded vigilantly. Just a simple question, Brian shrugged, nodding towards the wary customers. I was wondering, I've been to many places in my travels, but I've never encountered a village quite as cautious towards outsiders as Little Hangleton. Is this some sort of local custom or tradition I'm unaware of? No. Before the pub owner could speak, one of the outspoken customers among those sitting together said. It's because of Old Frank. Then this villager was immediately warned with a glare from the pub owner. Old Frank. Brian's smile became even more friendly. Why not tell me more about this Mr. Frank? Ah, sorry, I've been in the wild for too long and have forgotten my manners. Barkeeper, please give each of these kind gentlemen a glass of sherry, on my tab. 0411 Frank Bryce. 10 minutes later, Brian was already sitting at a table with the local villagers in the tavern, and several more empty glasses had appeared on the table in front of them. So that's how it is. Brian wiped the sweet wine from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and said with interest, you were wary of me because Old Frank died under mysterious circumstances, and the police told you to watch out for strangers around the village recently. Among the group of villagers, sat Dot, the oldest one with completely white hair. He let out a weary sigh and said. Who could have guessed? His voice trembled with emotion. It was just yesterday afternoon that I caught sight of Old Frank. There he was, hunched over his beloved garden, tending to the vibrant blooms he so cherished. Little did I know that fleeting glimpse would be the last time I'd lay eyes on the old codger. Dot paused, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Truth be told, Frank's life wasn't exactly blessed with good fortune, was it? Poor old fellow, the bartender said. Perhaps because Brian had been generous, buying them many drinks, he no longer saw Brian's young face as that of a murderer. When Frank was just a lad, no older than you are now, he gestured towards Brian with the glass. He answered the call of duty and marched off to war. He even lent a hand around here when times were tough, never asking for anything in return. Brian maintained an attentive posture as the villagers reminisced about Frank, who was usually ignored but now pitied after death. Sensing a lull in the conversation, Brian seized the moment to interject. Is it possible, he began, his brow furrowed in thoughtful consideration, that Mr. Frank's passing was simply the result of natural causes? From what you're all saying, this Mr. Frank was quite old, wasn't he? Brian's question plunged the tavern into silence. The drunks stared at him, clearly indicating they had juicier gossip to share, but only if he paid the price. Excuse me, boss. The bartender behind the counter was already ready to act. The moment Brian waved his hand, he brought over several glasses of sherry to the table. Old Dot, his rheumy eyes now twinkling with anticipation, didn't hesitate for a moment. With a dexterity that contradicted his old age, he grasped the fragile stem of his glass and, in one fluid motion, tilted it back. The sherry disappeared down his throat with a resounding slurp, leaving not a drop behind. After smacking his lips with undisguised satisfaction, savoring the lingering sweetness on his palate, Dot leaned in close to Brian. "It's not as simple as you might think, young man," Dot began, his voice barely above a whisper yet carrying easily in the hushed tavern. "The police, they're at their wits' end, you see. They've examined Frank's body from top to bottom, inside and out, and couldn't find a blessed thing amiss. Not a mark, not a scratch, nothing to suggest foul play." He paused dramatically, his eyes darting around the room as if checking for eavesdroppers before continuing. "But when they carried him out of the Riddle house—" "Sorry," Brian interjected abruptly, his brow furrowing in genuine confusion. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the rough wooden table, and fixed Dot with an intense gaze. "Whose house did you say?" "The Riddle house," Dot repeated, a note of excitement creeping into his voice. "You must have laid eyes on it, surely? That grand old mansion perched atop the hill, looking down on our humble village like some brooding giant." Dot's wrinkled hands waved wildly as he spoke, nearly upsetting his empty sherry glass. "That house, it's changed hands more times than I can count over the years, but originally—" "Oh, originally it belonged to the Riddle family. Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, they were, and their son, Tom Riddle, a right ne'er-do-well if ever there was one. They all met their end in that very house, 50 years ago come next month. Just like old Frank, they were frightened to death, the lot of them, without so much as a scratch or bruise to show for it." The bartender, who had been hovering nearby, eager to contribute to the conversation, chimed in. "The police, they've got long memories round these parts. That case from all those years back? It's still fresh in their minds, like it happened yesterday. That's why they're dead certain Frank's passing wasn't no accident or act of nature. It's got to be murder, plain and simple." Brian nodded imperceptibly, taking a measured sip of his drink. The amber liquid swirled in his glass, catching the dim light of the tavern as he contemplated the information. "That's understandable." Suddenly, one of the other drinkers at the table, a man whose cheeks were flushed with the warmth of alcohol and whose eyes sparkled with the need to contribute, burst out, unable to contain himself any longer. "You've left out something crucial!" he exclaimed, his words tumbling out in an urgent rush. It was clear that he felt upset, as the majority of the tale had been recounted by old Dot and the bartender, leaving him with precious little to add. "When the Riddle family died back then," the man continued, his voice rising with excitement, "old Frank was the only soul still drawing breath in that god-forsaken house. Naturally, the police thought he must be the one behind it all. But Frank, he swore up and down he was innocent as a newborn babe." The man paused, leaning in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The only thing, mind you, that Frank told the police was that on the very day of the incident, he caught sight of a small boy lurking near the house. A lad no one in the village had ever clapped eyes on before. Can you believe it? The police, they thought he was spinning yarns, making it all up. With this revelation, the group erupted into a cacophony of heated debate. Each villager seemed to have their own firmly held opinion on the matter, and they were not shy about expressing it. Some argued passionately for the existence of this mysterious boy, their voices rising as they speculated on whether he could have been the perpetrator behind the Riddle family's demise. Others scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as the ramblings of a frightened old man. The debate took a darker turn as some speculated a chilling theory: could this same boy, now a man grown, have returned after all these years to silence old Frank once and for all? The tavern buzzed with the electric current of speculation and fear. Throughout the energetic discussion, Brian maintained a polite smile, nodding at appropriate intervals and appearing to listen intently. Yet, to a keen observer, there was a disconnect between his outward demeanor and the look in his eyes. Those eyes, usually sharp and attentive, now held a hint of cold indifference. Inwardly, Brian's mind was racing, processing the information. He hadn't expected that Voldemort, after all his extensive travels and nefarious deeds, would have retreated to the scene of his earliest crimes. There was no doubt in Brian's mind that the former owners of the Hilltop Mansion had met their end at Voldemort's hands. Tom Riddle. The name echoed in Brian's thoughts. Voldemort, like Brian himself, had been an orphan. But when Voldemort had finally uncovered the truth about his father's family, instead of seeking reconciliation, he had chosen a path of cold-blooded murder. Brian found himself unable to muster much interest in pondering the complex web of love, hate, and vengeance that must have driven Voldemort to such extreme actions. While their backgrounds shared some similarities, Brian's circumstances were unique, setting him apart in ways the others could never understand. Voldemort, on the other hand, had chosen the most radical and violent course of action available to him. Abruptly, Brian steered the conversation in a new direction, asking a question that seemed, on the surface, unrelated to the current discussion. Has old Frank been laid to rest yet? The question caught the villagers off guard, momentarily silencing their heated debate. They exchanged puzzled glances before the bartender cleared his throat and responded. The police, they took Frank's body away for further examination, he explained, his brow furrowed in concentration as he recalled the details. They haven't returned him to us yet. I reckon they're still trying to get to the bottom of what caused Frank's death, but if you ask me, they're on a fool's errand. It was the same back then, with the riddles. No answers, just more questions. Brian nodded silently, absorbing this information without further comment. As the night wore on and the villagers' tales became increasingly embellished and far-fetched, Brian found his thoughts drifting to the Riddle House itself. To be fair, he had to admit, it was indeed a respectable and luxurious mansion. Its location, set apart from the village and perched atop a hill, offered both solitude and an impressive view of the surrounding wilderness. Under different circumstances, Brian might have been tempted to approach the current owner with an offer to purchase the property. Its grandeur and isolation held a certain appeal. However, two factors gave him pause. First, he already had secure accommodations elsewhere, and second, perhaps more significantly, this was Voldemort's ancestral home. Later that night, long after the villagers had stumbled home to their beds and the tavern had fallen silent, Brian made his way to the Riddle House. The moon hung low and full in the sky, casting an eerie silvery light over the landscape and throwing the mansion's imposing silhouette into sharp relief against the star-studded sky. As Brian approached the house, a glowing orb materialized in the air before him, casting a soft, ethereal light that illuminated the grand staircase leading to the second floor. The steps, once polished and gleaming, were now covered in a thick layer of dust, broken only by a chaotic array of footprints. These, Brian guessed, must have been left by the police in their frantic rush upstairs upon receiving news of Frank's death. Not wishing to complicate matters by leaving his own tracks, Brian had been levitating since the moment he entered the house. Now, as he approached the police cordon strung across the staircase, he simply increased his floating height, easily clearing the barrier. With a sudden burst of speed, Brian accelerated upwards, crossing the distance to the second floor in the blink of an eye. The whoosh of displaced air was the only sign of his passing. Brian didn't waste time surveying his surroundings. The villagers and police had already thoroughly examined the house, which meant any wizards involved in recent events had long since departed. Instead, he floated directly towards the room where, according to the villagers, the body of Frank Bryce had been discovered. Identifying the correct room was simple. The Muggle police had erected another separate cordon across its threshold. Brian's mind flashed back to the explanation he had heard in the tavern. On the night of Frank's death, all had seemed normal in the sleepy village. A handful of the usual drunkards had drunk away the hours at the pub, drinking until the bartender, mindful of the late hour, had finally shooed them out shortly after midnight. These drunkards were making their way home when something extraordinary caught their attention. A brilliant green light had suddenly erupted from a second-floor window of the Riddle House, sending a shiver down the spines of all who witnessed it. Accompanying the green light was a thunderous boom, as if something had exploded. Spurred on by liquid courage and an irresistible curiosity, these drunkards had cast aside their fear and charged up the hill, intent on investigating the source of the mysterious light and sound. It was then that they had stumbled upon the lifeless body of old Frank. The police were deeply skeptical of these drunkards' testimony because after carefully examining the scene, they found no signs that anything had been disturbed, nor any old objects damaged in an explosion. No, the police suspected there had been no explosion or green light at all, and these idle troublemakers had probably just seen a flash of lightning. It had been cleaned up hastily. Traces of magic are not easy to conceal. The room's arrangement was unchanged from half a century ago. The old fireplace, the dusty armchairs, the creaky wooden floor, the ancestral oil paintings on the walls riddled with wormholes, everything, from a Muggle's perspective, seemed perfectly normal. But to Brian's eyes, there were clear signs that magic had been used to repair things. It was obvious to Brian that someone had attempted to repair and conceal evidence of magical activity, but they had done so hastily, leaving traces that his eyes could easily discern. Outside the window, the overgrown lawn was bathed in moonlight. The uninvited breeze that had invaded the mansion sang a bloody ballad. Brian took out his wand and traced complex spell patterns in front of him. Gradually, the shimmering grains of light arranged themselves into ordered patterns, forming ghostly images that hung suspended in the air. These ethereal pictures flickered and shifted, replaying scenes from the recent past like some sort of magical, three-dimensional film. Brian retreated to the far wall, his back pressed against the peeling wallpaper as he observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. The play of light and shadow cast by the magical reconstruction threw his sharp-edged profile into stark relief, highlighting the cold, stern set of his features. His eyes, reflecting the dancing lights, seemed to glow with an inner fire as he absorbed every detail of the scenes playing out before him. As abruptly as it had begun, the magical replay came to an end. The glowing motes of light scattered and faded, leaving the room once again shrouded in moonlit gloom. Everything returned to its previous state of dusty abandonment, as if the extraordinary display had never occurred. In the wake of the fading magic, a single voice broke the oppressive silence of the abandoned mansion. Bertha Horkins. 0412 the letter. Thanks to Brian's quick response and timely tracking, coupled with the fact that the two wizards who hastily left the old mansion didn't put much effort into concealing their traces, Brian seized the opportunity and saw some crucial information. The druids and Voldemort had become allies. This was no longer in doubt. The priestess had made an extremely unwise choice. In the twisted psyche of a dark wizard like Voldemort, there was no concept such as allies. To him, the world was starkly divided into two categories, those foolish enough to stand against him, destined to be crushed beneath his heel, and those who would serve him, willingly or otherwise. There was no middle ground, no room for equals or true allies in Voldemort's vision of domination. Brian's mind drifted back to the brief time he had spent in Cleodna's company. Though their interaction had lasted only a few days, it had been enough for Brian to form a solid impression of the priestess. She was many things, powerful, enigmatic, and at times inscrutable, but a fool she was not. Her intelligence and cunning were evident in her every calculated action. This made her decision all the more baffling and concerning. Due to Dumbledore's relentless efforts to contain the growing threat, Voldemort's reign of terror had primarily affected the British wizarding community at its peak. While other European magical societies had been spared the brunt of his malice, stories of his cruelty and the atrocities committed in his name had spread far and wide. It was inconceivable that Cleodna, with her vast network of followers, could be ignorant of Voldemort's true nature. The Dark Lord's reputation as a ruthless, power-hungry tyrant was well established. Yet, despite all this, she had chosen to ally herself with him. Brian's sharp mind began piecing together the puzzle, drawing connections between seemingly disparate events. After departing from the Isle of Avalon, Cleodna had swiftly made her way to Albania. This was no coincidence. Albania had long been rumored to be Voldemort's hiding place. It was clear now that Cleodna's journey had been purposeful, seeking to establish contact with the Dark Lord. Thinking back to what happened in the temple at the end of their journey to Avalon, the strange behavior of the caduceus, and the shock and bewilderment Cleodna had shown at the time. The source of Cleodna's irrational behavior was becoming clearer. Then there was that unfortunate female employee from the Ministry of Magic. Now, Brian knew her name was Bertha Horkins. Voldemort had interrogated Bertha Horkins, so what exactly had he heard from this female employee's mouth? Needless to say, the Triwizard Tournament must have been leaked. Although this event was still in the confidential stage, that was only for the general public of the wizarding world. Those with some status and position knew the basic situation. When Brian was in Paris participating in the specific implementation of this event, many people in the British wizarding world had written to him, asking if they could help advertise products from their alchemy factories during the tournament. But beyond this widely anticipated event, what other crucial information had Bertha provided? At this point, Brian had no way of knowing. Everyone has countless secrets in their hearts. What did this ordinary female employee of the Ministry of Magic know, and was this information valuable to Voldemort? In the scene he had just reconstructed, Voldemort and Cleodna's conversation had also mentioned Harry. Using that boy, no weaknesses. Bathed in moonlight, Brian shook his head slightly. Dumbledore, that old fellow, really had thought of everything. Voldemort probably wanted to use the Triwizard Tournament to involve Harry, which meant that Harry would definitely have to participate in the event. Brian had been involved in formulating many of the rules for the tournament. For safety reasons, they had clearly stipulated the age of the champions participating in the event selection, and Harry didn't meet the requirements. So, he was planning to. Voldemort and Cleodna must have guessed that their conflict had attracted the attention of Muggles, so after hurriedly cleaning up here, this time, they had left by apparition. Moreover, to prevent being located, they must have cast some defensive spells on themselves, which had rendered the snake scale in Brian's possession ineffective. With measured steps, Brian glided out of the room where he had made his startling discoveries. Rather than leaving the mansion entirely, he soared to a room on the second floor, one featuring an open terrace that offered a wide view of the surrounding landscape. Standing there, bathed in the soft radiance of moonlight, Brian's gaze swept across the boundless wilderness stretched out before him. The night sky above was a tapestry of twinkling stars, their eternal light a stark contrast to the darkness that threatened to engulf the wizarding world. In this moment of quiet contemplation, Brian's mind worked furiously, weighing options and considering the best course of action. Indeed, Dumbledore hoped that he could remain restrained about what would happen in the coming year. He wanted to let Voldemort expose himself from the darkness, even at the cost of putting Harry at some risk. He hoped Brian could remain restrained, standing by idly. The night wind suddenly gusted, and the glow in Brian's eyes became as deep as the night sky. Standing by idly was one thing, but allowing events to spiral beyond his control was quite another. Everything must remain within his sight, within his sphere of control. Next. Screech. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sharp, distinctive screech that cut through the howling wind. Brian's body tensed, his hand instinctively moving towards his wand. But he quickly recognized this sound. It was the call of Keku's Folly's owl. Unfolding the letter, there was only one sentence written. Dear Mr. Watson. The situation is urgent. Please set out for London immediately upon receiving this letter to meet me in person. Yours faithfully. Keiku's Folly. An hour later, Brian returned to London and met Keiku's Folly in Diagon Alley. This fellow wasn't even staying in the underground world, but was squatting at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, anxiously pacing back and forth. Brian had known this guy for quite a few years, but he had never seen him in such a panicked state. Keiku's Brian called out, his voice low and cautious. Brian was now a well-known celebrity in the wizarding world. Wherever he went, he would always attract people's attention, so he had to disguise himself with a cloak from afar. Hearing the call, Keiku's Folly was stunned for a moment, but when he noticed the golden strange snake on the caller's collar, his face, full of anxiety, suddenly lit up with joy. The entrance to Nocturne Alley was near Gringotts. Although it was nighttime, the place was still bustling with people coming and going. Keiku's, his forehead now glistening with nervous sweat, grabbed Brian's arm with surprising strength. Without a word, he pulled them both deeper into the Nocturne Alley. They moved swiftly, dodging around others until they found themselves in a secluded alleyway, far from prying eyes and curious ears. Once satisfied with their isolation, Keiku's turned to Brian, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and urgency. Would you mind removing your disguise completely, Mr. Viper? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. It seemed that there was indeed something urgent, otherwise, Keiku's wouldn't have the guts to make such a request. While thinking this, Brian pulled back his hood and dispelled the magical disguise concealing his face. As the magical vortex dissipated, revealing Brian's familiar face, Keiku's let out a long, shuddering sigh of relief. The tension in his body seemed to ease slightly, but his next words were spoken through gritted teeth, showing the stress still coursing through him. Don't tell me you have nothing to do with what happened at the Soul Eater's Den, Mr. Watson. The accusation, veiled thinly as a question, caught Brian off guard. His eyes narrowed, a hint of toughness entering his voice as he responded, You called me back in such a hurry just to question whether I killed those scums. Keiku's faded at Brian's tone, realizing his misstep. Oh, of course not because of that, he stammered, his words tumbling out in a rush. Well, there's an urgent matter. He paused, struggling to catch his breath before continuing, I've just found out about it myself, and after thinking it through, I'm afraid only you can solve it. It's an urgent matter, please allow me to cut to the chase. Once again, Keiku's glanced around nervously, ensuring their privacy. Then, under Brian's stern and expectant gaze, he said urgently. It's like this, Mr. Watson. Half a month ago, Lucius Malfoy approached me, which surprised me greatly. We all know that Lucius Malfoy is desperate to convince certain influential circles that he has completely severed ties with his notorious past. In recent years, he's been meticulously avoiding any dealings with people of my particular set of skills and connections. Folly's reputation as a broker was built on discretion and reliability. The fact that he was now breaking his own strict code of conduct by disclosing a client's identity and the nature of their business spoke volumes about the direness of the situation. This breach of professional ethics would undoubtedly damage his standing in certain circles, but Keiku's seemed to not care about such consequences at this moment. I immediately sensed something was amiss with this unexpected approach, Keiku's continued, his voice low and urgent. My instincts were screaming that this was no ordinary commission. So, I took a calculated risk and made some creative adjustments to the contract. These modifications allowed me to circumvent certain limitations that would normally be in place for such tasks. Brian listened intently, his mind already racing ahead, considering the implications of what Keiku's was revealing. For instance, Keiku's explained, I was able to discreetly inquire about Malfoy's true intentions behind issuing the contract. And now, I am able to disclose details of the commission task to you. Malfoy, not being one of us insiders in the true sense, failed to notice my little insurance policy. What exactly did he do? Brian's brow furrowed deeply. Keiku's took a deep breath. Lucius provided me with an obscene amount of galleons, more gold than I've seen in one place in all my years in this business. My task was to recruit individuals possessing exceptional skills, people capable of executing orders faithfully and without question. He paused, swallowing hard before continuing, but here's the truly alarming part, Mr. Watson. Malfoy kept the true nature of the task hidden from these recruits until just yesterday afternoon. He gathered everyone in a secret location, a house owned by the Malfoy family that's not on any official records. And then he revealed his true intentions. Keiku's voice dropped even lower, forcing Brian to lean in close to hear his next words. He wants them to disguise themselves as Death Eaters, Mr. Watson. And not just for a show. Their mission is to carry out a full-scale terrorist attack at the Quidditch World Cup. Mr. Watson, Keiku's continued, his voice trembling, there are 100,000 wizards from all over the world there. Men, women, children, all gathered in one place. A chill ran down Brian's spine and he shouted sternly, when does the World Cup match start? It's Keiku's face turned ashen, and he said tremblingly, "Right now." 0413 The last day. The last day of July. The relentless heatwave that had gripped the area for the past fortnight reached its peak on this scorching day, the final one of July. The scorching temperature caused the beautiful lush raspberries in the garden outside number 4, Privet Drive to droop their heads listlessly. Even the lush green grass on the lawn had taken on a yellowish tinge. Despite the suffocating heat, the road outside remained impeccably clean, as though even the dust dared not settle on its surface. The air shimmered slightly, creating an almost mirage-like quality to the deserted street. Not a single soul ventured out into this furnace-like day. The residents of Privet Drive had wisely retreated into the sanctuary of their air-conditioned homes, leaving the outside world to bake in eerie silence. Within the stifling confines of his small bedroom at number 4, Harry lay sprawled on his bed, feeling as wilted as the plants outside. Though he hadn't caught sight of his reflection in a mirror, he was certain his spirits must be as low as the drooping flowers in the Disley's garden. The cause of his wasn't solely attributed to the fact that the blazing sun had rudely awakened him well before 6 in the morning. No, there was another reason, one that he found difficult to express even to himself. Today was his birthday. For the first 11 years of his life, prior to his life in Hogwarts, this supposedly special day had held no real significance for Harry. The Disleys, his only living relatives, had never once acknowledged the occasion. In fact, it often seemed as though they got a perverse pleasure from assigning him extra chores on this day, as if to emphasize just how little he meant to them and how insignificant his existence was in their eyes. However, the past 3 years since his entry into Hogwarts, his birthday had finally gained some semblance of meaning and joy. His best friends, Ron and Hermione, along with Hagrid, never failed to remember the date. They took great care in preparing something special for him, be it heartfelt cards, thoughtful gifts, or in Hagrid's case, a somewhat questionable but undeniably well-intentioned cake. This year was no exception. A collection of birthday cakes, cards, and carefully wrapped presents had already arrived, buried away under a loose floorboard in his room. This year was even more special because earlier in the year, something he had dreamed of for 14 years had finally come true. He now had a real family member. Just a few days ago, Sirius, who had been missing for half a month, had finally sent word. In his reply to Harry, he said he would arrive at Privet Drive before the last day of July to take him away from this house. Since receiving that letter, Harry had been consumed by eager anticipation. His mind constantly wandered to vivid daydreams of celebrating his 14th birthday surrounded by warmth and genuine affection with Sirius and the loving Weasley family. However, as the hours of his birthday ticked by with no sign of his godfather, a creeping sense of disappointment began to take hold. Despite his unwavering emotional faith in Sirius, the harsh reality of the situation was beginning to weigh heavily on his heart. As much as he tried to rationalize the delay, to conjure up plausible explanations for Sirius's absence, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. The ancient clock on Harry's bedside table, a hand-me-down from Dudley like everything else in his possession, showed it was approaching 11:30. It was going to be lunchtime, yet the usual shout from Uncle Vernon summoning him to the dining room remained conspicuously absent. Harry knew, however, that if he didn't make an appearance downstairs within the next 10 minutes, Aunt Petunia would invariably materialize outside his door. With cat steps, she would approach, leaving a plate of food. A timid knock would follow, and before Harry could even respond, she would hastily retreat, leaving the meal as though it were an offering to appease some temperamental deity. Sigh. A deep, weary sigh escaped Harry's lips as he surveyed his messy room. Clothes lay strewn about, spell books were piled haphazardly on his desk, and owl droppings from Hedwig dotted the floor near her cage. With great reluctance, he hauled himself off the bed and trudged towards the door slowly. If circumstances beyond Sirius's control had indeed delayed his arrival, Harry thought that he would at least make an effort to assert his presence in the house. He was tired of being treated like a ghost, mute and invisible, for the rest of his time under the Disley's roof. As Harry descended the stairs, the sounds and smells of the Disley family's lunch wafted up to greet him. The 3 members of his adoptive family were already gathered in the dining room, a scene of domestic normalcy that always seemed to exclude him. Uncle Vernon's considerable bulk was mostly hidden behind the morning's copy of the Daily Mail, his fat face just visible over the top of the newspaper. The rustle of pages turning was mixed with occasional grunts and muttered comments about the state of the world. At the kitchen counter stood Aunt Petunia, her horse-like face pinched in concentration as she meticulously divided up the family's lunch. With practiced precision, she placed half of the bacon and grilled sausages onto Harry's designated plate. This wasn't the rule before, but since the start of this summer holiday, Harry had his own plate. This equal distribution was also a recent development. Prior to this summer holiday, Harry's portions had been significantly smaller. Whether this change stemmed from fear of Sirius or a grudging acknowledgement of Harry's growing needs, he couldn't be sure. Of the remaining half, Aunt Petunia allocated 2/3 to another plate, undoubtedly Dudley's, while the final third was split equally between 2 smaller portions, presumably for herself and Uncle Vernon. Dudley sat at the dining table, his beady eyes fixed on Aunt Petunia's every move. It was clear from his expression that he was acutely aware of which portion was destined for his plate. His face bore an even sulkier expression than usual, if such a thing were possible. Despite being on a diet mandated by his school nurse, Dudley seemed to be taking up more space than ever, his massive frame stretching the limits of the sturdy dining chair. The tension in the room was palpable as Aunt Petunia prepared to bring the food to the table. Dudley, realizing this was his last chance to protest the unfair, in his eyes, distribution, finally erupted. "It's not fair!" he roared, his multiple chins quivering with indignation. "You always give him the most." Aunt Petunia's pursed lips trembled at her son's outburst. Her eyes, already watery from the strain of the past few weeks, began to overflow with tears. "Oh, my sweet darling," she began, her voice wavering, "it's not because, we've discussed this before. The school nurse thinks, well, she thinks you should control your nutrient intake appropriately." This explanation, rehearsed and repeated countless times over the summer, couldn't convince Dudley at all. His face reddened, nearly matching the hue of the bacon on his plate. "But that freak can't even finish it!" he shouted, jabbing a pudgy finger in the direction of Harry's portion. At this latest outburst, Aunt Petunia's composure finally crumbled. Tears began to stream down her bony cheeks as she wrestled with the conflicting desires to appease her beloved son and sticking to the diet plan. The stress of the summer caught between Dudley's new dietary restrictions and the unwelcome boy in the house had taken its toll. She had lost countless hairs, and dark circles had taken up permanent residence under her eyes. But regardless of her personal turmoil, the problem at hand needed addressing. Clutching her chest dramatically, Aunt Petunia opened her mouth to attempt another round of persuasion. However, the words died on her lips as her gaze fell upon Harry, standing silently in the doorway of the dining room. Dudley, puzzled by his mother's sudden silence, caught the shift in Aunt Petunia's expression. A flicker of confusion passed through his small, watery eyes. The act of turning around seemed to require an excessive amount of effort for someone of Dudley's size. After much grunting and shifting, he finally managed to spin in his seat. The moment his eyes landed on Harry, the intimidating expression he had been wearing vanished instantly. Harry could practically see the fear taking root in Dudley's scrunched-up features. How to describe the scene before him? Harry thought internally. Despite the general misery of his situation with the Dursleys, he had to admit that the expressions on Dudley and Aunt Petunia's faces were quite amusing. It seemed that the fact that the murderer Sirius was his godfather had indeed terrified the Dursley family. "I think Dudley is right," Harry said, his voice cutting through the tense silence. He shrugged nonchalantly, his emerald eyes pointed towards his designated plate on the kitchen counter. "The portion is indeed too much for me." Harry's sudden interjection nearly catapulted Uncle Vernon out of his chair. The large man finally lowered his newspaper, his bushy mustache quivering non-stop like an agitated caterpillar on his upper lip. His beady eyes darted between Harry and the rest of his family, unsure of how to react to this unexpected development. Years of living under the Dursleys' roof had conditioned Harry to instinctively brace himself, expecting Uncle Vernon to roar at him for his unannounced appearance. Indeed, Uncle Vernon's face contorted with fury, his complexion shifting rapidly from red to purple. But then, nothing happened. The small dispute in the kitchen quickly dissipated under the tacit understanding of the Dursley family. Aunt Petunia, her hands trembling slightly, swiftly brought the food to the table. Dudley, intimidated by Harry's presence, stopped his tantrum and lowered his head, suddenly finding great interest in carefully dissecting his sausages. Uncle Vernon, after muttering what a sight under his breath, also began attacking his food with knife and fork, avoiding eye contact with his nephew. Just like that, they had reverted to ignoring him again. The familiar impulse that had been welling up in Harry's heart frequently this summer surged once more. He could feel the magic thrumming beneath his skin, responding to his turbulent emotions. His face turned ashen, jaw clenched tightly as his chest heaved with rapid breaths. He found himself desperately resisting the temptation to pull out his wand and give Dudley another pig's tail, or perhaps make antennas sprout from Aunt Petunia's forehead. Just as Harry's internal struggle reached its peak, the shrill sound of the doorbell pierced the tense atmosphere. In past, Uncle Vernon would have immediately roared, "Go answer the door, boy." But today, he laboriously hauled himself up from his chair and waddled towards the hallway himself, muttering under his breath about unexpected visitors and the inconvenience of it all. Regardless of the change in routine, Harry knew he couldn't let the dark thoughts swirling in his mind manifest into reality. If he stayed in this charged environment any longer, he was certain the Ministry of Magic would be sending him another stern warning about underage wizards using magic without permission. He cast a fleeting glance at the food allocated to him on the kitchen counter but made no move to take it. Instead, he turned directly towards the stairs. However, just as he placed one foot on the bottom step, a roar of fear and anger suddenly erupted from the hallway. It was Uncle Vernon. The sudden outburst froze Dudley and Aunt Petunia in the kitchen, their forks suspended midway to their mouths. Harry, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his senses. Professor Watson's rigorous physical education classes had honed Harry's reflexes and agility. Without a second thought, his right hand lightly touched the handrail, and with a slight push, he effortlessly vaulted over it. Before Harry could rush towards the source of the commotion, a terrified Uncle Vernon came charging down the hallway like an out-of-control bull, his face a mask of pure panic. "Hide quickly, Petunia, Dudley!" he roared, eyes wild with fear. "It's that murderer!" The front door stood wide open, allowing the dazzling midday sunlight to flood the entryway. Silhouetted against this brilliant backdrop were two human figures, their features momentarily obscured by the intense light. Harry's heart raced wildly, a mix of excitement and nervousness coursing through his veins. Amidst the subsequent terrified screams of Aunt Petunia and the whimpering of Dudley, Harry felt as if he'd been jolted by electricity. Step by step, he walked towards the hallway. As his eyes finally adjusted to the intense light, the faces of the two figures standing in the interplay of light and shadow became clear. A grin of pure joy spread across Harry's face. "Sirius, Professor Lupin!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of relief, excitement, and sheer happiness. At last, his birthday was about to take a turn for the better. 0414 The Dursleys. After the eager shout, Harry couldn't help but blink rapidly, afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But as the familiar figures drew closer, he dismissed this ridiculous notion and sprinted towards them, his feet barely touching the ground as he covered the distance in 2 long steps. Sirius stood before him, looking remarkably well considering his past. His skin had taken on a darker, weather-beaten appearance since Harry had last seen him a month ago, testament to whatever adventures he had been on. In stark contrast, Professor Lupin stood beside him, presenting quite the opposite picture. Harry knew he had spent nearly 6 months at St. Mungo's. Due to the long absence of outdoor activities, Remus's complexion looked somewhat pale, but his eyes were much brighter. "You really came?" Harry exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. A lump formed in his throat as he struggled to contain his joy. "And Professor Lupin, I didn't expect to see you here." Harry couldn't fully suppress the excitement bubbling up inside him. It coursed through his veins, making him feel lightheaded and giddy. Sirius's gaze fell upon Harry, taking in the changes that just a month had made. The boy had shot up several inches, now almost matching him in height. A fond smile spread across Sirius's face, his eyes crinkling at the corners with genuine affection. With a familiar gesture that spoke of years of missed opportunities, he reached out and ruffled Harry's perpetually unruly hair. "How could I possibly miss your birthday, Harry?" Sirius's voice was warm and reassuring, tinged with a hint of mischief. "Breaking promises isn't my style, you know. I'm a man of my word, even if the rest of the world might doubt it." Sirius's words made Harry's cheeks flush with a mixture of embarrassment and pleasure. He couldn't help but grin foolishly, feeling the joy radiate from every cell in his body. "By the way, Harry," Remus's voice cut through the moment, as gentle and measured as ever. Always considerate of others' feelings, he glanced over Harry's shoulder towards the house, his tone tinged with slight worry. "That muggle who just ran inside, that's your uncle, isn't it? I think we should probably apologize to him. We did show up rather unexpectedly, and he seemed quite startled." "Oh, don't bother with that nasty muggle, Remus," Sirius said dismissively, clearly not giving two nuts about the lack of invitation or the propriety of their arrival. With a casual air, he draped his arm around Harry's shoulders and strode towards the hallway. Behind them, Remus could only shake his head with a mixture of resignation and helplessness. "I really think we should at least wait for the homeowner's permission before barging in." Sirius Remus's protest was half-hearted at best, knowing full well it would fall on deaf ears. "Oh, you might be waiting until the next century then, Professor Lupin." Harry chimed in, unable to keep the grin off his face. The thought of his aunt and uncle willingly inviting wizards into their home was so absurd it was almost laughable. "I'm not your professor anymore, Harry. Just call me Remus, please." A wry smile tugged at the corners of Remus's mouth. Well, he trailed off, clearly aware of the Dursleys' attitude towards anything magical. Hearing Harry's comment only confirmed what he already knew. With a helpless shrug and a resigned smile, he followed the pair into the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the unnaturally quiet house. The Dursley family had disappeared somewhere, they weren't visible in the kitchen. Harry knew Sirius and Remus wouldn't be very curious about the Dursleys' house, so he led them directly up the stairs to the second floor. When they reached Harry's room, it was clear that tidiness had not been high on his list of priorities. The space was a chaotic jumble of magical items, textbooks, and clothes strewn about with reckless abandon. It was evident that Harry had been far too preoccupied with anticipation of Sirius's arrival to bother with something as mundane as cleaning. With 3 people suddenly crammed into the small space, there was hardly room to breathe, let alone sit. Sirius didn't seem to care about the mess in the slightest. He perched himself on the edge of Harry's cluttered desk, grinning as he watched frantically trying to pack up. Thankfully, Remus was more practical in his approach. With a casual flick of his wand, magical objects and wrinkled clothes began to sort themselves out, leaping through the air as if possessed and neatly arranging themselves in the open trunk at the foot of Harry's bed. "Oh, I really wish I could use magic during the summer holidays," Harry said, his tone tinged with mild resentment. But he quickly pushed that thought aside and looked eagerly at Sirius. Tell me about your adventure with Professor Watson, Sirius. Where exactly did you go? Oh, that Sirius surveyed the gradually tidying room, looking slightly dissatisfied as he smacked his lips. But he didn't voice any criticism. Hearing Harry's inquiry, Sirius raised an eyebrow and smiled. How to put it? It was extremely exciting, Harry. I can't tell you exactly what we experienced. I promised Brian to keep it secret. But I can tell you this much, it was an adventure unlike anything I've ever experienced before. 1,000 times more awe-inspiring than when I first laid eyes on Hogwarts Castle all those years ago. But what exactly was it? Harry pressed on eagerly, selectively ignoring Sirius's mention of secrecy. Things involving Professor Watson were always particularly interesting. Now, Harry. Stop prying. Remus's voice cut through the air as he stooped to retrieve Harry's discarded charms essay from the floor. He glanced at it briefly, an eyebrow rising in silent commentary, but said nothing as he sent the summer homework flying into the trunk with a gentle swish of his wand. I've asked Sirius multiple times myself, but he's been frustratingly tight-lipped about the whole affair. To be honest, Padfoot, I'm quite curious about what method Brian used to keep you so secretive. It's not like you were particularly skilled at keeping secrets to yourself back in our school days, were you? Don't waste your breath trying to provoke me into spilling the beans, Moony, Sirius retorted with a grin. You know Brian's temper as well as I do. He's allowing me to share some of the experiences from this adventure, but not just yet. If I were to start blabbing about it now, he'd be on us faster than you can say Quidditch, and both you and Harry would find yourselves with a few holes in your memories. Yes, Remus couldn't suppress a chuckle, shaking his head. Yes, he's absolutely capable of doing something like that. Harry's mind flashed back to the previous summer when he had followed Professor Watson into the depths of Nocturne Alley's underground world. The wizards who frequented those dark corners were far from upstanding citizens, and for Professor Watson to move freely in such circles. Well, Harry wasn't naive enough to believe the professor was as law-abiding as Hermione would like to think. Considering the potential consequences of knowing secrets he shouldn't, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He shrank back slightly, suddenly less eager to pry into matters that might be better left in the dark. I had thought Professor Watson might come with you, Sirius. Harry's voice was tinged with a hint of disappointment. Professor Watson was another wizard Harry had grown quite close to, and he had hoped that he might appear again on Privet Drive. Moreover, Professor Watson had a special status. His intimidation to the Dursleys wasn't just because he was a wizard. If he were willing to intervene on Harry's behalf, to have a chat with the Dursleys, their attitude towards Harry would likely improve dramatically. Because of your Dr. Sirius started to speak but suddenly became alert and closed his mouth halfway. He clearly realized that discussing topics related to Voldemort in a Muggle house was unwise. He had originally planned to come and see you, Harry, Sirius continued, choosing his words more carefully. But some urgent matters came up unexpectedly. After we came ashore from our expedition, he parted ways with me rather abruptly. I had wanted to invite him to watch the Quidditch World Cup with us, but you know Brian, he's not exactly the type to get excited about sporting events, magical or otherwise. In a sense, Remus's gaze swept through Harry's room as he spoke, his tone thoughtful. Brian is what you might call a pure wizard, in the most academic sense of the term. He's fascinated by the mystery of magic itself, which is one of the primary reasons he's achieved so much at his relatively young age. Well. After confirming that nothing was left behind in the room, Remus looked at Harry with a gentle smile. We should probably get moving. We're heading to Arthur's house now. Unfortunately, we can't use the Flow network for this trip. An apparition is still a bit challenging for me in my current state. We'll have to take the night bus to get there, Harry. I trust you won't mind traveling this way. Oh, if possible, I'd rather walk all the way to the Burrow, Harry said with a grimace, the memory of his last trip on the violently unpredictable night bus making his stomach churn. His reaction drew a sympathetic chuckle from Remus. Remus charmed Harry's trunk to float automatically, while Harry carried Hedwig's cage. The three of them went downstairs together. Wait, Harry's mind had been whirling with thoughts of finally leaving Privet Drive and joining the Weasleys. But suddenly, Sirius, who was behind, came to an abrupt halt as they passed the stairs leading down to the ground floor. What's wrong, Sirius? Remus asked, his voice sharp with sudden alertness, his hand instinctively moving towards his wand. Sirius let out a contemptuous snort, his grey eyes narrowing as they fixed on a point just beyond Harry's shoulder. Under the confused and slightly uneasy gazes of Harry and Remus, he smoothly pulled his wand from his sleeve. With a casual flick, he aimed directly at the innocent-looking cupboard under the stairs. Crash! The cupboard door burst open with explosive force, nearly flying off its hinges. In a tangle of limbs and terrified yelps, the Dursley family who had been conspicuously absent for the past half hour or so tumbled out onto the hallway floor. The sight was so unexpected and absurd that Harry could only stare in utter astonishment. This cupboard had once been Harry's bedroom. He knew exactly how cramped and claustrophobic the space was, and it boggled his mind to imagine how Uncle Vernon and Dudley, with their considerable bulk, had managed to squeeze themselves in there. Dudley, his face as pale as nearly headless Nick, struggled to extricate himself from the tangle of bodies. It took several attempts before he could stand upright, and his legs wobbled like jelly as he gasped for air. Aunt Petunia, her horse-like face contorted with fear, immediately threw herself over Dudley like a human shield. She whimpered softly, her eyes brimming with terrified tears as she stared up at the wizards looming over them. "Get out of my house this instant, or I swear I'll blow your ruddy heads off." The unexpected show of bravado came from none other than Uncle Vernon. Despite the way his multiple chins quivered with fear and the sweat beading on his brow, he still managed to raise his prized double-barreled shotgun, the very same one that had been twisted into a pretzel by Hagrid years ago. His pudgy fingers trembled on the trigger as he aimed the weapon at Sirius. Completely disregarding both Remus's warning look and Uncle Vernon's empty threat, Sirius took a step closer to the stairwell. He stuck his head into the cupboard, peering into the dark, cramped space. When he pulled back, his face, which had been tanned by weeks of wind and sun during his recent adventure, had turned an alarming shade of purple. "No, Sirius, don't." Even Harry could see the dangerous glint in Sirius's eyes. He knew that Sirius was about to do something rash. With a cry of alarm, Harry dropped Hedwig's cage, earning an indignant hoot from the owl, and lunged forward, grabbing Sirius's arm with both hands. "Brian told me everything, Harry." Sirius's grey eyes were full of anger as he glared at the Dursley family. "He told me they made you live in this broom cupboard for years." Sirius's grip on his wand tightened, his knuckles turning white. "If you're willing, Harry, I'll make them live in there for a few days, see how they like it. It's the least they deserve after what they've done to you." "Don't do anything foolish, Sirius." Remus's normally gentle tone became much sterner. "Do you want to go back to Azkaban?" "I don't care," Sirius shouted, his neck stiffening with anger. Seeing that thin stick pointing at him, Uncle Vernon broke out in a cold sweat. His two brawny arms seemed to have turned into willow branches, soft and trembling, and the shotgun in his hands clattered to the floor. "Don't do it, Sirius," Harry emphasized again. He looked at Aunt Petunia, who was still sprawled over Dudley, and at the trembling Uncle Vernon. His emerald green eyes showed reluctance. "That's all in the past now, Sirius," Harry said, panting. "Since you last spoke with them, they've been very decent to me this summer. Really, I can swear it. They've changed their ways." At Harry's unexpected defense, Uncle Vernon's face froze in an expression of utter disbelief. His small, watery eyes widened to an almost comical degree, darting between Harry and the wand still pointed at his chest. Even Aunt Petunia, who had screwed her eyes shut in anticipation of some horrific magical punishment, cautiously opened one eye to stare at Harry incredulously. It was clear that she, like her husband, couldn't quite believe that Harry would cover for them after everything that had happened between them over the years. "Is that true?" Harry's words had an effect. Sirius's raised arm was no longer so firm. He slowly lowered his wand, looking at Harry dubiously. "They've really been treating you better. I promise you," Harry said firmly. Well then, Harry seized the moment of hesitation to pull Sirius behind him and tried to force a smile at the dazed Dursley family. "I suppose this is goodbye until next summer, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, Dudley. I hope you have a pleasant year." 0415 The Burrow. Harry tumbled off the night bus, his head spinning and stomach churning from the wildest ride he had ever experienced. The world seemed to tilt and sway around him as he struggled to find his footing on the solid ground. To meet Harry's urgent request of arriving in St. Catchpole before dinner, the driver, Ernie Prang, had raced recklessly the entire way. Stan Shunpike, the acne-faced conductor, had even unceremoniously dropped off a few unfortunate passengers through the windows mid-journey. Their startled cries had faded quickly as the bus zipped away, leaving Harry to wonder if they had somehow landed safely or if the Ministry of Magic would have a mess to clean up. All of this, apparently, was to accommodate Harry's needs, though he wasn't sure he had asked for quite such enthusiastic service. "Farewell, Mr. Potter," Stan called out eagerly, sticking his head out the window and waving so enthusiastically that his conductor's hat nearly flew off. His grin stretched from ear to ear, clearly thrilled to have transported the famous Harry Potter. Before Harry could even consider a response, the bus vanished into thin air with a whoosh that rustled the leaves on nearby trees and left a faint smell of burning rubber in its wake. "Never again," Harry gasped, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting as if he'd just run a marathon. His glasses were skewed, and his messy black hair seemed even more disheveled than usual. "That's absolutely the last time I'll ever ride the night bus." "Don't speak too soon, young man," Sirius began, hearing Harry's complaint, walking up to place a hand on Harry's shoulder with a smile. Apparition favored by adult wizards, wasn't much better than the night bus in Harry's opinion. However, Sirius and Remus didn't look nearly as disheveled as Harry felt. Their robes were only slightly creased, and they both wore expressions of mild amusement at Harry's dramatic reaction to the bus ride. When Harry finally caught his breath, the nausea subsiding to a manageable level, he took in his surroundings. They were standing on a quiet country lane. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wild flowers and freshly cut grass, a welcome change from the stuffy interior of the night bus. To the left side of the road lay a quaint village. The village was surrounded by vast farmlands, their neat rows of crops stretching towards the horizon. In the distance, a modest mountain stood silhouetted against the setting sun, its peak tinged with golden light. To the right, however, was the sight that truly captured Harry's attention. There stood the burrow, a crooked, multi-story building that seemed to violate the Muggle laws of architecture. It was a hodgepodge of rooms and extensions, each floor looking as if it had been precariously balanced atop the one below. Chimneys sprouted haphazardly from the roof, and Harry could swear he saw a window on the top floor blink sleepily at him. This was the home of his best friend from Hogwarts, Ron Weasley, and it held a special place in Harry's heart. In fact, it was Harry's second favorite place in the world, right after Hogwarts itself. Despite still feeling nauseous from the night bus ride, Harry's spirits soared at the sight of the burrow's lopsided silhouette bathed in the rosy golden light of the setting sun. The warm glow seemed to breathe life into the old house, making it look even more magical than Harry remembered. The thought of Ron being just inside those walls, along with Mrs. Weasley, whose cooking was more delicious than anyone else's he knew, made Harry's stomach growl in anticipation, and all traces of nausea was forgotten. "Come on, Harry," said Remus, placing his hand on Harry's other shoulder. The sunset had given his usually pale skin a healthier glow, masking the signs of weariness that often marked his face. His amber eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled at Harry. "Your friends are eager to see you." Harry nodded, his excitement growing. He reached down to the cage at his feet, where Hedwig, his snowy owl, had been watching with her large, intelligent eyes. "You must be tired of being cooped up," Harry said softly as he opened the cage door. Hedwig hooted gratefully and stepped onto Harry's outstretched arm. With a gentle toss, Harry launched Hedwig into the air. She spread her magnificent white wings, catching the last rays of sunlight and seeming to glow as she soared upwards. She circled once above their heads before flying off towards the fields, no doubt in search of a tasty mouse or vole for her dinner. As they began walking towards the burrow, Harry asked curiously, "By the way, Sirius, Remus, how do you know the Weasley family?" "Oh, that," Sirius said lazily, squinting his eyes against the intoxicating evening breeze. "We've known Arthur and Molly for much longer than you have, Harry." "Isn't that right, Remus?" "That would be before you were even born," Remus replied, tightening the collar of his wizard's robe. This action made Harry notice that Professor Lupin was wearing a brand new robe, unlike the faded, patched one he always wore at Hogwarts. The Slytherins had often mocked him for it. "It was before Voldemort's downfall, you know, Harry," Remus continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "Back then, there weren't many people brave enough to stand against the most evil dark wizard in the world. Albus did his best to bring these people together. Sirius and I, and of course your dad and mum, met Arthur and Molly during that time. But Molly never really liked me," Sirius said with a chuckle, nimbly jumping over a puddle. The area around Stokeshed Hill must have had rain recently, though the ground was mostly dry, it was still dotted with small pools of water that reflected the deepening twilight sky. "That's because some of your ideas were always too radical. Molly doesn't like high-risk plans," Remus said cheerfully, "plus, you always liked to joke about Arthur's thinning hair." Harry laughed heartily, surprised and delighted to learn his godfather had such a mischievous side when he was younger. As they climbed a small hill, the burrow suddenly loomed close. The smell of home-cooked food wafted towards them, making Harry's mouth water. Two figures were standing in front of the Weasleys' small stone broom shed, craning their necks towards them. Even in the fading light, Harry recognized the red hair that could only belong to a Weasley. "Harry!" Both figures began running towards him, but the girl was noticeably faster and more agile. Before Ron had covered much ground, Hermione had already reached Harry. Her bushy brown hair streamed behind her as she ran, and her face was lit up with joy. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hermione exclaimed, giving him a tight hug before stepping back. Her face was beaming with joy and excitement. Her brown eyes scanned him quickly, as if checking for any signs of mistreatment or suffering. Like himself, Hermione had grown considerably taller since last term, making her appear much more mature. To Harry's surprise, he noticed that Hermione's fair cheeks were now dotted with pink pimples. "Hermione," Harry said with a grin, pushing aside his idle observations. "What are you doing here? There are still some days before the World Cup." They had agreed to meet at the Burrow to attend the Quidditch World Cup together at the end of last term, but the final was still some days away. Harry wondered how Hermione had ended up here so early, and why she hadn't mentioned it in her last letter. "It was Sirius," Hermione explained, her breathing perfectly steady despite her sprint. This made Harry realize that Hermione must have kept up with Professor Watson's running regimen over the summer, while he had completely forgotten about it once the holidays began. He felt a twinge of guilt, imagining Hermione diligently following their professor's instructions while he had lazed about at the Dursleys. "He wrote to me, saying you'd want me here to celebrate your birthday with you." Harry immediately turned to Sirius in surprise, seeing a face full of warm smile. Sirius's grey eyes were twinkling with satisfaction at Harry's evident pleasure. "You deserve a proper birthday celebration, don't you?" Sirius said softly, ruffling Harry's already messy hair. Phew, Ron had finally caught up, his face red and sweaty, gasping for breath. His freckles stood out starkly against his flushed skin, and his red hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat. "I can finally see the value of Professor Watson's PE classes now. Hermione, you run so fast." "Oh, mate, how've you been these past few days? Are the muggles still?" Ron's words were cut short by Harry's nervous cough. He had just covered for the Dursleys in front of Sirius and didn't want Ron's unintentional words to reveal the truth about how they really treated him. The last thing he wanted was for Sirius to worry or do something rash that might land him back in trouble with the Ministry. "Everything's been fine, hasn't it?" Harry said hastily, shooting Ron a meaningful look. Ron's eyes widened in understanding, and he quickly changed the subject, launching into an excited description of the preparations for the World Cup. The thick white smoke billowing from the bow's many chimneys indicated that Mrs. Weasley was likely very busy at the moment inside, probably preparing a feast to celebrate Harry's arrival and upcoming birthday. After Hermione and Ron greeted Sirius and Remus, exchanging polite but slightly awkward hellos, they all headed towards the burrow. As they passed the Weasley family's vegetable patch, a blur of ginger fur caught Harry's eye. Crookshanks, Hermione's cat, was jumping up and down in the garden, engaged in what looked like an epic battle with the gnomes. The cat's squashed face was set in a determined grimace as he pounced on the potato-headed creatures, who squealed and tried to dodge his attacks. "Hello, Crookshanks," Harry called out, waving at the ginger cat. Crookshanks paused in his gnome-chasing endeavors, turning his lamp-like yellow eyes towards Harry. After catching a glimpse of Harry, he gave a lazy meow and waved a paw back at him, looking almost comically human in his gesture. "Honestly, Hermione," Harry said seriously, though his eyes twinkled with amusement, "you should check if Crookshanks is also an animagus. He's less like a cat than any cat I've ever seen." Hermione rolled her eyes, but there was fondness in her voice as she replied, "Oh, Harry, don't be silly. Crookshanks is just very intelligent for a cat. Aren't you, Crookshanks?" The last part was directed at the cat, who had returned to his gnome chasing with renewed vigor. "At least his rat-catching skills are genuine," Sirius said with a chuckle, a dark look briefly crossing his face at the mention of rats. "He kept me fed with the rats he caught during that time before last Christmas." The reminder of Sirius's time in hiding, surviving on rats while everyone thought him a dangerous criminal, casted a momentary shadow over the group. But it passed quickly as they approached the welcoming warmth of the burrow. Ron pushed open the back door of his house, leading Harry and the others inside. The door creaked slightly on its hinges, a homey sound that brought a smile to Harry's face. As he stepped over the threshold, breathing in the smoky air of the cramped, cozy room, a sense of comfort and security enveloped Harry. The burrow smelled of wood smoke, herbs, and something delicious baking scents that Harry had come to associate with safety and belonging. As he walked through the living room, Harry's eyes were drawn to the magic clock hanging on the wall. It was unlike any clock Harry had ever seen, with 9 golden hands, each inscribed with the name of a family member. Instead of numbers, the clock face was surrounded by phrases like home, work, traveling, lost, hospital, prison, and mortal peril. Currently, except for Mr. Weasley's hand that still pointed to work, the other 8 hands all pointed to home. Harry blinked, puzzled about something. He could have sworn there was a new hand on the clock, but before he could get a closer look, Mrs. Weasley bustled into the room. "Oh, dear, was the journey all right?" Mrs. Weasley rushed out of the kitchen, wielding a still-smoking ladle that filled the air with the mouth-watering aroma of her cooking. As soon as she heard movement in the living room, she quickly came to Harry and gave him a fierce hug, just like Hermione had. "Ahem. It was all fine, Mrs. Weasley." Harry gasped, his voice muffled against her apron. Despite the slight embarrassment of being fussed over, Harry couldn't help but feel touched by Mrs. Weasley's genuine affection. "Such a good boy," Mrs. Weasley said fondly, stepping back and cupping Harry's face in her hands. Her eyes shone with warmth as she looked him over, fussing softly at how thin he seemed. Ron rolled his eyes at his mother's fussing, while Hermione bit her lip to suppress a giggle. "I was planning to have Arthur pick you up, but the Ministry's been so busy lately, he couldn't get away," Mrs. Weasley explained, a slight frown creasing her brow. "Sirius insisted on going himself, so I had to agree. I'm Harry's godfather, Molly," Sirius said, his face darkening slightly. "It's only right that I pick up Harry, and I don't need anyone's permission to do so." The tension in the room suddenly became palpable. Harry shifted uncomfortably, caught between his affection for both Mrs. Weasley and Sirius. He opened his mouth to say something, anything to defuse the situation, but Remus beat him to it. Mrs. Weasley raised an eyebrow, her lips thinning slightly, but Remus smoothly intervened with a diplomatic smile. Your scrambled eggs are about to burn, Molly. The effect was immediate. Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened in alarm. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Remus, she exclaimed, her attitude towards Remus noticeably warmer than it had been towards Sirius. She turned and rushed back to the kitchen, calling out over her shoulder, dinner will be ready soon, Harry. Arthur promised this morning he wouldn't miss your birthday dinner. Harry felt a rush of warmth at the thought of a proper birthday dinner. He opened his mouth to tell Mrs. Weasley not to make a fuss over his birthday, but before he could speak, the sound of footsteps on the stairs behind them caught everyone's attention. Harry turned, half expecting to see the mischievous grins of Fred and George. Instead, he found himself face to face with two young men he'd never met before, though they too had the trademark Weasley red hair. Charlie and Bill, Ron said, grinning inexplicably at Harry's surprised expression. You must remember the stories about their time at Hogwarts, right? 0416 The Weasleys. Just a second before Ron uttered the names of the two young men, Harry had already guessed who they were. As they had passed through the living room earlier, the magical clock's hands representing these two young men had also pointed to the home position. Ron's joke was clearly not the first time it had been made in the house, as Charlie and Bill just pursed their lips, showing a hint of resignation, before their expressions returned to normal. How are you faring, Harry? The brother standing nearest to Harry broke into a wide, genuine grin. He extended a large, calloused hand towards Harry. As Harry grasped it, he could feel the numerous calluses and blisters on the man's palm and fingers. This, Harry guessed, must be Charlie, who studied dragons in Romania. Charlie's physique was a stark contrast to some of his siblings. Where Percy and Ron were tall and lanky, almost beanpole-like in their slenderness, Charlie was built more like the twins, Fred and George. His frame was sturdy and compact, with the kind of muscular build that comes from constant physical exercise. His face was broad and so densely freckled that it almost appeared to be a uniform shade of brown. On one of his muscular forearms, a large, shiny burn scar stood out. As Harry's gaze shifted to the other brother, Bill stepped forward to shake his hand as well. Bill's appearance caught Harry off guard, opposing the mental image he had constructed based on the snippets of information he'd learned over the years. Harry had known that Bill worked for Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, and was head boy during his time at Hogwarts. These facts had led Harry to imagine Bill as something of an older, more polished version of Percy, perhaps a bit stuffy, overly concerned with rules and regulations, and prone to bossing others around. But Bill was nothing like that. He looked, well, cool. He was the tallest of the brothers, with long hair tied back in a ponytail and an earring with a fang-like pendant. Bill's clothes wouldn't have looked out of place at a rock concert, a far cry from the buttoned-up image Harry had made in his mind. Truthfully, it was impossible not to be curious. Harry had never interacted with Charlie or Bill before, and his most vivid impression of them undoubtedly came from the stories he'd heard from Hagrid during those times when Professor Watson was still working as an investigator. He couldn't think of Bill and Charlie as wizards from the same year as Professor Watson. Although Charlie and Bill were Ron's oldest brothers and had already come of age and started working, they still possessed a youthful temperament that Harry could easily relate to. Professor Watson, on the other hand, seemed as composed as Dumbledore. Even when standing side by side with him, Professor Watson's demeanor never seemed out of place or inappropriate. Bill seemed to read the curiosity in Harry's expression like an open book. He tilted his head slightly, a small furrow appearing between his brows as he considered Harry's unspoken questions. Well, if you're really curious, Harry, he began, his voice carrying a hint of both amusement and something akin to nostalgia. I suppose I could spare some time after we've had dinner to tell you what Brian was like during our school days. It's indeed hard to believe Sirius had apparently already heard Bill's story. Thinking of Brian's nature today, he frowned and said, he actually endured 5 long years in Slytherin before finally showing his true colors. If it were today, those pure-blood wizard families still clinging desperately to their outdated traditions wouldn't dare give him so much as a sideways glance. He'd probably reduce their houses, shops, and workshops to smoldering ashes overnight without batting an eye. Not necessarily, Remus chuckled, unable to suppress a smile. If you have enough galleons jingling in your pockets, he'd still be more than willing to engage in a civil conversation. That's true. Sirius recalled his conversation with Brian in the Black Manor the night he was caught, and couldn't help but laugh. Although Harry now had Sirius, he still held special feelings for Professor Watson. These feelings were hard to describe, perhaps a sense of kindred spirits. Moreover, powerful wizards with a unique personality like Professor Watson, much like Dumbledore, easily gained others' admiration. Harry was eager to hear from Bill and Charlie about what Professor Watson was like when he was still a student at Hogwarts. However, he was still holding Hedwig's cage, and his trunk was still floating. After exchanging pleasantries with Bill and Charlie, who embodied the Weasley family's good nature, he headed to Ron's room with Ron and Hermione to put away his luggage. The trio had just reached the first landing of the crooked, meandering staircase when a thunderous bang suddenly reverberated through the house, emanating from a room somewhere above them. The unexpected noise nearly caused Harry to lose his footing and tumble back down the stairs. Harry blinked rapidly, his green eyes wide with surprise as he took in Ron and Hermione's utterly unfazed expressions. Before he could voice his confusion and inquire about the source of the disturbance, a door on the second-floor landing was flung open with such force that it banged against the wall. A face peered out, framed by horn-rimmed glasses and wearing an expression of extreme annoyance that seemed etched into every line and furrow. Swallowing his question, Harry instead picked a polite greeting, "Hello, Percy." "Oh, hello, Harry." Percy didn't seem surprised or pleased by Harry's appearance. He continued to glare upwards angrily, "I don't understand who's making such a racket. You know, I'm working here writing a report for the office, but there seems to be some commotion upstairs, and people keep thundering up and down these blasted stairs. It's making it impossible for me to concentrate." "We're not thundering," Ron retorted, his voice sharp with irritation. "We're just walking normally, like regular people do in their own home. Sorry if we've disturbed your top-secret, earth-shattering ministry business." Before Percy could muster a suitably scathing reply, another sudden bang echoed through the house, causing the floorboards beneath their feet to vibrate. Without so much as another glance at Harry or Ron, Percy rushed upstairs and the sound of his fist pounding furiously against a door soon followed, accompanied by muffled shouts of indignation. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically at his brother's antics. With a slight shake of his head, he resumed climbing the stairs, leading Harry up. Ron's room hadn't changed much since Harry's last visit. It was still plastered with posters of Ron's favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons. The fish tank on the windowsill, which used to contain frog spawn, now housed a frog about the same size as Neville's Trevor. Ron's old rat Scabbers was gone, replaced by the small grey owl, Pigwidgeon, that had delivered Harry's letter to Privet Drive. Perhaps seeing Hedwig circling outside the window, Pigwidgeon seemed excited, clattering around in his cage. "Fred and George are bunking in with us for the time being because," Ron explained as he and Harry engaged in a brief struggle to maneuver the heavy trunk under the bed. The wood creaked ominously as they shoved it. "Bill and Charlie have taken over their room. And Percy, well..." Ron's voice took on a note of exasperation, "He's insisting on having his own room all to himself, claims he needs the space and quiet for his oh-so-important work." Harry sank onto the edge of the bed, taking a moment to catch his breath after the exertion of moving his trunk. His curiosity, piqued by the earlier disturbances, finally got the better of him. "What's the deal with Fred and George?" he asked, his gaze flickering towards the ceiling as if he could see through it to the source of the commotion. "That noise we heard earlier, that was them, wasn't it?" Ron's expression was a mixture of resignation and bewilderment as he responded, "They've been at it all summer long. Constant bangs, flashes, and strange smells wafting from their room. No one seems to know exactly what they're up to in there." After Ron spoke, Harry told Ron and Hermione about what had happened when he left the Dursleys. Ron and Hermione had completely different views on his actions in helping the Dursleys out of trouble. "You're wasting your time, mate," Ron said, his tone matter-of-fact as he fished out a slightly crumpled packet of crisps from his bedside table. With a practiced motion, he tore open the packet and offered some to both Harry and Hermione before helping himself. Between noisy swallows, he continued, a hint of disappointment coloring his words, "You shouldn't have stopped Sirius, Harry. You should have let those muggles get a proper taste of what it's like to be locked in a cupboard. That's the only way they'd really learn their lesson, you know." However, Hermione interjected with a sarcastic edge to her voice, "And then what, Ron? Let Sirius take a little holiday back in Azkaban." She fixed Ron with a stern look, reminding him of Professor McGonagall. "Don't forget, the Ministry isn't exactly known for their leniency when it comes to wizards using magic to torment muggles. They take that sort of thing rather seriously." Ron, however, was not so easily swayed. He argued back, his voice rising slightly with conviction, "That's hard to say. Just look at Malfoy's dad and Snape. They seem to be getting away with all sorts of questionable behavior without so much as a slap on the wrist." Hermione's eyes narrowed dangerously at Ron's words. "If you truly want Sirius to become the kind of wizard that Lucius Malfoy is, then I'm afraid I have nothing more to say on the matter." Harry was used to Hermione and Ron's bickering, and he was also very familiar with how to stop their arguments. He was about to tell them about his scar hurting during the summer when Ginny suddenly pushed open the door. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, stood in the doorway. Her cheeks were flushed a shade of pink as her eyes met Harry's. "Hello, Harry," she said, her voice carrying a hint of shyness that she couldn't quite hide. "Happy birthday." "Oh, thanks," Harry responded, standing up from the bed, smiling at Ginny. Ron, observing his sister's flushed cheeks and slightly flustered demeanor, just shrugged. He had long since grown accustomed to Ginny's infatuation with Harry. With a casual air, Ron crumpled up the now empty crisp packet and tossed it out the open window. He dusted off his hands, scattering crisp crumbs onto the already cluttered floor, and said, "Come on, we might as well head downstairs and lend a hand." I caught a glimpse of Sirius and the others setting up for your birthday dinner out in the yard earlier. 0417 The trouble with twins. The burrow bustled with anticipation as the sun began to set on a warm summer evening. The air was thick with the mingling scents of fresh-cut grass, aromatic herbs from Mrs. Weasley's garden, and the tantalizing aroma of a feast in preparation. As the clock's hands crept closer to 7, an air of excitement mixed with mild anxiety permeated the burrow. There's simply no other way around it, Arthur Weasley muttered to himself as he hurried along the winding country lane leading to his home. His usually neat robes were disheveled, and his thinning red hair was exposed from his rushed journey. With the Quidditch World Cup final rapidly approaching, the ministry's in absolute chaos. Half the staff have been reassigned to ensure everything goes off without a hitch on match day. It's left mountains of work unattended in other departments. He paused briefly to catch his breath, his mind racing with the day's events. And if that wasn't enough, I even had to help Dirk Cresswell in a particularly nasty argument with the goblins from Gringotts. Merlin's beard, what a day. With barely a minute to spare before 7 o'clock, Mr. Weasley finally arrived home, panting heavily as he burst through the garden gate. His face was flushed from exertion, and beads of sweat glistened on his balding head. Hastily, he loosened his tie, which felt like it was strangling him after his mad dash home. His eyes lit up as they fell upon Harry, who was standing awkwardly near the back door. Despite his exhaustion, Mr. Weasley's face broke into a warm, welcoming smile. He strode over to Harry and enveloped him in a quick but affectionate hug. "Harry, my boy. How wonderful to see you!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine warmth. "How are you feeling? Was your journey here smooth sailing? I do hope those muggles didn't give you any trouble this time." Harry, looking a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiastic greeting, managed a small smile. "No, Mr. Weasley, everything was fine. You know the Dursleys, they couldn't wait to see me leave, as usual." Mr. Weasley's face fell slightly at Harry's words, his brow furrowing with concern. Now, Harry," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Let's not speak that way. I know there's been some, well, let's call it a misunderstanding between you and your aunt and uncle. But at the end of the day, you're family, aren't you?" His eyes twinkled with an optimism that seemed at odds with what Harry knew of the Dursleys. "I'm certain that deep down, beneath all the disagreements and differences, there must be some love there." Harry bit his tongue, not wanting to shatter Mr. Weasley's naive but well-meaning belief. Instead of correcting what he saw as Mr. Weasley's absurdly hopeful notion, he simply nodded noncommittally and quickly joined the line of people carrying plates laden with food from the kitchen to the garden. The burrow, charming and cozy as it was, simply didn't have enough space to accommodate 13 people for a sit-down dinner. So, in typical Weasley fashion, they had decided to turn Harry's birthday celebration into a grand outdoor feast. As Harry stepped into the garden, he was struck by the beauty of the night sky over Ottery St. Catchpole. It was a sight quite unlike anything he'd seen before, different from both the magical, star-studded expanse that hung over Hogwarts and the murky, light-polluted darkness of London. Here, the sky was a deep, clear blue, gradually darkening as night fell, with the first twinkling stars just beginning to peek through the twilight. 2 long tables had been pushed together in the middle of the garden, groaning under the weight of Mrs. Weasley's foods. There were enormous joints of roast beef, glistening hams, golden-crusted meat pies, and colorful salads bursting with fresh vegetables from the garden. The centerpiece of the feast, however, was a cake that stood as tall as a house elf, a masterpiece specially ordered by Sirius from the finest bakery in Diagon Alley. The cake was a work of art, featuring a miniature Harry in exquisitely detailed Quidditch robes. The tiny figure zoomed around the cake on a perfectly crafted firebolt, chasing after a fluttering golden snitch. The number 14 was inscribed on the back of the robes in shimmering red icing, commemorating Harry's age. Of course, that was how the cake had looked when it was first presented. Now, after the enthusiastic attentions of the partygoers, it was barely recognizable, with large chunks missing and icing smeared in all directions. Harry leaned back in his chair, a lazy smile appearing on his lips as he enjoyed the gentle evening breeze. He felt a sense of contentment wash over him, a feeling so rare and precious that he wanted to savor every moment of it. As the feast wound down, the gathering entered its more relaxed phase. People began to move about freely, forming smaller groups for conversation. Hermione and Ginny had wandered off to one side of the garden, giggling as they fed treats to Crookshanks. Nearby, Remus was chatting with Bill and Charlie Weasley about England's disastrous performance in this year's Quidditch World Cup. Remus's normally calm demeanor was tinged with exasperation as he gestured wildly. "I mean, really," Remus was saying, his voice rising slightly, "how could they have fumbled that easy save against Transylvania? It's as if our keeper had been conf undade." Bill nodded, his long red hair gleaming in the warm glow of the floating lanterns Mrs. Weasley had conjured. The fang earring dangling from his ear swayed as he shook his head in disappointment. "I know what you mean, Remus. I haven't seen playing that abysmal since my first year at Hogwarts when the Hufflepuff team all came down with dragon pox the night before the final." Charlie, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, let out a snort. At least the Hufflepuffs had an excuse. Our national team? They're supposed to be professionals. I've seen better coordination from a herd of horntails during mating season. As the three men continued their lively debate, Percy had cornered his parents near the remnants of the spectacular birthday cake. His chest puffed out importantly, Percy was telling Mr. and Mrs. Weasley with tales of his rising career at the ministry. You simply wouldn't believe the recognition I'm receiving at work, Percy said, his horn-rimmed glasses glinting in the lantern light. Mr. Crouch himself commented on my report about cauldron bottom thickness. Said it was the most comprehensive analysis he'd seen in years. Mr. Weasley smiled silently, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of pride and amusement at his son's enthusiasm. Mrs. Weasley, on the other hand, was beaming so brightly she could have rivaled the lanterns illuminating the garden. Oh, Percy, that's wonderful! She exclaimed, reaching out to straighten his already impeccable robes. I always knew you'd go far. Didn't I say so, Arthur? Before Mr. Weasley could respond, a sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. Fred and George had risen from their seats, exchanging a mischievous glance that spelled trouble to anyone familiar with the twins' antics. They stepped back from the table with an exaggerated flourish, their movements perfectly synchronized as if they'd rehearsed this moment. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, Fred began, his voice carrying across the garden with theatrical flair. Distinguished guests and common rabble alike, George continued, earning a mock indignant oi. From Ron. The twins bowed deeply, their long noses nearly touching the grass. When they straightened up, identical grins were plastered across their freckled faces. We regret to inform you that we must take our leave, Fred announced, placing a hand over his heart as if the very thought pained him. For you see, George picked up seamlessly, a great endeavor awaits us. Ron, his face smeared with a combination of cake frosting and what looked suspiciously like jam, looked up at his brothers with curiosity etched across his features. He swallowed a mouthful of cake before asking, what exactly are you two up to in that room of yours? You've been at it all summer, locked away like a pair of cursed mummies. Fred's eyes widened in feigned shock. All summer? My dear brother, you wound us. We've at least come down for meals. Most of them, anyway, George added with a wink. But as for the nature of our great work, Fred continued, leaning in. That, dearest Ronnie Ekins, is none of your business, George finished, reaching out to ruffle Ron's hair, much to Ron's annoyance. Focus on your food, little brother, Fred advised wisely. You're looking a bit peaky. Another slice of cake, perhaps. With that, the twins linked arms and strolled off towards the house, whistling a jaunty tune that sounded suspiciously like a Weird Sisters hit. As if suddenly remembering something important, Percy glanced at his watch, his eyes widening in alarm. Oh, is it that late already? He exclaimed, his voice rising an octave in distress. I simply must hurry back to my room to work on my report. Mr. Crouch has been most generous with the deadline, of course, but I certainly can't wait until the last moment to submit it. That would be most unprofessional. With a hasty goodbye to his parents and a nod to the other guests, Percy rushed off towards the house. Harry watched Percy's retreating figure with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. As he turned back to the table, he caught Sirius looking at him intently. Meeting his godfather's gaze, Harry raised an eyebrow in silent question. Sirius jerked his head slightly, indicating that he wanted to speak privately. Curious, Harry asked, what report is Percy writing exactly? It seems awfully important. Sirius's lips quirked into a half-smile. Something about cauldrons, apparently. His grey eyes darted around, taking in the various Weasley family members scattered about the garden before he gestured discreetly to Harry. Understanding immediately that Sirius had something important to discuss, Harry nodded and followed him as he made his way towards the front of the Weasleys' broom shed. As they reached the shed, Harry opened his mouth to inquire about Sirius's suddenly serious expression. Before he could utter a word, however, the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw Remus walking towards them, in an expression of quiet concern. What's going on? Harry blinked, his confusion evident in his voice. Remus's amber eyes met Harry's green ones, a flicker of something worry passing through them. We want to talk to you about your scar, Harry, he said softly, noting the slight widening of Harry's eyes at the mention of his scar. Remus nodded, confirming Harry's unspoken question. Yes, Sirius told me everything. But what exactly is happening, Harry? I know your scar is no ordinary scar, it doesn't usually react, does it? The scar, yes, Harry stammered, caught off guard by the abrupt shift from the cheerful birthday party to such a serious topic. He quickly gathered his thoughts. It suddenly hurt for a while, but yes, you're right, it doesn't hurt often. Touching the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead, Harry spoke more fluently. He glanced at his godfather and Remus, who was also a close friend of his father's, and said rapidly, it hasn't reacted for 2 years, the last time it did anything was in my first year at Hogwarts, when Voldemort was lurking in the castle, attached to Quirrell. Sirius and Remus exchanged a quick glance, sharing their thoughts. Is there anything else we should know, Harry? Sirius pressed, his voice gentle but insistent. Harry hesitated, unsure whether he should mention the dream. First, he wasn't certain if the bizarre dream was related to his scar, and second, since waking up, it was as if something had blocked his memory. The events in his recollection had quickly become blurred, and by now, he remembered very little. Before my scar started hurting, I was asleep, Harry began cautiously, weighing each word. And then I had a dream. I dreamed about Voldemort. Harry braced himself for looks of disbelief, but to his surprise, neither Sirius nor Remus showed any sign of skepticism. Instead, they continued to listen attentively, their expression was serious and focused. Encouraged by their reaction, Harry continued to narrate. I don't remember it clearly now, he admitted, frustration tinging his tone. It's all a bit fuzzy. But I do remember it started with this old, dilapidated house. Sirius nodded encouragingly, while Remus leaned in slightly, his brow furrowed in concentration. There was an elderly Muggle man, Harry continued, the memory becoming slightly clearer as he spoke. He was walking around inside the house, using a cane. I think. And then he discovered Voldemort in one of the rooms. Voldemort wasn't alone, he was talking to someone, a woman. A woman. Sirius's brow furrowed, a thoughtful glint appearing in his stormy grey eyes. He turned to Remus, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. The Daily Prophet hasn't reported any more breakouts recently, has it? Remus shook his head, his response immediate and certain. The Daily Prophet only reported one breakout, and that was you, Sirius. But then, uncertainty crept into his voice. Do you think the woman Harry saw could be a Death Eater? Sirius crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing as he pondered the possibility. Voldemort must have trusted this woman very much, think about it, Remus. Since Lily and Harry destroyed his powers, he's been in hiding. And now, he's willing to expose himself to this woman when he's at his most defenseless? It doesn't add up unless she's someone he trusts completely. Who do you think she could be? Remus asked cautiously, his amber eyes flicking between Sirius and Harry. A dark look crossed Sirius's face, his features hardening. If my dear cousin were still out there, it would definitely be her, but Bellatrix is still rotting in Azkaban where she belongs. Narcissa Malfoy, perhaps. Unlikely, Remus shook his head solemnly. If Voldemort were to reach out to the Malfoys, why wouldn't he go straight to Lucius? He was always one of Voldemort's most trusted follower. Wait. Harry finally couldn't hold back. After a moment's hesitation between questioning the dream's reality and Sirius's cousin, he chose the former. He stared at Sirius and Remus with wide eyes, asking in bewilderment, You think that dream was real? Sirius and Remus exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening but neither spoke. But Harry was about to press for clarification when a sudden, thunderous boom from inside the house interrupted him. The noise was so intense that even the tables in the yard shook, causing the remaining dishes to rattle ominously. I've had quite enough of those too. Mrs. Weasley's voice cut through the startled silence that followed the explosion. She jumped up from her chair, her face flushed with a combination of exasperation and worry. I'm going to see what mischief they're up to this time, and Merlin help them if they've blown up another bedroom. As Mrs. Weasley stormed towards the house, her wand gripped tightly in her hand, Mr. Weasley hurried after her. Now, Molly, he called, trying to sound soothing but unable to completely hide the note of anxiety in his voice. Fred and George are at an age where they should have their privacy. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Privacy. Mrs. Weasley's indignant screech could have rivaled a howler. She flung open the back door with a resounding bang that made everyone wince. I'd be more than happy to respect their privacy if it didn't involve tearing the house apart board by board. At the dinner table, the remaining Weasley siblings exchanged knowing looks before following one after another, eager to watch the drama unfold. Ron, his earlier lethargy forgotten, was practically bouncing with excitement at the prospect of seeing the twins get a proper telling off. You should go and see too, Harry, Remus suddenly said. He winked at Harry mischievously. If Fred and George get into trouble, you might be able to put in a good word for them with Molly. It wasn't long before heated arguments could be heard from inside the house. The rapid-fire scolding made it clear just how furious Mrs. Weasley was. But Sirius and Remus remained outside by the broom shed, their faces gloomy. I share Harry's doubts, the impatient Sirius finally spoke up. How exactly does this work through dreams? Harry was in Privet Drive at the time, he couldn't have seen it firsthand, could he? Only wizards like Albus and Brian could figure that out, Remus said worriedly. You've already written to Albus about Harry's scar, haven't you? After receiving Sirius's confirmation, Remus nodded. Albus should also know about Harry's dream and the woman who appeared in it. As for Brian, well, since he's busy with his own affairs, we don't need to rush. But, Sirius. Remus suddenly fixed his gaze on Sirius's eyes, their gazes meeting in midair. Years of close friendship meant they could understand each other's thoughts without words. Yes, that person is likely to return, Sirius said, thinking of his brother Regulus and sniffing hard. How many people will have to sacrifice themselves this time? Remus's worried and sentimental voice drifted away on the light breeze, across the boundless wilderness. Author's note: I had to go somewhere yesterday and I won't be able to return until tomorrow, so the updates were late. The updates will return to regular from tomorrow. For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0418 Cold War. Harry's stay at the Weasley house hadn't been very comfortable these past few days. Firstly, due to Bill and Charlie's return home, Harry had to squeeze into a room with Ron, Fred, and George. Sirius, wanting to spend more time with Harry and reluctant to return to his old house, along with Remus, who had nowhere else to go at the moment, set up tents in the yard. Mr. Weasley felt extremely guilty about this and even offered to give up his and Mrs. Weasley's room, but Sirius firmly refused. Of course, what really made Harry uncomfortable was the situation with Fred and George. The twins had been secretly working on various odd contraptions, which Harry and the others had known about for a while. After all, at Hogwarts, they often brought out amusing gadgets to entertain everyone. But it wasn't until Mrs. Weasley exposed Fred and George's secrets on his birthday that they realized just how far the brothers had progressed in developing their joke products. The sheer variety and ingenuity of their creations were astonishing. Tung-tung toffees, innocent-looking sweets that caused the eater's tongue to swell to enormous size. Canary creams, custard creams that temporarily transformed the unsuspecting consumer into a large canary. Self-answering quills, cleverly enchanted writing implements that wrote answers during exams and can be used for homeworks. Skiving snack boxes, a collection of sweets that made the customers believable ill, perfect for skipping classes. Nosebleed nougat, a nougat that triggered instant nosebleeds, easily stopped by eating the other half. Fever fudge, fudge that induced a convincing fever, complete with sweating and flushed cheeks. Puking pastilles, sweets that caused immediate and projectile vomiting, stoppable with the antidote end. And these were just the finished products. Scattered among their possessions were dozens of half-finished prototypes, experimental formulas, and concept sketches for future joke items. The twins' room resembled less a bedroom and more an inventor's workshop crossed with an apothecary's nightmare. The confiscated items, piled high in the kitchen, dwarfed the birthday feast that Mrs. Weasley had painstakingly prepared. It was a stark visual representation of just how much time and effort the twins had poured into their secret gadgets, time that their mother believed should have been spent on their studies. And this incident completely ignited the conflict between Fred, George, and Mrs. Weasley. The fierce arguments nearly blew the roof off the burrow. For several days, Fred and George, who usually brought laughter to everyone, wore gloomy expressions and barely responded even when Harry spoke to them. Mrs. Weasley, for her part, seemed to have reached the end of her considerable patience. Her reactions oscillated wildly between rage and despair, her voice rising to near hysterical levels one moment, only to dissolve into tears the next. Her behavior reminded Harry uncomfortably of Aunt Petunia's frantic attempts to enforce a diet on Dudley at the beginning of the summer. But that wasn't the end of it. One afternoon, two owls arrived from Hogwarts, bringing Fred and George's OWL exam results. To be honest, if it weren't for the joke products, Mrs. Weasley might not have been so angry about their grades. But the glaring PS on their report cards, with only a few E's and A's, gave Mrs. Weasley another reason to unleash her fury. It was like pouring gasoline on an already raging fire. In a moment of fury, Mrs. Weasley gathered up the confiscated joke products items that had only been temporarily seized after much pleading and negotiation and burned them in front of the horrified twins. The ensuing argument was so fierce that Harry genuinely feared Mrs. Weasley might disown Fred and George on the spot. The fallout from this confrontation spread beyond just the twins and their mother. Sirius and Remus, who had been trying to maintain a neutral stance, found themselves caught in the crossfire. Mrs. Weasley, noting the twins' particularly abysmal grades in defense against the dark arts, turned her ire on the two former professors. The fact that they had taught the subject during Fred and George's OWL years made them convenient targets for her frustration, further straining the already tense atmosphere in the household. It was against this backdrop of familial strife that a rare moment of peace descended upon the Burrow one sunny morning. The weather, as if sensing the need for a pardon, provided a perfect day, warm sunshine bathing the fields surrounding Ottery St. Catchpole in a golden glow, without the oppressive heat that often characterized English summers. The Burrow stood uncharacteristically quiet. Mr. Weasley and Percy had left for their respective positions at the Ministry of Magic. Mrs. Weasley, perhaps seeking a brief escape from the Cold War atmosphere, had gone to Diagon Alley under the pretext of purchasing household supplies. Bill and Charlie, taking advantage of their rare time back in England, had both gone to London to meet their old friends. On the lush green lawn outside the house, Harry and Ron were playing Quidditch. Harry had lent his firebolt to Ron, while he rode his old Nimbus, which he hadn't used in a while. The broom had been thoroughly battered by the Whomping Willow last year and had completely fallen apart, but thankfully Professor Watson had worked his magic, allowing it to continue serving Harry. Although the Nimbus was no longer as good as before, unable to make sharp turns or sudden accelerations, it still felt much better than the old shooting stars in the Weasleys' broom shed, which had lost most of their twigs. Hermione and Ginny sat on the lawn, enjoying the breeze, watching the two boys fly back and forth in the sky, and whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into giggles. For a brief, shining moment, the troubles plaguing the burrows seemed to fade away, replaced by the simple joys of friendship and youthful liveliness. Bang! The peaceful interval was interrupted by a sharp crack that split the air, the unmistakable sound of someone operating. Sirius materialized in the yard, his sudden appearance causing Harry to nearly fall off his broom in his haste to descend. Sirius looked exhausted, his robes were slightly skewed and his long dark hair was tangled by the wind. Despite his disheveled appearance, there was a spark of excitement in his eyes that immediately captured Harry's attention. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, drawn by the commotion, hurried over to join them. "How did it go, Sirius? Did you see Professor Dumbledore?" Harry asked, his words tumbling out in a rush of anticipation. Hearing Harry's question, Sirius didn't respond immediately, instead looked at the others standing beside Harry. "I think I heard Mum's voice," Ginny said after a brief silence. "I'll go help her." She hurried away, looking slightly awkward. Harry had already told Hermione and Ron about his scar, so there was no need to keep secrets from them. "I did see him," Sirius said, slightly out of breath. "Dumbledore had gone to find a new defense against the dark arts teacher for you all and only returned this morning. I talked to him about the dream while we were having breakfast in the Great Hall." "What did Professor Dumbledore say? Does he think the dream was real?" Harry pressed, anxiety evident in his voice. Before Sirius could respond, Hermione interjected with her own burning question, "Who's the new professor?" "I'll answer your question later, Hermione. Let's talk about Harry's situation first." Sirius nodded at Hermione before looking seriously at Harry. "Yes, Dumbledore believes your dream might have been a real event." But Ron's eyes bulged in surprise as he stared at Harry. "Harry, that's, mate, unless you can see what you know who sees." Harry instinctively wanted to rebuke Ron's statement. The idea of any connection between himself and Voldemort was deeply unsettling. However, a memory from his second year at Hogwarts gave him pause. Dumbledore had once told him that on the night Voldemort gave him his scar, he had inadvertently transferred some of his powers to Harry. Perhaps Ron's guess wasn't as far-fetched as it seemed. Sirius noticed Harry's silent resistance hidden beneath his silence. After a moment's thought, he consoled, "It's just a possibility, Harry. In fact, this might not be as serious as you think. Voldemort suddenly appeared and killed a Muggle, and this terrible scene was actually seen by Harry in Privet Drive. Isn't it serious?" Faced with incredulous looks from the three teenagers, Sirius elaborated, "When I told Dumbledore about your situation, Harry, he looked very calm, just slightly surprised. But I couldn't see much worry in his expression. You know, Harry, if Dumbledore isn't worried about this, I don't think you need to be too concerned either." While this argument held some merit, it wasn't enough to completely dispel Harry's concerns. The implications of such a connection with Voldemort were too serious to dismiss entirely. As the group made their way inside for lunch, they were joined by Remus. Unlike Sirius, who seemed energized despite his travels, Remus looked utterly exhausted. The lines on his face seemed deeper, and there was an unmistakable air of disappointment surrounding him. Without needing to ask, they all knew the reason for Remus's dejected state. Unlike Sirius and Harry, Remus didn't have vaults full of inherited galleons. In fact, it was uncertain whether Remus even had a vault at Gringotts. His lycanthropy made finding steady employment nearly impossible in the wizarding world, where prejudice against werewolves ran deep. Remus had to fend for himself, but besides wizards like Dumbledore, who would risk employing a werewolf? Although the living room was still full of people, everyone was lost in their own thoughts, making the atmosphere at the dining table somewhat gloomy. Ginny looked at the empty seats across from her and asked, blinking her eyes, "Fred and George are still in their room. Can I bring them some food, or call them down?" "Don't." Mrs. Weasley rarely got angry with the youngest Weasley daughter, but this time she snapped, "If they want to starve, let them starve." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, unconsciously lowering their heads even further, while Hermione sat up straight, eating her food. On the issue of Fred and George, her views actually aligned more closely with Mrs. Weasley's. "I think you're being a bit extreme, Molly." While the children didn't dare speak, Sirius frowned and said, "You've seen the things Fred and George have created. They're quite interesting. I've taught young wizards at Hogwarts, and I know the kids will love these things. Since they have a talent for this, why won't you let them give it a try?" "Talent?" The usually kind Mrs. Weasley glared fiercely at Sirius. "This is irresponsibility and recklessness, Sirius. If they were willing to put half of their cleverness and talent into studying, their OWL results would definitely be much better than they are now." For more chapters, patreon.com/FicFrenzy. 0419 Talks. Owl scores don't tell the whole story, Molly, Sirius said, his voice carrying a hint of the aristocratic upbringing he so despised. And not every young wizard who graduates and lands a cushy job at the ministry is considered successful. If you're struggling to understand my point, just think about Brian. He seemed to have been unemployed for a few years after graduation, but now look at him, he's accumulated almost as many impressive titles as Dumbledore himself. In Harry's opinion, Sirius had made an excellent point, but unfortunately, Mrs. Weasley wasn't buying it. If you're trying to lecture me on how to raise my children, Sirius, I'm sorry, but I clearly have more experience in this matter, she said, her words clipped and sharp. Bill and Charlie never went astray, and just look at Percy. He's a shining example of what hard work and talent can achieve. Why haven't all these good role models had any positive effect on Fred and George? Remus, who had been quietly observing the exchange from his position by the window, stepped forward. That's not entirely fair to Fred and George, Molly, he said, running a hand through his graying hair. To be honest, I don't think Sirius is wrong in his assessment. At the very least, the items they've created are quite impressive from a magical standpoint. You couldn't just grab any young wizard at Hogwarts and expect them to create something of that caliber. Before you disposed of those items, I examined their creations. Each one was truly remarkable, showcasing an intricate understanding of complex charms and transfiguration. I can assure you with absolute certainty that even Newt-level students would struggle to produce any of those things. Mrs. Weasley, whose anger had been momentarily softened by Remus's calm demeanor, now exploded again. Her face flushed an alarming shade of red as she exclaimed, "That's exactly my point, Remus. They're not lacking in intelligence, they're just not applying their considerable talents properly. We've received more complaint letters from Hogwarts about their misbehavior in the past few years than about all our other children combined. I just can't figure where we went wrong with those two." Harry opened his mouth to explain that Fred and George's products were actually incredibly popular among the young wizards at Hogwarts. However, before he could utter a word, he caught sight of Hermione as she shot him a warning look. Reluctantly, Harry closed his mouth, swallowing the words of defense he was about to offer. As the echoes of Mrs. Weasley's outburst faded, an uncomfortable silence settled over the room. The only sounds were the ticking of an ancient grandfather clock in the corner and the distant clanking of dishes from the kitchen, where Ginny was helping her mother with the post-lunch cleanup. Remus furrowed his brow as he stared at Mrs. Weasley's retreating back. While others in the living room were still quietly discussing the conflict between Fred, George, and Mrs. Weasley. Perhaps feeling the need to repay the hospitality they'd received over the past few days, Remus said. "This stalemate can't continue forever. One side will have to compromise first." Ron, sprawled across a worn-out sofa, snorted sarcastically. His freckled face wore an expression of absolute certainty as he said, "There's no chance Mum will be the one to compromise. You might as well ask a blast-ended Scroot to tap dance. Why didn't you let me speak earlier, Hermione?" Harry looked at the uncharacteristically silent Hermione, and said with some dissatisfaction tinging his voice. "Because I think," she began, then paused, aware that she was about to voice an unpopular opinion. Hermione knew that on this particular issue, everyone in the living room, including Sirius and Remus, two former professors, also seemed to side with Fred and George. But Hermione had never been one to shy away from speaking her mind, even when it meant standing alone. She straightened her back and continued. "Yes, it's true that Fred and George's joke products are immensely popular among the young wizards. I've seen it too. But you're all overlooking the fact that their items are illegal." Ron raised an eyebrow, about to say something, but Hermione, having found her momentum, continued relentlessly. "You've all heard the commotion emanating from Fred and George's room these past few days. The explosions, the strange odors, the occasional yelp of pain, which means there's a certain level of danger in manufacturing these items, and they can't possibly be sure that their products don't have unforeseen side effects, can they? They experiment on themselves, which is reckless enough, but sometimes they even use younger students as unsuspecting test subjects. Surely you can see how problematic that is." Hermione paused to draw breath, her cheeks flushed with the enthusiasm of her argument. The others in the room stared at her, momentarily stunned by her words. But Hermione wasn't finished. She pressed on, her voice taking on a note of urgency. "Most importantly, they've been selling these joke products to students for quite some time now, but not a single one of their inventions has been approved or regulated by the Ministry of Magic. If something were to go wrong, forgive me for saying this, Ron, but if a student were to be seriously injured by one of their products, I'm afraid your parents wouldn't have nearly enough galleons to cover the potential compensation claims." Hermione's words, as always, cut straight to the heart of the matter with laser-like precision. The room fell into a stunned silence. Not only were Harry and Ron dumbfounded, but even Sirius was momentarily speechless. It was Remus who broke the silence. A slow smile spread across his face as he looked at Hermione with undisguised admiration. "You're absolutely right, Hermione," he said, his voice warm with praise. I wouldn't be at all surprised if you become an outstanding professor or an excellent official in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the future. Oh, Hermione began, her usual confidence faltering in the face of such high praise. Having voiced an opinion that differed from the majority had put considerable pressure on her, and she found herself particularly vulnerable to Remus's kind words. A blush crept up her cheeks as she smiled shyly and continued, I was just expressing my view on the matter. Sirius, who had been unusually quiet, now spoke up. Sticking to your beliefs, especially when they go against the popular opinion, is perhaps the most admirable quality a person can possess, he said, nodding approvingly. Well, now I think it's indeed necessary to have a serious conversation with those two unruly youngsters and offer them some much-needed advice. Let's go now, Remus said, showing an unexpected sense of urgency about the matter. He stood up from his chair and gestured for the others to follow him upstairs. When they reached the twins' room, Sirius pulled out his wand with a swish. With a muttered incantation and a complex wand movement, he dispelled the locking charm on the door. As the lock clicked open, they braced themselves, half expecting to see two dejected figures sprawled across their beds in misery after their mother's outburst. However, the scene that greeted them as the door swung open was entirely unexpected, catching them all off guard. Fred and George had transformed their small, messy bedroom into a makeshift potions laboratory. All the beds and furniture had been unceremoniously shoved against the walls, carving out a significant open space in the center of the cramped room. The floor in the middle was covered with a chaotic display of magical ingredients, dried herbs of various hues, desiccated insects with shiny wings, ground animal innards that emitted a faintly nauseating odor, and numerous other unidentifiable substances. In the heart of this alchemical jumble sat Fred and George. Each twin was absent-mindedly munching on a piece of bread, their attention fully focused on a large, bubbling cauldron that sat between them. The potion emitted sporadic puffs of multicolored smoke, filling the air with an odd mixture of scents. The twins were so engrossed in their work, muttering incantations and occasionally adding pinches of various ingredients to their concoction, that it took them several long seconds to realize someone had pried open their supposedly impenetrable door. Thinking it might be Mrs. Weasley, they instinctively hid the jars behind their backs. When they saw who it actually was, Fred lowered his shoulders from his defensive hiding posture and said irritably, well, what do we have here? A surprise inspection committee? Can I file a lawsuit with the Wisengamot for trespassing? No need to go through all that trouble, Sirius replied smoothly, his eyes roving with undisguised interest over the bubbling cauldron and the magical ingredients surrounding it. He couldn't quite tell which twin was speaking, so he replied vaguely, you can just write a letter to Brian, telling him I broke down your door. He's a member of the Wisengamot, I'm sure he'd be happy to send me back to Azkaban for you. George wasn't in the mood for jokes at the moment. He rolled his eyes dramatically and then returned his attention to the product that was about to take shape. Look, we don't mean to be rude, he said, though his tone suggested he didn't particularly care if he came across as rude or not, but we don't have time to entertain guests right now. We're in the middle of a very delicate stage of production. You haven't given up on your business venture? Or should I say, your dream? Remus asked, stepping out from behind Sirius. His curiosity was piqued. As he moved forward to examine the solution in the cauldron more closely, he sniffed the aroma in the air, and then turned his gaze to a cardboard box on the twins' bed which contained numerous canary creams and what looked like some sort of modified fireworks. You've managed to produce so many new items again? Remus asked, somewhat surprised. Oh, of course. Nothing can stop us from pursuing our dream, sir, not even the woman who might be doing her chores in the kitchen downstairs. Fred said, raising his eyebrows proudly. These beauties have already been sold, you see. We have a responsibility to ensure that the customers who've already paid their hard-earned galleons get their goods as soon as the summer holiday ends. It's a matter of professional integrity. George nodded in agreement, then added with a hint of apology in his voice, honestly, we don't typically welcome outsiders into our workshop, it involves some rather sensitive trade secrets, you understand. Well, at least judging from Fred and George's enthusiasm, the earlier fears about them being discouraged seemed like a joke. The room fell into a brief silence. Hermione frowned as she stared at the solution in the cauldron that was about to solidify, realizing that even with her knowledge, she couldn't determine what it was. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, were clearly on Fred and George's side, looking at the cardboard box on the bed with interest, looking eager to try the products. How to start the conversation? Sirius found himself in a dilemma. As he observed the twins, so focused on their work, a part of him couldn't help but admire their dedication and ingenuity. These were clearly two very talented young wizards with a passion for their craft. The last thing he wanted was to discourage them from pursuing their dreams. And yet, he knew he had a responsibility to gently remind them that their current behavior, while impressive, wasn't exactly appropriate or safe. At the very least, they needed to be made aware of the potential dangers and legal implications of their work. As Sirius pondered how to broach this delicate subject, In the moment of silence, Hermione observed everyone's expressions. Her pursed lips looked exactly like Professor McGonagall's. Just as she was about to step forward and voice her concerns, Remus, who had been silently considering, suddenly shifted his gaze. He glanced inconspicuously at Harry, and then said something that shocked everyone in the room. "So, Fred and George, I came here to ask, would you accept an investment?" 0420 Remus's reason. Bang! The deafening explosion shattered the tense silence of the room, its resounding force so powerful that it sent Fred and George tumbling head over heels. The others in the room were also affected, stumbling and staggering backward as the shockwave hit them. The scattered materials on the floor flew everywhere. As the dust began to settle, revealing the aftermath of the magical mishap, it became clear that Fred and George's latest experiment had gone spectacularly awry. The twins' faces were smudged with soot, their expressions a comical mixture of surprise and irritation. They had been working tirelessly on their long line of magical prank products, but Remus's unexpected words had shattered their concentration, causing their carefully controlled magic to spiral out of control. Fortunately for all involved, the twins had learned from their previous close calls. They had cleverly woven containment charms into their rooms, creating an invisible barrier that kept the worst of the explosion's effects from spilling out into the rest of the house. Without these precautions, they might have had to consider a life on the streets. As everyone regained their footing, Hermione immediately shot an angry glance at Harry and Ron. The two young wizards clearly understood her meaning and shrank back. Fred plucked a lettuce leaf from his hair and glared angrily at Remus. If Remus hadn't been his former professor, he might have cursed out loud. After all, Mrs. Weasley had confiscated most of their previously produced items, and they were now strapped for cash and time to ensure delivery. "If this is some kind of prank," George fumed, his face nearly as red as his hair, "I'll admit it's bloody brilliant. But there's just one teensy problem, Remus." The twins shouted in perfect unison, "You'll have to compensate us for our losses, Remus." "Investment?" Sirius interjected before Remus could speak, eyeing him oddly. "Are you serious, Moony? You want to invest in Fred and George? Why not?" Remus simply smiled and replied. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, all knowing what the others were thinking. Investment wasn't the issue, but money was. And everyone in the room knew all too well about Remus's financial situation. "So, how much are you planning to fund these two young ones?" Sirius asked bluntly, no longer needing to beat around the bush with Remus. By now, the initial anger and confusion had begun to fade from Fred and George's face, and they seemed to realize that Remus wasn't joking or playing a prank on them. However, knowing Remus's dire financial situation, they couldn't help but remain skeptical. They temporarily swallowed their anger and eyed the smiling Remus suspiciously. Well, Remus pondered briefly before saying cheerfully, "This is a business proposition, right? I can't tell you immediately how much I'm planning to invest. I need to evaluate the value of your products and future potential. But I estimate it won't be less than 1,000 galleons. Bloody hell! Did I hear that right?" Ron immediately jumped up. "How much?" "No less than 1,000 galleons." The twins blinked, wearing expressions that showed they must be dreaming. Sirius, however, was less amazed and more suspicious. His dark eyes narrowed as he scrutinized his Remus's face. 1,000 galleons. He said bluntly, his tone flat with disbelief. "Where did you get that much of money, Remus?" Remus was clearly aware of the confusion his words had caused for everyone. He looked at each person in turn, finally fixing his gaze on Sirius's face. He pursed his lips, barely suppressing a smile as he said, "Oh, this matter, well, it has something to do with you, Sirius." Sirius's brow furrowed, his mind racing through possibilities. "I don't recall ever lending you money, Remus," he said slowly, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. "I'm not trying to pry into your personal affairs, but, well, there should be some explanation, right?" Remus's expression softened, understanding the root of Sirius's worry. He knew that Sirius was just worried he might do something unethical due to his impoverished life. "This is actually your bounty money, Sirius," Remus finally explained, his smile widening at the look of utter bewilderment that spread across Sirius's face. "Remember when you first escaped from Azkaban? The Ministry put out that enormous bounty to the wizarding world. At that time, people didn't know you were innocent, so, some people secretly had their eye on that hefty reward." Harry looked at Hermione in confusion, but he saw the same bewilderment on her face. "Some people, who could that be referring to?" Sirius first blinked in bewilderment, but a few seconds later, his face visibly darkened, even appearing to grit his teeth. Well, Sirius stepped forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper as he glared fiercely at the still smiling Remus. "So, you all had already. But didn't the Ministry eventually withdraw my wanted status? Are they really that generous?" "Yes, we all know the Ministry's credibility has always been questionable, but the problem is, if they went back on their word, you know, Sirius, some people wouldn't let it go, would they? Remus's smile faded a bit. And even though you're innocent, Cornelius Fudge still had to pay up. Sirius's indignation was palpable, his voice rising with each word. Oh, all right, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm, I suppose I should be grateful. But Remus, don't you think the actual fugitive deserves a share of his own bounty? Sirius and Remus never mentioned the person's name, but from the context, even Neville should have guessed who they were talking about. Professor Watson and Remus had teamed up to pursue Sirius, and then, after succeeding, they shared the bounty money on Sirius. Why did this sound so funny? Harry, Ron, and Hermione all held their breath, their shoulders slightly twitching with barely suppressed laughter. Ron's gaze, however, held more than just amusement as he looked at his older brothers. To describe his expression as mild envy would be a gross understatement. Fine, Remus, it's your money, you decide. Sirius stepped back, folding his arms and pouting. But after a moment's thought, under Fred and George's disgruntled glares, he still asked curiously. But why do you want to invest in these two youngsters? Of course, the things they make are indeed interesting, but Remus, aren't these galleons more precious to you? Remus knew that Sirius was actually subtly trying to remind him that the wizarding world was still unfriendly to werewolves. For him personally, finding a job to support himself was indeed too difficult, so he should be more cautious with his wealth, rather than giving it to two youngsters to mess around with. Remus's smile faded, replaced by a look of calm resignation. When he spoke, his voice was steady, devoid of self-pity or bitterness. You've probably noticed, Sirius, that my job interview this morning ended in failure, again. Yes, I do have some galleons in hand now, Remus continued, his tone matter of fact. But I can't rely on this money forever. It will run out sooner or later, won't it? I need to find a way to generate income, to be self-reliant. His gaze drifted to the twins, a spark of enthusiasm returning to his eyes. I have high hopes for Fred and George's products. They're innovative and they happen to need support and guidance right now. This isn't just investment, it's an opportunity for me as well. Remus paused, taking a deep breath. For a moment, the weight of years of struggle and disappointment was visible on his prematurely wrinkled face. To be honest, he said softly, apart from Fred and George, people outside might not even be willing to accept an investment from a werewolf. He turned to the twins, a hint of helplessness tinging his voice as he asked, Oh, I assume you are willing, right? Fred and George exchanged a glance, and in the next second, their faces suddenly lit up with excitement. Are you kidding? Fred exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Of course we're willing. George chimed in, his voice filled with earnest enthusiasm, who gives a toss about that werewolf nonsense? Dear Remus. In a flash, Fred had grabbed Remus by the arm, guiding him to sit on the edge of the nearest bed. The twins crowded around him, their eyes shining with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. You really want to? Fred began, his voice trailing off as if he couldn't quite believe what was happening. I mean, 1,000 galleons. At least. Remus couldn't help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. His years of travel and hardship had given him a perspective that far surpassed that of Sirius, who had lost over a decade of his life to Azkaban. When it came to matters of business and the real world, Remus was far from a novice. An investment of 1,000 galleons is the minimum, Remus said, his tone shifting to one of gentle authority. The twins leaned in closer, hanging on his every word as if he were about to reveal the secret recipe for liquid luck. You see, the way you're doing things now simply won't work in the long run, Fred and George. The twins exchanged a quick glance, a flicker of uncertainty passing between them. Remus continued, his eyes twinkling with amusement. You must understand, if you want your products to be truly popular, and I believe they have the potential to be, you need a proper shop. And that's just the beginning. Your products, I mean the mature, thoroughly tested, and safe ones, need to be mass-produced in a proper workshop. You can't keep brewing potions and casting charms in your bedroom forever, especially not if you want to meet the demand. The twins sat back, slightly overwhelmed by the scope of what Remus was suggesting. It was clear that they had been so focused on inventing new products that they hadn't given much thought to the logistics of running a full-fledged business. After a moment of contemplative silence, George's face lit up with excitement. We've actually thought about the shop issue. We've even come up with a name, Fred added, his eyes sparkling with a reverence never seen in any Hogwarts classroom. The twins' voices rang out in perfect unison, filling the room with their infectious enthusiasm, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Remus nodded appreciatively, recognizing the marketing potential of such a catchy name. It was Sirius, however, who burst the twins' bubble of excitement. He had been watching the exchange with a mixture of amusement and concern, his arms still folded across his chest in a posture of mock disapproval. Hate to break it to you, lads, he said, his tone teasing, but that name won't work. Fred and George's faces fell, their expressions a comical mixture of confusion and indignation. Before they could protest, Sirius continued, as a mischievous glint flashed in his dark eyes. If Molly finds out that Remus's shop is called that, she'll sue him for copyright infringement faster than you can say Quidditch. Fred slapped his forehead in distress. Merlin's pants, I forgot about Mum. If Mrs. Weasley discovered that not only had they not abandoned their frivolous pursuits, but had actually escalated them to the point of opening a shop. Well, it didn't take a seer to predict that their mother-son relationship might reach a breaking point. 0421 The purpose. The warm summer breeze wafted through the ancient, creaky windows of the burrow, carrying with it the sweet scent of wild flowers from the nearby meadow. We can discuss the shop name later. Remus moved past the topic and continued eloquently. As I just mentioned, we need a shop and a workshop to mass-produce those harmless joke products that can pass the Ministry's approval. My suggestion is to open a shop in Hogsmeade. It's the only all-wizard village in Britain, close to Hogwarts, and most importantly, the rent there is much cheaper than in Diagon Alley. The twins exchanged a look of intrigue, their identical faces lighting up with the possibilities. Remus, noticing their enthusiasm, pressed on. Moreover, by setting up shop in Hogsmeade, we'd have access to a pool of local villagers who could serve as employees. This would significantly reduce our labor costs compared to hiring formal staff in a more urban area. I'm prepared to take on the responsibility of managing the shop's daily operations and overseeing the workshop. Your task, however, he drawled, his gaze fixing pointedly on Fred and George, is to focus in your studies at Hogwarts. The twins' faces fell simultaneously, their enthusiasm dampened at the mention of studying, and they protested in unison. Oh, come off it. What's that got to do with anything? Remus's lips quirked into a knowing smile. He'd anticipated this reaction and was ready with a convincing argument. Consider this, to keep our customers interested and coming back for more, we'll need to constantly innovate and introduce new products. It won't be long before you find that your current knowledge base, impressive as it is, can't keep up with the brilliant ideas constantly bubbling up in those clever heads of yours. He leaned forward, his voice taking on a softer tone. That's why it's crucial that you enrich your minds as much as possible during your remaining time at Hogwarts. Since I'll be handling the production side of things, you can dedicate yourselves to expanding your magical knowledge. Think of it as research and development for our future success. This explanation seemed to strike a chord with the twins. They nodded thoughtfully, their initial resistance melting away as they began to see the logic in Remus's words. After a moment of contemplative silence, broken only by the distant sounds of gnomes scurrying in the garden outside, Remus cleared his throat. I have another suggestion, he said, his tone measured and deliberate. I believe we should consider inviting Brian to join us. Professor Watson. Hermione, who had been listening to the plan with a furrowed brow and an expression of deep concentration, exclaimed. Her bushy hair seemed to bristle with surprise. Why do we need him to join? Sirius, lounging against the wall with an air of casual elegance, let out a bark of laughter. His dark eyes sparkled with understanding as he turned to Remus. You sly dog, he said, grinning. You want to leverage Brian's connections within the Ministry, don't you, Moony? Remus nodded, a hint of pride in his smile. Though no longer employed as a Hogwarts professor, he couldn't resist the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to the young wizards gathered around him. Indeed, Sirius, he began, his voice taking on the tempo of a lecture. You see, Fred, George, the world of business is far more complex than simply creating products and selling them. There are numerous hurdles we must overcome. First and foremost, we must obtain all the relevant legal qualifications. Every single one of our products will need to pass the Ministry's tests. We'll also need to safeguard ourselves against potential sabotage from competitors. In short, Remus continued, we simply cannot continue without the Ministry's support. Now, here's where it gets tricky. You're both still underage, and we can't let Molly know about this for now. This means we can't utilize Arthur's connections within the Ministry. He paused, allowing the seriousness of the situation to sink in before presenting the solution. This is where Brian becomes vital. As a senior advisor to the Ministry and a member of the Wizengamot, he wields considerable influence. Moreover, he has strong personal relationships with several high-ranking officials, including the Minister of Magic himself. Remus's voice took on a note of confidence. If we can secure Brian's willingness to protect our business, many of the obstacles we face will crumble before us. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed this information. Even Fred and George, typically quick with a joke, seemed momentarily overwhelmed by the complexities of the adult world they were preparing to enter, but at least they understood that Professor Watson could help them solve many troubles. All right, let's think about how to drag that gentleman into this. George's right fist slammed into his left palm. Remus nodded approvingly. I'll find an opportunity to chat with Brian. If he's willing to get involved, then I can start preparing for the shop in earnest. Ron, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the discussion, suddenly spoke up. His freckled face wore an expression of stunned disbelief as he stared at his older brothers. Blimey, he muttered, shaking his head slowly. Opening a joke shop in Hogsmeade. It's like I'm in some kind of dream. He blinked rapidly, as if trying to clear his vision. Just a few minutes ago, when we came into this room, you were trying to figure out how to smooth things over with Mum. And now? He gestured vaguely at the air around him. Now you're planning to go head-to-head with Zonko's joke shop. Fred and George exchanged a glance, their eyes twinkling with mischief and determination. Ah, yes, Fred acknowledged, nodding. Zonko's is indeed a tough competitor. But George chimed in, his voice rising with excitement. We'll knock them out of the park eventually. The twins chorused together, their voices ringing with confidence. This sounds really interesting, Harry grinned, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Say, if I wanted to invest in your venture too, would you be open to it? Before Fred and George could respond, Remus held up a hand, his expression suddenly serious. No, Harry, he said firmly, his tone brooking no argument. I know James and Lily left you a considerable sum of galleons in your Gringotts vault, but that money is currently reserved to ensure you can complete your education at Hogwarts without any financial worry. Until you come of age, I don't want you using those funds for anything else. Harry's face fell, a mixture of disappointment and frustration clouding his features. But Fred and George aren't of age either, he argued, his voice taking on a stubborn edge. And you're willing to help them. George, sensing the potential for Remus to reconsider his investment, quickly intervened, declining Harry's offer. Now, Harry, he said, his voice soothing but with an undercurrent of anxiety. Let's not go messing up our business plans, shall we? After a moment's pause, during which he seemed to be considering something, George turned to Remus with a shrewd smile appearing on his lips. So, Remus, he began, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. We're partners now, right? Perhaps we should have a little chat about our respective shares in this venture, don't you think? Sirius, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were all shooed out of the room because the twins believed the following discussion would involve core business secrets, and outsiders had no right to know. Out in the hallway, Ron's face flushed with indignation. I've half a mind to tell Mum about all this. He shouted, his voice echoing off the worn wooden walls. Business secrets, my foot. As if anyone would want to pry into their silly schemes. If I wanted to, I could bring their whole plan crashing down right this second. Sirius, leaning against the handrail, silently smiled at Ron's outburst. Meanwhile, Harry stood off to the side, his arms crossed and a sullen expression on his face. He was still sulking about Remus's refusal to let him invest his own money. I suggest you don't do that, Ron. Hermione wholly agreed with Remus's point about Fred and George not sneaking around producing things at Hogwarts and instead spending more time accumulating knowledge. However, she still felt Remus shouldn't be dragging Fred and George, who were still students, into business. Even knowing that Ron was speaking out of anger and frustration, Hermione felt compelled to give him a rational warning. Unless, of course, you're keen on becoming mortal enemies with Fred and George, she continued, her brown eyes boring into Ron's. Is that really what you want to see happen? There was silence in the hallway. After a moment, Harry broke the silence. Come on, Ron, he said, some of the sullenness leaving his voice. Let's head out to the open ground and play some Quidditch. It'll do us both some good. Ron hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The two boys made their way outside, leaving the others behind. Hermione watched them go, then turned and headed back to Ginny's room. With the new school year rapidly approaching, she was eager to return to her annual tradition of memorizing all of the upcoming year's textbooks. As the afternoon deepened, Sirius was sitting in the Weasleys' overgrown yard. From his vantage point, he could see Harry swooping and diving on his broomstick over the distant hill. A faint smile appeared on Sirius's lips as he watched his godson, free and joyful in the air. The peaceful scene was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Remus emerged from the back door of the burrow, his face bearing signs of fatigue from the intense negotiations he'd just concluded. How did the talk go? Sirius asked, his voice casual. Those two little rascals aren't exactly pushovers, are they? Remus let out a weary sigh as he settled himself next to Sirius. You can say that again, he replied, his voice tinged with both exasperation and admiration. It certainly wasn't a walk in the park. Like Sirius, Remus's gaze was drawn to Harry's distant figure. The cool breeze ruffled Remus's graying hair, exposing more of the premature wrinkles that lined his face. Perhaps it was the strain of the recent negotiation, or maybe the weight of their shared past, but in that moment, Remus looked older than his years. A comfortable silence settled between the two old friends, broken only by the occasional distant shout of excitement from Harry or Ron as they played their game. After a while, Sirius turned to face Remus, his expression suddenly serious. Are you planning something, Remus? Just as I said, Sirius. Remus didn't seem at all surprised by Sirius's question. His gaze never left Harry, and his voice sounded a bit weathered. Fred and George's talent in joke products is as outstanding as Harry's talent in Quidditch. It's worth my help, and coincidentally, I also need a job with income. And? Sirius pressed, tilting his head to catch Remus's eye. Remus was silent for a long moment. Finally, he turned to meet Sirius's gaze, his amber eyes filled with a mixture of determination and resignation. "We all feel it, Sirius," he said softly. "Voldemort is returning. It's only a matter of time. And when he does come back, his first move will undoubtedly be to target Harry." Remus paused, his gaze drifting back to the distant figure of Harry on his broomstick. "Of course, Hogwarts has Albus, and there's Brian as well. I have faith in their ability to keep Harry safe. But I can't just sit idly by, can I? I need to do my part." His voice took on a note of quiet resolve. "By being in Hogsmeade, I'll be perfectly positioned to hear any news or rumors immediately. This can give Albus some help, and if anything unexpected happens, I can immediately rush to Harry's side. Lily and James, they gave their lives for Harry, and you, Sirius, you've suffered more than most could bear. I can't do nothing, can I?" Sirius reached out, clasping Remus's shoulder firmly. "You've borne no less than any of us, Remus." The two friends sat in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. The once vibrant and seemingly invulnerable marauders now reduced to this. One a fallen hero, another a despised traitor, a third who had endured 12 hellish years in Azkaban, and the last who had struggled daily against prejudice and poverty. The whims of fate and the harsh realities of their world, when considered deeply, could bring even the strongest wizard to tears. After a moment of melancholy, Sirius straightened up, a familiar glint of determination in his eye. "I can help you, Remus," he said, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Those two mischief makers still have their studies to focus on. If you're partnering with them, there's bound to be a mountain of work to handle. I could help you look after the shop or manage the workshop." Remus chuckled, shaking his head fondly at his Sirius's enthusiasm. "I appreciate the offer, Sirius, but I'm not sure this kind of work would suit you," he said gently. "Let's be honest, you'd find it terribly dull after a while. Running a shop and managing a workshop require a level of patience and attention to detail that, well, let's just say they've never been your strong suits." Sirius opened his mouth to protest, but Remus held up a hand, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Remember that time in our 5th year when you tried to organize our dormitory? Within a week, it looked like a hippogriff had rampaged through it." A bark of laughter escaped Sirius as the memory surfaced. "Fair point," he accepted, running a hand through his shaggy black hair. "But surely there must be something I can do. I can't just sit around twiddling my thumbs while everyone else is working towards protecting Harry." Remus's expression softened, understanding the restlessness that plagued his friend. After years of forced inaction in Azkaban, Sirius was desperate to be useful, to make up for lost time. "If you're set on finding something productive to do, something that allows you to fulfill your duties as Harry's godfather," Remus said thoughtfully, "I suggest you have a chat with Alb. I mean, Brian. He's bound to have some ideas that would suit you." 0422 Eve of departure. Fred and George eventually apologized to Mrs. Weasley and made some promises. This wasn't because they had deeply recognized their mistakes and decided to mend their ways, but rather due to the additional requirements Remus had when reaching an agreement with them. Regardless, the atmosphere in the house had improved considerably because of this. As night fully embraced the village, the sky transformed into a canvas of deep, rich blue. The twinkling stars, usually so prominent in this rural setting, were outshone by the brilliance of the moon. Cool evening breezes, carrying the scent of wild flowers and freshly cut grass, danced across the boundless wilderness surrounding the burrow. The knee-high grass swayed in rhythmic waves, creating an illusion of a green sea stretching as far as the eye could see. Even though he had been living here for over half a month, Harry was still captivated by this leisurely, comfortable scene before him. He stood at the window, gazing at this view for a long time, only slowly turning away when Hermione and Ginny returned from their run and entered the yard. The room was a mess. Harry and Ron's holiday homework, clothes, and shoes were scattered everywhere. Ron was struggling to pack his luggage. Although there was still some time before school started, they couldn't be sure how long this Quidditch World Cup would last. If it went on for a whole week like last time, it would be too late to do these things then. "They're back," Harry said casually as he carefully folded his Gryffindor Quidditch robes into a square. "Who?" Ron, so deeply engrossed in his packing struggle, took several moments to process Harry's words. His blue eyes, clouded with confusion, slowly cleared as he realized who Harry was talking about. "It's really boring," Ron grumbled, his frustration evident as he unceremoniously stuffed several pairs of maroon socks, a color he detested, into his already overflowing trunk. "I don't understand why they still have to do this during summer vacation." "Because Professor Watson's order was to run for half an hour every day," Harry said. "Hermione is the teaching assistant for this course, so she definitely wants to excel in it." Ron's face scrunched up in a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. "That's why it's boring. I don't understand how running and dodging dung bombs can be of any use." His voice trailed off, but then he continued with renewed vigor, "Yet, Professor Watson is indeed good, No doubt he's a capable guy, but that's the problem, Harry. Capable people are always a bit eccentric, like Dumbledore. Harry didn't respond. In truth, Ron's statement wasn't entirely accurate, and Harry knew it. The vast majority of young witches and wizards who had persisted with Professor Watson's unconventional course had already seen the value of their current training. The seemingly ridiculous task of dodging dung bombs was, in fact, a clever way to increase their agility, a skill that could prove life-saving when dodging spells in a real magical duel. Ron had already given up on this course, and for the past few days, possibly because Fred and George had received a large investment, he had been in a gloomy mood. Ron always seemed sensitive when it came to money-related issues. Both Harry and Hermione were well aware of this, but they found themselves at a loss for how to address it. If they put themselves in Ron's position, constantly overshadowed by successful older brothers, always making do with hand-me-downs, and now watching his twin brothers potentially on the brink of financial success, they might have been even more easily upset. But neither Harry nor Hermione knew how to console their friend without potentially making the situation worse. So, as they often did in such delicate situations, they opted to change the subject or simply keep quiet, allowing Ron to work through his feelings in his own time. The tense silence that had fallen over the room was suddenly broken by the sound of the door swinging open. "You two are really slow at this," Hermione said as she suddenly opened the door and walked in a while later. She seemed to have just come from the bathroom, her hair still wet and she was drying her hair with a damp towel. She was wearing a new sky blue nightgown with white lace at the cuffs. Perhaps because she had grown taller during these days at the Weasleys, Hermione's ankles were exposed to the air. After entering the room, she looked around, then stepped over Ron's trunk on the floor and sat on the edge of Harry's bed, focusing on drying her hair. A faint, fresh fragrance suddenly filled the air of the room, and even the light seemed to brighten a bit. Ron's reaction to Hermione's entrance was immediate and obvious, at least to anyone who knew him well. His face underwent a rapid series of transformations, from surprise to embarrassment. In a poor attempt at nonchalance, he averted his gaze and buried his head in his trunk, pretending to be deeply engrossed in rearranging its already chaotic contents. "Have you finished packing, Hermione?" Harry asked, pulling out the robe that was trapped under Hermione's bottom. He shook it in the air before carelessly stuffing it into his trunk. "I did it this afternoon while you were trying to get information out of Sirius and Remus about what's going to happen at Hogwarts next term," Hermione replied. Ron, having somewhat recovered his composure, chimed in from his position at the desk where he was now pretending to organize his summer homework. His eyes, however, kept darting towards Hermione, never quite making direct contact. "Oh, why aren't you curious at all?" he asked, a note of frustration in his voice. "All summer, Percy has been teasing us into asking about this, but when we actually ask, he cites ministry rules as an excuse. But I don't see why it needs to be kept secret anymore, right? In this house, I reckon we three are the only ones who don't know." "Ginny doesn't know either," I asked her. "And Ginny couldn't get anything out of Fred and George," Hermione said, stretching. Her body, already showing signs of early development, had become even more vibrant due to the consistent exercise she'd maintained over the summer. "If they were willing to tell us, they would have done so already, Ron. I'm more curious about who the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor will be next year. Sirius was about to tell us, but then we started discussing Harry's scar, and he forgot about it." "If it wasn't for that stupid cow Parkinson's idiocy," Harry exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation, "Sirius would still be the professor for this course." Ron, seemingly unable to bear the heated atmosphere in the room any longer, moved to the open window. The cool night air washed over him as he took a few deep breaths before responding. "It's probably for the best, mate," he said, his voice carrying a mix of resignation and an attempt at optimism. "Quirrell, Lockhart, and Lupin, look at their unfortunate experiences. Only Professor Watson is an exception, but you can't compare him to others, can you? No one can see through how capable he is. At least Sirius is safe now. He hasn't been sent to Azkaban or St. Mungo's, and he can still happily go to the World Cup with us in good health. That's good enough." Harry had to admit, grudgingly, that Ron sometimes displayed surprising insight. Reflecting on Ron's words, he also found himself agreeing. Perhaps it was indeed better this way. The thought of Sirius free, happy, and able to attend the Quidditch World Cup with them was indeed something to be grateful for. However, a nagging worry still plagued Harry's mind. "Whoever comes to teach this course, I just hope they won't be Voldemort's pawn," he said, his voice laced with concern. "Why would you think that, Harry?" The reaction to Voldemort's name was immediate and dramatic. Ron, having grown up in a wizarding family where his name was never spoken, visibly flinched. It was as if someone had suddenly doused him with ice-cold water in the dead of winter. His face paled, making his freckles stand out even more starkly against his skin. Hermione, despite her Muggle upbringing and generally rational nature, wasn't entirely immune to the fear that name inspired. She straightened up abruptly, her eyes widening in surprise. Her mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to admonish Harry for using the name so casually, but no words came out. Noticing their reactions, Harry elaborated, "Sirius and Remus talked to me earlier, instructing me not to sneak into the Forbidden Forest this term, and not to use the secret passage to go to Hogsmeade when it's not open." His voice was gloomy. "My dreams must have made them think Voldemort is planning some sort of scheme, and this scheme is likely related to me." Hermione was quick to voice her agreement with the adult's caution. "But you have to admit, it's indeed possible, isn't it, Harry? I think Sirius and Remus are right, we must be more careful." Her brow furrowed in concentration as she continued, "And Professor Watson's physical education class, you should start training again too. At least if you encounter any danger, it could increase your chances of escape." Ron, however, was not convinced. He turned from the window, his face a mix of exasperation and forced boldness. "Oh, you're just being needlessly worried, Hermione," he said dismissively, waving a hand as if to brush away her concerns. "Even if you know who is really planning some scheme against you, Harry, he can't possibly break into Hogwarts, can he? I'd like to see how he plans to kidnap you under the noses of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Watson." Hermione's response was swift and sharp. She fixed Ron with a disapproving glare, her brown eyes flashing with intensity. "You know who isn't just powerful in magic, Ron," she said, her voice taking on the lecturing tone they'd all become familiar with. "He's also a master of cunning schemes. The book Major Magical Events of the 20th Century describes many cases where you-know-who effortlessly brought the Ministry of Magic to the brink of collapse and threw the entire wizarding world into panic." She paused, her expression softening slightly as she turned to Harry. "Of course, I'm not suggesting Harry should live in constant fear, but at least, you should take Sirius and Remus's advice seriously, Harry." The tension in the room had reached a palpable level. Ron, clearly uncomfortable with the serious turn the conversation had taken, and perhaps even more uncomfortable with Hermione's presence in her current attire, decided it was time to make his exit. "All right, tomorrow is the World Cup. Let's not make everyone tense with this kind of talk right now, Hermione," he said, his eyes darting towards Hermione before quickly averting his gaze from her form in the thin nightgown. "Oh, it's really hot in here, Harry," Ron exclaimed, his face flushed as he stumbled towards the door. The coolness from the open window seemed to have no effect on his sudden discomfort. "I need to go take a shower. Mom said we have to get up at 5 in the morning to set off, so we'd better go to sleep early." With that hasty explanation, Ron fled the room, leaving Harry and Hermione alone in a moment of awkward silence. Harry, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Voldemort and the ominous warnings from Sirius and Remus, took a moment to process Ron's abrupt departure. The cool breeze from the window contrasted sharply with Ron's claim of heat, leaving Harry slightly bewildered. He turned his gaze to Hermione, his emerald eyes questioning behind his round glasses. "Is it hot?" Harry asked, genuine confusion coloring his voice. He glanced back at the open window, where the night air continued to bring in the refreshing scents of the countryside. The coolness of the breeze against his skin seemed at odds with Ron's complaint. Turning back to Hermione, Harry's brow furrowed as he noticed an unusual flush creeping up her cheeks. Hermione, typically composed and eloquent, seemed to shrink under Harry's questioning gaze. "Oh," she stammered, a hint of guilt in her voice. Her hands, which had been idly playing with the hem of her nightgown, suddenly stilled. Maybe." She trailed off, her usually confident demeanor faltering. "Well then," Hermione said, her voice artificially bright as she hurried towards the door. "Get some rest early, Harry. Good night." With those words, Hermione slipped out of the room, leaving behind only the lingering scent of her shampoo and a faint trace of the tension that had permeated the air moments before. Harry stood alone in the room, feeling as though he had missed something important. 0423 Arrival. Harry had a restless night, partly because he couldn't shake off the topic they had discussed the previous evening. Although he knew he couldn't guess what Voldemort was up to, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The other reason for his sleeplessness was Ron, who also seemed to have trouble sleeping. Perhaps due to his excitement about the World Cup, Ron kept tossing and turning in bed, causing his iron bed frame to creak and squeak, keeping Harry awake. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the noise subsided, but then Harry started dreaming again. This time, the dream was nothing out of the ordinary and had nothing to do with Voldemort. Instead, it was a jumble of random events. First, he dreamed that he had returned to Hogwarts, where Professor McGonagall was very displeased with the quality of his summer homework. She threatened to make him clean the bathrooms for an entire year unless he could ensure Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup for the next few years. As Harry was arguing with Professor McGonagall, the scene suddenly shifted, and he found himself on a huge Quidditch pitch. The grass beneath his feet was a vibrant emerald green, trimmed to perfection. Towering stands surrounded the pitch, their colorful banners whipping in the breeze. The air was electric with excitement, filled with the chatter and cheers of thousands of spectators. Harry looked down to find himself dressed in the crisp white and red uniform of the England national Quidditch team. As he mounted his broom, ready to kick off, Harry's eyes scanned the crowd. He spotted familiar faces from Hogwarts scattered throughout the stands, Dean and Seamus waving a giant English flag, Luna wearing her characteristic lion head hat, and even Snape, looking as sour as ever in the teachers' section. But it was one face in particular that caught Harry's attention. Cho Chang, her long black hair rippling in the wind, was leaning over the railing of the nearest stand. Her dark eyes locked with Harry's, and he felt his heart skip a beat. Then, clear as a bell despite the roar of the crowd, he heard her voice. "If you win the match, I'll go on a date with you, Harry. Otherwise, I'll go with Cedric." "That's not fair!" Harry shouted angrily. He was about to protest to Cho, frustrated that Cedric could easily get a date with her while he had to win a match. But as he jumped off his firebolt, instead of landing on the grass, he crashed onto the floor of Ron's cramped bedroom. Outside the window, the world was shrouded in the inky blackness of early morning. The room itself was dim, illuminated only by a thin sliver of light seeping through the crack beneath the door. As Harry's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he made out the familiar shapes of Ron's cluttered room, posters of the Chudley Cannons Quidditch team barely visible on the walls, stacks of comic books wobbling precariously on the nightstand, and Ron's snoring form still sprawled across his bed. The sound of soft footsteps approaching drew Harry's attention to the door. It creaked open slowly, revealing Mrs. Weasley's kind face peering into the room. Her eyes widened slightly as she noticed Harry on the floor. "Having a nightmare, dear?" Mrs. Weasley asked, her voice gentle and motherly. She took a step into the room, the floorboards groaning softly under her weight. From his bed, Ron stirred at the sound of his mother's voice. "What's not fair?" he mumbled groggily, his words slurred with sleep. He yawned widely, completely oblivious to the fact that his restless tossing and turning had kept Harry awake for most of the night. Harry felt a rush of heat creep up his neck and into his cheeks as he recalled the details of his dream. The thought of explaining why he had been shouting about fairness, especially the part about Cho, was mortifying. He silently thanked the darkness of the room for hiding his burning face. "Oh, I dreamed I was in potions class," Harry lied quickly, grasping for a plausible explanation. His mind raced, piecing together a story that would satisfy Ron and Mrs. Weasley without revealing the embarrassing truth. "Snape was making me clean the classroom all by myself," he added, hoping the details would make the lie more convincing. Ron, still half asleep, latched onto this explanation with unexpected enthusiasm. "Oh, you should have punched him right in the nose. Don't hold back, Harry," he said, his voice growing clearer as he woke up more fully. "Smash it like Dumbledore's." "Don't talk about Dumbledore like that," Mrs. Weasley interrupted sharply, her tone carrying a note of disapproval. She shook her head slightly, then seemed to remember why she had come in the first place. "Hurry up, Ron," she urged, her voice taking on a more businesslike tone. "Your father's already waiting downstairs." With that, Mrs. Weasley bustled out of the room, her footsteps echoing down the hallway as she went to each room to wake everyone up, constantly urging them to get ready quickly. Despite Mrs. Weasley's efforts, it still took nearly half an hour for everyone to dress, freshen up, and gather in the living room. The air was thick with the mingled scents of soap, toothpaste, and the faint mustiness of sleep-warm bodies. Yawns punctuated the shuffling of feet and the rustle of clothes as the hazy-eyed group assembled. Mrs. Weasley, looking stressed but determined, swept into the room with a canvas bag in her hands. "No time for breakfast, Arthur," she said, tossing the bag to her husband. Mr. Weasley caught it with a slight fumble, looking both grateful and apologetic. Mrs. Weasley leaned in to plant a hasty kiss on his cheek. "Remember to get something for the children to eat when you get there," she added, her eyes scanning the group to ensure everyone was present. As they marched out of the house into the pre-dawn earth, the chill of the early morning air hit them like a physical force. It was a shock to the system after the warmth of the burrow, causing involuntary shivers and prompting several of the children to pull their jackets tighter around themselves. The moon, a pale silver disk, still hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal light over the landscape. Only to their right, a faint grey-green tinge on the horizon indicated the approaching dawn. The youngsters were all too sleepy to talk, with only Mr. Weasley and Sirius leading the way, chatting at the front. "Ludo got me the tickets," Mr. Weasley was saying, his breath visible in the cool air. "He's been in a foul mood these past couple of months, probably due to the stress of organizing the World Cup. It's only been these past few days that he's started to seem more like himself." Mr. Weasley paused to navigate a particularly tricky part of the path, his wand providing a faint light to guide his steps. "Honestly, I think he should take a few days off, as long as he doesn't go missing too." Sirius, who had been silent up to this point, perked up at the mention of someone going missing. "Who went missing?" he asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Despite his years away from the wizarding world, Sirius still had a keen interest in the goings-on at the Ministry. "Did someone from the Ministry disappear?" Mr. Weasley nodded, his expression serious even in the dim wand light. "Someone from Ludo's department," he explained, slightly out of breath as they began to climb a steeper section of the path. You should know her, Sirius, given your age. It's Bertha Hawkins. At the mention of the name, Sirius's brow furrowed in concentration, as if trying to place a face to the name. Mr. Weasley continued, she requested leave from the ministry to go on holiday in Albania, and there's been no word from her for over a month now. Sirius's eyes widened in recognition. I do know her, he said slowly, his voice tinged with a mix of surprise and concern. He was silent for a moment, lost in thought as he went through memories from what felt like a lifetime ago. Yes, she was a bit scatterbrained, he finally said, but had a remarkable memory for gossip. She was also keen on prying into others' private affairs and spreading rumors. A wry smile crossed Sirius's face as he added, I guess you lot wouldn't have liked her much, but hasn't the ministry sent anyone to look for her? Albania isn't exactly the safest place. I think I've heard that name before. Harry suddenly frowned, but I can't remember where. Mr. Weasley glanced back at Harry, his expression thoughtful. Maybe Percy mentioned her when he was talking about old Barty, he suggested casually. Bertha used to work for Barty, but was later transferred to work under Ludo. It's not surprising, she's changed departments quite a few times over the years, never staying in one place for too long. As Sirius and Remus moved on to other topics, their voices fading into the background of Harry's thoughts, as he continued to ponder the mystery of where he'd heard Bertha Hawkins' name. He was certain he hadn't heard it from Percy, but he just couldn't place where. Yet, his instincts kept pushing him to ponder this question. Climbing a mountain at night wasn't exactly a pleasant activity. Their feet were constantly tripping over hidden rabbit holes or slipping on dark, slimy leaves. Mr. Weasley and Sirius soon ran out of breath for talking and focused on navigating the path ahead. In contrast, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins maintained steady breathing and a stable pace, unconsciously pulling ahead of the others. By the time Harry stood at the mountaintop gazing at the dawn, Mr. Weasley and the others were still several hundred feet behind. Oh, my goodness, children, you've really surprised me, Mr. Weasley said, panting as he wiped the fog from his glasses after finally reaching the summit. Have you had professional mountain climbing training? Sirius, who was bent over with his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath, managed a wry smile. It's Brian's physical education class, he explained, straightening up and wiping sweat from his brow. These kids have been receiving physical training from Brian all along. Oh, is that so? Mr. Weasley exclaimed, clearly surprised. But then he noticed that his youngest son, Ron, seemed equally out of breath. What's the matter with you, Ron? Mr. Weasley asked, his tone a mixture of curiosity and mild disappointment. You haven't been skipping this class regularly, have you? Ron's face, already red from exertion, deepened to a shade that rivaled his hair. He lowered his head, unable to meet his father's questioning gaze. No, Dad, he mumbled, scuffing his shoe against the rocky ground. I don't think you'd dare skip Brian's classes, Mr. Weasley chuckled. Then you should step up your training. Apart from Mr. Weasley, everyone else knew that Ron had long since given up on this class, but no one wanted to tell Mr. Weasley the truth to spare Ron the embarrassment. Harry had expected to run into his Hogwarts classmates at the World Cup, but he hadn't anticipated meeting someone before even setting off. To make matters worse, it was someone he wasn't particularly eager to see at the moment. It was Cedric, along with his father. Initially, Harry had been curious about Cedric's father, as his first name was same as Professor Watson's middle name. However, when this colleague of Mr. Weasley's, a red-faced wizard with a short brown beard, started talking to him, Harry's mood soured. Mr. Diggory was particularly keen on boasting about Cedric's excellence. He brought up the Quidditch match from last term that Harry had lost due to the Dementors, as well as Cedric's outstanding performance in Professor Watson's physical education class. But everyone knew the truth, if the Dementors hadn't interfered in that match, the outcome could have gone either way. As for Professor Watson's class, while Cedric's training results were indeed excellent, he was also the oldest, giving him a big advantage. They left Stokeshed Hill behind, making their way through the misty morning towards their destination. As they approached the Portkaat, an old, worn-out boot lying inconspicuously in a small clearing, Harry felt a flutter of nervous anticipation in his stomach. This would be his first time using a Portkaat, and he wasn't quite sure what to expect. Right then, Mr. Weasley said, clapping his hands together. Everyone gather round and place a finger on the boot. Make sure you're touching it when the time comes. Harry approached the boot with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He'd never travelled by Portkaat before, and the idea of being whisked away by touching an old shoe seemed both ridiculous and slightly unnerving. As he placed his finger on the boot, joining the circle of people around it, Harry felt a sudden jolt of anticipation. The world around them seemed to hold its breath for a moment, and then... it happened in an instant. Harry felt as if a giant hook had suddenly latched onto his navel, yanking him forward with incredible force. His feet left the ground, and the world became a whirling kaleidoscope of color and sound. Wind roared in his ears, drowning out any attempts at speech. He was vaguely aware of the others spinning alongside him, their bodies just blurs in the chaotic vortex. Just when Harry thought he couldn't take any more, the dizzying journey that tried to empty the contents of his stomach, stopped. His feet slammed into solid ground with jarring force, sending him stumbling forward. Only his quick reflexes, honed by years of playing Quidditch and PE class, kept him from falling flat on his face. As Harry regained his balance, blinking to clear the spots from his vision, he became aware of their new surroundings. They had arrived in what appeared to be a misty marshland. The ground beneath their feet was spongy and damp, giving slightly with each step. A thick fog hung in the air, obscuring anything more than a few feet away. "Everyone all right?" Mr. Weasley's voice came through the mist, sounding slightly breathless but cheerful. All limbs accounted for. There was a chorus of groans and muttered affirmations as the group took stock of themselves. Harry noticed that he wasn't the only one looking a bit green around the gills. Ron, in particular, seemed to be having a hard time staying upright. "Blimey," Ron muttered, swaying slightly. "Is it always like that?" "More or less," Mr. Weasley replied, helping Ginny to her feet. "You get used to it after a while." As they began to move through the mist, following Mr. Weasley's lead, Harry found himself pondering his previous experiences with wizarding transportation methods. There had been the heart-stopping, gut-wrenching sensation of apparition with Professor Watson, a feeling akin to being squeezed through a very tight rubber tube. Then there was the dizzying, sooty journey through the flow network at the Burrow, which had left him disoriented and covered in ash. And of course, he couldn't forget his 2 hair-raising rides on the night bus, with its breakneck speeds and erratic movements that had nearly sent him flying out of his seat more than once. "I think I prefer flying," Harry muttered to himself, earning a nod of agreement from Ron. It wasn't until they parted ways with Cedric's family and entered the misty marshland that Harry's mood began to lift. As they trudged through the misty landscape, the fog began to thin, revealing glimpses of their destination. Slowly, like a curtain being drawn back, the spectator campsite came into view. As they stood there, taking in the magnificent sight, everyone's breath seemed to catch in their throats. Even the usually talkative Weasley twins were struck momentarily speechless. Mr. Weasley, however, seemed to have been anticipating this reaction. His face split into a wide grin, a hint of pride twinkling in his eyes. He spread his arms wide, as if presenting the scene before them like a ringmaster introducing the main act of a circus. "Well, children," he said, his voice brimming with pride and excitement, "welcome to the fruits of half a year's labor by the Ministry of Magic. 0424 Magical." Harry stood rooted, his emerald eyes widening to the point where they threatened to pop out of their sockets. The sight before him was magical, far surpassing even his wildest imaginings. He barely registered Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic boasting in the background, so captivated was he by the expansive vibrant spectacle that unfolded across the vast expanse of lawn stretching out before them. The gently rolling green field, which seemed to extend endlessly towards the distant, dark line of an ancient forest, was absolutely packed with life and color. Thousands upon thousands of tents blanketed the landscape, arranged in neat, orderly rows that created a patchwork of fabric and magic. The sheer scale of it all was breathtaking. Most of the tents, Harry observed with amusement, were clearly attempts by their wizard owners to blend in with the Muggle world. These unremarkable structures stood in stark contrast to the more flamboyant creations that dotted the landscape. Some fanatical magic users had gone to great lengths to outdo their neighbors, resulting in a delightful hodgepodge of architectural absurdities. Harry's gaze was drawn to a particularly ostentatious tent nearby, which had not only a decorative brick chimney complete with curling smoke, but also an intricately carved wooden door with a shiny brass knocker and most bizarrely a fully functional weather vane perched atop its peaked roof. As his eyes traveled further afield, towards the edge of the forest, Harry noticed that the tents became even more outlandish and diverse. Here, wizarding culture from around the globe was on full display, with no attempts made to conceal the magical nature. A group of tents that looked like they'd been plucked straight from the Arabian Nights stood proudly, their silk walls shimmering with ever-changing patterns of starlight and desert landscapes. Nearby, a collection of structures that resembled traditional Japanese pagodas stretched towards the sky, their roofs were decorated with softly tinkling wind chimes that played haunting melodies. Even more eye-catching was an enormous tent crafted entirely from what appeared to be living ice. Despite the warm summer air, a light dusting of snow continuously fell around its perimeter, much to the delight of a group of young children who danced and played near it. Harry's ears were assaulted by a symphony of different languages. He even caught snippets of languages he couldn't begin to identify. Was that person actually speaking Mermish, or had he imagined the haunting, gurgling sounds? Amidst the sea of tents, a constant stream of people moved to and fro, their robes and outfits a riot of colors and styles that reflected the truly international nature of the event. Harry spotted a group of African wizards draped in vivid Kent cloth, their wands tucked behind their ears as they discussed what sounded like Quidditch strategies. Not far from them, a cluster of witches wearing headdresses that Hermione recognized as traditional Russian kokoshniks haggled cheerfully with a vendor over the price of some steaming meat pies. The vendors themselves added another layer of excitement to the already electric atmosphere. Everywhere Harry looked, there were peddlers hawking their products from enchanted carts and stalls. Some of these magical merchants pushed carts like that of the trolley on the Hogwarts Express, loaded with familiar treats like chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Others offered more exotic goods. Harry's mouth watered at the sight of a cart piled high with glistening, rainbow-hued fruits that he'd never seen before. One particularly enthusiastic vendor, his hat adorned with what looked suspiciously like live leprechauns, was shouting at the top of his lungs as he demonstrated a set of self-shuffling playing cards. Every few seconds, the cards would leap from his hands, perform an intricate aerial dance, and then neatly reassemble themselves into a perfect deck. "It's truly impressive, Arthur." Sirius's voice cut through Harry's reverie, drawing his attention back to the group. Harry turned to see Sirius's face blazing with genuine admiration. "The Ministry occasionally manages to do something worthwhile. You've essentially built a city here. Tell me, have you counted how many people have come to watch the match?" Mr. Weasley's chest puffed out with pride, his thinning red hair catching the morning sunlight as he grinned at Sirius. "When I got the tickets from Ludo, he mentioned that they'd sold about 100,000 tickets in total. I reckon those who managed to get tickets wouldn't pass up the chance to come, so I'd say no fewer than 100,000 people." The number hung in the air for a moment. 100,000. Harry felt his jaw drop, and he wasn't alone. Even the Weasley children, who had grown up immersed in the wizarding world, looked utterly gobsmacked. Ron's freckles stood out even more prominently against his suddenly pale face, while the twins, Fred and George, for once seemed at a loss for words. "I never imagined there were so many wizards," Harry finally managed to say, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Mr. Weasley's eyes twinkled as he observed the stunned faces of the young people around him. "The wizarding world is much more than just Hogwarts, children," he said with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Then, glancing at the sun that had now fully risen above the horizon, he clapped his hands briskly. "Come on, kids. The match starts tonight, so we have a whole day to explore this spectacle. First, we need to set up our tent, then make a fire, all using Muggle methods, as per Ministry regulations." Harry couldn't help but grin at Mr. Weasley's enthusiasm for Muggle ways, even as he noticed that the Ministry's regulations didn't seem to carry much weight here. Just a stone's throw away, a group of wizards who looked like they might be from somewhere in Africa were conjuring a large, shimmering purple fire with casual flicks of their wands. Harry knew Mr. Weasley's style well enough by now to recognize that for him, the prospect of trying out Muggle living methods might be even more exciting than the upcoming Quidditch match. The gleam in Mr. Weasley's eyes as he patted the pockets of his Muggle-style jacket, searching for matches, was unmistakable. "No need to bother with the tent, Arthur," Sirius interjected gently, placing a hand on Mr. Weasley's shoulder. "A week ago, I had Creacker, that's the Black family's house elf, come and set up the tent. Remus should have arrived last night and is probably waiting for us now." Mr. Weasley's face fell so comically that Harry had to stifle a laugh. "Oh, what?" he said, looking as though someone had just told him Christmas had been cancelled. "Well, but there are quite a few of us. Are you sure we don't need to put up another tent?" Sirius, either oblivious to or choosing to ignore Mr. Weasley's disappointment, waved a hand dismissively. "I'm certain, Arthur. The tent Creacker brought is one my father used to use. It could comfortably house about 20 trolls, so it's more than enough for all of us." At this, Harry and the others couldn't contain their amusement any longer. They giggled quietly, exchanging knowing looks. It was clear that Sirius, for all his good intentions, didn't quite grasp the depth of Mr. Weasley's fascination with Muggle methods. Seemingly unaware of the quiet laughter, Sirius took charge, his eyes scanning the expansive campground with a keen gaze in order to position himself in these unfamiliar surroundings. After a moment, he nodded decisively and began leading them down the gently sloping hill they had been standing on. As they made their way through the labyrinth of tents, the delicious aroma of cooking food began to permeate the air. It seemed that breakfast was a universal custom for wizards from all corners of the globe. All around them, bleary-eyed campers were emerging from their tents, yawning and stretching as they set about lighting fires and preparing morning meals. They passed the spot where Harry had earlier seen the purple magical flames, and now he saw that the group of African wizards had put their fire to good use. They were in the process of roasting what looked like plump, juicy rabbits over the enchanted flames. The scent was mouth-watering, and Harry's stomach gave an involuntary growl. A little further on, they encountered a group of middle-aged American witches who were just leaving a vendor's cart. Each witch had an armful of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that made Harry's sweet tooth ache with longing. "They're selling jelly slugs and exploding bonbons over there," Ginny's excited voice suddenly came up, causing the group to halt. Harry turned to see her tugging on Hermione's sleeve, her brown eyes wide with enthusiasm. "Let's go buy some." As the two girls darted off towards the candy vendor, the rest of the group paused to wait. Harry took the opportunity to continue observing the fascinating scenes unfolding around them. His gaze followed the group of American women who had just passed by, watching as they made their way towards a cluster of high-top tents. These structures were particularly eye-catching, with shimmering banners and their national flag, the stars and stripes fluttering in the breeze, strung between them. A large sign, its letters seeming to dance and sparkle, read, Salem Witches' Institute. As Harry watched, he noticed several young witches and wizards, some appearing to be about his own age or even younger, moving between these tents. They carried books and wands, chattering excitedly amongst themselves in distinctly American accents. "They're not from Hogwarts." The question slipped out before Harry could stop it, and he immediately felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck. Of course they weren't from Hogwarts, the banner made that abundantly clear. "Hogwarts isn't the only place that teaches magic," Sirius said, draping an arm over Harry's shoulders. He had clearly understood the reason for Harry's surprise and explained with a smile, "There are magic schools all over the world. 7 of them are as famous as Hogwarts and recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards. The rest are either too small or have extremely strict admission requirements, and they prefer to keep a low profile, so it's impossible to count exactly how many there are." Before Harry could fully process this new information, Ron chimed in with a story of his own. "Bill used to have a pen pal who went to a school in Brazil. That was years ago," he said, his freckled face scrunching up slightly as he recalled the details. "He wanted to do an exchange visit, but Mum and Dad couldn't afford it. When he wrote to say he couldn't go, that pen pal got angry and sent Bill a cursed hat that made his ears shrivel up." Ahem, Mr. Weasley coughed awkwardly, explaining, "Your mother and I thought it wasn't safe. Bill hadn't really figured out who this person was. What if he'd been tricked? Bill wasn't of age then." Harry noticed that Mr. Weasley's ears had turned bright red, indicating he was under pressure just like Ron when he was stressed. "Let's go." The two girls came bouncing back, their arms full of not just jelly slugs and exploding bonbons, but many other sweets Harry couldn't name. As they distributed their treats among the group, Harry got a peculiar piece of gum. Curious, he popped it into his mouth and began to chew. For a moment, nothing happened, and Harry wondered if perhaps this was just ordinary Muggle gum. Then, without warning, the gum expanded rapidly, forming an enormous bubble that engulfed his entire head, making it twice its normal size. Harry's muffled yelp of surprise was drowned out by the raucous laughter of his friends as they observed his comically enlarged head. "Now that's a clever idea," George said, eyeing Harry's enlarged head with interest, while Ginny frantically searched for the gum wrapper to see if there were instructions on how to return Harry's head to normal. "Looks like some sort of engorgement charm," Sirius said cheerfully, comforting the nearly tearful Ginny. "Don't worry, Ginny. Remus is waiting for us in the tent, and he's particularly good at dealing with these little tricks." "Ah, there he is, I think I see him." "Oh, just our luck." The sudden shift in Sirius's tone caught everyone's attention. Harry, still struggling with his oversized head, squinted in the direction Sirius was looking. He spotted Remus in the distance, looking as kindly as ever, but that wasn't what had caused Sirius's change in demeanor. Just beyond where Remus stood, Harry's eyes fell upon a distinctive tent. It was extravagantly draped in striped silk, its walls were shimmering with what should be the protective enchantments. The structure more closely resembled a miniature palace than a camping tent, complete with gold-plated poles and fluttering emblems bearing a coat of arms Harry didn't recognize but instinctively disliked. And as if the tent itself weren't ostentatious enough, several magnificent peacocks were tethered at its entrance. Oh, Mr. Weasley's face darkened as he realized what Sirius meant. The Malfoy's tent. What? Harry stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet as a wave of horror washed over him. His head was still comically oversized, and if his biggest rival at Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy, saw him in this embarrassing state, he'd have material to mock Harry for the entire upcoming school year and probably beyond it. Harry desperately wanted to hide, to shrink away and become invisible, but it was too late. They were already close enough to the tent that running or hiding would be impossible without being noticed. And as if the universe itself was conspiring against him, at that very moment, the tent flap was pushed aside and a familiar figure stepped out. Draco emerged into the sunlight, his white blonde hair gleaming like polished silver. He was impeccably dressed in expensive wizarding robes that seemed entirely too formal for a camping trip. His pale, pointed face wore its usual expression of bored disdain as he glanced around, checking to see who his mother was speaking to. Instinctively, his eyes fell on Harry with his enlarged head. Draco's grey eyes showed a moment of confusion before his mouth twisted into a sarcastic sneer, making Harry's heart sink. Draco's mother was about to turn and scold him, warning him about a dangerous werewolf outside and telling him to go back inside the tent. But before she could voice her admonishment, she noticed her son's sudden change in expression. Narcissa, noticing Draco's mocking look, followed his gaze and her already cold features became even more rigid as she spotted Sirius approaching with a stony face. 0425 relatives. At the entrance of the palace-like tent, Draco stood in an impeccable suit, raising an eyebrow and casting a slightly mocking gaze at Harry, whose head had swollen due to the bubble gum Ginny had given him. Draco completely ignored the fact that two of his former professors were standing right in front of him. What's going on, Remus? Sirius asked in a low voice, his brow furrowed deeply as he addressed Remus, who was currently engaged in a silent standoff with Narcissa Malfoy. Remus pressed his lips together. His amber eyes reflected a mixture of exhaustion and helplessness. Running a hand through his prematurely graying hair, he replied in a hushed tone, "It's Kreaker. He took it upon himself to invite to be a guest in the tent. I noticed the commotion outside, so I came to investigate. That disloyal traitor." Sirius cursed without restraint, his voice rising slightly before he caught himself. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides as he fought to control his temper. "Where's Kreaker now? Where did the little backstabber run off to?" Remus's expression softened slightly at his friend's outburst. "I've already sent him to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for you all," he said, trying to defuse the situation. "I thought it best to keep him occupied and out of sight for now." Sirius, whose complexion was already darkened from over 2 weeks of sunbathing at sea, turned an even deeper shade. The tan that had given him a healthy glow now seemed to emphasize the storm brewing in his eyes. With a determined set to his jaw, he strode past Remus, taking his place in the tense standoff with Draco's mother. "You're not welcome in my tent. Leave." Faced with Sirius's harsh rebuke, Narcissa showed little outward reaction, but a keen observer might have noticed the slight tightening around her eyes and the almost imperceptible lift of her chin. Draco, however, was not nearly as adept at hiding his emotions. His pale face suddenly flushed an angry red, the color creeping up his neck and staining his cheeks. He glared at Sirius with unbridled fury, as he seemed about to step forward to defend his mother's dignity. However, Narcissa's hand, adorned with glittering rings, shot out to hold Draco back. Simultaneously, Arthur, his kind face edged with concern, moved to restrain Harry and the others who were instinctively edging forward to join the fray. His hand gently pushed against Harry's chest, and he shook his head slightly at the boy, whose swollen features did nothing to mask his determination. Arthur's voice was soft but authoritative as he said, "Let them handle it, Harry. You youngsters shouldn't interfere in adult matters." Hermione, her bushy brown hair even more wild than usual in the morning air, frowned deeply as she stood behind Arthur. In a low voice that barely carried to those around her, she asked, "What's going on?" "That's Malfoy's mom. She seems to know Sirius." Harry blinked, finally realizing as he watched the cold confrontation between Sirius and Malfoy's mother that they might indeed know each other. Before he could voice his confusion, Ron spoke in a rather disdainful tone. "There's nothing strange about that, is there? Sirius's family is very famous and pure-blood wizard families have been intermarrying for hundreds of years. If you trace it back far enough, even Malfoy and I are relatives." The last part was said with a grimace, as if the very thought left a bad taste in his mouth. Even with his eyes squeezed into slits due to his swollen face, Harry still managed to widen them in shock as he stared at Ron. The fact that Ron was actually related to Malfoy, even distantly, was quite a surprise to Harry. It made him realize just how little he truly understood about the complex web of relationships in the wizarding world. "Your tent." Narcissa Malfoy's voice cut through the air like a knife. She seemed to have originally intended not to speak to Sirius at all, but his rude tone appeared to have pierced her icy facade, igniting a spark of anger. She put on a disgusted expression, as if she had smelled something unpleasant. Narcissa's gaze swept over the tent left behind by Sirius's father, her eyes narrowing as if she were examining a particularly offensive piece of rubbish in a second-hand market. Her lips curled into a sneer as she took in every detail of the once grand structure. To be fair, Sirius's tent was still quite impressive in its own right. Its style didn't pale in comparison to the other luxurious dwellings that dotted the campground. The fabric was a deep, rich burgundy, embroidered with intricate golden patterns that seemed to move and shimmer in the early morning light. However, the ravages of time and neglect were evident upon closer inspection. The fabric, while still rich in color, was tattered at the edges and bore unmistakable signs of moth damage. Patches of the once vibrant embroidery had come loose, leaving gaps in the elegant designs. The ropes and poles that held the tent upright showed signs of wear, and there was a general air of mustiness that showed years of neglect. The sorry state of the tent was a direct result of years of neglect. Over the past decade, Grimmauld Place had been maintained solely by Kreaker, the Black family's ancient house elf. However, Kreaker had spent most of his time flattering the shrieking portrait of Sirius's mother, barely finding time or feeling to properly clean or maintain the Black family's numerous properties. This prolonged negligence had resulted in the tent falling into a state of disrepair that was impossible to fully disguise, even with magic. "Is this all that's left of the Black family in your hands? Just these worn-out relics?" Narcissa's voice dripped with disdain, each word carefully chosen to inflict maximum damage. Her haughty expression spoke volumes about her opinion of Sirius and the family legacy. "Would you like to hear how well Berga evaluated you when she was alive? A good-for-nothing was spot on, wasn't it? No wonder she emptied the Black family vault before she died, not leaving you a single coin." At the mention of his mother, a flash of gloom crossed Sirius's dark face, quickly masked by anger. The muscles in his jaw tightened visibly as he clenched his teeth. It was clear that he didn't care about the galleons hidden in the goblins' underground vaults at Gringotts, but the mutual suspicion and hatred between mother and son was evidently not a wound that had healed with time. Having such a painful family history spoken of so coldly by an outsider, even one related by blood, was like salt being rubbed into an old but still tender wound. "I'm not like you," Sirius began, his voice low and controlled as he fought to suppress the anger boiling in his heart. His grey eyes now held an icy coldness that could rival Narcissa's own glacial stare. "I don't need to rely on galleons or constantly boast about my ridiculous bloodline to hold my head high and get through life." Harry, despite his comically swollen features, felt a surge of pride for his godfather. He was about to cheer for Sirius, his hand already half raised in support. Even Remus, standing slightly to the side, couldn't suppress the small smile that tugged at the corners of his lips. Draco's reaction, however, was far from amused. His pale cheeks, which had only just returned to their normal color, suddenly flushed a violent shade of red that clashed horribly with his platinum hair. In a move so swift it seemed almost instinctive, his hand darted to his pocket. In one fluid motion, he drew his wand out and pointed it directly at Sirius, as his arm trembled with the force of his anger. A low growl escaped Draco's throat, similar to a wolf whose territory had been invaded. His grey eyes, so like his mother's, were wide with fury as he snarled, "Apologize to my mother, now. Watch out." Harry's shout pierced the tense atmosphere, his voice slightly muffled by his swollen cheeks. In an instant, the scene transformed from a tense verbal confrontation to a potentially dangerous magical standoff. Except for Mr. Weasley, who maintained his position, Harry and Hermione, along with Ron and his siblings, had instinctively taken defensive stances the moment Draco showed signs of attacking. Wands appeared in hands, each pointed steadily despite the trembling fingers that held them. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere between the two groups became charged with potential violence. Wizards passing by looked at the scene in astonishment. Their morning stroll to breakfast was suddenly interrupted by what appeared to be an impending duel. Some quick-witted individuals were already running towards the distance to report the situation to the campsite managers. To be honest, the threat from a young wizard like Draco wasn't taken particularly seriously by seasoned wizards like Sirius and Remus. Both men had faced far worse in their lives, however. As they looked at Draco pointing his wand at them with such naked hostility, disappointment showed clearly in both their eyes. After all, no matter how much they were at odds with the Malfoy family, Draco had once been their student at Hogwarts. "Put your wands away, all of you." Mr. Weasley's voice cut through the tension. His tone was no longer that of his usual good-natured self, but carried an authority that seemed to surprise even his own children. Mr. Weasley looked sternly at his children until, one by one, Harry and the others reluctantly lowered their wands. Satisfied that his side were under control, Mr. Weasley turned his attention to Draco. His voice was firm but not unkind. "Please put your wand away, young Mr. Malfoy. No fighting is allowed here. Why should I listen to you?" Draco's arm didn't move an inch. Mr. Weasley's patience, while considerable, was not infinite. His kind face hardened slightly as he stepped forward, straightening his shoulders as he faced Draco. "I'm sorry, young Mr. Malfoy," he said, his voice taking on an edge of anger that his children rarely heard. "Perhaps you've forgotten, but I feel obliged to remind you that I am a ministry official. It's my responsibility to maintain order here." His blue eyes bored into Draco's grey ones as he continued, "Are you prepared to launch an attack in front of a ministry official? Are you ready to face the consequences of such an action?" Mr. Weasley's words were clearly unexpected by Draco. Draco had never taken the Weasley family seriously before, dismissing them as blood traitors unworthy of his attention. But now, with quite a crowd gathering to watch the unfolding drama, he found himself in a difficult position. "Put your wand away, Draco. These riffraff aren't worth it." Narcissa was more level-headed than Draco. She knew that under these circumstances, with so many witnesses and a ministry official present, it was no longer appropriate or advantageous to continue arguing with this group. Moreover, Arthur Weasley was, after all, a long-serving ministry official from a pure-blood family, regardless of their blood traitor status. If things really escalated, it might prove difficult for her husband, Lucius, to handle the political fallout. The last thing the Malfoy family needed was more scrutiny from the ministry, especially with the whispers of dark activities that still clung to their name like shadows. Narcissa lowered Draco's arm. She gazed deeply at Sirius, as if trying to memorize his face, then put her arm around Draco's shoulders and raised her voice slightly. "Let's go, Draco, we'll visit the Greengrass family's tent. I'm sure they'll provide much more suitable company." Her pause was deliberate, her next words chosen with surgical precision to inflict maximum damage. "There's no need to argue with a criminal from Azkaban and a werewolf. It's beneath us." The effect of Narcissa's words was immediate. The crowd, which had been murmuring quietly amongst themselves, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of gasps, exclamations, and hurried whispers. Many of the foreign wizards, who had been drawn to the confrontation out of simple curiosity, now looked at Remus and Sirius with undisguised terror. The more timid members of the audience began to back away, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded the two men as if they had suddenly transformed into dementors before their very eyes. Faced with people's pointing and whispering, Sirius and Remus looked grim. However, they couldn't explain anything to these uninformed foreigners, especially since, in a sense, Narcissa Malfoy wasn't lying. Remus was indeed a genuine werewolf, and Sirius had indeed spent a third of his life in the infamous Azkaban. "Stop right there, Malfoy!" A sudden surge of anger welled up in Harry's heart. He raised his wand again, shouting at Malfoy's back. Draco, who had been allowing his mother to guide him away from the confrontation, paused at Harry's call. He turned slowly, a sneer already forming on his face. As he took in Harry's ridiculous appearance, the sneer morphed into a look of malicious amusement. "You look quite amusing, Potter. Oh, planning to make a grand appearance at the World Cup, are you?" Draco was thoroughly satisfied with Sirius and Remus's embarrassment, and he wasn't at all concerned about Harry's raised wand. Perhaps it was the presence of so many witnesses, or maybe he simply couldn't take Harry seriously given his current appearance. Whatever the reason, Draco's posture remained relaxed, almost lazy in its arrogance. With a final sneer, Draco turned away, following his mother without so much as a backward glance as they disappeared around the corner of a nearby tent. As soon as the Malfoys were out of sight, the crowd's attention snapped back to Harry. "Potter? Is that Harry Potter?" The question rippled through the crowd, passing from person to person in an excited hush. Eyes that had moments ago been wide with fear now shone with curiosity and admiration. "It is him!" someone else confirmed, their voice tinged with wonder. "Even though his face is swollen, I saw his scar when he raised his wand." "Oh, he's the one who defeated you-know-who." The exclamation came from a wizard with a thick Eastern European accent. He turned to his companion, tugging excitedly on the sleeve of their robe. "Cam, quickly get my camera. I want to take a photo of Harry Potter. Your mother has always been curious about him." The mention of cameras seemed to break a dam, and suddenly there was a flurry of movement as people began rummaging in bags and pockets for their own magical cameras. Although people were afraid of werewolves and criminals, the foreign wizards who had just backed away couldn't resist their curiosity and slowly began to approach. "Quick, get inside, Harry!" Harry stood dumbfounded, not expecting so many foreigners to have heard of his name. Hermione, the first to come to her senses, grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him towards the tent. Harry allowed himself to be led, still blinking in confusion at the rapid turn of events. Sirius took a deep breath, running a hand through his dark hair in a gesture of mixed exasperation and resignation. "Let's go, Harry, we'll talk inside." 0426 inside the tent. If it weren't for Professor Watson's classroom, once used for facing inferi and hinky punks, but now serving as a training room for physical education, Harry would have been amazed by the spaciousness inside Sirius's father's tent. From the outside, the tent appeared only half the size of Hagrid's hut, but inside, it was dozens of times larger. The wizard who created this tent seemed to have transplanted an entire seaside villa into it. Harry's aunt and uncle had always desperately wanted to buy a holiday home in Mallorca. They purchased numerous magazines and brochures about it. The luxurious mansions Harry had seen in those pages were quite similar to the four-story white building before him. Wow! The collective gasp of amazement echoed through the magically expanded space. The unpleasant events outside had dampened their spirits, but upon seeing the magnificent villa and the enormous, crystal-clear swimming pool stretching out before it, even the most reserved members of their party couldn't help but be impressed. The less restrained Weasley children, in particular, found it impossible to contain their wonder and excitement. Ron, his freckled face blazing with curiosity, broke away from the group. He rushed to the poolside, crouched down at the pool's edge, and dipped his fingers into the sparkling water. The liquid's perfect temperature and silky texture seemed to confirm its reality. Ron turned to Sirius, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and delight. "It's a real pool," he exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. "Blimey, I thought it was just some sort of magical illusion." Mr. Weasley, his balding head reflecting the soft light, was also awed by the sight before him. His gaze wandered from the large pool to the gently swaying palm trees that lined its edges, then up to the softly glowing orb in the sky that mimicked a perfect summer sun. "It's truly eye-opening, Sirius," he said, his voice filled with wonder and a hint of professional curiosity. "This is far more impressive than the tent I borrowed from Perkins. The charm's work must be incredibly complex." Harry, still grappling with the bizarre situation he found himself in, didn't bother wondering about the identity of this Perkins person Mr. Weasley had mentioned. The impact of this luxurious magical tent, as impressive as it was, paled in comparison to the shock of learning that Sirius and the Malfoys were relatives. The weight of this revelation, coupled with the physical discomfort of his magically enlarged head, was beginning to take its toll. After holding up his comically oversized head for what felt like an eternity, Harry's neck was finally starting to protest with a dull, persistent ache. He raised a hand to his swollen cheek and frowned as he looked pleadingly at Sirius. "Sirius, seeming to finally notice Harry's predicament, turned to address Remus. His voice was calm, but there was an undercurrent of concern as he spoke. Remus, see if you can help restore Harry's head to its normal size. He ate a piece of enchanted bubblegum earlier, and well. He gestured vaguely towards Harry's bulbous head. I know the kind of bubblegum you're talking about. Not long before you arrived, when I went to fetch water, I saw a little boy with a similar problem. His head was about 10 times larger than yours is now, Harry. Remus said, eyeing Harry's head with interest. But that boy returned to normal almost immediately after swallowing the other half of the gum. I guess you must have inadvertently swallowed both the prank half and the antidote at once, right, Harry? Harry could only manage a soft, embarrassed mumble in response. His enlarged lips were making speech difficult. Then, under Remus's expertly cast restoration spell, a tingling sensation spread across Harry's scalp. His head began to deflate with a comical whooshing sound, like air escaping from a balloon, gradually returning to its normal proportions. Remus walked into the villa to inform Creaker to serve food to everyone. As the others dispersed to explore this magical tent, Harry seized the opportunity to speak privately with Sirius. Mr. Weasley, sensing the father and son needed to talk, had given a knowing look to the remorseful Ginny before they went inside the villa to explore. By the pool's edge, Ron, Fred, and George were already enthusiastically stripping off their shirts, ready to dive in and show off their swimming skills in the large pool. What's really going on, Sirius? Harry asked, his voice low and tinged with confusion. You and Draco's mother? How are you related? Sirius let out a dry, humorless laugh. Just as Ron said earlier, Harry, he began, running a hand through his dark hair. In the wizarding world, there are some stubborn individuals who refuse to abandon outdated traditions. They're the pure-blood families, obsessed with maintaining what they see as the purity of their magical lineage. They consider it shameful to marry half-bloods or muggle-borns. He paused, his gaze distant, as if looking back through the years at a past he'd rather forget. But this leaves them with few options. To ensure their families don't die out, these pure-blood wizarding families end up intermarrying among themselves. So Sirius spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness towards Harry. Harry wasn't entirely unaware of what Sirius was talking about. He had encountered enough prejudice and whispers of blood status during his time at Hogwarts to have a general understanding of the issue. He also knew that these pure-blood families generally had all their members sorted into the same house. It was just like how all the Weasleys were in Gryffindor, while the Malfoys' ancestors were mostly from Slytherin. Sirius had rarely spoken about his own parents in the past, and Harry had assumed that the Black family, like the Weasleys, was an anomaly among pure-blood wizard families. But from what Draco's mother had said outside earlier, it seemed that Sirius was the real anomaly within his own family. After a moment of heavy silence, broken only by the distant laughter of the Weasley children splashing in the pool, Harry suddenly frowned as a particular detail from the earlier confrontation resurfaced in his mind. Draco's mom mentioned someone named Walburga earlier, he said, his brow furrowed in concentration. Who is she exactly? A shadow darker than the tent's magical twilight flashed across Sirius's grey eyes. He took a deep breath and nodded, confirming Harry's unspoken suspicion. You guessed right, Harry. Walburga Black was, my mother. And yes, Narcissa Malfoy is correct in her assessment. My dear old mum didn't like me much, to put it mildly. Sirius's face twisted into a bitter smile. In fact, to prevent me from inheriting the family fortune after I ran away, she made a will just before her death. She divided the wealth the family had accumulated over centuries between my two cousins. One of them is Narcissa Malfoy. And the other, well, he paused, a look of utter disgust crossing his face. I really don't like to mention that woman, Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's mind raced, trying to connect the dots. Cousins. The word triggered a memory, and he suddenly recalled the night of his 14th birthday dinner. Sirius and Remus had talked to him about the dream he'd had. Sirius had initially suspected that the woman in Harry's dream was his cousin, but then immediately mentioned Narcissa Malfoy. So, it must have been this Bellatrix Lestrange? That's right, it's her, Sirius confirmed, his voice dripping with disgust. She was imprisoned in Azkaban with me. Of course, unlike me, she absolutely deserved to be locked up there for the things she'd done. Merlin knows, she reveled in her crimes. What did she do? Harry asked eagerly, realizing for the first time how little he knew about Sirius's background. Sirius let out a harsh, humorless laugh. What did she do? He repeated, his voice thick with loathing. She was Voldemort's most faithful lapdog, his most fanatical supporter. Believe me, Harry, you won't find anyone more devoted to Voldemort's cause than Bellatrix Lestrange. Even in Azkaban, under the relentless torment of the Dementors, I heard her cackling many times over the years. She would rave about how everyone would pay when Voldemort returned, how the Mudbloods and blood traders would suffer. But Harry began, still confused and wanting to ask more questions. However, Sirius was clearly losing patience with the subject. He waved his hand irritably, cutting off Harry's half-formed question. Don't you understand yet, Harry? Sirius asked, his voice rising with frustration. Don't you see what kind of people my mother and my relatives are? The vast majority of them are direct followers of Voldemort. Those who didn't actively participate in his reign of terror still secretly contributed to it. And my mother, yes, she wasn't a Death Eater herself. But in my opinion, if she had been 20 years younger at the time, who knows what she might have done. Her portrait still hangs in our old family home, spewing hatred and bile at anyone who isn't a pure blood. That's the kind of family I come from, Harry. That's the legacy I've been trying to escape my entire life. Sirius's words made Harry's heart heavy. Only now did he truly understand that the injustice Sirius had endured wasn't just being misunderstood by the world for betraying Harry's parents, his own family had probably caused him even greater harm. As Harry grappled with Sirius's words, Mr. Weasley emerged from the villa, likely coming to call them for dinner. The aromas of a hearty meal wafted from the open door, promising a brief breather from the heavy conversation. At that moment, the delicate wind chimes hanging outside the tent entrance suddenly rang out and a cheerful voice accompanied the chime's soothing sound. "Aho, is anyone home? I heard there was a bit of a kerfuffle here, and I had nothing better to do, so I thought I'd pop by and check it out." "Oh." Mr. Weasley's demeanor immediately shifted from concern to excitement. His face lit up with recognition at the sound of the visitor's voice. Quickly circling the expansive pool, he passed Sirius and Harry, heading towards the tent entrance, taking it upon himself to greet the visitor on Sirius's behalf. "The man of the hour, Ludo." Mr. Weasley called out cheerfully as he approached the entrance. "Hey, Arthur, old chap." The voice outside seemed momentarily taken aback by Mr. Weasley's unexpected presence, but quickly recovered its jovial tone. Before anyone could react, Ludo Bagman barged right into the tent, his large frame filling the entrance before he enthusiastically grasped Mr. Weasley's hand, pumping it up and down in a high-spirited handshake. Bagman's eyes widened as he took in the luxurious surroundings, his gaze sweeping from the large swimming pool to the elegant villa. "Is this your tent, Arthur?" he asked, clearly impressed. "It's fantastic. I bet this tent could sell for at least 6,000 galleons on the market." As Mr. Weasley engaged in energetic conversation with the newcomer, Harry leaned closer to Ron, who had climbed out of the pool along with Fred and George. "Who is he exactly?" Harry whispered, his curiosity piqued by the stranger's flamboyant entrance. Ron, pushing his wet hair out of his eyes, replied in a low voice, "That's Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry. He used to be a professional Quidditch player, you know. Beater for the Wimborne Wasps and the English national team. Dad gets along well with him. He's the one who helped us get our Quidditch World Cup tickets." Harry nodded in understanding, recalling that Mr. Weasley had indeed mentioned this connection before. He studied the newcomer with interest, taking in every detail of the most eye-catching person he had ever seen in the wizarding world, and given some of the eccentrics he'd encountered at Hogwarts, that was saying something. Ludo Bagman was dressed in a Quidditch robe that seemed to scream for attention. The fabric was adorned with broad horizontal stripes in vivid yellow and black, resembling a giant bumblebee. Splashed across his chest, like an enormous ink blot, was the image of a wasp, the mascot of his former team. The robe, clearly designed for a man in peak physical condition, now tried its best to contain Bagman's current form. It was quite obvious that Ludo Bagman had once been a man of impressive physical fitness. However, the passage of time and perhaps a fondness for good food and drink had taken their toll. His robes were stretched tightly across a large belly that protruded prominently, straining the fabric almost to its breaking point. Harry found it difficult to imagine that this man, with his potbelly and ruddy cheeks, had once been nimble and agile enough to play as a beater for England's national Quidditch team. Despite his physical transformation, Bagman's eyes still sparkled with the energy and enthusiasm of a much younger man. "Ludo received a report about a conflict here involving wands, and he's come to investigate," Mr. Weasley explained hurriedly as he led the boisterous man over to where Sirius and Harry stood. "However, I've already explained the misunderstanding to him," he added quickly, attempting to preempt any awkward questions. Mr. Weasley then turned to Bagman, gesturing towards Sirius with a sweep of his arm. "Actually, Ludo, this tent belongs to Sirius. I'm sure you've heard of him." Bagman's eyes widened even further, if that was possible, as they fixed on Sirius. Recognition lit up on his face, quickly followed by an almost childlike excitement. "Ah, of course, a household name. Sirius Black. By Merlin's beard, it's an honor to meet you in person," Bagman exclaimed, pumping Sirius's hand enthusiastically. "I was in Paris when I read about your story in the papers. Let me tell you, you're a real hero, Sirius." 0427 Ludo Bagman, Bonus Chapter. Ludo Bagman was indeed a surprisingly approachable wizard. As the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, he outranked Mr. Weasley in the Ministry by quite a margin. However, Harry couldn't detect even a hint of haughtiness in his demeanor. "Sirius, caught off guard by Bagman's unexpected friendliness, stepped forward to shake hands. "Thank you," he began, a note of hesitation in his voice. "Actually, quite a few people think I'm a complete fool." This was true. Since Sirius's story had come to light, he had been a controversial figure in the wizarding world. Some considered him as a tragic hero, while others saw him as a reckless idiot without a brain. Sensing the sudden tension, Arthur smoothly interjected, his amiable smile never wavering. "Ludo, let me introduce you to the rest of our party," he said, gesturing to the group of young wizards clustered around him. "These are my 3 sons. The identical ones are Fred and George, this is my youngest boy, Ron, and of course, this is Harry Potter." Upon hearing Harry's name, Bagman showed a slight look of surprise. His eyes immediately darted to the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry was used to this reaction and didn't feel offended. He was curious about Ludo Bagman, not because of his high position in the ministry, but because Ludo had once been a world-famous Quidditch player. Harry's mind drifted to his former Quidditch captain at Hogwarts, Oliver Wood, who had graduated with dreams of becoming a professional Quidditch player. Harry himself had considered this option, and becoming a Quidditch player was one of the career choices he didn't mind exploring. "As I was saying," Arthur continued, seemingly oblivious to the momentary awkwardness, "this is Ludo Bagman. You might recognize him from his Quidditch days. We owe these excellent tickets to his generosity." Bagman beamed, waving his hand as if it were nothing. Suddenly, Bagman's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. He leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Say, Arthur, fancy a flutter on the match?" he asked eagerly, the jingling of what sounded like a considerable amount of galleons emanating from the pockets of his robes. "I've got quite a few interesting bets going already." Roddy Pontner's put money on Bulgaria scoring first gave him some rather nice odds, mind you, considering Ireland's front 3 are absolutely formidable this year. And little Agatha Timms, bless her, has wagered half shares in her eel farm on the match lasting a full week. Mr. Weasley's expression wavered between amusement and concern. He was clearly familiar with Bagman's fondness for gambling, and while he didn't seem surprised by the invitation, a hint of hesitation crossed his features. After a moment's deliberation, he reached into his pocket and produced a single gold galleon. "Oh, well, I suppose a small wager couldn't hurt," he said with a tone of resignation. "Let's see, how about a galleon on Ireland to win?" Bagman's face fell slightly at the modest bet, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm. "A galleon it is," he said, taking out a small, leather-bound notebook and scribbling down the wager with rush. "Any other takers?" he asked, his gaze sweeping over the group before landing on Sirius with particular interest. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his initial fondness for Bagman's approachability rapidly diminishing. It was clear that Bagman had likely deduced from their accommodations that Sirius might have deep pockets, and the idea of being seen as an easy mark didn't sit well with him. As Sirius opened his mouth to politely decline, he felt a slight tugging at the back of his robes. Turning, he found Fred and George Weasley looking up at him with pleading expressions, their eyes wide with hope and barely contained excitement. "You two want to get in on this?" Sirius asked, a note of amusement creeping into his voice. "No, Fred and George, your mother wouldn't like to see this, and you're planning to borrow money from Sirius." Mr. Weasley frowned, glaring at his 2 sons disapprovingly. "Mom burned all our inventions we used to make pocket money. That was months of our hard work," Fred said, looking aggrieved. Mr. Weasley's heart softened immediately. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said tentatively, "All right, what do you want to bet on? I'll pay for you." Before Mr. Weasley could finish his sentence, Sirius stepped in. "Let me handle this, Arthur," he said, his tone gentle but firm. He turned to address the entire group of young wizards, including Harry and Ron. "The Quidditch World Cup is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for many. You should all have the chance to participate fully. How about this, 25 galleons each, and I'll cover the cost for all of you." Harry didn't have much reaction, but Fred and George immediately cheered. Ron started to cheer too but then hesitated, looking at Sirius uncertainly. "If I don't want to participate," Ron began, his voice trailing off as he wrestled with his pride and his family's financial situation. "Ron!" Mr. Weasley called out sternly, and Ron immediately backed down. "We'll bet a total of 50 galleons," seizing the moment, Fred turned to Bagman, his eyes shining with excitement. "On Ireland to win but Victor Crumb catches the snitch." Bagman had been smiling at their exchange all along, but when the twins announced their choice, he looked surprised. "You think Ireland will win but Crumb will get the snitch?" "Not a chance, boys, not a chance. But I'll tell you what, I'll give you excellent odds on that one. How about 15 to 1? If you guess right, you'll be walking away with 750 galleons from me." The atmosphere around the group suddenly became electric. Ron's breathing grew shallow and rapid, his face flushing an even deeper shade of red as he grabbed Harry's wrist with trembling fingers. "Blimey, Harry," he whispered urgently, his voice barely audible. What should we do? Who should we bet on? Thanks to the galleons his late parents had left him in Gringotts, Harry had been living quite comfortably these past few years. But several hundred galleons if they won was still not a small sum for him. Harry looked to Sirius for help, but Sirius just smiled at him. I'm afraid I can't help you much here, Harry, Sirius said with a shrug. You probably know more about current Quidditch than I do. Go with your instincts. Bagman, sensing the boy's hesitation, leaned in closer, his voice taking on a silky, persuasive quality. I should warn you, he said, his eyes gleaming, just betting on Ireland or Bulgaria to win won't net you much. If you want to walk away with a real treasure trove, you need to make bold, precise predictions. Bagman's tone was like the temptation of a devil, making Ron's mouth go dry. There's no doubt the Irish will win, Ron muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Charlie thinks so too. They've got the best lineup in years. He paused, chewing his lower lip thoughtfully. But Lynch, he's no match for Crumb. Crumb's the best seeker in the world, only 18, a proper genius. Ron glanced sideways at Fred and George, realizing that his twin brother's seemingly ridiculous prediction might actually come true. Harry, having spent most of the summer trapped at the Dursleys and cut off from the wizarding world, found himself at a loss. His knowledge of the teams and players was limited compared to Ron's passionate expertise. Recognizing this, he decided to follow his friend's judgment. What do you reckon, Ron? Harry asked, his voice low and encouraging. You know more about this than I do. Ron began to pace back and forth, his brow furrowed in concentration. If we think about it like this, he muttered, his words coming faster as his thoughts raced, the match can't last very long, can it? The others watched in silence as Ron continued his thoughts. For Ron, raised in a family where every nut was carefully counted, this represented a rare opportunity to potentially change his fortunes. He couldn't afford to be careless. After several tense minutes of muttering and pacing, Ron finally returned to the group. He took a deep breath, straightening his shoulders as he faced Bagman. Well, young man. Bagman said kindly, his smile encouraging. Have you made your decision? Come on, share your thoughts with us. After all, it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? Ron nodded, a determined look settling over his features. I agree with Fred and George, I think Ireland will win, but Victor Crumb will catch the snitch first. Fred and George exchanged approving glances, nodding at their younger brother. But Ron wasn't finished. He continued said with a determined look on his face. And I bet the score difference between Bulgaria and Ireland won't exceed 20 points. Oh, marvelous! Bagman exclaimed, his face lighting up with glee, as if the 50 galleons belonging to Ron and Harry were already his. Those are some very precise bold predictions, my boy. Let's see, for that combination, I think we can offer odds of 20 to 1. Bagman's quill flew across the pages of his notebook as he eagerly recorded their names, the amounts wagered, and the details of their bets. With a curl, he tucked the notebook back into his pocket and turned to Sirius, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. Sirius, maintaining his composure, reached into his money pouch and withdrew a handful of gleaming gold galleons. He carefully counted out the agreed-upon amount and handed it over to Bagman, whose pockets now bulged comically with the weight of the coins. Bagman, perhaps fearing the children might have second thoughts, hurriedly distributed bet receipts to each of them before making his excuses and left. As the excitement of the moment began to fade, Mr. Weasley turned to find Ron praying clutching the Merlin commemorative coin gifted to him by Professor Watson. Arthur shook his head, a mixture of exasperation and fondness in his expression. Don't be so uptight, Arthur. It's just to let the kids relax a bit, Sirius said nonchalantly. Come on, let's go inside and get something to eat. You must be starving after waking up at the crack of dawn and trekking such a long way through the countryside. Sirius led Mr. Weasley, Harry, and the others into the villa. They passed through the lavishly decorated foyer and navigated several turns in the maze-like corridors before finally reaching the dining room. To their surprise, they discovered that the villa truly lived up to its name. Besides the pool in the front, there was also a small, lush garden at the back. Remus had taken the initiative to move the heavy oak dining table out into the garden. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves of ancient trees, casting dappled shadows on the crisp white tablecloth. Hermione and Ginny were already seated, enjoying a hearty breakfast in the serene setting. The garden's location, far from the front yard, explained why they hadn't heard the earlier commotion. Harry's emerald eyes widened as he gazed at the mountain of food spread out on the table. His stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl, a stark reminder of just how famished he was. The sight of golden brown toasted bread, juicy sausages sizzling on a platter, sandwiches bursting with various fillings between soft slices of bread, and a towering pile of pumpkin pasties glistening in the morning light made his mouth water. Unable to resist the call of such a sumptuous breakfast, and without waiting for Sirius's formal invitation, the hungry youngsters rushed to the table. They practically threw themselves into the cushioned chairs and within seconds, the sound of clinking cutlery and enthusiastic chewing filled the air. Hermione, her bushy hair slightly tamed in the morning humidity, raised an eyebrow at Ron. "What took you lot so long?" she inquired, her tone a mix of curiosity and mild exasperation. Her gaze lingered on Ron, who had managed to stuff a pasty in each hand and was simultaneously gnawing on a particularly large sausage. His cheeks were puffed out like a chipmunk's, making his freckles stand out even more prominently against his flushed skin. Ron's blue eyes sparkled with glee as he attempted to swallow his mouth full. After a moment of intense chewing and a gulp that looked almost painful, he managed to clear his throat enough to speak. "I bet you'd be green with envy if you knew what you missed, Hermione," he exclaimed, his voice muffled by the remnants of food still in his mouth. Hearing this cryptic statement, Hermione's sharp mind immediately went into overdrive. She cast a suspicious glance at Harry, who remained silent, offering no explanation to satisfy her curiosity. Instead, he hunched over a steaming baked potato, focusing intently on his meal. Sirius, noticing the tension building in the air, decided to intervene before Hermione's famous persistence could lead to an interrogation. He glanced at Remus, who was also looking at him with undisguised curiosity. "It's not that dramatic, Ron." Sirius began pursing his lips. With a sigh, he gave Remus and the two girls a brief overview of the morning's events. 0428 Hermione and Creaker. Sirius, noticing the tension building in the air, decided to intervene before Hermione's famous persistence could lead to an interrogation. He glanced at Remus, who was also looking at him with undisguised curiosity. "It's not that dramatic, Ron." Sirius began pursing his lips. With a sigh, he gave Remus and the two girls a brief overview of the morning's events. Just as Harry had anticipated, Hermione immediately frowned, with the same displeased look as Professor McGonagall catching someone misbehaving in Transfiguration class. Ginny, on the other hand, looked at her three brothers with envy, but having missed out, she was embarrassed to ask Sirius for a similar opportunity. Ludo Bagman. Remus's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing the story. "I've heard about his reputation," he trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. "Well, Ludo has his fair share of quirks," Mr. Weasley admitted, his fingers absently playing with the handle of his teacup. "There are quite a few people in the ministry who have issues with him, and some have even gone so far as to request the minister to dismiss him." He paused, taking a sip of his tea before continuing. "But, you have to admit, it's hard to find a head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports with more passion than him, isn't it?" Remus nodded slowly. He had heard numerous rumors about Ludo Bagman's poor credibility. A part of him wanted to warn Harry and the others that their bets might be wasted, and Bagman's charm often outweighed his reliability. However, out of respect for Arthur and a desire not to dampen the jovial mood of the breakfast, he decided to hold his tongue on the matter. "By the way," Sirius interjected, breaking the moment of silence. He reached for a slice of apple pie, and as he took a bite, savoring the sweet, cinnamon-spiced filling, he asked, "Have you seen Creaker?" Remus shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of resignation. "No, when I came to the dining room, all the food was already on the table." He paused, choosing his next words carefully. "You know, Sirius, house elves don't typically like people of my condition. Besides, I prevented it from inviting the Malfoys to visit earlier, so it's probably not too thrilled to see me." Sirius's face darkened at the mention of the Malfoys. "That's exactly what I wanted to address." Sirius's face darkened further as he shouted, "Creaker!" Crack! The sudden, explosive sound in the air was like a thunderclap in the peaceful garden. Ron, caught mid-bite of a particularly large pasty, let out a strangled yelp of surprise. His eyes bulged comically as he began to choke. Hermione, displaying reflexes that would have made Brian proud, sprang into action. With an exasperated roll of her eyes she delivered a swift, hard slap to his back. The force of the blow caused Ron to lurch forward, his eyes watering as he finally managed to cough up the piece stuck in his throat. As soon as she was certain that Ron was out of immediate danger, Hermione's attention snapped to the small creature that had suddenly materialized at Sirius's side. Her brow furrowed deeply as she took in the sight before her. The house elf that appeared in the garden was clearly very old. Hermione noticed that its tennis ball-sized eyes were cloudy, as if its vision was deteriorating, and the tufts of white hair growing from its bat-like ears further confirmed her suspicion about its age. As it bowed to Sirius, Hermione felt a surge of sympathy, and she was certain that the action was not voluntary. The elf's movements were extremely slow, as if it might fall over at any moment. The poor creature wore nothing but a dirty rag wrapped around its body. But what truly alarmed Hermione, causing her face to pale and her eyes to blaze with righteous anger, was the potato clutched in Creaker's hand. It was peeled but completely raw, and covered in insect bites. Hermione's gaze darted between the pitiful potato and Sirius, her mind whirling with questions and accusations. With a table full of delicious food right there, why was Sirius making this elderly house elf eat this? Creaker was cleaning the kitchen, but came immediately when the prodigal young master called, the house elf said in a voice that creaked like old floorboards. His hunched posture made him appear even smaller, as if he were trying to shrink away from sight. Does the young master have any orders for Kriakar? Kriakar lives to serve the noble house of Black. Sirius, still harboring resentment from Narcissa's earlier jabs, seemed equally uncomfortable at the sight of the cold potato in Kriakar's oversized hands. Ever since Brian had helped him and Remus bring Regulus back from the island cave and held a funeral for him near the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, this house elf had been much more polite to Sirius than he remembered. However, some fundamental issues remained unchanged. I want to ask you, Kriakar, Sirius began, his voice harsh with barely contained irritation. He leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes boring into the elf's cloudy ones. Did you invite Narcissa Malfoy to visit the tent earlier on your own initiative? I don't recall giving such an order. Kriakar sniffled, his tennis ball-sized eyes filled with confusion. Still hunched over, he tilted his head to look at Sirius. But Miss Narcissa is not an outsider. The mistress loved Miss Narcissa and Miss Bellatrix the most when she was alive. After a pause, Kriakar added in a low voice, the mistress didn't like the prodigal young master, but for the sake of Master Regulus, Kriakar reluctantly serves the young master. Harry and Hermione had seen this very old house elf once before, at Regulus's funeral. At that time, the elf had been too busy grieving to interact with them. But now it was clear that the differences between individual house elves could be vast. Kriakar was nothing like Dobby. You don't need to force yourself, Kriakar, Sirius said irritably. Realizing that arguing with Kriakar was pointless, Sirius thought for a moment before giving him a direct order not to contact the Malfoy family, and then dismissed him. Wait, excuse me, is your name Kriakar? Just as Kriakar was about to disapparate, Hermione finally couldn't contain herself any longer. She stood up from her seat, hurriedly walked around the table with 2 pasties in hand, and approached Kriakar with a friendly smile. Could I trade these 2 pasties for the potato in your hand, Kriakar? It looks delicious. Everyone's face was full of big question marks, not understanding what Hermione was trying to do. The Mudblood is speaking to Kriakar, the Mudblood wants to curry favor with Kriakar. Kriakar recoiled several steps, as if he had seen something filthy on Hermione's frozen smile. At the table, Harry and Ron suddenly frowned. Although they had felt some sympathy for the elderly house elf who still had to serve others, all that sympathy vanished when it called Hermione a Mudblood. Don't use that word for Hermione, apologize to her right now, Kriakar. Sirius glared furiously at Kriakar. Oh, it's all right, Sirius. Hermione quickly tried to stop him from losing his temper. Look, this house elf is very old, isn't it? It's been doing heavy work all morning and is only eating a cold, rotten potato. It might be a bit, I mean. There's no need to defend it, Hermione, Sirius said. It knows exactly what it's saying. Faced with a direct order from Sirius, Kriakar couldn't disobey. The magic binding him to the House of Black compelled him to comply, regardless of his personal feelings. He bent down to apologize to Hermione, but it was clear he was still very unwilling, muttering curses under his breath. Do you remember what happened the last time you called someone a Mudblood, Kriakar? Sirius said, rolling his eyes at Kriakar's grumbling. Do you want me to do it to you too? Kriakar suddenly froze, his expression becoming somewhat dazed. What in Merlin's name is happening, Sirius? Remus inquired, his brow furrowing with a mixture of concern and curiosity. His eyes darted between his old friend and the frozen house elf, searching for some explanation. Remus knew how difficult it was to deal with this inherited Black family house elf. Before he assisted in bringing Regulus back from that terrifying cave filled with Inferi, Kriakar had never shown him anything but contempt and hostility. After that incident, the elf had at least stopped cursing at him, but that was about it. It's Brian. Sirius glanced sideways at Kriakar, pursing his lips. When Kriakar first met him, he channeled my dear old mum's portrait to perfection. Called Brian a filthy, low-born Mudblood right to his face. You should know, Brian wouldn't tolerate his nonsense. But now, Kriakar is very fond of Brian, isn't that right? That powerful wizard sir helped Kriakar find Master Regulus. The young master and his friend just took advantage, Kriakar muttered, but Sirius just laughed coldly. Perhaps Sirius's words reminded Kriakar that the person he respected most was also a Mudblood. So, before Kriakar disappeared, he bowed slightly to Hermione and apologized in a voice only he could hear. However, he didn't take the pie from Hermione's hand. What exactly did Professor Watson do to Kriakar? Hermione asked, her tone carrying a hint of accusation. Sirius chuckled, his grey eyes twinkling with mischief. Oh, Hermione, you wouldn't want to know the details, he said, waving a hand dismissively. But as he caught sight of Hermione's increasingly stern expression, he raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? You look as though someone's just told you the library's been closed permanently. Hermione's frown deepened, her voice taking on a lecturing tone. You shouldn't be so rude to him, Sirius. And she paused, glancing at the spot where the house elf had disappeared. And he's very old. He should retire. You should let him rest. Sirius's laugh was loud and genuine this time. Merlin's beard, Hermione. You're practically asking for his life, Sirius said, shaking his head with amusement. House elves don't care about rest or retirement. They serve their wizarding families for life. Trust me, if I told Creaker he was free now, the shock might just kill him. As Sirius spoke, Harry, who had been quietly observing the exchange, suddenly chimed in. I used to know a house elf called Dobby. He served the Malfoy family, but he absolutely loathed them. All he wanted was to be free. In the end, he managed to gain his freedom. Sirius turned to face Harry as a genuine surprised expression appeared on his face. Is that so? Sirius pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose there are oddballs in every race. But Harry, you have to understand that this Dobby of yours was a rare case indeed. If you knew more about house elves as a whole, you'd see I'm not pulling your leg here. Hermione, however, was not to be dissuaded. Her eyes flashed with indignation as she pressed on, her voice filled with righteous anger. But Sirius, don't you see how absurd this is? All of this food, she gestured at the full table, comes from Creaker's hard work, and yet he's reduced to eating rotten potatoes. Unless... Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Unless you've explicitly ordered him not to touch our food, or you're not paying him a fair wage. The word pay seemed to trigger a ripple of amusement through the room. It wasn't just Sirius who laughed this time, almost the entire Weasley family joined in, their chuckles filling the air. Sirius, wiping a tear of laughter from his eye, didn't bother to point out the fundamental misunderstanding in Hermione's assumption. Instead, he said, when you get back to Hogwarts, Hermione, I suggest you pay a visit to the library. Look up some information about house elves. Then you'll understand what makes Creaker and his kind tick. As the debate about house elf welfare continued in the background, the excitement for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup began to build. 0429 pre-match festivities. Around noon, Bill, Charlie, and Percy Weasley apparat to the campsite with loud cracks, adding to the growing crowd. Ron immediately cornered Charlie to inquire about the wisdom of his bet with Ludo Bagman. Upon receiving his older brother's confident affirmation, Ron's entire face lit up, as if he was already fantasizing about the lavish life he could lead after winning those hundreds of galleons. As the afternoon wore on, a palpable sense of excitement spread over the campsite like an invisible, energizing mist. The very air seemed to vibrate with anticipation, despite the stillness of the summer day. When night finally fell, draping the thousands of waiting wizards in a velvet cloak of darkness, the last trace of pretense evaporated into the cool evening air. The Ministry of Magic, seemingly bowing to the inevitable tide of enthusiasm, appeared to have given up on enforcing the statute of secrecy. Obvious signs of magic use began popping up everywhere, from floating lanterns to enchanted tents that looked like miniature palaces. Mr. Weasley could only sigh in resigned exasperation at this blatant disregard for magical secrecy. He was already mentally preparing himself for at least 2 weeks of endless overtime work after the World Cup, dealing with the inevitable Muggle sightings and memory modifications that would be required. While the adults continued their energetic discussions within the magically expanded tent, Harry and his friends could no longer contain their excitement. They ventured out into the bustling crowd, their eyes wide with wonder at the magical spectacle unfolding around them. Every few steps, peddlers would materialize out of thin air with loud pops, their arms overloaded with trays or pushing carts filled with a variety of bizarre and fascinating trinkets. Glowing rosette badges caught Harry's eye immediately. They came in 2 colors, a vibrant emerald green for Ireland and a deep red for Bulgaria. These weren't ordinary badges, though. As Harry watched, he realized they were shouting the names of the players in shrill, excitable voices that somehow managed to be heard over the general ruckus of the crowd. Towering green hats, their brims wider than car tires, were decorated with dancing shamrocks that fluttered and swayed in a non-existent breeze. Nearby, a vendor was selling Bulgarian scarves emblazoned with fierce lions that emitted earth-shaking roars at random intervals, causing nearby witches and wizards to jump in surprise. Flags of both countries hung from many of the tents and were being waved enthusiastically by passing supporters. As they fluttered, Harry could hear parts of the respective national anthems playing, as if tiny orchestras were hidden within the fabric. The music blended and clashed in the air, creating a chaotic but oddly festive atmosphere. One cart that drew particular attention was filled with miniature firebolts. These tiny marvels actually flew, zipping around their delighted owners' heads or performing complex aerobatic maneuvers in midair. Harry watched, mesmerized, as a young witch guided her miniature firebolt through a series of loop-the-loops with skillful movements of her wand. Perhaps the most intriguing items on offer were the collectible figurines of famous players. Standing no taller than a chocolate frog card, these miniature athletes marched across their owners' palms with an air of unmistakable smugness. As they navigated through the sea of magical novelties and excited fans, Harry found himself repeatedly bumping into familiar faces from Hogwarts. Oliver Wood, his former Quidditch captain, greeted him from outside a luxurious tent decorated with the Puddlemere United team colors. "Harry! Over here!" Oliver called, waving enthusiastically. As Harry approached, he could see that Oliver's face was flushed with excitement, his Scottish accent was even thicker than usual. Can you believe it? I've been recruited as a reserve player for Puddlemere United. Me, playing professional Quidditch. Harry congratulated his former captain warmly, genuinely happy for Oliver's success. As they chatted about the upcoming match and Oliver's new career, Harry's attention was momentarily caught by a flash of long, dark hair in the crowd. It was Cho Chang, the pretty Ravenclaw seeker who had always made Harry's stomach do backflips. She spotted him as she emerged from a nearby tent, her almond-shaped eyes lighting up with recognition as she raised her hand in a friendly wave. Harry felt his cheeks grow warm, and he raised his own hand to wave back. But before he could even complete the gesture, the surging crowd seemed to swallow Cho up, pushing her out of sight. Harry craned his neck, trying to catch another glimpse of her, but the sea of witches and wizards had closed in, leaving no trace of the Ravenclaw girl. Feeling a mix of disappointment and embarrassment, Harry turned back to his friends, only to find that Ron and Hermione had wandered a short distance away, examining the products of another peddler. As Harry moved to join them, his attention was caught by a cart piled high with what looked like brass binoculars. However, these were unlike any binoculars Harry had ever seen before. They were decorated with all manner of knobs, dials, and tiny spinning wheels that glinted in the light from nearby magical lanterns. Feast your eyes on these beauties! The peddler exclaimed as Harry approached, his voice carrying a hint of a Cockney accent. Omnioculars, they are. Latest in magical spectator technology. Harry picked up a pair, turning them over in his hands. The brass was cool to the touch, and he could feel the thrum of magic emanating from the device. What do they do? He asked, his curiosity piqued. The wizard's eyes lit up at the question. Oh, these little marvels do it all, my boy. You can replay the action, slow everything down to a snail's pace if you like. And if you're new to Quidditch or just want to brush up on your knowledge, they'll even flash up a play-by-play breakdown. It's like having your very own commentator right there in your hands. Harry's green eyes widened with excitement. He glanced at Ron, who was eyeing the omnioculars with unconcealed longing, his fingers absently toying with the dancing shamrock on his hat. How much? Harry asked, already reaching for his money pouch. A bargain at 10 galleons each, the peddler replied promptly, a hopeful gleam in his eye. Ron's face fell at the price, and he muttered under his breath, Blimey, I wish I hadn't bought this ruddy hat now. Harry, however, had already made up his mind. We'll take 3 pairs, he said firmly, counting out the golden coins. Ron's ears turned pink as he tried to refuse. No, Harry, you don't have to. But Harry cut him off with a grin. Consider it a loan, mate. When we win that money from Ludo Bagman, you can pay me back. Deal. A slow smile spread across Ron's freckled face as he considered this. Yeah, all right. Fair enough, he agreed, taking the omnioculars Harry handed him. His eyes shone with excitement as he began fiddling with the various knobs and dials, already imagining the piles of gold they'd soon be collecting from Bagman. Thanks, Harry, Hermione said softly, accepting her pair with a grateful smile. The gesture seemed to have lifted her spirits, pushing aside her earlier gloom over Creaker's situation. She peered through the omnioculars, gasping in delight at whatever she saw. Oh, these are marvelous. But you know what would make them even better? A match program. I think I saw a vendor selling them just over there. And with that, Hermione darted off into the crowd, her bushy hair bouncing as she navigated through the horde of excited Quidditch fans. The night sky above was deepening to a rich, velvety black, but the darkness was repeatedly shattered by brilliant bursts of magical fireworks shooting up from the nearby forest. Each explosion painted the sky with dazzling colors and fantastical shapes, miniature dragons that roared silently as they soared through the air, shimmering phoenixes that burst into flame and were reborn in showers of golden sparks, and intricately patterned Celtic knots that spun and danced before fading away. Harry felt a sense of urgency building within him. They needed to get back to the tent, to fetch Sirius and Lupin so they could hurry to the stadium. He didn't want to miss a single moment of his first Quidditch World Cup final. While Hermione was still engaged in what appeared to be intense haggling with a vendor over the price of match programs, Harry decided to take a closer look at the magical fireworks display. He raised his new omnioculars to his eyes, marveling at the crisp, magnified view they provided. The dials and knobs allowed him to zoom in on individual sparks, slow down the explosions to see every detail of their formation, and even replay particularly impressive bursts. As he watched a spectacular Catherine wheel of emerald and gold sparks unfurl across the night sky, Harry suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was an unsettling sensation, the feeling of being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and he felt his muscles tense instinctively. Slowly, Harry lowered the omnioculars from his eyes. The bustling, noisy campsite seemed to fade into the background as he scanned his surroundings. His seeker's keen eyes darted from face to face in the crowd. Years of Quidditch had honed his ability to spot small details in chaotic environments. It didn't take long for Harry to pinpoint the origin of his unease. About 200 feet to his right, standing unnaturally still amidst the swirling crowd, was a woman. The sea of people seemed to part around her, as if subconsciously giving her a wide berth. She was wearing a cream-colored dress that seemed to shimmer slightly in the flickering light of the magical lanterns. Harry squinted, trying to make out her features, but the distance and the constantly moving crowd made it difficult. Despite this, there was something eerily familiar about her. Suddenly remembering the omnioculars in his hands, Harry quickly raised them to his eyes once more. His fingers fumbled with the focus dial as he tried to zoom in on the mysterious woman's face. But in that brief moment when his eyes had left her, she had vanished. Harry moved the omnioculars frantically across the spot where she had been standing, but there was no trace of the cream-colored dress or its wearer. "What's wrong, Harry?" Hermione's voice cut through his concentration. She had returned, her arms now filled with 3 thick, glossy programs. Her brow was furrowed with concern as she followed Harry's gaze. "Did you see someone from Hogwarts?" Harry lowered the omnioculars slowly, his mind racing. Should he tell Hermione about the strange woman? Would she think he was being paranoid? After all, it was probably nothing, just another witch enjoying the pre-match festivities. And yet, that nagging feeling of familiarity, coupled with the sudden disappearance, left him uneasy. "No," Harry said finally, his expression a mixture of confusion and seriousness. "Well, maybe. There was someone, she seemed familiar, but I didn't get a good look at her face. She was there one moment and gone the next." Hermione opened her mouth, likely to ask more questions, but before she could speak, Ron's excited voice cut through the air. "Oi, Harry!" "Hermione!" Ron called, his face flushed with excitement as he pushed his way back through the crowd towards them. He was practically bouncing on his toes. "I just saw Dad and the others leaving the tent. Come on, they must be heading to the stadium." Scene break. The woman who had fleetingly appeared in Harry's vision continued to linger in his mind. As they made their way through the dense, verdant forest towards the stadium, Harry remained silent, pondering where he had seen this familiar woman before. He felt as if there was a thin barrier obscuring his memories, separating him from the truth. Mr. Weasley led their group through the winding forest path. The journey lasted a good 20 minutes, as they finally emerged from the trees. Harry's preoccupation with the mysterious woman was abruptly shattered by the awe-inspiring sight that greeted them. Lifting his gaze skyward, Harry found himself in the shadow of a massive stadium. The structure was so vast, so utterly gigantic, that even straining his eyes to their limit, he could only take in a fraction of the grand, shimmering golden walls that encircled the arena. Harry's mind spun as he tried to process the fact that the space within could comfortably house 10 majestic cathedrals, with room to spare. A chorus of gasps and exclamations of wonder erupted from the group as they collectively gaped at the architectural marvel before them. Only Mr. Weasley, who had undoubtedly seen the stadium before, maintained his composure, though a proud smile appeared across his lips as he observed their astonished reactions. "This magnificent structure can accommodate a staggering 100,000 spectators," Mr. Weasley announced, his chest swelling with pride. "Hundreds of ministry employees have poured their hearts and souls into this project for most of the year." Sirius, his dark eyes glittering with genuine admiration, let out a low whistle. "By Merlin's beard, it's truly remarkable!" he exclaimed, his voice carrying a note of sincere appreciation. "I dare say the British Ministry of Magic will make quite the impression on the international stage this time, Arthur. This is a feat to be proud of." Mr. Weasley's face lit up at Sirius's praise, a warm glow of satisfaction spreading across his features. Despite the often thankless nature of his work and the lack of recognition he received at the ministry, it was clear that Mr. Weasley still harbored a deep-seated affection for the place where he had dedicated the majority of his professional life. With renewed vigor, he proudly led the way towards the ticket checkpoint, pausing frequently to exchange greetings with every ministry official he recognized along the path. As they approached the entrance, a witch dressed in ministry robes scrutinized their tickets with a practiced eye. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise as she registered the details. "First-class tickets!" she exclaimed. "Top box access. You'll want to head straight upstairs, Arthur, as high as you can go. 0430 grandness." Even Harry, Hermione, and the others, despite their diligence in physical education classes, were out of breath by the time they reached the summit. Their legs burned, and their lungs cried out for air. The height was truly staggering, rivaling that of a modest mountain. Peering down from their vantage point, they saw waves of wizards flooding into the stadium, moving like a colony of migrating ants. In that moment, even Sirius felt a twinge of gratitude towards Ludo Bagman for securing them such important seats. Their designated area was a compact box directly opposite the gleaming golden goalposts. This was the best vantage point that even the deepest Gringotts vault couldn't purchase. Given the size of their group, Mr. Weasley gently escorted the younger members to quickly enter the box and find their seats. The space was already occupied by a group of individuals who were mostly key figures from the ministry or the wider wizarding world. Mr. Weasley moved through the crowd shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, taking every opportunity to introduce an eager Percy to his extensive network of acquaintances. Harry trailed behind Sirius, his mind still partly preoccupied with the mysterious woman from before. He was on the verge of entering the box when he suddenly realized Remus, who was with them throughout their journey, had inexplicably vanished. "Sirius," Harry called out, his voice raised to be heard over the sound of the excited crowd. He tugged on Sirius's sleeve just as he was about to step into the box. "Where's Remus? He was right behind us earlier, but I can't see him anywhere." "Oh, I forgot to tell you." Sirius turned to face Harry with complex expression and a hint of shame. "Remus, well, he can't sit with us up here. You see, Harry, at an event of this size, with so many wizards from all corners of the world in attendance, the Ministry is, shall we say, overly cautious. They want to ensure everything runs smoothly, without any complications." It took Harry a moment to understand what Sirius meant, but when they did, Harry's face contorted with a mixture of shock and indignation, but he didn't know how to defend Remus. And only now did he realize how difficult it was for his father's other friend to survive in the wizarding world, and he understood why Remus had invested in Fred and George's venture. With a heavy heart and a mind clouded by conflicting emotions, Harry stepped into the box. His gaze swept over Mr. Weasley, who was still engrossed in his networking efforts, and Harry abandoned any notion of voicing his protests to him. His eyes then sought out Hermione and Ron. Hermione was conversing with Ginny, while Ron, along with Fred and George, had their attention completely captivated by the enormous magical scoreboard that hovered in the air like a shimmering mirage. Reluctantly, Harry also abandoned the idea of sharing his frustrations about the Ministry's treatment of Remus with his best friends. As his eyes continued to roam the dimly lit box, Harry's attention was suddenly drawn to a tiny figure huddled in the last row. The small creature's legs were so short that they stuck out comically in front of its chair, reminding Harry of a child's doll perched on adult furniture. It wore a loose-fitting robe that seemed to swallow its tiny frame, and its face was buried deep within its hands. But it was the long, bat-like ears that caught Harry's attention, resembling those of a house elf he had encountered in the past. "Dobby!" Harry called out in disbelief. The house elf, startled by the sudden address, slowly lowered its hands from its face. As its face came into view, Harry immediately realized his mistake. This was not the eager, bright-eyed Dobby he remembered. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," Harry quickly apologized, feeling a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck. He nodded apologetically towards the unknown house elf, explaining, "I mistook you for someone else." Dobby, he's another house elf I know." To Harry's surprise, the house elf's large, tennis ball-sized eyes lit up with recognition. "But I knows Dobby too, sir." The creature squeaked, its high-pitched voice carrying a note of excitement. The elf hadn't completely lowered its hands, still shielding its eyes as if the light in the box was too harsh for its sensitive vision. "My name is Winky, sir, and you, sir?" As Winky's gaze traveled upwards, finally settling on Harry's forehead, her eyes so different from Dobby's in their shape and hue widened to an almost comical degree. The lightning bolt scar, Harry's most distinguishing feature, seemed to have the same effect on house elves as it did on humans. "You is Harry Potter?" Winky exclaimed, her voice a mixture of awe and reverence. Harry, having faced this exact scenario countless times throughout the day, managed to maintain his composure and calmly nodded towards her. "Hello, Winky. It's nice to meet you. You mentioned you know Dobby? Did you work together at some point?" Winky drew herself up with pride, her chest puffing out slightly despite her little stature. "Winky serves Master Barty Crouch, sir," she said, her voice filled with unmistakable reverence for her master. However, her tone shifted as she continued, "And Dobby, begging your pardon, sir, but you set Dobby free, and I'm afraid, well, I'm afraid that hasn't done him much good, sir." Harry's brow furrowed in confusion and concern. "Why not?" he asked, genuinely surprised by this information. "What's wrong with Dobby? Is he all right?" Winky's large eyes grew sad, and she shook her head slowly. "Freedom's going to Dobby's head, sir," she explained, her voice heavy with what sounded like a mixture of pity and disapproval. "He's getting ideas above his station, sir. Can't get another position, sir. No respectable wizarding family will hire a house elf who wants wages and holidays." Harry's mind whirled at this information. His gaze instinctively flicked towards Hermione, who was still chatting with Ginny near the railing. He could already imagine her passionate reaction to such news. Looking back at Winky, Harry's frown deepened. "Wait a moment," he said slowly, trying to process this new information, "are you saying that house elves don't typically get paid or have holidays?" "Of course not, sir," she squeaked earnestly, as if explaining a basic concept in mathematics. "House elves belongs entirely to their masters. We must obey our master's orders unconditionally, without question or hesitation. Take Winky, for instance, Harry Potter, sir." She paused, creating a small gap between her hands that were still partially covering her face, and glanced nervously towards the edge of the box. A visible shudder ran through her tiny body, and she let out a small gasp before continuing. I has a terrible fear of heights, sir, but master sent me to the top box, so here I came, sir. Harry's mind latched onto a crucial detail: Barty Crouch. The name stirred a memory. This was Percy's boss, the high-ranking ministry official. But more importantly, a dimmer recollection surfaced. Barty Crouch was the man responsible for sending Sirius to Azkaban 14 years ago without a trial. A spark of indignation flared in Harry's chest. If he knew you were afraid of heights, why would he send you up here? Winky's eyes widened in alarm at Harry's tone. Master wants me to save him a seat, Harry Potter, sir. He's very busy, she explained hastily, tilting her head to indicate the empty seat beside her. Winky wishes she could go back to Master's tent, Harry Potter, but Winky does what she's told. Winky is a good house elf. She cast another fearful glance towards the edge of the box, her entire body trembled slightly, before quickly covering her eyes completely once more. Harry opened his mouth, intending to inquire further about Dobby's current situation and the apparently complex dynamics of house elf employment, but his words were cut short by a sudden commotion at the entrance to the box. A new group of people had arrived, led by none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself. Fudge's entrance had an immediate and dramatic effect on the atmosphere within the box, like a stone thrown into a previously calm pond. The people who had been conversing with Mr. Weasley stood up one after another, approaching Fudge with fawning expressions. With Mr. Weasley's assistance, Percy also managed to navigate through the mass of supporters and bootlickers, finally reaching Fudge's side. In his excitement and nervousness, Percy bowed so low and so quickly that he accidentally smashed his horn-rimmed glasses against the floor. Winky, clearly overwhelmed by the presence of such important figures in the wizarding world, seemed to shrink even further into herself. She turned sideways in her chair, practically lying across the armrest of the seat she had diligently saved for Mr. Crouch, not daring to look at them. Oh ho ho, Harry, my boy. Fudge's jolly voice cut through the excited chatter filling the box. Politicians, it seemed, possessed an ability to spot potential photo opportunities, and Fudge's keen gaze pierced through the crowd to land straight on Harry, who was still standing at the back of the box. With a broad smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, Fudge waved enthusiastically at Harry. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. Caught in the spotlight of the minister's attention, Harry found himself unable to continue his conversation with Winky. With a mixture of reluctance and resignation, he made his way from the back of the box to the front, where Fudge was waiting for him with his hand outstretched in greeting. As Harry approached, Fudge's chubby fingers closed around his hand in an overly firm handshake. Without releasing Harry's hand, Fudge turned slightly, using his free arm to gesture towards a wizard who had entered the box alongside him. This new figure was dressed in black velvet robes trimmed with intricate gold embroidery that spoke of both wealth and status. Harry, Fudge began, his voice carrying a note of barely concealed pride, allow me to introduce you to a very distinguished guest. This is the Bulgarian Minister for Magic. To Harry's surprise and slight discomfort, he discovered that even someone as important as a foreign minister for magic was not immune to the fascination his scar seemed to have in the wizarding world. As soon as Fudge finished his introduction, the Bulgarian minister's eyes locked onto Harry's forehead, widening with recognition and excitement. Without further ado, the foreign minister began to gesture energetically towards Harry's scar, as a stream of enthusiastic but entirely incomprehensible words poured from his mouth. Fudge let out a weary sigh, his earlier enthusiasm noticeably diminished. Well, it seems he's finally understood something, he muttered to Harry in a soft voice, his exasperation evident. We've been battling this blasted language barrier all evening. I've been reduced to miming everything like some sort of street performer. This sort of thing is really more Barty's forte. Ah, speaking of which, Fudge's gaze flicked towards the back of the box, where Winky still trembled in her seat. I see his house elf has saved him a seat. How thoughtful. These Bulgarians have been trying to catch all the best places. Ah. Fudge's words trailed off abruptly, his attention suddenly diverted. Though he was still facing Harry, his body language shifted subtly, indicating that he had sensed someone approaching from behind. With the practiced ease of a seasoned politician, Fudge seamlessly changed his demeanor, his voice taking on a light, jovial tone as he greeted the newcomer. Lucius! Fudge exclaimed, turning to face the approaching figure. What a pleasure to see you here. Lucius Malfoy, along with Draco and Narcissa, whom Harry had encountered earlier that morning, appeared at the entrance of the box. Sirius's expression changed slightly. He jumped over a row of chairs to stand beside Harry, placing a hand on his shoulder while coldly staring at the Malfoy family. Ah, Cornelius Malfoy strode into the box, approaching the Minister of Magic. I don't believe you've had the pleasure of meeting my wife, Narcissa, or our son, Draco. Fudge plastered a broad smile across his face. His bowler hat bobbed as he nodded, enthusiastically greeted Narcissa and Draco, then turning back to Lucius, Fudge's brow furrowed slightly. You're quite late, Lucius. Did something hold you up? Your perception is as keen as ever, Minister. We did encounter a slight situation. Lucius smiled smoothly, though his cold grey eyes held no warmth. His gaze swept the box, lingering for a moment on Sirius and Harry, filling with a contempt so palpable it seemed to lower the temperature in the already chilly box. What happened? Fudge asked with concern. Lucius's voice dropped to a theatrical whisper, perfectly adjusted to carry to every eager ear in the box. It wasn't me, you understand, but Narcissa and Draco. This morning, at the campsite, they had a most alarming encounter with a werewolf. He paused, allowing his words to sink in, savoring the shocked gasps that rippled through the gathered witches and wizards. Upon learning of this, I was, naturally, deeply concerned about their psychological well-being. I took the liberty of escorting them to St. Mungo's for a thorough mental evaluation. Lies. The word blazed through Harry's mind like wildfire. He longed to shout it, to expose Lucius Malfoy's deceit to everyone present. But Sirius's grip on his shoulder tightened, preventing him from reacting. Lucius's words indeed shocked Fudge considerably. However, noticing that the Bulgarian Minister of Magic beside him also seemed deeply troubled by Lucius's words, Fudge attempted to regain control of the situation. He let out a laugh that sounded more like a wheezy cough as he said, "Oh, haha, what a droll little jest, Lucius. Werewolves are under the strictest control, I assure you, and after Brian executed Fenrir Greyback and his pack of bloodthirsty beasts, I'd like to see any werewolf in Britain dare to cause even the slightest disturbance." Fudge's gaze darted around the box, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face as he continued, "Speaking of which, Brian, like yourself, Lucius, made a rather generous donation to St. Mungo's. I had Amelia send him an invitation to join us, but curiously, the several owls we dispatched were unable to locate him." His eyes landed on Sirius, and his tone became noticeably cooler. "Sirius." It was clear that Fudge had recognized Sirius earlier but had deliberately ignored him, knowing their mutual dislike for each other. Now, however, the mention of Brian forced him to address the former prisoner. "Do you happen to know of Brian's whereabouts? If he's here to watch the match, we really ought to extend an invitation for him to join us. It would be a shame if he were stuck with anything less than a top-tier ticket." Harry keenly observed that when Fudge mentioned Professor Watson, Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, appeared unusually tense. It was only after Sirius informed Fudge that Professor Watson had not attended the match that some color returned to his face.